The Perfect Supreme Chapter 4622 to Chapter 4706. All the gods looked at the immortal Lord, and the fear on their faces became more and more intense. This was because they saw with their own eyes that the immortal Lord was motionless, and his expression was changing from time to time. One moment he frowned, the next he relaxed, the next he was happy, the next he was afraid, and in the end, his body was trembling as he cried. Without a doubt, the immortal Lord was experiencing all kinds of sexual torment in Lin Ling's powerful soul power. How terrifying! Lei Gong Lin Ling has become omnipotent. As the king of the underworld, the immortal Lord controls reincarnation, but now he's personally experiencing the pain of reincarnation. He can't be free at all. The gods were all trembling with fear as they spoke. As the saying went, all living beings suffer. That was why Buddhas and gods entered the mortal world to experience the pain of eternal reincarnation and strive to find relief as soon as possible. All this meant that the pain of reincarnation was the greatest pain, and now, the immortal Lord had experienced the pain of countless reincarnations. The gods could also clearly see that the immortal Lord's expression had turned into one of utter despair. This meant that after countless reincarnations, the immortal Lord had completely given up on everything. His fleshly body was withering away, gradually crumbling into dust that dissipated along the path of the Sovereign Lord. Wake up! Suddenly, Lin Ling shouted, waking the immortal Lord's soul up. He floated in the void. At first, he was very confused, and his soul was full of pain. However, under Lin Ling's finger, a clear current flowed into his soul, gradually making him recall everything. Devil, you're a devil. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling, and his soul kept trembling. It was obvious that he had indeed suffered great pain before. Now, his body, soul, and even memories were all tortured by Lin Ling, causing him to look at Lin Ling with fear in his eyes. What you gave me, I'll return to you 100-fold. Lin Ling said indifferently. 100-fold? The immortal Lord's soul trembled. It wasn't just 100-fold, it was 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. Run! He didn't dare to face Lin Ling anymore, and his soul flew into the distance. He had never imagined that he would end up in such a state after coming here to capture the world will host body. He would never be able to forget being abused. Rumble, in front of him, a huge bronze door opened. It was the path to the underworld. Trying to escape? Lin Ling chuckled coldly and moved even faster. As soon as the immortal Lord entered the bronze gate, Lin Ling reached out and grabbed him. Underworld God, save me! The immortal Lord's soul was filled with panic as he shouted at the pitch-black bronze gate. Meanwhile, the faces of the deities in the distance all turned pale. Lin Ling wasn't even going to let off souls? Scram! At this time, a terrifying might was released from within the bronze gates, covering heaven and earth, about to destroy everything. Brilliant heavenly might surged out of the door, causing the souls and spirits of all the gods in the outside world to tremble. Could it be that this was the god of the netherworld? At this moment, Lin Ling also sensed a terrifying pressure coming from the immortal Lord's soul. He must die. Lin Ling looked up. How dare you kill him? Inside the pitch-black bronze gate, a rolling vortex appeared and turned into a huge head. This head was extremely ferocious and imposing. It opened its mouth and exhaled, and a terrifying nether aura surrounded Lin Ling, trying to bring the immortal Lord into the underworld. Dream on! Lin Ling shouted angrily, but he was shocked. What a powerful force! Was this the strength of the god of the netherworld? However, he had a feeling that the god of the netherworld couldn't come out at will. What was fighting against him was only a part of his power. However, this power was so strong that even though Lin Ling had become a mid-level deity, he still felt that it was difficult to resist. He had a feeling that if it were any other mid-level deity here, they would definitely not be able to resist this aura. However, although Lin Ling was an early-level mid-level deity, he was definitely not an ordinary mid-level deity. My god, return! Lin Ling roared. Previously, when he fought the immortal Lord, he actually didn't use the full strength of his Dantian. The remaining 3 Dantians were still in the Tao realm. Now that they were summoned by Lin Ling, the 3 stars in the Tao realm immediately turned into rainbows and shot over as if they were tearing through the void. Fellow cultivator, we've been waiting for you for a long time. They said in unison. Rumble, the void of the path of domination was torn apart, and 3 meteors shot over and smashed into Lin Ling's body. Rumble, 3 terrifying rumbling sounds resounded, and it was as if 3 more mid-level gods had descended. Most importantly, these were definitely no ordinary mid-level gods. For the first time, all 7 Dantians appeared in Lin Ling's body at the same time. An unprecedentedly powerful force erupted from the depths of Lin Ling's Dantian, making Lin Ling feel as if he held 7 universes in his hands. Powerful, even Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. Although he had long known that the strength of the 7 Dantians returning at the same time would be incomparably terrifying, he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Rumble. With a slight movement of his arm, the power of 7 million divinity erupted and forcefully tore the immortal lord apart. Save me, underworld god. Sensing that the aura behind him was rising crazily, the immortal lord panicked even more. It turned out that Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength in the previous battle with him. Now, this was Lin Ling's true strength. Was he still an early-stage mid-level deity? He was practically a mid-level deity. However, Lin Ling had only just broken through. How could he be so freakishly strong? Rumble. A portion of the immortal lord that had been sucked into the bronze door was forcefully pulled out. Junior, how dare you? The underworld god in the depths of the bronze door also didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to increase his strength. One had to know that back in the 9 States Void, Lin Ling had wanted to kill the underworld demon sealer. At that time, Lin Ling was just an ant. Who can kill my people? After the terrifying dark clouds churned within the bronze door, they actually turned into a huge ancient giant. This time, the immortal lord that had just been pulled out was pulled back again. Lei Gong Lin Ling, he's actually fighting against the underworld god. The gods in the distance were so scared that they couldn't speak coherently. Lin Ling was simply too strong. First stage. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also roared. Talent fusion, an even more terrifying divine power erupted, and it was 30% stronger than before. However, it was still not enough to fight against the underworld god. Second stage. Lin Ling roared again. Third stage. When the grey-robed Lin Ling appeared, a powerful force that didn't belong to the 9 States Void finally poured out. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled throughout the entire road of domination. Heavenly fire exploded as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The void also continued to shatter, and the terrifying vibrations even killed several gods. This was the battle of the ancient giant beasts, right? So strong. Lily Empress's face was ashen as if she had seen the end of the world. Her thoughts of fighting against Lin Ling had completely disappeared. Seal. After Lin Ling's strength soared, his terrifying soul power surged out like waves, sealing everything. Although the Stair of Wisdom couldn't seal the underworld god, it could seal the bronze door and block the powerful force coming from inside. Sky-splitting slash. Lin Ling went all out against the underworld god, wanting to take the immortal lord away from him. The underworld represented the dividing line between life and death. It had always been them who took people away. Unless the underworld god agreed, no one could take people out of the underworld, because this was one of the great laws of the universe. Even gods were no exception. In fact, the ancient gods in the Tao realm were able to reincarnate because of the help of the underworld, but now, Lin Ling wanted to break the rules and take people away from the underworld. With a light palm strike, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, killing everything. This strike didn't hit the bronze door, but the bronze door. Rumble. The bronze door couldn't bear the weight and was blasted apart by Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Don't fall into my hands. The moment the bronze door shattered, an angry and resentful voice came from inside. Finally, it disappeared without a trace. Obviously, Lin Ling had completely offended the underworld god. Unless he didn't die, if he entered the underworld, his fate could be imagined. The underworld was one of the most powerful laws in the entire universe. Entering the underworld, even a superior god would be subdued. The path of domination continued to rumble, and the void continued to shatter. Only Lin Ling stood there calmly. He held the immortal lord in his hand and looked coldly into the distance. You blocked the underworld god. The immortal lord's voice trembled. Was he determined to kill him? At this moment, Lin Ling finally looked down at him. Do you think you can escape? If I, Lin Ling, want to kill someone, not even the god of creation can stop me, let alone the underworld god. Before I entered the reincarnation life and death dream, I told myself that all of you will die. As soon as the word die fell, Lin Ling's powerful divine power suppressed out. boom, the immortal Lord's soul finally exploded and dissipated. He could no longer enter the reincarnation cycle and completely dissipated in the universe, dead. A powerful god had died, just like that. Wasn't it said that it was difficult for one to fall after becoming a god? The gods in the distance were all dumbfounded, but at this moment, Lin Ling looked at them. With just a glance, their bodies trembled as if they had seen a giant god from the primal chaos realm. Run! Lei Gong Lin Ling, spare my life! Loud shouts rang out one after another. Everyone panicked. Some ran away, some knelt down and begged for mercy, boom, but in the blink of an eye, the path of the Dominator exploded, and the power of divinity surged out. The gods who tried to flee were all reduced to dust. The difference between a low-level deity and a mid-level deity was, after all, too great, not to mention that Lin Ling was an extraordinary mid-level deity. It was as if he had set up a line of life and death, and any gods who tried to rush out of it were instantly killed. Moreover, no one dared to resist. After witnessing Lin Ling kill the immortal overlord with their own eyes, all the gods knew that Lin Ling was invincible. In fact, the gods of Spirit Nation were even more afraid of Lin Ling than they were of the great gods of Spirit Nation. Unfortunately, it was useless because fear couldn't stop them from dying. In less than half an hour, all the gods had fallen, only 3 were left. They were Luli Empress, the demon sealer of the underworld, and Lord Ning. At this moment, their pupils were trembling. Previously, they had not fled because they had discovered that a powerful force had enveloped their entire bodies, seizing everything from them. Even if they wanted to use the heavenly Dao realm, Lin Ling was too strong. They couldn't enter the Dao realm in a short time. Lin Ling would completely wipe them out before they entered the Dao realm. In the end, the void of the 9 states was different from the Dao realm. There was no Dao realm power to protect them. Demon sealer of the underworld, you said that I took advantage of you because you haven't recovered your strength. Now, I'll help you recover your strength and let you fight me. Lin Ling walked forward step by step and looked at the demon sealer of the underworld. No need. The demon sealer of the underworld smiled bitterly. Even if he recovered his strength, he couldn't compare to the immortal overlord. So, what was the use? On the contrary, he regretted it very much. He didn't have to die. Not long ago, he met Lin Ling and was scared away by Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling didn't come back, wouldn't he be fine? Unfortunately, he thought that Lin Ling wasn't strong at all, and this kind of luck killed him in the end. Die. Lin Ling nodded and said coldly, since the demon sealer of the underworld was dead, there was no need to talk nonsense. Lei Gong Lin Ling. The demon sealer of the underworld looked at Lin Ling unwillingly. In the end, he was crushed into powder by the divine power. Luli Empress. Lin Ling looked at the second person. Luli Empress bit her lips, unable to say a word. She thought that since she came back from the dead, she could definitely make a comeback and take revenge on Lin Ling. However, everything was the same as before. As long as Lin Ling surpassed her, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't surpass him again. On the contrary, the gap between her and Lin Ling was even bigger. Li Xiaoyao. Luli Empress said coldly. She wanted to say something else. Die. Unfortunately, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to speak any more nonsense. His powerful divine power crushed the colored glaze Great Empress into fine powder because in his heart, this wasn't the colored glaze Great Empress, but merely a puppet. Endless powder scattered, and a cloud of dust formed by light drifted with the wind. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice this cloud of dust. However, Lin Ling's current strength was monstrous. How could it escape his eyes? This must be the source of the resurrection of the great god of Spirit Nation. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and made a guess. He stretched out his left hand, and little Kunlun swam out from his arm and swallowed the cloud of dust. Don't let it die. Seal it in the vines. Lin Ling said to little Kunlun, completely eliminating the possibility of Luli Empress's resurrection. He knew that little Kunlun had the ability to plant blood-sucking plants. So, as long as he planted the blood-sucking plants in the cloud of dust, Luli Empress wouldn't be able to recover her strength. Furthermore, she wouldn't die, so she wouldn't be able to be resurrected. Lin Ling, you're really powerful. You even discovered the secret of Spirit Nation. The remaining person was Lord Ning. He sighed and said, this is called the spiritual light Kuntali. After the experts of Spirit Nation die, they will be summoned back to Spirit Nation. As long as the great god of Spirit Nation agrees, he can revive the dead with the help of the spiritual light Kun Taili. Lin Ling, you're no longer the same as before. Even I have to look up to you. Kill me. Lord Ming's face was ashen. He knew that he couldn't fight against Lin Ling. I want to kill you too. However, your grandpa Treasure God's old enemy. I'll leave you to him. Lin Ling looked deeply at Lord Ming. He turned and left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Lord Ming's sight. Lord Ming stood in a daze. His expression was complicated. Thinking back to when he first met Lin Ling, he couldn't speak for a long time. Lord Ming had never expected that Lin Ling alone would be able to stop so many experts from capturing the world will host body. Most importantly, he had a feeling that Lin Ling would become even more terrifying in the future. He would definitely rise up in the ancient world. 7 million power of divinity. At this moment, Lin Ling was advancing on the road of Dominator. Sensing his strength, he was still quite shocked. When others broke through to become mid-level gods, they only gained 1 million power of divinity, but he had gained 7 million. This was the biggest difference between mid-level gods and low-level gods. Among low-level gods, there weren't many who had 500,000 power of divinity. No wonder they couldn't win against mid-level gods. Apart from divinity, the other areas didn't improve much. Lin Ling discovered that his physical strength and soul power had both improved slightly, but the power of divinity had improved the most. Moreover, the power of divinity in his 7 dantians was 100 times denser than that of low-level gods. The power of the gods is the most basic combat method of the gods. Therefore, the strength of a god is determined by the power of the gods. However, if one has the steps of the gods, soul power, or physical strength, they can also increase one's combat strength. As for talent, it increases the quality of the power of the gods. Lin Ling's pace didn't seem fast, but in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the depths of the Road of Dominator. The dangers of the Road of Dominator couldn't stop Lin Ling at all. Bang, 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 Lin Ling didn't need to attack at all. His body was protected by divinity, and everything he encountered along the way was turned to dust. God Emperor Zhonggang. Soon, Lin Ling discovered that God Emperor Zhonggang and the others were hiding on an island. This made Lin Ling move, and when he appeared again, he was on the island. Kill. When Lin Ling appeared, sharp chains immediately bound him. Then, a huge stone tablet came crashing down. Lin Ling smiled faintly and didn't resist. Boom, boom, boom. However, when this powerful attack landed on him, not only was he fine, but the 2 who attacked him were also sent flying. So strong. How is it possible that he's fine after taking one of our attacks? 2 figures smashed onto the ground and cried out in alarm. They were Zhan Steel God Lord. Previously, they had sensed that someone had entered the island, so they immediately took action. Because they weren't familiar with this aura, they concluded that it wasn't one of them. What they didn't know was that Lin Ling's strength had broken through, and his aura was no longer the same as before. Lin Ling. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from afar. Yes, sir. Many people flew over from the depths of the island. They were people from Lei Gong's Great Hall. Lin Ling? Giant Ghost and Giant Ghost on the ground also reacted. They stared at Lin Ling dumbfoundedly. How could it be Lin Ling's? They felt that the aura on Lin Ling's body was like a completely different person. Moreover, although Lin Ling was stronger than them, it was impossible for him to face the 2 of them together without even blocking. Could it be that Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased in the Dao realm? They were surprised that they didn't realize that the current Lin Ling had spirit origin. It was different from when he relied on his physical strength to fight. Where are the experts of Spirit Nation? Longmiang and Shaoluan ran over, their faces filled with worry. They're all dead. Lin Ling smiled. Ah? Everyone's jaws dropped. They thought that Lin Ling would say that he had shaken off the pursuers. They never thought that Lin Ling would say that they were all dead. How could they be dead? They have Spirit Nation, Underworld, and Green Lotus Deity Sovereign. And it's a god. Gods can't die at all. Sir Lin Ling, what happened? How did they die? Everyone looked at Lin Ling nervously. If the pursuers were all dead, then they would be safe. Killed. Lin Ling said. Ah. Everyone's jaws dropped even wider. I killed them. Ignoring everyone's surprise, Lin Ling said again. Ah. Everyone's mouth opened so wide it could fit 3 duck eggs in it. Lin Ling, you killed them? Long Yang frowned in disbelief. Even the immortal overlord? That's right. Lin Ling nodded and didn't hide anything. He said indifferently, because I've reached middle god. What? Everyone exploded and stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. You broke through? The giant ghost's tongue was sticking out. But weren't you holding back the gods earlier? How did you break through? Did you break through while running away? God Emperor Zhonggang was also in disbelief. He had never heard of anyone breaking through like this. Moreover, it was a middle god. Alright, we're all safe now. Lin Ling waved his hand and said. This kind of breakthrough couldn't be explained in a short time. Xiaoluan, it should be very difficult for you to enter the Dao realm now, right? Lin Ling looked at Xiaoluan and Longyang and said. He guessed that there must be many experts guarding the place where Xiaoluan left the Dao realm, waiting for them to return. Yes, a lot of experts suddenly appeared in the Dao realm. They seemed to be from some emperor and wanted to capture us. Xiaoluan nodded. Since that's the case, don't go back for now. Wait for me to return to the Dao realm and deal with the enemies. Then you can come back and tell me where you are. Lin Ling said, oh right, how are the Kurishin and the others? When we left, the Kurishin were fighting with the ancient gods of the Dao realm. I don't know how they are now. Xiaoluan said. When the time comes, I'll find them and try to gather them. Lin Ling nodded, then looked at the giant ghost and the others. You guys should go back as soon as possible, then increase your strength and walk out of the miasma. It's much faster to increase your strength in the Dao realm than in the 9 continents. Every day you spend in the 9 continents is a day wasted. Alright. The giant ghost and the others nodded, but inwardly, they were shaken. Lin Ling had actually become a common god. Among all the gods in the 9 continents who had entered the Dao realm, Lin Ling was probably the first person to do so. Come on, let's get out of here. After looking around, Lin Ling didn't plan to stay. He led the group away from the island. Lin Ling. As soon as they left the island, an ancient voice echoed out from the depths of the Road of Sovereigns. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he looked into the depths of the Road of Sovereigns. It was pitch black, as if there was no end to it. Who are you? Lin Ling asked coolly. Who I am isn't important. All you need to know is that I'm a good friend of Taoist Pure Sun, and that the Road of Sovereigns is the only path that leads to the primal chaos realm. However, given your current strength, you won't be able to reach the end. I'm here on the orders of some important person to tell you 2 things. You've offended the underworld god. Things are a bit troublesome. The underworld god isn't the only powerful entity in the underworld realm. There are also several ancient gods. Secondly, your little Kunlun has reached its limit in the 9 continents. If you want to transform, you can go to my lord. He has a way to return it to the Your Wilds era. Little Kunlun. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he looked down at the vines wrapped around his arm. Kunlun divine wood. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. All this time, he could not see through little Kunlun's origins. Although little Kunlun did not seem strong, its sealing methods were incomparably powerful. Now, Lin Ling finally knew that little Kunlun's origins were not small. Little Kunlun, do you want to go? Shaking his head, Lin Ling suddenly smiled. Don't worry, they actually know me and can mention Patriarch Bodhi. I think they won't harm you. Lin Ling had met Patriarch Bodhi in the past in the Myriad Realms. Lin Ling's Bodhi Dao verification divine art was passed down by the latter. If such an ancient god wanted to harm Lin Ling, there was no need to play any tricks. Little Kunlun stretched out its vine bud and looked at Lin Ling as if in deep thought. Finally, the bud cutely nodded, then, as if reluctant, the vine moved up his arm and stuck to Lin Ling's cheek. Lin Ling also stroked little Kunlun. Ever since he went to Qin province and obtained little Kunlun had accompanied him in battle many times. Every time he was exhausted, little Kunlun would do its best to save him. After so many years, they had already cultivated a deep relationship. Go, you can become stronger there. Lin Ling smiled, but his eyes were a little moist. Kunlun. Little Kunlun said. Lin Ling and little Kunlun had long been connected, so he knew that little Kunlun was saying, "Wait for me. Okay, next time we meet, you will definitely become stronger." Lin Ling nodded heavily. He pointed his arm forward and the black vine shot out. "Lin Ling, take care of yourself. Be careful of the gods of the underworld. Try to raise your strength in the Tao realm. That is the world of the 5 emperors, and above them are the ancient gods. When you can climb the Tao pagoda, you will be able to see through the gods of the present, the gods of the ancient, and the prehistoric ages." When little Kunlun disappeared into the darkness, the ethereal voice slowly floated over. "Moreover, you must be very curious about your origins. The 8 gods' heavenly palace has everything you want to know." Finally, the faintly discernible voice vanished. 8 gods' heavenly palace. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Now that he had the key to enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace, he planned to explore the place after dealing with the Tao realm. "Lin Ling, we should focus on increasing our strength in the Tao realm." The giant ghost also wanted to go to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, but he also knew that his current strength was far too weak. "Alright, after you guys break through, we'll go together." Lin Ling led the group away from the Road of Sovereigns. But as they left, he took one last look at the road. So, it was possible to reach the primal chaos realm from here. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others appeared in the void of the 9 prefectures. "Xiaoluan, Longyang, go to Lei Gong's Great Hall first. You can be protected there," Lin Ling said to Xiaoluan and the others. Longyang looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Lin Ling was her greatest enemy, but now, this enemy was protecting her? "The enmity between us can be settled in the future. I'm protecting you because I don't want those behind the scenes to benefit from it." Lin Ling seemed to know what Longyang was thinking and said indifferently. "Alright." Longyang nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, Longyang, am not that weak. When I become an intermediate god, I will definitely repay your kindness." Seeing Longyang speak so confidently, Lin Ling also believed in Longyang's potential. Perhaps, Longyang would be the next intermediate god to enter the Tao realm. "God Emperor Zhonggang, giant ghost, bring them back. When you reach Lei Gong's Great Hall, immediately enter the Tao realm and try to walk out of the miasma as soon as possible. As for how to obtain the Tao realm fragment, Yu and the others will tell you," Lin Ling said to the giant ghost and the others. Then, he left, looking at Lin Ling's back. Giant ghost and the others had complicated expressions. In the past, Saint Guy was the strongest expert in Lei Gong's Great Hall. Later, Lin Ling brought back Whitewater Pure Maiden, who was also very strong. Now, Lin Ling was the 3rd strongest expert. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed Whitewater Pure Maiden. "We have to work harder too." God Emperor Zhonggang's eyes burned with the flames of war as he led the group towards Lei Gong's Great Hall. Although this world is fair, and even if one doesn't have a powerful legacy, as long as one works hard, one can still turn this situation around and reach the peak of the era. I have to admit that sometimes, a powerful legacy is also very important. While moving forward, Longyang suddenly said with a sigh. That's right. Lord Lin Ling was able to slowly walk from a small god to the peak of an era. I'm afraid the inheritance hidden behind him isn't simple. Someone nodded. Previously, they had heard the ethereal voice's words. The 8 gods' heavenly palace would have an answer to Lord Lin Ling's origin. Thus, they guessed that Lord Ling's origin wasn't small. In fact, when Lin Ling was in the rainforest sacred land, his talent was weaker than Sakra's. However, as he grew, his potential was stimulated and he surpassed Sakra's. Then, in the 9 prefectures, in the 4 great gods, all of this showed that Lin Ling had endless potential. Although an inheritance is important, one's own efforts are more important. Lord Lin Ling has traveled extensively over the years. He has broken through countless sacred lands and stepped into countless secret realms. He has survived many times in the hands of the Death God. Every time a calamity comes, it is Lord Lin Ling who stands in front of us. How can we not know? God Emperor Zhonggang said. Everyone was stunned. Suddenly, they nodded in understanding. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's origin was definitely not simple. However, he had sacrificed more than ordinary people. The reason why he could possess such strength today was because he had risked his life to obtain it. In this universe, the most frightening thing is this kind of person who has a great origin but is willing to risk his life. The giant ghost also nodded. Lin Ling, what kind of person are you? Long Yang's eyes also looked at the void. She was even more curious about this man. At this moment, Lin Ling was floating in the myriad of worlds. His soul force surged out like an avalanche and landed in the myriad of worlds. Disciples, I have already paved the path for you. This is also the last thing I will do for you. In the future, you will definitely not be simple. This is also our karma. Lin Ling looked at the souls in his palm. These were the souls that he had forcefully seized from the underworld. They were also his disciples in the life and death dream of reincarnation. Lin Ling knew that the life and death dream of reincarnation was an illusion. However, in his heart, knowing a lifetime was love, therefore, Lin Ling wanted to help them, therefore, the underworld could not stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling broke the rules of the underworld and took them away domineeringly. Swish, swish. Swish, swish. The souls in Lin Ling's hand began to scatter and scatter in the myriad of worlds. Moreover, Lin Ling had left a large number of magical powers and cultivation methods in their souls, and they were distributed according to each person's soul. In time, they would definitely become gods in the future. My dear disciples, it's all up to you now. After doing this, Lin Ling smiled and took out the Tao regression heavenly position. He returned to the Tao state. When he reappeared, he was still in Ancestor Hong Yun's mansion. However, there were fewer people here now. As the 7 stars array had disappeared, the array no longer existed. Hence, the curious gods had left, only Xianxia was still waiting there. How strange, how strange. During this period of time, Ancestor Red Cloud had been searching for Lin Ling but to no avail. Furthermore, the disappearance of the 7 stars exquisite array was too strange. He could not find out anything. Perhaps, there was a sudden change in the array which caused Lei Gong Lin Ling's life to be in danger. Hence, he was taken away by the Tao state. Zhong Xiaoxian suddenly said. That's possible. Ancestor Hong Yun nodded. At this moment, a 5-colored radiance appeared and formed on the flat ground in front of him. Then, a figure appeared. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, my friend. Ancestor Hong Yun was delighted to see Lin Ling suddenly appear. Zhong Xiaoxian also smiled excitedly. You guys are still here. Lin Ling walked over slowly. Although his movements seemed casual, there was a majestic aura around him as if he was an ancient god. You've broken through. Ancestor Hong Yun was powerful after all. He immediately noticed the change in Lin Ling. I'm lucky. Lin Ling nodded and looked at Ancestor Hong Yun. Then, he said, Senior, I have something to tell you. Ancestor Hong Yun's eyes flashed and he looked at Zhong Xiaoxian. Zhong Xiaoxian understood his intention and left. Lin Ling, my friend, what's the matter? After Zhong Xiaoxian left, Ancestor Hong Yun hurriedly looked at Lin Ling and asked with a smile. Lin Ling did not beat around the bush. He took out Ancestor Hong Yun's letter and handed it over. This letter might surprise you, so you'd better be mentally prepared. Hee, little friend Lin Ling, you underestimate me, Ancestor Hong Yun. I, Ancestor Hong Yun, have survived the great tribulation of the world. What have I not seen? Don't worry, no matter how big the matter is, it will only surprise me at most. It won't make me lose my composure. Ancestor Red Cloud smiled and received Lin Ling's letter. Lin Ling blinked. He remembered that Ancestor Hong Yun had lost his composure when he was in prison. However, Ancestor Hong Yun was not Ancestor Hong Yun. It was not impossible for Ancestor Hong Yun to not be surprised when they had different thoughts. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, wow, the previously confident Ancestor Red Cloud started to cry. Tears and snot flowed out of his eyes. Ancestor, it's a letter from Ancestor. With a plop, he knelt down and held the envelope with both hands. One moment he cried, the next he laughed. He was so emotional that he couldn't take care of himself. Is this really an ancient god? From afar, Mother Lin was stunned when she saw the floor full of tears and snot. In fact, even Lin Ling was shocked. Didn't he say that he had seen a lot? Didn't he say that he wouldn't lose his composure? He shook his head helplessly and left the manor without paying any attention to Ancestor Hong Yun. Now that he had achieved his goal of meeting Ancestor Hong Yun, he wanted to see how Grandpa Treasure God and the rest were doing. In the sky, a rainbow flashed and flew across the endless ancient barren mountains. There is a huge difference between the Tao state and the void of the 9 continents. Lin Ling looked down and sighed inwardly. The mountains in the Tao state were filled with dense spiritual energy and were extremely tough. Even a god would find it difficult to break through them. After a few more years, they might even become divine transformation realm. After a long time, the ancient river started to appear in the distance. The river was overflowing and there were huge cosmic beasts rolling around, rumble. However, at this moment, a deafening roar came from the bottom of the ancient barren mountains, smoke billowed and treasure light shot up into the sky. Kill all those who are with Lei Gong Lin Ling. A loud roar could be heard as a large number of gods flew in the sky. Then, they attacked the cave abode on the ground. These ancient gods were expressionless and they were all early-stage middle gods. They were like the masters of the universe. What is the meaning of this? Such chaos naturally attracted the displeasure of many ancient gods. Duo Wentian walked out with a few people and his expression was ugly. Duo Wentian, this has nothing to do with you. Get out of my way or I'll teach you a lesson too. A cold voice sounded, and a young pygmy god stood there quietly. He was the white tiger supervising Divine Emperor. He ordered the middle gods to attack the caves. These caves were where Nanwufingyu Treasure God and the rest were breaking through. You're too audacious. You're not putting Emperor Yao in your eyes. Duo Wentian was even more furious. However, there were more ancient gods on the white tiger supervising Divine Emperor's side and they did not dare to act rashly. Haha. The white tiger supervising Divine Emperor laughed and looked at Duo Wentian mockingly. Emperor Yao cares about these things? Or are Lei Gong Lin Ling and the rest gods from Emperor Yao's tomb? Duo Wentian and the rest were speechless. Lei Gong Lin Ling and the rest did not agree to join Emperor Yao's side and Emperor Yao did not say he would accept Lin Ling and the rest. Under normal circumstances, Emperor Yao would not care about managing his finances. But they are still Emperor Yao's guests. Duo Wentian said. What a joke, you know? Lei Gong Lin Ling almost crippled me last time. As a guest, he is blindly arrogant. Today, I am here on behalf of Emperor Yao to kill them. Get out of my way and capture all of Lei Gong Lin Ling's men and kill them. The white tiger supervising Divine Emperor snorted and was filled with murderous intent. Duo Wentian and the rest did not dare to speak. This matter was related to Emperor Yao and they did not dare to help. Moreover, the white tiger supervising Divine Emperor's master was the white tiger giant god. He was not someone they could afford to offend. The white tiger giant god had a good relationship with Emperor Yao and was a late-stage mid-god from the ancient times. It was said that he was the mount of a Buddha god and was extremely powerful. Although they were both mid-gods, they were only early-stage mid-gods. The difference of 2 realms was like heaven and earth. Where is Lei Gong Lin Ling? The white tiger supervising Divine Emperor roared again. Lei Gong Lin Ling was just a low god. A small god dared to touch him in his territory? He must be tired of living. Find Lei Gong Lin Ling for me. I will kill him until he dares not enter the Dao realm. The white tiger supervising Divine Emperor ordered again. He was insufferably arrogant and domineering. There were countless gods in the surrounding mountains. They were dissatisfied with the white tiger supervising Divine Emperor's arrogance, but they did not dare to speak up. Destroy this Xianxia's cave. However, the violent rumbling also affected the cultivation of the people in the cave. Most importantly, treasure god Nanwufingyu and the others were in the middle of a breakthrough. Interrupting them at a critical moment could cause them fatal damage. Lei Gong Lin Ling is here. But at this moment, a strong wind blew in the sky. Lin Ling had finally returned. He had just returned to the mountain when he saw this scene. This made his eyes burn with rage. It was the white tiger divine lord. Last time, Lin Ling had spared him once for Emperor Yao's sake. This guy was unrepentant and even dared to bring people to settle the score with him. Lin Ling also sensed that Grandpa Treasure God and the others were still in the middle of a breakthrough and could not be disturbed. The most important thing now was to help Grandpa Treasure God and the others. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Many gods in the endless mountain stared at Lin Ling, who was swooping down, in great astonishment. he's back so soon. Zhong Xiaoxian was also in the crowd. However, because they were in Emperor Yao's tomb, she could not help. Lei Gong Linling, leave quickly. Duo Wentian suddenly roared. Because of Emperor Yao, they could not help. If they let Linling face them, Linling would definitely die. After all, Linling was only a lower god. However, Linling did not leave. Instead, he ran toward one of the caves. One punch, it came crashing down like breaking rotten wood. On the ground, a man with a snake's body held a golden spear. He was attacking the cave, causing rocks to fall, but soon, he noticed Linling in the sky. Attacking me? The man laughed disdainfully. His name was Shifeng. He was a powerful snake god from the Age of Gods. After reincarnating, he quickly regained the strength of a middle god. A mere nameless god dared to attack him? Lei Gong Linling, right? The price for provoking an ancient god is great. He swept his spear, and runes bloomed. A total of 2 million units of divine power erupted. Wang, this spear swept towards the sky. Time froze, and the void remained motionless. This was the might of his divine embryo, rumble. However, the divine force mixed within the fist in the sky was even more terrifying, blasting apart those restrictions. It was as if it was unmatched, viciously crushing down. Crack, as the fist approached, the golden spear in Shifeng's hand shattered. His body retreated continuously, and his expression changed drastically. A god. He let out a cry of surprise. However, in the sky, after Linling's first punch, another punch came crashing down. What ancient great god? What reincarnation of a god? I think you're just a fart. What qualifications do you have to be mentioned in the same breath as a true ancient great god? Linling roared. Ignorant child, you will regret this. Snake Feng clenched his teeth and unleashed his powerful divine energy. Haha, I regret it. Do you think you can look down on everything just because you're Emperor Yao's man? Let me tell you, if you dare to touch my people, even if Emperor Yao is here, I won't be afraid. Also, Emperor Yao is a character. What about you? You're just a dog. You have the strength of a god, yet you listen to a lesser god. You're not worthy of the name of a god. Lin Ling's fist turned pitch black, and a ferocious aura surged out majestically. Boom, the fist came down, and the mountains shook. That ancient great god called Shifeng was killed with a single punch. Ah! Countless people opened their mouths wide. The scene in front of them was too shocking. This was because when Lei Gong Linling first arrived, he was only a lesser god. In a short period of time, he actually succeeded in breaking through, and after breaking through, his strength was actually so strong. A god? The White Tiger Divine Emperor's pupils constricted, and he became even more furious. He was still a lesser god, but Lin Ling had become a god. Why? Kill him. The White Tiger Divine Emperor roared, and he was even more determined to kill Lin Ling. However, without waiting for his instructions, Lin Ling had already rushed to the next cave abode. Blood soared into the sky, and a terrifying killing intent erupted. The tyrannical song sword was unsheathed. It was as if the god of slaughter had descended. It's the grim demon, the crazy god of slaughter from the Age of Gods. Someone recognized the sword and exclaimed repeatedly, back in the Age of Gods, that madman called the grim demon had killed hundreds of millions of gods. The more he killed, the more powerful he became, causing everyone to know about him. Now, this god-killing sword that made people pale at the mention of it had appeared again. If there was an ancient great god that they didn't want to see resurrected, then that grim demon was one of them. He really dares to kill. Another person had a look of apprehension. Killing Emperor Yao's people in his territory was tantamount to challenging Emperor Yao. It's just a mere 2 million power of divinity. How dare you touch me when you're so weak? Dream on. At this moment, in front of the young Qilan's cave abode, an old man riding a dragon turtle was constantly digging. When he sensed Lin Ling's killing intent, he immediately snorted. Supreme inextinguishable light. He muttered to himself, and his voice seemed to blow the taboo of gods. In the sky where Lin Ling was pouncing, a large number of owls suddenly appeared. Each owl was formed by light, but they were extremely sharp. The densely packed owls were like stars. Suddenly, a divine music sounded and drowned Lin Ling. Go away. Lin Ling slashed out, but it was as if he had slashed the moon in the water. Although the alls were separated, they immediately merged again. It was like a ray of light. No matter how powerful the attack was, it could never cut through the light. Hee, in front of my talent, boy, what can you do? The old man riding the dragon turtle laughed disdainfully and continued to dig the cave abode. He wanted to interrupt the breakthrough of the person in the cave abode. At this moment, inside the cave abode, a Qilin was lying there. It was surrounded by a divine barrier. It was constantly spitting out green wind and then inhaling it into its body. Its strength was slowly increasing, however, the formation continued to shake, making it difficult for it to focus and break through the final barrier. Lord Linling. His brows moved slightly as if he was very clear about what was happening outside. What's so great about that? At this moment, a loud roar came from the sky outside the cave abode. Linling stopped attacking the alls and pounced towards the old man. He's dead for sure. Many people cried out in alarm. The power of divinity in those alls had reached 3 million. It was like a trap, waiting for Linling to jump in. Any intermediate god would not dare to be too arrogant in front of the alls. However, Linling rushed in. Was he not courting death? Swoosh, blood gushed out. The alls were unstoppable and cut Linling into pieces. Hee. The old man riding the dragon turtle laughed disdainfully. Of course, this laugh did not last long, because Linling, who had been cut into pieces, actually rushed out of the alls and began to recover. A blood sword slashed down just like that. What's going on? The old man's pupils trembled fiercely, too strong of a recovery. He was simply invincible. If I can't make a big wave, you can't even make a splash. The rolling blood sword slashed down. Not only did it have the power of divinity, it also had the power to kill. Clang, however, a crisp, deafening sound was heard. It was as if two metals had collided, but the dragon turtle's hard shell had been cut in half. Linling now had the power of 7 million divinity. Who else could it be but him? The dragon turtle's 4 limbs were in great pain. Finally, it was cut in half and fell to the ground. Its blood dyed the mountain red. The old man on the dragon turtle's head had been cut from his forehead to between his legs. A bloody cut appeared, and then it was slowly cut in half. Another intermediate celestial had fallen. No one expected that after Linling appeared, he would actually kill 2 mid-level deities in quick succession. Most importantly, these 2 intermediate celestials no longer had the protection of the Dao realm. They were completely dead. The Dao realm could only give the gods 3 chances to save their lives. Obviously, they had already used up all 3 chances. Otherwise, they would not be hiding in Emperor Yao's territory instead of going out to fight. The truly powerful ancient gods were not staying in their nests. They were going out to explore ancient secrets. Thank you, my lord. Almost at the same time, the Qilin in the cave opened its eyes. An ancient aura quietly spread out. When the eyes closed again, the Qilin's body exploded. This was the most critical moment of a breakthrough. Linling, how dare you kill Emperor Yao's people? At this moment, the White Tiger Divine Emperor roared when he saw Linling kill 2 gods in a row. Of course, fear rose in his heart. This Lei Gong Linling was too scary. He had just become a lower celestial, but his divinity was so strong. White Tiger Divine Emperor, Emperor Yao is someone who cares about his reputation. Although Lei Gong Linling is not one of Emperor Yao's people, he is still fighting us one-on-one. If you let the gods attack and Emperor Yao finds out, he will punish you. At this moment, Duo Wentian said calmly. He obviously wanted the White Tiger Divine Emperor to be wary and not use the human wave tactic to kill Linling. Since this was related to Emperor Yao, the White Tiger Divine Emperor did not dare to be too rash. Senior Lan Xian, kill him. White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord suddenly looked at one of them. This person was standing in front of Whitewater Pure Maiden's cave abode with 7 swords floating around him. He was calmly attacking the cave abode. His sword was very ethereal, like an ordinary sword. But when it landed on the cave, a large number of hard rocks were cut open like tofu. Looking at the various mountains, the deities stared at the man with solemn eyes. Lan Xian, he was a top-notch expert from the age of Pantheon. Back in the day, his strength was comparable to that of a higher god. During the great calamity of the world will, he had once single-handedly killed 80 million gods. From then on, his name had shaken the age of Pantheon, and even the ancient era, Because of this, the will of the world had targeted him, mobilizing more than 30 superior deities before finally killing him. Now that he had reincarnated and returned, even though he had not regained his former strength, he was still infamous. At this moment, when the man heard the White Tiger Divine Lord's words, his expression didn't change. He seemed to be thinking about something. "Alright, tell the giant white tiger god that I've returned the favor he did for me when I first came to the Tao realm." In the end, he finally made a decision. It could be seen that there were only two reasons why these deities helped the White Tiger Divine Lord. First, they were wary of the giant white tiger. Second, they owed the giant white tiger god a favor. After all, they had turned around and cultivated again. Their strength was not the same as before. If the giant white tiger god stepped in when they were in danger, this favor would naturally be unavoidable. "Alright, you just need to do your best. I'll take responsibility for any consequences." The White Tiger Divine Lord also knew of Lan Xian's fearsome reputation. He helped him because of the favor. If he angered Lan Xian would still dare to kill him. Lei Gong Lin Ling, right? You're very strong. At least 70% of early-stage mid-gods are no match for you. Lan Xian stood in front of Lin Ling and said calmly. Seeing that he did not disturb White Tiger Divine Lord's breakthrough, Lin Ling was not in a hurry for the time being. He said calmly, "Thank you, but your realm is the same as mine. I reckon 70% of early-stage mid-gods are no match for you." Ha ha ha. Lan Xian laughed heartily. "You're right. We're both early-stage mid-gods. Although our realms seem to be the same, due to the era of cultivation, talent, and various means, we're also divided into 3 levels of strength. You and I are hovering around the upper middle level, about to enter the 3rd level. In this vast universe, there are countless deities. How can we possibly see through all of them? To be able to defeat 70% of the deities is already very good. As for you, I reckon your strength is about the same as mine. However, I'll give you a chance since it's not easy for you to cultivate. If you leave now, I'll guarantee your safety." Hearing Lan Xian's words, Lin Ling had a good impression of this person. Although this person was ferocious, he was also a person with character. "I'm sorry. If I leave, my friends will fail in their breakthroughs. So, I appreciate your kindness." Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. "I knew you would say that. The reason why I'm giving you a chance is because you also have a ferocious aura, which makes me feel very close to you. This shows that you're magnanimous and not hypocritical. You're ferocious." Lan Xian waved his right hand, and the 7 swords circled around. Suddenly, the void became noisy. This was a ferocious aura, an incomparably terrifying ferocious aura. My talent is that of a 5th-class god fetus, which is one of the most ferocious creatures in the universe. However, I reckon that my talent won't be of much use to you, because you're one of the 4 ferocious beasts, chaos, so you're immune to the effects of my ferocious aura. Therefore, I only used the 7 ferocious swords. If you can block my attack and survive, I'll admit defeat. As for defeating me, that's impossible. Back then, I fought the sword demon, the owner of your sword, and returned with a draw. Now, as the owner of this sword, you can't defeat me no matter how strong you are. Moreover, you're not the slaughter demon." Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. The 7 swords soared into the sky, erupting with a terrifying ferocious aura. Even the ancient beasts in the distant river sank to the bottom, not daring to act rashly. This showed how terrifying the ferocious aura was. Most importantly, this person had fought the slaughter demon and returned with a draw. Thank you for the reminder. Although I'm not the slaughter demon, you're not the deity from back then either. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly. His words made Lan Xian's expression freeze. Indeed, he was only a mid-god now, not the high god from back then. Get ready. Ferocious aura overflows the sky, insufferably arrogant. Lan Xian pointed with a finger. The flames of the ferocious aura turned into a torrential river, drowning the vast wilderness. Within the ominous clouds, a pair of eyes quietly appeared. The ferocious aura spewed out, and the deities who looked at it were all frightened. Some of the lower gods were constantly corroded by the ferocious aura, their bodies riddled with holes. They hurriedly left the mountain and fled into the distance. The ferocious aura was too terrifying. It wasn't something they could resist. Lin Ling is the successor of the Grim Demon. No wonder he's so strong. But he's in trouble now that he's met Lan Xian. Xianxia also spoke. She had always been curious about what kind of god Lin Ling was, and now she understood a lot. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Lin Ling had too many inheritances, and the Grim Demon was just one of them. Whoosh, the sword shot over, piercing through the void. So strong, at least 500 strands of the power of God. With just one sword, Lin Ling was shocked. Tyrannical song sword. He bellowed, and the steps of slaughter appeared, clashing with the sword, swoosh, but soon, a terrifying force enveloped Lin Ling, making him feel like he was invincible, and this force shocked Lin Ling, because it wasn't the power of God. Lin Ling had more power of God, so he wasn't afraid of clashing with the power of God, but Lan Xian was powerful not only with the power of God, but also with the steps of slaughter. And it was even higher than Lin Ling's steps of slaughter. It had probably reached the immemorial level, the same as Lin Ling's steps of wisdom. This meant that the steps of wisdom might not be able to seal this sword. One sword to kill one person. At this moment, Lan Xian's voice sounded in Lin Ling's ears. Whoosh, the sword pierced through Lin Ling's chest, and a terrifying aura wreaked havoc in his body. Clang, the tyrannical song sword in his hand also fell from the sky, and Lin Ling also fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Lan Xian, a god whose name had shaken the age of gods, now had the strength to defeat 70% of early-stage mid-gods. Naturally, she couldn't be underestimated. Defeated. Many gods secretly shook their heads. But they didn't feel embarrassed for Lei Gong Lin Ling. After all, Lei Gong Lin Ling had just broken through not long ago, so his defeat was understandable. What a pity. However, Lan Xian also shook her head. My 7 ferocious swords can kill one person with each sword. Back then, I used the 7 ferocious swords to kill the world will. How can you block it? You should listen to my advice and leave. You won't have to die. He isn't dead yet. However, right after Lan Xian finished speaking, someone spoke coldly. It was Zhong Xiaoxian. Impossible. Lan Xian frowned. His sword had always killed a person with one strike. How could Lin Ling not be dead? If he dies, the Dao realm will take him away. At this moment, Zhong Xiaoxian spoke once more. Her words were like a bolt from the blue, and it caused Lan Xian's pupils to tremble fiercely. Zhong Xiaoxian was right. He abruptly looked at Lin Ling, who was floating down to the ground. However, at this moment, an arm suddenly appeared and grabbed the tyrannical song sword, which was continuously falling, and rose into the air. Fellow Daoist, allow me. The person holding the sword looked like Lin Ling, but he didn't look like Lin Ling. His aura was clearly different. An avatar of the true body? Lan Xian's eyes narrowed and she pointed out again. Whoosh, a sword shot over with a ferocious aura. Poof, that person's chest was instantly pierced through and he died completely. The 7 ferocious sword was famous for killing a person with one strike. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. It was as if no god could withstand a single strike from it. Fellow Daoist, allow me. However, right after that person died, another person holding the tyrannical song sword rushed into the sky, dead. The 7 ferocious swords slashed again. Soon, another person appeared, another slash. Next, Lin Ling rushed out one after another, holding the tyrannical song sword and fighting against Lan Xian like a relay, killing a person with one strike. Lan Xian's sword could indeed do that, but Lin Ling had many avatars of the true body. Let's see how many people Lan Xian's sword could kill. Where's Lin Ling's true body? Lan Xian also immediately investigated, but discovered that Lin Ling's original body had already disappeared. Kill. This left him with no choice but to continue killing. In the sky, gods kept falling. They were all Lin Ling's avatars. Of course, if these avatars were weak, it would not be a big deal. However, these avatars all had the strength of a mid-level god. Time passed quietly just like that. Something's not right. Lei Gong Lin Ling is breaking Lan Xian's steps of the gods. Suddenly, a middle-stage mid-level old man came to his senses. What's going on? The gods were even more shocked. Lan Xian's steps of the gods are very powerful and can ignore the opponent's divine energy. As long as the opponent's strength does not surpass his, the 7 ferocious sword can kill a person with one strike. However, Lin Ling has countless avatars and is extremely powerful. This is enough for Lan Xian to kill until Lan Xian's steps of the gods disappear. He was a mid-level god and had extremely good eyesight. So that's how it is. Killing a person with one strike means that with one strike, he can't kill a large number of people. He can only kill them one strike at a time. If that's the case, Lan Xian will definitely be exhausted. It's even possible that his divine energy will be exhausted. However, Lei Gong Lin Ling can also exhaust his divine energy by continuously activating his avatars. If that's the case, these two mid-level gods will be competing to see whose divine energy can last longer. I reckon that Lin Ling won't be able to last longer than Lan Xian. After all, Lan Xian has already broken through for 300 years, and Lin Ling has only broken through recently. Many gods discussed animatedly and expressed their own opinions. Lan Xian also knew about Lin Ling's battle strategy, and his expression was extremely solemn. Lei Gong Lin Ling was indeed difficult to deal with, however, competing in divine energy, he was confident about this. However, as time passed, he started to frown and his face started to turn pale. This was because he had already exhausted a lot of his divine energy. However, Lin Ling's avatars were still not done. It was as if he wanted to exhaust him to death. If this continued, he would definitely lose. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was such a huge flaw in his ability to kill one person with one strike. Of course, when he fought against the will of the world back then, he had killed one with one strike. However, the will of the world that died was completely dead. Now, he was also killing one with one strike, but the one that died was his avatar. I'm not fighting anymore. Thinking of this, Lan Xian shouted gloomily. If you persist for a little longer, you won't just be defeated. You'll be completely dead. Almost at the same time, a cold voice suddenly came from behind Lan Xian. He saw that Lin Ling was already standing behind him, and he didn't know if it was his avatar or his real body. However, what scared Lan Xian the most was that this wasn't a matter of whether it was his avatar or his real body, but that he actually couldn't detect Lin Ling's appearance. In fact, when you've exhausted 80% of your divine energy, I can already easily kill you. Your ability to kill one person with one strike won't be able to stop my speed. Lin Ling said again because this was his real body. Most importantly, he had already activated his talent fusion to the second stage. His speed had greatly increased, and his power of divinity had also increased by 2 million. This meant that his total power of divinity had reached 9 million. His original power of divinity was 7 million, and the second stage of the talent fusion had increased by 2 million. This was something he knew when he fought against the underworld god. If he reached the third stage, he estimated that his power of divinity would be 10 million. Coupled with his powerful physical strength, even if there were hundreds of millions of early-stage mid-gods, he would be able to defeat 90% of them. Although part of the reason was that he had not recovered his strength, Lin Ling had not reached the level of a higher deity. 70%. Lin Ling said calmly. TSK, Lan Xian sneered as he stared at Lin Ling as though he was looking at a monster. He had expended so much divine energy, but Lin Ling had only expended 30% of it. With this guy's strength, there would be few who could match him among the early-stage middle deities. Only those with talents above 5th grade might stand a chance. I admit defeat. Lan Xian looked dispirited as he left slowly. He did not even look at the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord. He believed that the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord had nothing to say. Indeed, the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord had nothing to say. He knew that Lan Xian had not held back. He had used all his strength to kill Lin Ling, but because of this, he felt that Lin Ling was even more terrifying. The third middle deity. The gods also felt that Lin Ling was terrifying. Such a middle deity had no reputation among the Dao realm. Today, he would have shocked the world and destroyed the vast wilderness. Bang! Lin Ling shot down from the sky and landed in front of the last cave abode. My lord. This cave abode was where Saint Guy had broken through. The latter had been harassed and could not break through. Now that he saw Lin Ling, he smiled excitedly. Previously, he had been watching the battle outside. When he saw Lin Ling crushing the gods, he was very happy. If not for the fact that he was at the critical moment of breaking through, he would have helped Lin Ling. The fourth Lin Ling stood in front of the cave abode, holding his sword and looking calmly at the ancient god. The wound on his chest that Lan Xian had stabbed was now emitting a black light and the aura of a Buddhist dragon. It was healing rapidly. Lin Ling's physical body was too strong. He had the undying chaos, the dual dragon talent, and the Vajra Bodhi's protection. Killing one person with one strike was ineffective against Lin Ling. To kill him, Lin Ling, it would take at least 100 strikes. The last person was a divine bird with black feathers. She was 2 meters tall and looked very fierce. At this moment, she stopped attacking the cave abode and looked calmly at Lin Ling. She looked like a human, but she was actually a bird. However, Lin Ling guessed that she was an ancient species. Thunderlord Lin Ling, I reckon that you don't only have Grim Demon's inheritance. You should have other inheritances. As for what they are, I'm not interested in knowing. However, I didn't expect such an expert to come to the Dao realm. The black bird had a demonic nature and its eyes were pitch black. It could make people feel as if they had fallen into a demonic hell. The aura on her body was very ancient. Her talent level was probably not low. Lin Ling looked at her calmly without saying a word. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you will die if you go on a killing spree here. Why don't you submit to the ancestral bird clan? Our immortal ancestor can plead on your behalf and ask Emperor Yao not to kill you. Although your strength is not bad, there are many people in the Dao realm who are stronger than you. The black bird spat out human words, its voice sharp. I don't need you to worry about me. Are you going to scram now? You still have to continue messing up the cave abode. If you do, you can only die. Lin Ling said coldly. Ha ha ha, ignorant brat, I'm giving you a chance. You should know that if you offend Emperor Yao, your hometown will die, and your entire race will die. Not to mention your friends, even after thousands of generations, everyone related to you will die. The dignity of the 5 emperors is inviolable. Blackbird shrieked. The blackbird laughed loudly. The universe's great Tao has always been rolling forward. Any prodigy who awakens, as long as they are not the final child of the great Tao, will die without a doubt unless they suppress their drive. I've seen many in this life and my previous life. In the ancient times, there were countless prodigies like you who appeared out of nowhere. There are as many divine sons as there are hairs on a cow, but in the end, they were either suppressed or summoned to surrender. Now, you are going to follow in their footsteps, so you should just submit to the ancestral bird clan. The blackbird said disdainfully. The ancestral bird clan was one of the oldest bird clans in the universe. They were very ancient and had seen many ancient gods. No one dared to disrespect them. Blabber blabber. Lin Ling's eyes turned colder. This blackbird wanted him to submit? Dream on, Lin Ling, had only come here to lie low for a while. He wasn't here to join Emperor Yao. Shameless boasting. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you defeated Lan Xian. My origin is stronger than Lan Xian's. It's just that under normal circumstances, Lan Xian is not worth my full strength. The blackbird saw that Lin Ling was still stubborn. She was also angry. Cut the crap. Lin Ling was even angrier. He stopped talking nonsense with the blackbird and slashed out with his sword. You're courting death. The blackbird's body turned into darkness. With a flick of her feathers, countless feathers shot out. Each feather carried a powerful divine force. There were more than 8 million of them, and if one looked carefully, there was blood at the end of these feathers. The seemingly ordinary blood was actually the most ancient blood, mixed with supreme power. It was obvious that this was her innate bloodline. This was the most ancient inherited bloodline. If her realm was not too low and could not use it, she would have easily killed Lin Ling by now. Third stage. Lin Ling's body shook. The gray-robed Lin Ling appeared, merged with the killing steps, and slashed out with 10 million divine force. Whoosh, those terrifying feathers were actually cut off by Lin Ling's sword. They could not get close to him at all. Instead, they fell to the ground. The surrounding mountains were all corroded. 10 million divine force. The blackbird clearly did not expect Lin Ling to be able to increase his strength in such a short time. She did not have time to resist and was immediately cut off by Lin Ling's sword. One of her wings was broken, and she was in a sorry state like a drowned rat. The gods also did not expect Lin Ling to be able to increase his strength. It was like stepping on the desolate land and punching the universe. You dare to hurt me. The blackbird flew up, scattering countless feathers. She let out a sharp cry, no longer as mighty as before. All of a sudden, one of the feathers on her head began to burn. A powerful force suddenly appeared, causing a vortex to appear in the void. The entire desolate land seemed to be spinning. Her claws viciously grabbed at Lin Ling on the ground. Primogenitor's claw. The void cracked, and there was a rumbling sound. The gods in the mountains were shocked, and they all retreated. They sensed that an ancient force was suppressing them. They would be in great danger if they got close. The primogenitor bird is burning her bloodline. This bloodline is left behind from ancient times. Once it burns, she will definitely be severely injured. This means that she must kill Lin Ling. Only a few gods were unharmed, but their faces were extremely serious. Although they were now stronger than the primogenitor bird, the primogenitor bird's bloodline was even more ancient. In the future, it would definitely surpass them. When the claw reached him, Lin Ling felt the world around him disappear. Only a pair of bird claws could reach him with the power to shatter heaven and earth. Most importantly, there was an earth-shattering cry coming from the bird claws. It was like the cry of a rooster calling out to the first ray of sunlight in the universe. Buzz. Buzz. Lin Ling felt a sharp pain in his head. Then, blood flowed out. It was as if his soul had been severely injured. The most frightening thing was that Lin Ling felt the top of his head cracking. His bones were making cracking sounds. Not good. Lin Ling endured the pain and continued to stare at the ancestor bird's fatal attack. However, he could no longer see the claw. This was even more dangerous. This Archaeopteryx must be one of the strongest early-stage mid-gods in the 10% of gods. Lin Ling has been tricked. Demon bird world burning, ancestor bird's claw. Even a mid-stage mid-god wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Yes, the power of Ignite is not any weaker than the steps of gods. All the gods looked at Lin Ling. When they realized that Lin Ling was motionless, they immediately knew that Lin Ling was doomed. Dong. However, at this moment, the sound of a bell came from Lin Ling's broken skull. It was the sound of Buddha, and it temporarily blocked out the ancestor bird's cry. Behind Lin Ling, a Vajra appeared. This was the Vajra Bodhi. This Vajra held a string of Bodhi in its hand. It looked as if it was going to vanquish demons and demons. It glared at the world. With this Vajra Bodhi, Lin Ling regained his consciousness for a short period of time. Steps of wisdom. Lin Ling grasped the time. Endless light rushed out of his mind and suppressed it. Then, he rushed up and pounced on the ancestor bird. How is this possible? The gods were shocked when they saw Lin Ling, who seemed to have come back from the dead. It was a situation of certain death. Lin Ling could actually turn the situation around? Impossible. In the sky, the progenitor bird's eyes were dim and lifeless. She had not expected such a result. Now that Lin Ling had sealed the steps of wisdom, she found that her bloodline power was much weaker, and much of her life essence had been sealed. Her sharp claws became illusory at this moment as they were cut apart by Lin Ling's sword. I lost. She made a sound of pain. This was because the ignition of her bloodline was her strongest trump card. Even in a life and death situation, she would not use it. Every time she ignited her bloodline, she would be injured and her future potential would be weakened. However, she didn't expect that even burning her bloodline wouldn't be able to kill Lin Ling. Now, even without Lin Ling making a move, she was probably too weak to continue fighting. Die, Birdman. Lin Ling descended from the sky. Holding the sword with both hands, he viciously slashed down. However, at the critical moment, the five-colored light protected the black bird and brought her away from the Tao realm. Although it had escaped a calamity, the black bird's eyes were still dispirited and filled with anger. The source of my bloodline is getting smaller and smaller. She clearly knew that she had suffered a great loss. If she had known this would happen, she would rather have been taken away by the Tao realm than use that forbidden technique. The fourth one. Seeing the blackbird being taken away, Lin Ling also floated in the sky, looking down at the desolate land and the gods. The fourth one. The gods in the mountains were all silent. No one expected that Lin Ling would be able to defeat a powerful intermediate god under Emperor Yao with his own strength. This Lin Ling was really too scary. If he was in the Tao realm, no ancient mountain would be able to stop him. No newly risen son of God would be more dazzling than him. Seeing that no one was speaking, Lin Ling hurriedly rushed towards the White Tiger supervising armament Divine Lord at full speed. Now that the people who had been harassing the cave abode had been dealt with, as long as he captured the White Tiger overseer Divine Lord, the other gods wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Lei Gong Lin Ling, how dare you? Lin Ling's speed was too fast, and his attacks were swift. It was only after Lin Ling disappeared that the gods noticed. You're courting death. These gods were all mid-stage mid-gods, however, they were clearly too slow. This was because Lin Ling had already appeared in front of the White Tiger overseer Divine Lord. Lin Ling, what are you doing? The White Tiger overseer Divine Lord was terrified. Bang, Lin Ling punched the White Tiger overseer Divine Lord's stomach, destroying his dantian, and then stepped on him. Barf, the White Tiger overseer Divine Lord spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, as if he had suffered the greatest pain in his life. Whoever dares to act recklessly, don't blame me for stomping them to death. After dealing with the White Tiger overseer Divine Lord, Lin Ling also looked at the endless mountains domineeringly. At this moment, no one dared to act rashly. At this moment, a late-stage intermediate god said coldly, Lei Gong Lin Ling, you're making one mistake after another. Why don't you release the White Tiger overseer Divine Lord now? Otherwise, no one will be able to save you if Emperor Yao is angered. Ha ha ha, if I release him, will you let me go? Lin Ling laughed arrogantly. When he attacked, he knew that things would not be so simple, but now, he had done it even if he did not want to. Who cares, as long as Grandpa Treasure God and the others did not come out of seclusion, Lin Ling did not intend to leave. My lord. At this moment, in the cave, the young Qilin had reached the end of its breakthrough. Sensing the changes outside, its huge Qilin head began to cry. Their lord did not hesitate to fight against Emperor Yao and the other gods in order to protect them. This was their lord. Let him go, and I'll put in a good word for you in front of Emperor Yao, and I'll spare your life. The earth shook, and then a burly god appeared and said sternly to Lin Ling, bullshit. Lin Ling laughed. Release the White Tiger supervising Divine Monarch, that would make him die even faster. Damn it, everyone, destroy the cave. Let's see how arrogant this Lin Ling is. A lady suddenly suggested. Her words were vicious, and it could be said that she had caught Lin Ling's weak spot. How dare you? Lin Ling shouted, and flames of anger appeared in his eyes. His purpose was to protect Grandpa Treasure God and the others, so how could he let them be affected? Haha, then why are you still not letting him go? Let him go immediately, kneel down, and destroy your own divine origin. Then, we'll agree to let you go. That lady smiled sinisterly. She was wearing a white dress and had a beauty that could topple cities, but who would have thought that she was so vicious? Goddess Xianxia. Duo Wendian and the others stared at that lady and secretly gritted their teeth. However, that lady had the strength of a mid-stage middle deity, so they did not dare to speak. Let him go or not, I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. Another old man spoke. He wore an 8-trigram Taoist robe and sat on a donkey. He looked benevolent, but his voice was cold. 1. 2. All the gods stared at Lin Ling and began to count, wanting to force Lin Ling into a corner. 3. The final cold voice finally sounded. The time left for Lin Ling to consider was over. In fact, Lin Ling did not even have time to consider. Die. Lin Ling was enraged, and like a divine monarch, he exerted force with his feet. With a boom, the bones of the White Tiger supervising Divine Monarch exploded, and his flesh turned into meat paste. However, at the critical moment, the Tao realm took him away, and he died once. To Lin Ling, even if he released the White Tiger overseer Divine Lord, these gods would still not let him go, therefore, he might as well kill him. At most, he would just break up. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? In the entire Endless Mountains, all the gods were shocked by Lin Ling's crazy choice. Lin Ling actually chose to kill the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord. Without the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord as a hostage, how was Lin Ling going to face all the gods of Emperor Yao? Where did this brat get his courage from? He was really a fierce dragon crossing the river. You're courting death by killing him in front of us. You're not putting Emperor Yao in your eyes. What are your intentions? Before you came, our eastern barbarian mountain was peaceful. Now that you're here, everyone is panicking. Seeing Lin Ling kill without hesitation, the white-clothed goddess shouted. I don't intend to provoke Emperor Yao. I'm only here as a guest. Moreover, I didn't come empty-handed. I've already told you how to exchange the ancient beasts in the river for the Dao Realm fragment. I don't owe Emperor Yao anything. Now that the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord forced me, don't blame me. Lin Ling shouted coldly. He had never seen Emperor Yao and did not know what kind of person he was. Therefore, he did not want to provoke him. You still dare to talk nonsense. However, the gods did not listen to Lin Ling at all. This person has no respect for his elders. He should be suppressed. An old man floated up, his whole body emitting golden light. He was incomparably majestic. These people were all reincarnated gods and were already familiar with each other. However, they did not know Lin Ling, and he killed the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord in front of them. How could they not be angry? Die here. The ancient gods attacked, and there were 3 of them. Each of them used their divine abilities, talents, and divine power. They were all incomparably terrifying. This attack was like an inescapable net that sealed off all paths of survival for Lin Ling. Moreover, they showed no mercy and did not intend to leave Lin Ling alive. Don't blame me if you want me dead. Lin Ling's face turned cold as he erupted with full speed. Now that he was at the 3rd stage, his speed had reached 2 million world speed. One had to know that no matter what god it was, unless they were gifted with speed, their speed would always be the slowest to improve. Before Lin Ling broke through, his basic speed was 1 million worlds per second. After breaking through, his speed increased by 500,000 worlds per second. This was also due to his 7 great dantians. If it were another god, their speed would only increase by 100,000 worlds per second. As for the fusion talent, it had increased by another 500,000 points, coupled with the Quafu Sun chasing boots. His speed had reached the speed of 3,500,000 worlds, surpassing most early-stage mid-gods. Even many mid-stage mid-gods were unable to catch up to him. There was a burst of turbulence in the air as a sword ferociously slashed out with surging killing intent. The 5-colored light flickered, and one of the ancient great gods who attacked widened his eyes. Then, he was taken away by the 5-colored light. Bo Jiadi. The other 2 ancient gods roared in anger. In the blink of an eye, one of them had died. Don't blame me for being merciless when you attack me. However, they cared about others and forgot about themselves. Another sword slashed out, the power of 10 million strands of divinity gushing out. Swoosh, another person was killed, and the 5-colored light shone as he was taken away by the Dao realm. Die. Finally, one of the ancient great gods roared, and his endless long hair turned into an awl that stabbed towards Lin Ling. Puchi, that all contained 4 million strands of divinity, and it was extremely powerful. It instantly pierced through Lin Ling's body. Dead? That ancient great god immediately frowned. Impossible, Punlai Tree God, be careful, he was not taken away by the Dao realm. But soon, someone shouted to remind them. The Punlai Tree God was one of the gods in charge of the Punlai Island in the deity realm, and that voice also reminded the Punlai Tree God because Lin Ling had not been in the Dao realm for long. He definitely had 3 chances to be protected by the Dao realm, but now, he had not appeared even once. It's an afterimage. The Punlai Tree God immediately reacted and turned around, only to see a surging sea of blood surging over. No. The Punlai Tree God roared, but unfortunately, it was too late. The indestructible power of divinity destroyed him, and his divine blood spilled on the ground, emitting hot smoke. Dead, this was true death. That was because the Punlai Tree God no longer had the protection of the Dao realm. He actually dared to kill our people. Kill him. Seeing Lin Ling kill 3 people in an instant, the gods of the mountain were enraged, and they all attacked. Rumble, the entire mountain seemed to have been destroyed, and the rolling river in the distance continued to evaporate. Lei Gong Lin Ling, is he trying to kill the heavens? At this point, Duo Wendian and the others did not dare to help, because killing in Emperor Yao's territory was equivalent to challenging the ancient great gods. Among the current Dao realm experts, the only ones who dared to challenge Emperor Yao were the other 4 emperors. Duo Wendian watched as Lin Ling fought a bloody battle against a group of deities. Their hearts trembled as well. Kill him, we must kill him. At this time, a sharp voice came. It was the White Tiger Divine Lord. He had returned to the Tao realm again. However, he only had one chance to be protected by the Tao realm, and the reason he dared to come back was because he knew Lei Gong Linling was in trouble. Rumble. An ancient stone pagoda fell from the sky, suppressing Linling. The power of divinity had reached the level of 20 million, the earth shook violently, and countless people were shocked. The one who attacked was goddess Xianxia. She looked beautiful, but she did not show any mercy. She was cold-blooded. We, the great gods of the ancient times, had god positions in our bodies back then. As for you, you are nothing. Goddess Xianxia said coldly as she controlled the dancing phoenix sun pagoda to suppress Linling. This pagoda was a wanton treasure, and it was extremely powerful. It had the power to suppress all demons. I didn't expect this person to be so eager to make a move when the world will is still dormant. I think he should be the world will, an old man said. Now, he is suppressed under the pagoda and will be turned into meat paste. The other ancient great god said coldly. They surrounded the stone pagoda as if admiring a masterpiece. Good kill. The White Tiger Divine Lord's eyes were filled with sinister light as he shouted, he still has a chance to be protected by the Tao realm. Let's stay here and kill him until he doesn't dare to enter the Tao realm. Then, we'll find out where he came from and kill his universe. The White Tiger Divine Lord was clearly not satisfied. He wanted to kill Linling for thousands of generations. White Tiger supervising Divine Lord, this child must die. Those who are with him must die as well. However, this is the cycle of karma. There is no need to kill everyone in the void of the universe where he resides. We are ultimately gods of the righteous path, not demons. Alright, he should have used the Tao realm to escape. Goddess Xianxia, unlock the stone pagoda. Another ancient great god said. Goddess Xianxia nodded and lifted the stone pagoda with a wave of her right hand. An ancient rune appeared under the stone pagoda. The rune had the power to suppress everything, but after the stone pagoda was lifted, the rune gradually dimmed. Looking at the ground, it was now covered in scarlet blood. Broken bones were scattered all over the ground. It was a tragic sight. These were Linling's blood and bones. Ha ha ha. Seeing the blood, the White Tiger Divine Lord couldn't help but laugh heartily. Oh no, Linling isn't dead yet. Goddess Xianxia, quickly suppress him. Suddenly, an old monk moved his finger slightly as if he had calculated something and shouted in shock. Pop, pop. Pop, almost at the same time, the blood and broken bones on the ground began to merge, turning into a bloodied man with messy hair. The tyrant song sword was stabbed into the ground beside him. When the man lifted it, it shot out as if it had escaped from prison. He was Lei Gong Linling. Ha ha ha, you bunch of hypocritical gods. You want to kill me? You're too naive. A demonic voice floated out from Linling's mouth. He left flaming footprints in the sky at an extremely fast speed. This was the Quafu sun chasing boots. White Tiger Divine Lord. Billowing killing intent locked onto the White Tiger Divine Lord, causing the latter's eyes to widen. He dared to come back this time because he was confident that Linling wouldn't be able to touch him anymore. The previous incident was an accident. However, he didn't expect that Linling, who had been suppressed by the gods, was still alive. Swoosh, a sword slashed over, and the five-colored light wrapped around the White Tiger Divine Lord and brought him out of the Tao realm. At this point, he no longer had the protection of the Tao realm. If he encountered a life-and-death crisis in the future, he would definitely die. One had to know that many gods in the Tao realm didn't dare to waste the protection opportunity because unless you didn't want to enter the Tao realm, 3 protection opportunities would never be enough. Now, the White Tiger Divine Lord hadn't gone far from the Tao realm, but he no longer had the protection of the Tao realm. This undoubtedly suppressed his growth. Lei Gong Linling. The White Tiger Divine Monarch was taken away. His eyes were bloodshot. He hated it, he couldn't accept it. Kill me? This is the price. Blood continuously dripped from Linling's body. It was as if he had turned into a demon. A terrifying killing intent surged out from him, covering the sky and covering the earth. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a slaughtering demon from the age of gods. Since Emperor Yao's people didn't give him face, why should he show mercy? Die. He pounced over, charging towards those lesser deities on the mountain. Lei Gong Linling had completely gone mad. Although these lesser deities hadn't made a move previously, it didn't mean that it had nothing to do with them. This was because when the deities were attacking Lin Ling, they were also in high spirits and fanning the flames. Lei Gong Lin Ling, how dare you start a massacre? Seeing Lin Ling attack the weak, all the deities were enraged, killing intent surged, causing the void to tremble. How could a demigod possibly resist Lin Ling? All of them were killed, so much so that even their souls were trembling. All of them were taken away by the five-colored radiance, dying without knowing why. There were even a few people who died directly. Even the lesser deities were seething with anger at this moment. They actually used all their means to nail Lin Ling to death, leaving him forever in the realm of Tao, never to be resurrected again. All kinds of means erupted, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. It was like the battle of the deities against the will of the world in the past. However, Lin Ling's speed was fully unleashed, and the power of the Quafu Sun chasing boots was unleashed. Although they were hit repeatedly, their bones were broken, and blood was spurting out, but they weren't fatal. Most of the attacks were dodged by Lin Ling. Die. After killing all the lesser deities, Lin Ling attacked the mid-level deities, sending them back to their homes. I hate this. The early-level mid-level deities fell one after another, and their eyes were red with hatred. They didn't expect that with so many great deities attacking Lin Ling, they would actually die. What a cunning brat, using his speed to escape from our attacks. Goddess Xianxi's face was ferocious. She controlled the stone pagoda to suppress Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's speed was too fast, and she couldn't lock onto Lin Ling. Moreover, if she wasn't careful, she might accidentally injure her own people, so she was afraid of attacking. Let me do it. A man with a human head and a snake body shouted in a low voice. He mumbled something, and his voice was solemn and dignified. This was a Buddhist mantra that could entangle a person for 3 generations and 3 bodies, and no matter how fast one was, they couldn't escape. Boom. However, Lin Ling's Vajra Bodhi light burst out, and all kinds of Bodhi lights bloomed. Together with his soul power, they were immediately reflected back. Pooh, the man was reflected back, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he said, "This brat's soul power is so strong." What? The deities looked down at Lin Ling, who was constantly moving around, and their faces became even more serious. This Lei Gong Lin Ling's foundation was really good. Everyone, don't show mercy. If this continues, more deities will die on our side. Let's use our ultimate skills. An ancient deity said coldly. Okay. The deities all nodded. They activated lightning, heavenly fire, and violent flood to drown the earth. All kinds of power rampaged wildly between heaven and earth, displaying the strength of the ancient deities. Although Lin Ling's speed had reached the limit, there were too many deities attacking him, causing him to be injured continuously. If not for his strong body, he would have been lying on the ground. At this moment, he was like a wolf fighting alone, and he was holding on with his willpower. Every time he held on, he killed a mid-level deity. Although this made the deities hate him even more, at least it gave Grandpa Treasure God and the others time to break through. Obviously, Lin Ling was using himself as bait to attract the deities' attention. Attack those caverns. However, Goddess Xianxia was very insidious. Seeing that she couldn't kill Lin Ling in a short period of time, she took advantage of Lin Ling's weakness. Despicable. Lin Ling cursed angrily. You're the despicable one. You killed so many deities, and you're only alive because of your speed. If you have the ability, stop and fight with us. Goddess Xianxia said coldly. She was resentful of Lin Ling's cunning. Unfortunately, in her anger, she didn't realize that with so many mid-level deities attacking together, how could Lin Ling not rely on his speed? If it was her, Goddess Xianxia, she wouldn't even dare to fight. He's going to help. Stop him and let him watch the people in the caverns fail to break through. Goddess Xianxia said again. She stopped chasing Lin Ling and wanted to seal Lin Ling in a place. Shameless person. Although he knew it was a trap, Lin Ling still rushed toward the caverns. Junior, you're not running? Why aren't you running? A deity covered in lightning threw down a divine net, which was full of lightning, and blocked Lin Ling's path. Ha ha ha. Lin Ling did not say a word. His eyes were red, and he only wanted to rush to the cave to help Grandpa Treasure God and the rest. Haha, come, come. Beside the cave, a few ancient gods sneered as they attacked the cave. They also waved at Lin Ling arrogantly. However, in this short distance, countless powerful attacks were unleashed. Lin Ling could not rush over. Charge. However, Lin Ling seemed to have gone mad. His speed exploded, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. Obviously, his body had reached its limit. However, at this moment, the Quafu sun chasing boots on his feet suddenly burst out with the light of the sun, increasing his speed by 3 million worlds. He finally reached the power of the second stage. This time, Lin Ling's speed reached 500 world speed, the void trembled, and Lin Ling disappeared and appeared in front of the cave. All the gods were shocked. He was too fast. With this speed, no one could catch up with him. So scary. With so many ancient gods attacking, he is still not dead. Instead, more than 100 ancient gods have died in his hands. Not only that, including those lower gods, there are probably hundreds. Amazing. Duo Wentian and the rest stared into the distance, and their faces were extremely solemn. Lin Ling was too domineering. He was simply going to shake the world. Not good. Lin Ling is here. The gods who were attacking the cave abode were now panicking. Bang. However, a big hand suddenly grabbed a god's face. With a burst of power, that god's head exploded like a watermelon. Lin Ling had arrived. This god no longer had the protection of the Dao realm, and was completely dead. God's blood dripped down Lin Ling's hand, but it was absorbed by the tyrannical Song sword. In front of the cave, those gods saw Lin Ling killing people, and all of them trembled. They wanted to run, but they did not dare to. They could only stare at Lin Ling. An illusory wave came, and suddenly, the Lin Ling in their eyes disappeared. Instead, there was a bloody light in front of him. Another god had fallen. Next, the second one, the third one. In a short period of time, all the deities in front of the cave had fallen, and they hated Lin Ling to the bone. Got you, Great Lion Divine Seal. After Lin Ling killed everyone, a golden lion rushed down from the sky. Its speed was incomparably fast, and after locking on to Lin Ling, it suppressed Lin Ling. A mid-stage mid-god seized the opportunity to attack. Rumble. Right now, Lin Ling could no longer dodge. He could only raise his hands to the sky in an attempt to block the handprint. However, just as the handprint touched him, Lin Ling's body emitted an explosive sound, and he also spat out a mouthful of blood. After fighting for so long, he had already reached his limit. The divine essence in his body was also mostly exhausted. How could he still block it? Still not dead? This time, all the deities laughed. Get out of my way. However, at that moment, the water of the heavenly river surged over and crashed into the lion's seal, washing it away. A woman appeared beside Lin Ling, and at the same time, she stroked Lin Ling. It was Pure Maiden Bai. Clearly, she was the first god to break through and successfully break through. Mid-stage mid-god. Many gods stared at Pure Maiden Bai, and their eyes narrowed. What they did not know was that Pure Maiden Bai had sealed herself in the Broken Realm Divine Land for many years and had long reached the limit of breaking through. After coming to the Dao realm, she exchanged for a large number of treasures and naturally broke through. Pure Maiden Bai, this has nothing to do with you. Someone who knew Pure Maiden Bai said coldly. Hee, a bunch of treacherous people. Pure Maiden Bai checked Lin Ling's injuries. Seeing that Lin Ling was seriously injured and the ground was dyed red with blood, endless coldness rose in her heart. She had already seen through today's matter, and she knew who was right and who was wrong. You want to go against Emperor Yao? Let me give you a piece of advice, don't bother with him. At most, I will put in a few good words for you in front of Emperor Yao and let you become his tomb. Goddess Xianxia said. Emperor Yao, how great is that? Let me tell you, my lord is Lei Gong Lin Ling. Pure Maiden Bai snorted coldly, not giving face at all. Before this, it was Lin Ling who was protecting them, and the White Tiger Divine Lord only wanted to disturb them. If it was not for Lin Ling, they would have failed long ago. Now that she had successfully broken through, Emperor Yao extended an invitation to her. How laughable! Did these people have any shame? Let me tell you, I am Lei Gong Lin Ling's servant. If you dare touch him, you will all be my enemies. Pure Maiden Bai had followed Lin Ling in the beginning because of her father, but now, she wanted to follow Lin Ling from the bottom of her heart. Ignorant. The gods sneered coldly. How lowly, you want to die? Then die with Lei Gong Lin Ling. Goddess Xianxia snorted coldly and attacked. Seeing this, the gods showed no mercy. Now that they were fighting fiercely with Lin Ling, neither side would compromise. If Lin Ling did not die, they would not be happy. "My lord, how are you? Can you still walk?" Pure Maidenby gritted her teeth, but she immediately looked at Lin Ling and asked. Although she had entered the mid-stage of the mid-god realm and her strength had increased greatly, the enemy still outnumbered her. Moreover, she had to protect Lin Ling and could not leave. However, Lin Ling's face was pale, and he did not say a word. It was obvious that Lin Ling was so weak that he could not speak. Trash. The gods were even more delighted when they saw Lin Ling's state. Rumble, all kinds of earth-shattering attacks came, trying to kill Lin Ling and Pure Maidenby. Pure Maidenby wanted to dodge, but she was powerless. In the end, she could only close her eyes. Previously, Lord Lin Ling had protected her. Now, let her protect Lord Lin Ling. Rumble, a deafening sound rang out, but the terrifying attacks did not arrive. Pure Maidenby suddenly opened her eyes. Only then did she realize that above her head, a huge divine bell was floating, emitting endless majesty. Rumble. Next, a cave not far away exploded. Amidst the rolling rocks, a man walked out step by step with endless cold-killing intent. It was Saint Guy. "How dare you touch my lord? Die." Saint Guy's voice was not loud, but it was soul-crushing. Donghuang Bell. The gods' faces changed drastically as they recognized the terrifying ancient bell. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the other two abodes exploded as well. Two mid-level gods walked out, and their faces were filled with rage and killing intent. It was Nanhua Fingyu and Qilin. "My lord." After successfully breaking through, they immediately looked at Lin Ling, but when they saw that Lin Ling was heavily injured, they clenched their fists. The tomb of Emperor Yao was too vicious. "Successor of the Donghuang clan, you have to interfere in this matter." This was the first time the gods knew of Saint Guy's origin, but they had all heard of the Donghuang clan and were wary of this ancient clan. "Enough nonsense. My lord's life is my life. There's no need for that. I can still fight." At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes opened, and a ferocious aura bloomed in his eyes. He was like an ancient beast that had just woken up from its slumber. Previously, he seemed to be heavily injured, but in reality, he was recovering. His body was strong, and even in a short period of time, Lin Ling had recovered a portion of his strength. He was no longer a sitting duck. "My lord." Seeing that Lin Ling had woken up, Saint Guy and the others were overjoyed. Lin Ling pushed White Water Goddess away and held his sword again. "If you want to kill me, come at me. Hal Lei Gong, I'm not afraid of any gods." A murderous aura erupted from his body. Even if he had to risk his life, he would kill to his heart's content. Kill. After hearing Lin Ling's words, Saint Guy and the others looked at the gods with murderous intent. Previously, Lord Lin Ling had been fighting the gods alone. Now that they had joined in, the overall battle strength had increased greatly. "Donghuang, open the heavenly gate." Saint Guy was the first to make a move. With a slight movement of his hands, he controlled the Donghuang bell and suppressed it. Crackle, crackle. In the sky, an ancient divine gate opened, and an ancient gust of wind blew out. It was incomparably domineering. The Donghuang bell was one of the 10 great chaos divine artifacts in the universe. Whether it was during the Pantheon era or the Primordial era, it was the strongest divine artifact. Boom, terrifying energy surged, and countless gods were taken away by the Tao realm. The entire mountain was in chaos. Apart from late-stage mid-gods, no one could withstand the might of the Donghuang bell. Die. Saint Guy's body trembled. Clearly, he was pushing the Donghuang bell to its limit. With his current strength, he could only use it once. The huge ancient bell floated in the sky, and the sound of the bell seemed to spread to all the nearby mountains. Countless gods came out from their caves and looked at the sky in the distance. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. There, a huge ancient bell was pressing down. The bell was so big that it sealed countless mountains. Countless runes bloomed, and it was as if the Donghuang Tai had arrived. Looking inside the bell, the gust of wind blew, and the strongest attack was wreaking havoc on the gods. No. The gods were all panicking. A moment ago, they could still control Lei Gong Lin Ling's life, but now, their lives were being controlled by someone else. Their despicable, shameless, cold-blooded, and heartless actions had all met their retribution at this moment. their high and mighty faces from before had now turned into faces of panic and begging for mercy. Whoosh! Whoosh! Beams of light appeared as the Tao realm continued to take the gods away. Some of the gods who no longer had the protection of the Tao realm had completely lost all hope at this moment. This was because they were about to truly die and disappear into the void of the universe. They also regretted it, extremely regretful, and this was the power that the Eastern Emperor Bel had yet to suppress. When it heavily pressed down, the void trembled. Space and time were all shattered. The tyrannical power turned the endless mountains into dust. The river in the distance also disappeared in the passage of time. It could be said that the people were in a terrible situation. This was the most terrifying battle between ancient gods, and this suppression killed countless ancient great gods. Those who were still alive were severely injured and retreated while coughing up blood. Quickly inform Emperor Yao. Their clothes were tattered, and they were in an extremely sorry state. They were constantly shouting, "Kill!" But at this moment, Lin Ling brought by Shui and Su Nu over to kill them. Lei Gong Lin Ling, what are you doing? Goddess Xianxia was severely injured, and the tyrannical power of the Eastern Emperor Bel was wreaking havoc in her body, causing her strength to increase greatly. Now she saw that Lin Ling was the first to pounce on her. Bitch, I'm going to send you back to your hometown. Lin Ling, whose eyes widened like the wrath of a mad god. How dare you? Goddess Xianxia gritted her teeth and shouted. If it weren't for the Eastern Emperor Bel, how could a mere Lin Ling kill her? Sky-splitting slash. Lin Ling didn't waste any time and ruthlessly struck down with his palm. It was as if the great god Pangu was splitting the heaven and earth apart, using the most tyrannical method to send Goddess Xianxia back to her hometown. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I won't let you go. Goddess Xianxia's eyes were filled with a ferocious light. The stronger the god, the more they valued the protection of the Tao realm. Unless it was a critical moment, no one would want to waste it. But now, a mere lesser god had actually made her waste one of her lives. She remembered the Battle of Divine Bone Mountain, where she fought the gods with Emperor Yao, but she survived. She remembered the Battle of the Tao Tower, where she fought the gods for 3 months in the Tao Tower, and she also survived, but in her own territory, she died. Die, bitch. Lin Ling's palm cut through Goddess Xianxia's arm like cutting vegetables, and it fell to the ground. But immediately, the light of the Tao realm appeared and took Goddess Xianxia away. Protected by the light of the Tao realm, Goddess Xianxia floated further and further away. She stared at the white arm on the ground, her eyes full of hatred. Goddess Xianxia is also dead, and the gods have fallen. This is the most terrifying battle of gods I've ever seen. Far away, Duo Wendian and the others muttered to themselves. They all knew that Lin Ling and Lei Gong had made a name for themselves in the Tao realm. This also showed the decisiveness and strength of the Thunder God Great Hall. Chaos, chaos, the Tao of the universe is collapsing. Those late-stage mid-god experts gritted their teeth. There weren't many experts of this level in the mountains, and they didn't make a move at first. But they didn't expect things to turn out like this. Who dares to behave atrociously in my territory? At this moment, a deep voice suddenly sounded. A large number of gods came from afar, like giants galloping in the sky, and the void rippled with their steps. They seemed to be far away, but in the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of everyone, and a ferocious aura pressed down on the ground. The one in the lead was a burly man with long hair. He was bare-chested and only wore a pair of beast pants, but his aura was incomparably terrifying. Emperor Yao. Everyone looked at the man, and their faces changed. They didn't expect that the battle here would attract Emperor Yao. Emperor Yao, as one of the 5 oldest emperors of humanity, was famous in the ancient times. After reincarnating, he once again led the gods, so no one dared to disrespect him in the Tao realm. He also had a large territory with countless divine mountains. He didn't expect that under his tomb, there would be such a great battle. A great battle actually broke out on a divine mountain. Emperor Yao. Everyone bowed. Eastern Emperor Bel. Emperor Yao had a thick beard, and his eyes were like torches, looking at the ground, but most of them were staring at the ancient Eastern Emperor Bel. My disciple is dead, who killed him? Behind him was a large number of ancient gods, and among them, a thin old man shouted. His body was emitting a strong murderous aura. It's me, Lei Gong Lin Ling. At that moment, on the ground, a figure covered in blood stopped and looked up at the sky. There was no fear in his eyes. He was Lin Ling. When he decided to attack, he knew that this moment would come. You killed so many of my gods? Emperor Yao looked at Lin Ling coldly. His eyes were full of majesty. He didn't expect that the person who dared to cause trouble in his territory was a god that he had never seen before. They wanted to kill me, so I naturally resisted. Lin Ling stared at Emperor Yao and said calmly. However, he could sense Emperor Yao's terrifying aura. It was as though a single breath from Emperor Yao would be enough to shatter Lin Ling's bones. From Emperor Yao's eyes, Lin Ling could see an eternity, their gazes clashed in midair. It seemed invisible, but it caused the void to tremble. Kill. After a while, Emperor Yao said coldly. He didn't have time to listen to Lin Ling's explanation. In his opinion, a small god dared to attack him in his territory. So what if he didn't die? The only thing he cared about was the kid with the Donghuang bell. He didn't dare to kill this person. Emperor Yao, we can't kill this person yet. However, I will seal him so that he can't escape. The white tiger god gritted his teeth and said. He knew that if he killed Lin Ling would leave the Dao realm. Therefore, if he sealed Lin Ling, he could make Lin Ling suffer endless torment and never leave his palm. Emperor Yao, one of the 5 emperors, the leader of the ancient tribes. I thought that since you can lead thousands of gods, you would be fair and just. But today, I see that you don't live up to your reputation. On the ground, Lin Ling laughed and mocked. Facing Emperor Yao, the strongest ancient leader, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. He was now the master of Lei Gong Hall and also a leader. Although he couldn't compare to Emperor Yao, he was still a leader. How could he be weak? Shameless boasting. Seeing that Lin Ling still dared to speak such arrogant words, all the deities were enraged. However, Emperor Yao's expression didn't change. He didn't say anything, nor did he refute. He stared at Lin Ling with a calm gaze that was filled with disdain. Emperor Yao, one of the 5 emperors of the prehistoric era. At that time, when humans were just beginning to gain intelligence, he was the one who cultivated water, cultivated farmland, created laws, and led humans to prosperity. He was also the first to step onto the path of cultivation, leading all living beings to surpass their limits and pursue the origin of the universe. How could such an ancient figure be angered by Lin Ling's angry words? His heart didn't even have the slightest ripple. Emperor Yao pondered for a moment and said, the others are nothing but dust. Don't touch that brat from the Donghuang clan. Damn it. Hearing that, Qilin, White Water, and Pure Maiden all gritted their teeth. In Emperor Yao's eyes, were they really that unbearable? Was he really such trash? They came from the void of the 9 states and were the first deities of the void. When had they ever been humiliated like this? Brat, you dared to kill my disciple. I'm going to imprison you in the White Tiger prison. You won't be able to leave for the rest of your life. You want to cultivate? Ha ha ha, you can only become a cripple in my prison. At that moment, the white tiger god pounced down, sprinkling endless light. It was extremely powerful. Lin Ling's expression changed. Now, he only had one way out, and that was to leave the Tao realm. However, he soon realized that a powerful force had quietly appeared around him. It was like the laws of the universe, firmly sealing him within. This was a prison formed by the void. Most importantly, the white tiger god's attack seemed to have the power to transcend the void and create its own. It was indeed very powerful. No wonder Duo Wentian and the others didn't dare to provoke the white tiger overseer divine lord. Emperor Yao, how about giving me some face? However, at that moment, the rolling red clouds arrived and drowned the void prison. The void prison that sealed everything suddenly disappeared around Lin Ling, as if it had been brought to another dimension. In front of Lin Ling, an old man appeared and looked at the white tiger god indifferently. Ancestor Red Cloud, how dare you ruin my plans? The white tiger god was enraged. He slapped down with his palm, and an endless amount of golden chi turned into divine power and blasted down. This palm was so powerful that even Xingyi's Donghuang bell might not be able to block it. Get lost, this is between me and Emperor Yao. However, Ancestor Red Cloud shouted. He stretched out his right hand and drew a circle in front of him, then slapped out, rumble. When the two palms collided, the endless great barren ancient mountains exploded. Then, they floated up like floating mountains. Around Lin Ling, the ground continued to tremble. Grass and gravel continued to float up, as if the entire space was trembling, the two figures seemed to be standing in the river of time. Their palms were pressed together, and a thick blood chi rolled out from their bodies, giving people the impression that they were giants. Such powerful strength. Lin Ling and the Whitewater Pure Lady squinted their eyes, shocked by the strength of these ancient giant gods. They could feel that these ancient giant gods had the power to split the heavens and earth. They could be said to be omnipotent. Ancestor Red Cloud. The White Tiger God fought against Ancestor Red Cloud, but he couldn't defeat him. He was furious. In Emperor Yao's tomb, Ancestor Red Cloud was the most difficult to deal with due to his eccentric personality. Previously, he almost killed his disciple. Therefore, the White Tiger God didn't want to provoke him unless it was a big deal. However, this time, he didn't provoke Ancestor Red Cloud, but this person took the initiative to provoke him. Ancestor Red Cloud continued to ignore the White Tiger God. He looked at Emperor Yao and said, "I will represent Emperor Yao in the War of the North." Obviously, this was the bargaining chip he used to negotiate with Emperor Yao. Emperor Yao would only allow him to speak if he represented Emperor Yao in the War of the North. He can live. Emperor Yao finally spoke, but he was shocked. He didn't understand why Ancestor Red Cloud would help those people. Ancestor Red Cloud was a loner. For many years, he only had one disciple. Even if someone close to him was in trouble, Ancestor Red Cloud wouldn't care. Unfortunately, only Ancestor Red Cloud knew that Lin Ling was his benefactor. His master, Ancestor Red Cloud, also knew Lin Ling. Damn it. Seeing that Emperor Yao had spoken, the White Tiger God cursed and disappeared on the spot. "I promise you that if they can leave this place safely, my people and I won't do anything." At this moment, Emperor Yao said again, as if it was a promise. Ancestor Red Cloud finally retracted his aura. Emperor Yao's gaze fell on Xianxia. "You can stay. What do you think?" In his eyes, only Xianxia was worthy of his attention. The others were like grass. "He is my lord. Wherever he goes, I will follow," Xianxia said coldly. "That's right. If it wasn't for me today, my master would have died. But don't forget that I would have failed to break through without my master." Xianxia's voice was even colder. Emperor Yao frowned, but he couldn't refute him. "Are you really not going to consider staying?" Emperor Yao asked again. "I have no such intention." Xianxia's attitude was resolute. "All right, you can leave now. As for the few of them, they have killed so many of my deities. They have to pay a price. For them, leave behind a Tao state protection." Emperor Yao's expression didn't change, but his voice was getting colder. "Emperor Yao, you promised to let them go personally." Ancestor Red Cloud panicked. "I did promise to spare their lives. However, they have killed too many deities. I have to give them an answer. Hence, I'll let them leave behind a Tao state protection." "This is fair." Emperor Yao said plainly, "All right, you don't have to say any more. I've made up my mind." Emperor Yao. Ancestor Red Cloud knew how precious a Tao state protection was. Hence, he still wanted to fight for Lin Ling and the rest. Ancestor Red Cloud, there's no need for that. However, at this moment, a sharp voice could be heard. Lin Ling walked out and stood in front of Ancestor Red Cloud. "You're saying that this is fair?" "Emperor Yao, I hope you don't contradict yourself." Lin Ling stared at Emperor Yao and said, "What are you trying to say?" Emperor Yao squinted his eyes. He didn't expect this small deity to be so daring. Not only did he not thank him, he even dared to speak. "This started because of the White Tiger Divine Lord, because I knew how to find the red-furred beast in the river and exchange it for the Tao state fragment. However, I didn't tell him this secret, so he came to find me in private and used forceful methods to force the secret out of me. However, I gave face to Emperor Yao. I defeated him but didn't injure him severely." Lin Ling said plainly. "Nonsense. What kind of secret do you know?" White Tiger Deity said disdainfully. "We can testify that Lei Gong Lin Ling did tell us the method to obtain thousands of Tao realm fragments from the cosmic behemoths." At this moment, Duo Wentian and the others spoke up. Their words caused the giant White Tiger God's face to freeze, unable to refute. Emperor Yao frowned and didn't say anything. Lin Ling sneered and continued, I injured him to teach him a lesson and give you face, Emperor Yao. But he didn't repent and brought people to kill me. He even disrupted my breakthrough in the tomb. He's gone mad, so I had no choice but to use force to fight back. As for these gods, they're all dead. They knew what was right and wrong, but they didn't speak up. Instead, they worked together with the White Tiger supervising Soldier Divine Lord to kill me. Could it be that I can only be killed and not refute? Lin Ling's voice became louder when he said the last sentence. Emperor Yao's frown deepened. He said plainly, I didn't know about this. But even if I did, the White Tiger supervising Soldier Divine Lord is the reincarnation of a god. His merits are immeasurable, and not something you can compare to. Perhaps this is the difference between your fates. Ha ha ha, this is the fairness you speak of? What a joke. I, Lin Ling, brought you the method to find Tao realm fragments, and yet you treat me like this. To be honest, I feel embarrassed for you. Lin Ling laughed again. His words made Emperor Yao's face darken, but he didn't speak, as though he was in the wrong. Ancestor Hong Yun let out a soft sigh. He knew that Lin Ling had thoroughly offended Emperor Yao. After all, such things could be discussed in private. But to reprimand Emperor Yao in front of the gods was to tarnish Emperor Yao's dignity. Even if Lin Ling was right, Emperor Yao would hate Lin Ling because of the ancient emperor's dignity. Can't tell right from wrong, inverting black and white. This is the 5 emperors, ha ha ha. At this time, Lin Ling laughed again, infuriating countless gods. Alright, Xianxia said. Considering that you've helped the gods in my tomb, you may leave now. I won't accept the protection of the Tao realm. Emperor Yao finally spoke, but his voice was incomparably low. But Lin Ling laughed even louder, and said word by word, no need. I, Lin Ling, don't want to waste food. It's just one protection of the Tao realm. I, Lin Ling, can afford it. As for the secret of the Tao realm fragment, I'll give it to you as a reward. Kill. With that, he stabbed the tyrannical Song sword in his hand towards himself. This sword was so decisive, so unyielding, but at the same time, it was like a vicious slap that landed heavily on Emperor Yao's face. His face turned red and he felt incomparably ashamed. Now, Lin Ling didn't owe him anything. Instead, he was giving him a reward, as though he was indebted to Lin Ling for taking care of him. Rays of 5-colored light appeared, protecting Lin Ling as he left the Tao realm. Haha. Treasure God Nanwufingyu and the others laughed with endless mockery. They also committed suicide and were taken away by the Tao realm. Emperor Yao, I know you look down on my lord, but I forgot to tell you. Although I'm stronger than him now, I believe that it won't be long before my lord rises to the Tao realm. Just you wait. When it was Saint Guy's turn, he smiled faintly and used the Grand Orient Bell to suppress himself. He was taken away by the Tao realm. One last thing. Perhaps you've made countless contributions to humanity, but in terms of judgment, you're really nothing. They all disappeared in the Tao realm, leaving the entire mountain silent. No one expected that these gods would still be so arrogant. Emperor Yao stood quietly in the sky, his expression unchanged. His eyes flashed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Farewell, Emperor Yao. At this time, 5-colored light condensed, and then Lin Ling appeared again. Previously, he committed suicide and used up a chance at life. But now, he was back. He didn't want to hide in the void of the 9 states. He wanted to leave this place with a swagger. Haha, my lord, we're back. Treasure God Nanwufingyu and the others appeared. They followed Lin Ling and left the Tao realm with large strides. The entire mountain was looking at these lonely figures. Although their figures were small, they gave people a feeling of awe. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you're really stubborn. Emperor Yao muttered to himself. A cold light flashed in his eyes, then he turned and left. Damn it. The White Tiger God stared at Lin Ling and the others' backs. He wanted to kill them, but he didn't dare to. If he did, it would make Emperor Yao go back on his words. Sigh, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Duo Wentian and the others sighed. They had invited Lin Ling and the others to be guests and wanted to recommend them to Emperor Yao. But in the end, things turned out this way. Emperor Yao. At this moment, several figures were flying in the sky. The White Tiger giant god saluted. Lei Gong Lin Ling isn't worth mentioning, but that kid from the Donghuang clan is very tempting. Emperor Yao looked into the distance, his eyes filled with a domineering aura. Donghuang Tai's successor? The white tiger giant god asked. The current Donghuang Tai is probably in the Chaos Realm, and he can't split up to fight against the strongest world will host. Therefore, he can't take back the Donghuang Bell. Emperor Yao added. Emperor Yao, are you saying that the Donghuang Bell should belong to the 5 emperors? The white tiger giant god was indeed smart, and he immediately guessed Emperor Yao's intention. Sigh, if the Donghuang Bell was in the hands of any of the 5 emperors, it would be able to fight against the world will host. After all, there are many world wills in the Dao realm. It's a pity that it fell into the hands of that kid, and that kid probably won't care about the world will. It's a waste of the Donghuang Tai's mission. Emperor Yao sighed. Emperor Yao, leave this to me. The white tiger giant god smiled. No, if this matter spreads out, the world will laugh at me. Emperor Yao frowned. Emperor Yao, you are the merit emperor, and you have done a lot for humanity. Now that the world will's calamity is coming, for humanity, for the universe, I hope you can put aside your prejudice and fight against the world will. The white tiger giant god advised. Emperor Yao, the Donghuang Bell is only effective if it's with you. The other giant gods also bowed. For the universe, sigh. Emperor Yao looked at the sky and sighed, but he did not say anything and strode away. However, the other gods understood Emperor Yao's intention. It was not convenient for Emperor Yao to do this, so it was up to them to do it. The Donghuang Bell was one of the top 10 chaos divine artifacts in the universe. Even if Saint Guy could only use 10% of its power, it was enough to kill anyone. If it fell into Emperor Yao's hands, it would undoubtedly increase his strength greatly. Not just Emperor Yao, even the other 4 emperors would be moved by this chaos divine artifact. However, Emperor Yao was ultimately one of the 5 emperors, and he couldn't snatch it away. Therefore, it was for the universe. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others were flying in the sky. Yao, what Emperor Yao? Bullshit. Treasure god Nanwufingyu spat on the ground and finally saw through this ancient god. I'm most afraid of them settling accounts after the autumn. After all, these ancient great emperors always act one way and act another way. Whitewater Pure Woman said with a frown. Yao's right. Lin Ling nodded. From what happened before, this Emperor Yao isn't a selfless person, so we have to be careful. But for now, we are safe. Emperor Yao told us to leave, so he won't do anything to us in the short term. But after this matter dies down, he will come back. Who knows, they might secretly attack us. If that's the case, then Emperor Yao is too despicable. To think that our tribe used to kneel down and worship Emperor Yao. I didn't expect him to be so despicable. However, as a great figure, he shouldn't vent his anger on us over such a small matter. Young Lin frowned. After breaking through, he no longer looked like a child. Instead, he looked like an elegant young man. It's hard to say. Emperor Yao's temperament is hard to predict. Moreover, I saw that he was very friendly to Xingyi. Therefore, it's not impossible that Emperor Yao attacked him because of the Eastern Emperor Bell. Anyway, we are the latecomers in the Dao realm, and we don't know anyone. None. Lin Ling looked at them and said. He had been practicing martial arts since young, and he had seen the human heart. Anything was possible for the sake of benefits. Xingyi nodded, then looked at Lin Ling and said, Then, where are we going now? Let's go back to our island and see how Emperor Zhonggang and the others are doing. Then, we'll go to the place where Shaluan and Longyang died and help them. It's best to find the Kurishin and the others and gather them. In this Dao realm, it's hard to travel alone. Gathering together, we'll be stronger. Lin Ling said. He pondered for a moment and then said. Okay. Everyone nodded. Knowing that Emperor Yao wouldn't touch them for the time being, they relaxed a lot. Along the way, they flew over endless mountains. Now that they were all mid-gods, they were qualified to travel in the Dao realm. After a long time, an island appeared in the distance. The rolling river surrounded the island. Lin Ling led them down and then communicated with Yu Yu and the others. They found out that many people were walking through the miasma, so they waited quietly in place. There are too many ancient gods in the Dao realm. I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. In order to increase my strength, I need more Dao realm fragments. After sitting down cross-legged, Lin Ling was deep in thought. He soon realized that his physical strength had improved after the previous bitter battle. As for the next upgrade, Lin Ling planned to upgrade his talent. This was because, according to Emperor Yao, Lin Ling was now ranked above average among the early-stage mid-gods. There were still 10% of the strongest early-stage mid-gods who were ranked among the upper echelons, and the reason why they could suppress other gods was undoubtedly their talent. Increasing the talent of a divine fetus could increase one's divine energy, physical strength, soul power, divine steps, and so on. Of course, if one had a powerful divine weapon, it could also increase one's combat strength. Lin Ling currently had 2 divine weapons, the tyrannical song sword and the Kwafu Sunchasur boots. Therefore, he planned to increase the talent of his divine fetus first. The place where Shaluan and the others died is here. Lin Ling sensed the location and memorized it in his heart. He then planned to enter the square prison. He remembered that ancestor Hong Yin said that old devil San Gui was very familiar with the Dao realm. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to know more about the Dao realm fragments from him. He's out. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others noticed that a figure had appeared in the miasma in the distance. Upon closer inspection, this person was one of the 6 star lords of the Southern Dipper, Calamity Star Lord, the strongest low-level deity who had fought with Lin Ling on the island. It's him. Nan Wufingyu was very surprised. I didn't expect him to be the first to come out after us. That's normal. When he lost to me, I heard that he had already reached the 8th level. Lin Ling said. Should we attack him? The young Qilin licked his lips. Ignore him for now. Let's wait and see. Lin Ling shook his head. He was too lazy to attack because he had a feeling that Yu, Big Brother, Young Yao, Emperor Zhang Gang, and the others could all walk out of the miasma. Haha, I'm out too. At that moment, another excited voice was heard. Upon closer inspection, it was the Maoshan immortal ancestor. That was another god defeated by Lin Ling. Following that, another 7 figures walked out. They were the 7 fairies of the island. After they walked out, they took a deep breath and were extremely happy. I didn't expect you to be faster than us, Star Lord Du Xing. The Maoshan immortal ancestor said to Star Lord Du Xing, hee, that's normal. But now, I'm preparing to break through to lesser deity. Star Lord Du Xing sneered and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Hearing that, the expressions of the Maoshan immortal ancestor, the 7 fairies, and the others changed. They wanted to leave because Star Lord Du Xing was the most despicable. If he broke through, they would be in danger. Recover immediately. The Maoshan immortal ancestor hurriedly recovered. He wanted to leave immediately, but he knew that it would be even more dangerous for him to wander around in the Tao realm without any strength. Seeing that, the 7 fairies also quickly recovered their strength. In the distance, Lin Ling and the others were sitting cross-legged under a huge ancient tree. They shook their heads when they saw that scene. The Tao realm is even more chaotic than the void of the 9 states. That's right. Everyone is wary of each other, afraid that the other party will attack them. No wonder there are 5 emperors in the Tao realm. Only under the banner of the 5 emperors will the gods not dare to attack. In order to become stronger, even the reincarnated gods from the primordial era have ugly hearts. Treasure God Nan Wufingyu and the others chatted. No, the more powerful the primordial gods are, the greedier they are. That's because they were extremely powerful back then, and they were already used to the pleasure of dominating the lives of others. Now that they have reincarnated and are so weak, how could they be satisfied? Naturally, they would do anything to become stronger. That's what it means to cherish something. At that moment, Lin Ling said with a smile, as for the weaker gods back then, after they reincarnate, they realize that they have a chance to defeat the opponents they couldn't defeat back then. Therefore, they will work even harder. You're right, my lord. Hearing that, Saint Guy immediately nodded. As the saying goes, people's hearts are not what they used to be, and the times create ambitious and ruthless people. Of course, there is an even more important reason. That is because they have experienced the great calamity of the world's will, thus they are even more afraid of death. They all want to preserve their lives before the next great calamity of the world's will arrives. Thus, they all step on the heads of others and constantly rush upwards, attempting to break through the horizon and surpass their limits. Lin Ling continued. In the next great calamity of the world's will, perhaps, we will also die. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Saint Guy and the others sighed. The world will's great calamity had submerged several eras. No deity could stop it, so it could be seen just how terrifying it was. Suddenly, the young Qilin looked at Lin Ling and asked, "My lord, what do you think this world will is? Why can't even the ancient giant gods stop it?" Lin Ling pondered and guessed, Pangu created the heaven and earth, but there was an even stronger god of creation above Pangu. As the saying goes, first there was Hongjun, then there was heaven. It was the will of the universe, and it was also divided into two parts. One was creation, and the other was destruction. Therefore, my guess is that the world will is creation. The other will of the deity. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. No wonder so many ancient giant gods couldn't deal with the world will. It turned out that it really had a great background. Of course, this is just my guess. The real secret is probably only known by the few most ancient giant beasts. Seeing the shocked expressions of the young Qilin and the others, Lin Ling laughed. My lord, you know a lot. Admiration appeared in Saint Guy's eyes. He had been to the primal chaos realm and had seen many things that others had never seen before. However, when it came to the world will, the Donghuang clan was not as familiar as Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head. It wasn't that he knew a lot, but it was just a guess. However, when it came to ancient giant beasts, he had seen many of them. While they were chatting, people walked out from the fog barrier in the distance. It was God Emperor Zhonggang and the others. They looked exhausted, but after seeing the new world, they were incomparably happy. Sakura even roared towards the sky, "Haha, I'm out." "You're out too, Emperor Zhonggang." Next was young Master Yao. They looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. "It's too early for you to be happy. We came out earlier than you." However, a cold laugh interrupted everyone's excitement. The Maoshan immortal ancestor had stood up. It turned out that he had finally recovered his strength with the help of the talisman. "It's you, the Maoshan immortal ancestor." Yu and the others looked around, and their expressions changed instantly. They all knew that Lin Ling had defeated the Maoshan immortal ancestor, which was why the latter had always held a grudge against Lei Gong. Not long ago on the island, the Maoshan immortal ancestor did not dare to act recklessly because there were many powerful beings in Lei Gong's palace. They did not expect that the guy would become so arrogant after leaving the island. "You must be very weak now." "Sorry, I've just recovered my strength." The Maoshan immortal ancestor smiled coldly as if he had everything under control. "Shameless." Yu and the others finally knew why the Maoshan immortal ancestor was so smug. It was because they had not recovered their strength. "I forgot to mention that there's a calamity surrogate here." The Maoshan immortal ancestor pointed again. Not far away, the calamity surrogate star slowly opened his eyes. He was about to break through, but he saw Yu and the others coming out just as he was about to get into the right state. That made him put his breakthrough on hold for the time being. He had to deal with these people first. "You didn't expect this. We've been waiting for you outside, right?" The calamity surrogate star stood up with a cold smile on his face. Yu and the others frowned even more. The Maoshan immortal ancestor was already very scary, and now there was the calamity surrogate star. Both of them had a grudge against Lei Gong's palace. Most importantly, they would not be afraid of those two if it were any other time, but now, they had not recovered their strength at all. They were no match for them. "Weren't you very happy before? Why did your face turn so dark when you saw us?" The Maoshan immortal ancestor said with a sinister smile when he saw Yu and the others remain silent. He knew about the grudge between the calamity surrogate star and Lin Ling, so he took the blame. That way, the calamity surrogate star would not do anything to him. This is karma. The great path is a cycle of karma. Lin Ling sowed the seeds, and you reap the fruits of your actions. That star monarch due adversity indeed wanted to make a move against Yu and the others. However, just like his personality, he was despicable and shameless. He clearly wanted to make a move against Yu and the others, but he used the great Tao of karma to find a good excuse for himself. "That's right. That's our karma. I'll kill you first as the cause, and then I'll kill you as the effect." Chuckle. It sounded like a chuckle, but it was laced with cold killing intent that made Star-Lord Du Xing and the others turn around, and their pupils instantly trembled. It was Lin Ling. At that moment, Star-Lord Du Xing and the Celestial Lord's hearts trembled. Not far away, the seven fairies also widened their eyes in shock. Lin Ling was one of the top lesser deities on the island. Not long ago, he had defeated Star-Lord Du Xing and the Celestial Lord and walked out of the miasma faster than them. Therefore, how could Star-Lord Du Xing and the Celestial Lord not be afraid when they saw Lin Ling? Ha ha ha, so it's Lin Ling. We've become friends after fighting. However, you just walked out of the miasma earlier than me. Now, I'm about to break through from lesser deity to intermediate deity. After all, the miasma reward is quite a lot of Tao realm fragments. It's enough for me to break through. Suddenly, Star-Lord Du Xing smiled courteously. However, he was actually threatening Lin Ling. He was telling Lin Ling that he was about to break through. Lin Ling, you'd better think twice if you want to touch me. Intermediate deities are not people you can mess with. That's right. I heard that intermediate deities are extremely powerful. No matter how strong a lesser deity is, they can't defeat an intermediate deity. The Maoshan immortal ancestor also smiled. He also used intermediate deities to intimidate Lin Ling. Whoosh. However, Lin Ling and the others did not say anything. Instead, their aura spread out. That was the aura of an intermediate deity. This F***CK. Star-Lord Du Xing and the Celestial Lord shouted at the same time. They wanted to use intermediate deities to intimidate Lin Ling, but he had already broken through. Moreover, it was not just one person who had broken through, but all of them. This meant that even if Star-Lord Du Xing had broken through, he would still be no match for Lin Ling and the others. Well, I'm Emperor Yao's deity. The Maoshan immortal ancestor let out a shout. If he couldn't intimidate Lin Ling with his strength, he would have to use his backer. Emperor Yao is one of the 5 great monarchs. He is famous in the Tao realm. The Maoshan immortal ancestor's voice was getting louder and louder. He wanted to instill fear in Lin Ling. Me. Du Adversity Star Sovereign did not have any background, but he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Hee, I'm sorry, but I'm also one of Emperor Yao's people. He had no idea who Emperor Yao was, and he had never even seen him before. But now, he had no choice but to try his best. Emperor Yao? At this time, Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu finally spoke with a sneer on his face. Emperor Yao. The young Qilin smiled as well. Saint Gi, White Water, and Pure Maiden laughed. What is the meaning of this? The Maoshan immortal ancestors felt even more uneasy when they saw the malicious smiles on Lin Ling's face. This was because when people heard this name, their expressions would definitely change. Fear, reverence. However, Lin Ling and the others did not have such expressions. Instead, they looked at them with disdain, as if they had seen Emperor Yao before. They even saw a sneer on Lin Ling's face. It was the sneer of an enemy. Sorry, we just met Emperor Yao not long ago and killed many of his gods. We've completely broken off our relationship with him. At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke. His voice was extremely cold. Thump, Du Adversity Star Sovereign and the others collapsed to the ground. For some reason, they believed Lin Ling's words from the bottom of their hearts. Where did these guys go? How did they cause such a commotion in such a short time? If even Emperor Yao did not give them face, then wouldn't they die even faster if they said that they were Emperor Yao? Lin Ling, this is a misunderstanding. The Maoshan immortal ancestor sat on the ground and kept begging for mercy. A misunderstanding? Shungi and the others laughed. Their laughter was incomparably cold. They had seen with their own eyes that the Maoshan immortal ancestor and the others were about to attack Yu and the others. How could that be a misunderstanding? In fact, Lin Ling and the others had seen them when they left the island. However, after becoming intermediate gods, they could not be bothered with lesser gods. Who would have thought that they would court death? Are you going to leave the Tao realm on your own, or do you want us to send you away? Lin Ling said indifferently. These two had died once last time. If they died again, they probably would not have much chance of survival. Lin Ling, give us a chance, okay? Du Adversity Star Sovereign and the others were disgusted when they heard Lin Ling's words. They were going to die again. They had just left the island and had already died twice. How could they go far in the Tao realm in the future? So, you want us to send you away? Lin Ling shook his head. You've got guts. Do adversity star sovereign cursed and committed suicide gloomily. He was taken away by the Tao realm cultivator. He almost cried when he looked at the Maoshan immortal ancestor. Heavens, he had just left the island and died before he could achieve anything. Damn it, next, he also left unwillingly. The 7 fairies on the side trembled and lowered their heads. They did not dare to look at Lin Ling and the others. Of course, since they did not attack earlier, Lin Ling could not be bothered with them. Ha ha ha. After the 2 of them died, Sakura and the others walked toward Lin Ling and the others. They were extremely happy. I didn't expect everyone to walk out of the miasma. Lin Ling also smiled. He held Yu and Inuer's hands and found that their strength had greatly improved. Their talents were limited after all. They were not the reincarnations of gods. It was just that they had followed Lin Ling for many years and obtained too many treasures. This caused their cultivation to be forcefully smashed. In fact, even young Monster Lord and Sakura were the same. If they had not followed Lin Ling, the void of the 9 states would be their limit. Now, they had stepped into the Tao realm. Although they could not be compared to the other ancient gods, at least they appeared on the same stage. Then, anything was possible. Everyone chatted as they walked, roughly recounting what had happened. Emperor Yao? Yu and the others were very worried when they learned that Lin Ling and the others had offended Emperor Yao. The 5 Tao realm emperors. They had heard about them on the island. It was said that they were the 5 oldest emperors of the human race and were extremely powerful. What's done is done. Let nature take its course for the rest. Lin Ling saw that they were worried and could not help but comfort them. Haha, interesting. We've just left the island and we've already offended such a powerful enemy. However, this is fun. After all, it's rare to come to the world of gods. It's boring if it's too boring. Sakura and young Monster Lord glanced at each other. Their eyes were filled with excitement. They were arrogant and did not like peaceful days. They preferred the years of battle. Of course, if they were alone, they would not dare to be so arrogant. However, there were countless experts in Lei Gong's hall and Lin Ling leading them. With these powerful companions, they had nothing to fear. At worst, they would go to the underworld together and reincarnate together. Saint Guy knew Lin Ling's future better than anyone else. Dong Huangtai had left him a letter, telling him to follow Lin Ling. Lin Ling would definitely become a god of war who would fight against the will of the world. He even knew that many of the primordial gods in the primal chaos realm knew about Lin Ling. Emperor Yao was one of the 5 emperors, but he could not compare to the primordial beasts, so it was normal that he did not know what was good for him. Alright, since everyone has just left the realm of Tao, let's try to break through as soon as possible. Only after becoming a mid-god can we walk freely in the realm of Tao. Lin Ling brought everyone to the giant tree in the distance and asked Saint Guy to tell him about the cosmic beasts in the river. Wow, 3,000 Tao realm shards. We're rich. With these shards, our strength will be greatly improved. Sakura and the others were very excited after hearing the news. Their talents were not as good as Lin Ling's, so their breakthroughs would be faster in a way. Next, I will leave with Saint Guy to help Shaluan and the others. You guys hide around here and leave after breaking through. Lin Ling pondered for a moment before making arrangements. He had a feeling that Emperor Yao was eyeing Saint Guy's Donghuang Bell covetously. Therefore, if Saint Guy left with him, Emperor Yao would not be in danger. Alright, you guys go. We will wait for you here. White Maiden nodded, and so did Nanhua Fingyu and the others. With the 3 mid-level celestials and the White Water Pure Maiden's strength as a mid-level celestial, Lin Ling was relieved. After all, there should not be any experts on the island. A mid-stage mid-god should be enough to protect himself. After exhorting the others, Lin Ling and Saint Guy left without stopping. Saint Guy. After flying for about half a day, Lin Ling called out to Saint Guy. My lord. Saint Guy immediately bowed. Next, I'm going to enter a mystery land to ask some questions, so you have to protect me. Lin Ling said. Then, he entered the square prison, looking at the 4-sided stone stele floating in the air. Saint Guy immediately dragged it to the ground and found a quiet place to wait. Lin Ling appeared in the Four Corners prison. He looked at the ancient prison with curiosity in his eyes. Most of the ancient great gods in the Tao realm were reincarnated, but the ancient great gods in the prison had survived the calamity of the world's will. From a certain point of view, the ancient gods in prison were undoubtedly more powerful. Third Ghost Grandpa. A jade slip appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He looked through it and was surprised to find that this ancient great god called Old Sangui was very mysterious. He didn't even know what kind of mistake he had committed and why he was imprisoned. His cultivation level and origin were all mysteries. Seems like he's a difficult character to deal with. Lin Ling thought to himself. He took a step forward and arrived in front of a prison cell in an instant. In the prison cell, an old man in his 50s was lying on the ground. He was sloppy and his hair was messy. He was singing an unknown song. This guy who looked like Taoist master of many treasures was Third Ghost Grandpa. Third Ghost Grandpa, I heard that you're very familiar with the Tao realm. Lin Ling said after looking at him quietly for a moment. Eh? Lord Prison, an esteemed guest, an esteemed guest. The old man suddenly jumped up and stared at Lin Ling in surprise. However, Lin Ling didn't believe him. He reckoned that this old geezer already knew that he would come. He said coldly, I'll cut to the chase. I just want to ask you how to obtain more Tao realm fragments in the Tao realm. Tao realm? What's that? Third Ghost Grandpa opened his mouth, revealing his yellow teeth as he laughed. You're courting death. Lin Ling snorted and controlled the prison's calamity to wreak havoc on Third Ghost Grandpa. Ah! Third Ghost Grandpa cried out in pain. Lord Prison, please spare me. I really don't know what the Tao realm is. As expected, nothing worked. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he continued to use the calamity to wreak havoc. After a long time, Third Ghost Grandpa lay on the ground, exhaling more air than he inhaled. He looked like he was on the verge of death. What surprised Lin Ling was that even at this point, Third Ghost Grandpa's mouth was still very stubborn. It seemed that using force wouldn't work. What do you need? I can do it for you. You just need to tell me the secret of the Tao realm. Lin Ling said. Lord Prison, I really don't know. I really don't know. Third Ghost Grandpa knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. This old man was still pretending to be stupid. Lin Ling smiled. He wasn't in a hurry. He sat down beside the cell and asked indifferently, Third Ghost Grandpa, tell me, what did you do to be sent to prison? Facing this old man who was pretending to be crazy, Lin Ling knew that he couldn't be anxious. However, he would catch him sooner or later. Sigh, back then, I touched an old woman's hand and was sent to prison for no reason. What an injustice. Seeing that Lin Ling was no longer aggressive, Third Ghost Grandpa chuckled and sat down beside the cell. The two of them were separated by a cell. Touched an old woman's hand? That old woman can't be the Queen Mother, right? Lin Ling sneered. How did you know? Old Man San kept blinking, looking very surprised. However, he also explained, I didn't molest that old woman. She was the one who insisted that I read her palm. However, I said something unpleasant, so she threw me into prison. Is that so? Lin Ling naturally didn't believe Third Ghost Grandpa. Of course, I'm famous for reading palms. It's 100% accurate. I can divine the past, present, and future. I said that the Queen Mother wouldn't live for more than 3 years and she was furious. However, the truth is that when the calamity of the world's will comes, she won't live for more than 3 years. Third Ghost Grandpa curled his lips. Said. Oh, since you're so powerful, why don't you read my fortune? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. As long as Lord Prison doesn't mind my nonsense, I'll read your fortune for you. Third Ghost Grandpa chuckled, revealing his yellow teeth. Don't worry, I don't believe in divination. You can speak your mind. Lin Ling extended his palm into the cell. Third Ghost Grandpa took Lin Ling's palm and carefully examined it. However, at this moment, Third Ghost Grandpa's eyes quietly turned a strange green color. Although the cell suppressed most of his strength, he was still an ancient great god. His strength was still incomparably powerful. Lin Ling instantly felt a terrifying force enter his soul. It was as if an evil aura was invading his soul. This was soul force, and it was extremely powerful. Of course, compared to Lin Ling's soul force, this soul force was still much weaker. Firstly, Lin Ling's soul force even dared to devour the grim demon. Secondly, the cell also suppressed third ghost grandpa's soul force. However, Lin Ling was not worried. His soul force was strong and he had the prison in his hands. Hence, he wanted to see what old devil was up to. At this moment, the evil energy was running amok. He thought he had hidden it well, but he did not expect Lin Ling to see it so clearly. Lin Ling even shrunk his soul force to a corner to prevent old devil from discovering it. Otherwise, it would be bad if he was frightened. TSK, 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 this brat's soul is actually protected by a Buddhist power. TSK, TSK, amazing. Moreover, his soul is too pure. Looks like it has been tempered a lot. The underworld imprint. Heavens, this brat is dead. No, he should be someone who escaped from the underworld. Motherf asterisk cur, he even dares to provoke the underworld. If the experts of the underworld move out, they will definitely capture him. I'm afraid that when they take his body, he will be captured by the underworld god. This? Bodhi testimony divine art? Impossible, this art is owned by the ancient giant beast patriarch Bodhi. It is the foundation of the universe's three extremes break. Why would he have it too? Could he be the patriarch Bodhi's disciple? Look at his past and present life. How is this possible? How is this possible? Why can't I see through it? I can even see through the heavenly Queen Mother. Why can't I see through him? What is his background? The more old devil probed Lin Ling's soul, the more shocked he became. In the end, he was even a little flustered. He could even see through the origins of the 5 emperors, let alone a mere Lin Ling. Brat, wake up. Old devil's soul force suddenly erupted, creating ripples in Lin Ling's soul. Speak, why do you have the Bodhi testimony divine art? Why can't I see through your past life? What kind of reincarnation are you? Old devil roared angrily. You're asking me so many questions at once. How do you want me to answer? Lin Ling's voice also sounded in Lin Ling's soul. Brat, don't be too arrogant. Right now, your soul is under my control. If you make me unhappy, I can destroy your soul at any time. Old devil said fiercely. Tell me immediately why you have the Bodhi testimony divine art. Threatening me? Lin Ling sneered, don't get it wrong. This is my territory. I should be the one threatening you. You're courting death. Third ghost grandpa angrily roared. His soul dispersed like a demon, wanting to teach Lin Ling a lesson. That's what I said to you. Seeing that third devil grandpa finally couldn't help but make a move, Lin Ling's sneer became even wider. The soul force he had been hiding before began to return, rushing into his mind. Boom, the surging soul power was like an ocean, instantly sealing off any space where the evil energy could escape, tightly wrapping around it. What? Is this your soul power? How is this possible? Why is your soul force stronger than mine? Old devil grandpa was completely shocked. Old devil grandpa, don't think that you're so great just because you're from the ancient era. Let me tell you, I've seen many ancient gods like you. That's right, I've seen many ancient gods like you. That's right, I've already seen Patriarch Bodhi. Moreover, in the chaos world, there are several ancient gods who are watching me. Old Lord, you're nothing but a fart at best. Lin Ling said disdainfully. You, who are you? Hearing Lin Ling's words, old devil grandpa panicked. The more he listened to Lin Ling's words, the more he realized how terrifying the latter was. The latter had too many ancient divine arts on him. That's what I'm asking you. Lin Ling said coldly, who are you? What do you know about the Tao realm? Speak. Are you threatening me? At worst, we'll break up. Old devil grandpa's soul trembled. Then, he controlled his soul force and crazily clashed with it. Unfortunately, he wasn't Lin Ling's match at all. Coupled with the suppression of the cell, he couldn't utilize his full strength. On the contrary, his soul had been sealed by Lin Ling, causing it to be difficult for him to return to his body. You don't want to speak, right? I'll imprison you here forever and destroy your soul. Lin Ling was not in a hurry to destroy old devil grandpa's soul. He continued to seal him. This time, old devil grandpa panicked. Generally speaking, the soul could not leave the body for too long. Otherwise, the body would be damaged. I'll speak. I'm familiar with the Tao realm. I'm familiar with it. Lord Prison, please let me out. As a condition, I'll tell you the secret of the Tao realm. Old Devil Grandpa hurriedly shouted. As a condition? Are you qualified to bargain with me now? Lin Ling sneered. He controlled his soul force to engulf Old Devil Grandpa's soul. Spare me. I'll tell you everything I know. I'll tell you everything I know. Old Devil Grandpa panicked even more. Only now did he realize that the Lord Prison had lowered his guard and approached him on purpose to lure him into a trap. Now, he was truly in a difficult position. He had been hiding in his body and Lin Ling could not do anything to him. After all, he did not fear the prison's calamity, however, his soul had entered Lin Ling's body and been sealed. It could be said that Lin Ling had complete control over his life and death. If you don't want to die, you can. Open your soul. Lin Ling said at that moment. What are you doing to my soul? Old Devil Grandpa asked nervously. Open it. Lin Ling did not speak nonsense. His soul was filled with majesty. Old Devil Grandpa did not dare resist. He opened his soul and Lin Ling planted a soul mark. This soul mark was planted in the deepest part of Old Devil Grandpa's soul. If Lin Ling wanted Old Devil Grandpa to die, all he needed to do was destroy this part of his soul and form a soul storm that could tear apart Old Devil Grandpa's soul. This was similar to a martial artist swearing a blood oath. Get out. After planting the soul mark, Lin Ling angrily shouted and chased Old Devil Grandpa out. At the same time, within the prison cell, Old Devil Grandpa opened his eyes and bitterly smiled. He looked up. At some unknown time, the Lord Prison was standing in front of him, coldly looking down at him. I want to obtain the Tao boundary fragment. Speak, how can I obtain it? Lin Ling coldly said. My lord, where are you now? Old Devil Grandpa did not dare to resist. He looked like he was about to cry. Lin Ling took out a map and pointed in a certain direction. This was also the direction Lin Ling wanted to go to save Shaoluan. Nearby? That's right, there is a mountain sea sage there. He is the incarnation of the ancient god of the Tao boundary. He is also one of the Tao boundary's obsessions. If I can find 3 sun-facing divine flowers for him to brew wine, he will be able to obtain a large number of Tao boundary fragments. Old Devil Grandpa said as he stared at the map. It was obvious that this person was very familiar with the vast Tao boundary. Mountain sea sage? Incarnation of the Tao boundary's obsessions? You're not lying to me, are you? Lin Ling frowned. He still wants it? That means this mountain sea Taoist doesn't need it all the time. He will still satisfy it, right? Lin Ling asked. That's right, that's right. Old Devil nodded. I hope you didn't lie to me. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson when I get back. Lin Ling knew that there was no time to lose. He quickly left the prison. After leaving the square prison, Lin Ling immediately reported the news to Saint Guy. Ah? 3 sunrise divine flowers in exchange for a Tao realm fragment? Saint Guy was dumbfounded. That was too cheap. If that was the case, why would the ancient gods lack Tao realm fragments? Sir, we were the last to enter the Tao realm. The other gods entered tens of thousands of years ago. If there is such news, the others should know about it too. Saint Guy said suspiciously. I'm not too sure, but we happen to be heading in that direction. We'll know once we try. Lin Ling wasn't too sure. After all, that old devil was so mysterious. Who knew if he was lying? Of course, if Old Devil was lying, he would teach him a lesson later. Let's go. The two turned into rainbows and shot into the distance. The Tao realm was vast, even more majestic than the 9 prefectures. There were countless divine lands here. It was as if all the valuable divine lands were sucked in by the Tao realm after the end of the era. After flying through endless mountains and ancient seas, Lin Ling arrived near the mountain sea Taoist after a full day. Looking carefully, the mountain sea Taoist lived on a tall mountain. There was a Taoist temple on the mountain, and incense was burning. A long winding staircase crossed the endless mist and extended to the Taoist temple. Moreover, there were people walking up the Taoist temple one after another. It's so lively. Lin Ling and Saint Guy landed on the ground and were shocked. The Mountain Sea Taoist is an ancient god. I heard that he created the Mountain Sea divine scripture. Comprehending it can speed up the recovery of divine energy and increase one's comprehension of the Tao. After so many years, I encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation, so I came to visit the Mountain Sea Taoist. That's right. I heard that great god Chi Wu broke through here 300 years ago. It was because of that incident that countless gods came here to listen to the great Tao. The Mountain Sea spiritual master was very patient and collected a Tao realm fragment from everyone who came to ask for help. That's right, that's right. We descendants have suffered a loss. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the front. It was very lively. As far as the eye could see, there were both young and old gods who had come to pay a visit. The old ones had the demeanor of a transcendent being while the young ones were like children, but they were extremely powerful. Clearly, they were all famous deities of this era. Fellow cultivator, you don't look familiar. May I know your name? As Lin Ling and the Mountain Sea Taoist walked forward, some people also greeted them politely. They didn't neglect their greetings because they knew that the deity of the Mountain Sea Taoist definitely had a powerful background. Only those who had cultivated in the Tao realm for tens of thousands of years would know where the Mountain Sea Taoist was. Well, my name is Zhang Wuji. Lin Ling randomly came up with a name. I'm Ouyang Feng. Saint Guy pondered for a moment before coming up with a random name. Tsk Tisk. The expressions of those ancient gods changed. They had never heard of this name before. May I know which era the two of you are from? Another deity asked curiously. It was an old man. Lin Ling smiled mysteriously. After the primordial era, the beginning of the primordial era. Wow. The primordial great gods were all shocked. They stared at Lin Ling and the others with even more respect in their eyes. The beginning of the primordial era was before the primordial era. These two ancient gods had such a powerful background, no wonder they had never heard of this name before. Fellow cultivators, you are going to pay a visit to the Mountain Sea Taoist, right? You go first, you go first. The crowd stepped aside and politely invited Lin Ling and the Mountain Sea Taoist to go first. That's fine too. Lin Ling and Saint Guy looked at each other and were tongue-tied. They didn't want to reveal their identities and just casually said that. But to think that these deities would be so courteous, however, it would be a waste if they didn't accept this gift. Thank you, fellow cultivators. Lin Ling led Saint Guy up the stairs. The deities behind them were still discussing. Although Lin Ling and the Mountain Sea Taoist's strength was average, their background was too big. They probably knew many people. It was best not to offend such people if possible. Moreover, they were in the Mountain Sea Taoist's temple. This explained a lot. After all, the Mountain Sea Taoist was very ancient. No one knew his exact background. The only thing the deities knew was that this deity seemed to have appeared here when the Tao realm was still around. Lin Ling and the Mountain Sea Taoist passed by smoothly. Although the ancient gods on the stairs didn't know what was going on, they all stepped aside to let them pass. They thought that Lin Ling and the Mountain Sea Taoist had a powerful background, so they also stepped aside to let them pass. Could they be from the Five Emperors? After Lin Ling and the Mountain Sea Taoist left, the ancient gods began to discuss spiritedly. At the top of the mountain, a ray of sunlight shone, and an ancient temple appeared in front of them. The smell of sandalwood floated in the air. There were many people standing in front of the door. Mountain Sea Taoist, please take a look. At the Mountain Sea Divine Manual. An ancient deity bowed and said. 3 Tao realm fragments. An ancient voice floated out from the temple. 3? Isn't that 1 Tao realm fragment? The expression of the ancient god at the door changed drastically. I said 3, so it's 3. However, the voice in the temple was full of impatience. All right. The deity nodded helplessly. He didn't dare to slight the Mountain Sea Taoist because not only was his background mysterious, but he was also extremely powerful. Following that, the deity also entered the Taoist temple and disappeared. Mountain Sea Taoist, can I take a look at the 3 Heavenly Tao Transformations Sacred Manual? Another voice sounded. It was a woman. 10 Tao realm fragments. A voice came from the Taoist temple, causing the woman to suck in a cold breath. 10 Dao realm fragments, this was not a small number. So expensive. The woman was obviously reluctant. You don't have to take a look. However, a disdainful voice came from the temple. Well, Mountain Sea Taoist, can you use other treasures as a replacement? I have a Tianyo divine needle here. It's a chaos treasure. Can it be used as a replacement for the Dao realm fragments? The woman pondered and then asked. Get lost. However, the Taoist temple immediately sent out an order to chase the guest away without any consideration. Okay. 10 Dao realm fragments. The woman's expression changed. She was looking for the 3 heavenly Dao transformations sacred manual to comprehend the great Dao and break through to the next realm. How could she be chased away? Get lost. A powerful aura spread out, sweeping up a strong wind and taking the woman away. The woman was a middle-stage middle deity, but she still couldn't resist. At this moment, the ancient deities outside the temple were shocked. They had heard that the Mountain Sea Taoist was difficult to deal with, and now that they saw it, it was true. He really can't be offended. A few whispers beside Lin Ling floated out. Of course, from another perspective, he could be considered an ancient god. After all, even Lin Ling's avatar had a consciousness, let alone a Dao realm cultivator's will. Interesting? You're saying the Mountain Sea Xianxia is interesting? Next to him, a young man looked at Lin Ling in shock. Then, he said with disdain, where did you come from? Is this your first time visiting Mountain Sea Xianxia? You're really blind. He saw that Lin Ling was young and unfamiliar, so he did not think much of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling ignored him. Instead, he smiled at Xianxia. If the Mountain Sea Xianxia is really here, then things will be easier. I hope it's not too late. He had heard from Old Devil that the Mountain Sea Xianxia needed the sunward divine flower, but there was a limit to the number. If Lin Ling was late, then the Mountain Sea Xianxia would not need the sunward divine flower. Old Devil had also mentioned this in advance. Therefore, if the Mountain Sea Xianxia did not want it, Lin Ling would not teach Old Devil a lesson. Yes, it's good to have such a person. Xianxia nodded with a smile. He had thought that the Mountain Sea Xianxia did not exist. Did the two of you hear me? I'm Emperor Shun's man. The young man's face turned ugly. The two of them were ignoring him. He was a god from the age of gods. Even the ancient gods had to give him face. However, Lin Ling was still talking to Xianxia, ignoring him. In Lin Ling's eyes, this person must be sick in the head. They were talking, but this person was nagging. Was he trying to find out if he was more familiar with the Mountain Sea Xianxia? Who are the two of you? The young man was furious. Si Lu Xing, lower your voice. Don't disturb the Mountain Sea Xianxia. At this time, someone reminded him softly. Then, he looked coldly at Lin Ling and Xianxia. The two of you are too much. Si Lu Xing is kind enough to remind you, but you don't recognize his kindness. You should know that Si Lu Xing is one of the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper. He's the god of Emperor Shun. It's your fortune that he reminded you. Apologize. Remind me? This time, Lin Ling and Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Was this young man also a reminder? He was showing off how knowledgeable he was. Speaking of which, what we say has nothing to do with you. If we think that the Mountain Sea Xianxia is only SOSO, that's our business. If you think that the Mountain Sea Xianxia cannot be blasphemed, that's your business. In the end, we will be the ones who will be chased away, so what are you worried about? Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the Scylla Star Lord and ask. After that person's reminder, he suddenly recalled that among the 6 celestial lords of the Southern Dipper, that Du Xing Star Lord seemed to be one of them. 6 star monarchs represented 6 people. You. Seeing Lin Ling speak so rudely, the Si Lu Star Lord was even more enraged. Terrifying divine essence emanated from his body. Si Lu Star Sovereign, don't behave atrociously here. However, the god beside him immediately reminded him, causing the Si Lu Star Monarch to snort coldly and forcefully retract his aura. However, it was clear that his anger had not subsided. Don't bother about them. They will know what's good for them later. That god comforted him again, and only then did the Si Lu Star Lord's anger dissipate. As time passed, it was gradually their turn. they all mentioned that they wanted to comprehend the Mountain Sea Sutra and handed over a Tao state fragment. However, they didn't enter the Taoist temple. Instead, they waited at the entrance with cold smiles. In reality, they were quietly waiting for Lin Ling and the rest to embarrass themselves. They wanted to see how Lin Ling and the rest would treat the Mountain Xizhenren and whether he was as arrogant as he claimed to be. Not long after, it was finally Lin Ling and the rest's turn. The two of them stood at the entrance and looked indifferently inside. However, the inside of the entrance was a vast expanse of white and very mysterious. What Mountain Sea Sutra? I don't want it. I want the Tao state fragment. After looking quietly for a while, Lin Ling didn't see anything, so he simply went straight to the point. After all, he wasn't here for the Mountain Sea Sutra. In fact, he wasn't interested in it at all. The only thing that interested him was the Tao state fragment, so he went straight to the point. What? As soon as he said that, the surrounding gods' jaws dropped to the ground. The Silu star was even more tongue-tied and almost laughed out loud. Previously, a certain lady was unwilling to part with the Tao state fragment and bargained for it. In the end, she was immediately chased away. Even if she was willing to hand over the Tao state fragment, the Mountain Xizhenren didn't want it anymore. Looking at the two of them now, they were about to enter the Tao state fragment. Damn, do you know how to spell the word death? The Taoist temple quietened down as an oppressive storm brewed. I have 3 sunward divine flowers here. How about this? I'll exchange 1 flower for 3,000 Tao state fragments. What do you think? At this moment, Lin Ling waved his hand and took out the sunward divine flowers that he had prepared beforehand. The sunward divine flower wasn't something precious. It was a very ordinary existence. Therefore, the Silu star almost laughed again. 3 sun-facing divine flowers in exchange for 3,000 Tao realm fragments. You've eaten too much food. Just you wait. These 2 are going to be kicked off the mountain. The Silu star said to the god beside him. That god immediately smiled sinisterly and waited for a good show. Even the gods beside the door started to count down silently. Would they be swept off the mountain by the strong wind, or would the Mountain Xizhenren kick them off the mountain? After so many years, you are the first to bring a sunward divine flower to me. At this moment, a low voice came from the Taoist temple. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. He was a little excited. This meant that they were the first batch and the Mountain Xizhenren still wanted the sunward divine flower. Laughing? Are you stupid? However, the Silu star had the opposite view. After so many years, this was the first time. This meant that these 2 were really stupid. They were the stupidest in many years. You want to exchange 1 sunward divine flower for 3,000 Tao state fragments? That's impossible. At this moment, the Mountain Xizhenren's voice came again. It was as if he had sentenced Lin Ling to death. This time, Lin Ling and the rest frowned. They weren't worried about being chased off. Instead, they felt that 1 sunward divine flower couldn't be exchanged for any Tao state fragments. 1 sunward divine flower for at least 5,000. However, just as Lin Ling frowned, the Taoist temple spoke again. 1 sunward divine flower for 5,000 Tao state fragments. The Silu star and the other gods' ears dropped to the ground. They were afraid that they had heard wrongly. What a joke. That kind of trashweed was worth 5,000 Tao state fragments. One had to know that just viewing the Mountain Sea Sutra required 10 Tao state fragments. The classic of mountains and seas was many times more valuable than the divine flower of weeds. This, Mountain Xizhenren, are you stupid? After the Silu star recovered from his shock, he suddenly shouted into the depths of the Taoist temple. His voice was hysterical and he was about to go crazy. This was too unfair. You said I'm stupid? From the Taoist temple, the Mountain Xizhenren's voice was mixed with anger. Aren't you stupid? Trashweed, is it worth 5,000 Tao state fragments? If it's 3, it's 15,000. I can find a basket of such weeds. The Silu star roared again. He was obviously going crazy. The Taoist temple was silent for a moment. Then, a huge foot suddenly pressed down. How dare you call me an idiot in my territory? Impudent. A majestic voice rang out. A dignified voice rang out, causing the expressions of the gods outside the door to change drastically, and they didn't dare to utter a single word. To be honest, if the Silu star had not been kicked away, they would have lost their minds out of anger. That was because it was too unfair. 3 sun-facing divine flowers in exchange for 15,000 Tao state fragments? Even giving them money would not be so ridiculous. My 2 young friends, come in. At this time a kind voice rang out. Lin Ling and Xingyi looked at each other and strode into the Taoist temple. After they entered, it was as if they had stepped through a time tunnel. The white space from before disappeared, and everything in the Taoist temple became clear to them. The Taoist temple was very ordinary. There was an incense burner burning with sandalwood, a futon on the ground, and a huge table enshrined an old man. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ling and Xingyi with a smile. Even the deities standing outside the door saw this scene, and they were dumbfounded. Countless ancient deities had visited the Taoist temple over the years, but very few of them had the chance to meet the mountain Xianxia. If not for the 2 young men, they would not have the chance to meet him in their lifetime. However, 3 sun-facing divine flowers were enough to meet the mountain Xianxia. This was too strange. My young friend, where are the sun-facing divine flowers? The mountain Xianxia asked with a smile. It seemed like he was even more anxious than Lin Ling and Xingyi. Where are the Tao state fragments? Lin Ling asked calmly. Yes, they are here. The mountain Xianxia threw a cloth bag, and Xingyi quickly picked it up and checked it carefully. During this process, the mountain Xianxia rubbed his hands and looked at Lin Ling and Xingyi with a smile. The deities standing outside the door were dumbfounded. Why did it feel like the mountain Xianxia was the one asking for a favor, and not the 2 young men? Could it be that the 3 sun-facing divine flowers were extraordinary and had a powerful background? My lord, you have 15,000 Tao state fragments. At this time, Xingyi looked at Lin Ling and said. Do you want more? Lin Ling nodded and looked at mountain sea sage. However, he was also extremely excited. The number of Tao realm fragments he had obtained this time was even more than the number of cosmic beasts he had captured. No, 3 is enough. The mountain sea Taoist waved his hand and looked at the sunward divine flower in his hand. The more he looked at it, the happier he became. Could it be that the 3 sun-facing divine flowers really have a powerful background? I think so. Reverend Mountain Sea is such a huge figure. If it wasn't a real treasure, how could he be moved? That's right. I reckon that the 3 sunward divine flowers can help you comprehend the great Tao. The mountain sea Taoist has been waiting for these 3 flowers for a long time. Outside the gate, the gods were discussing spiritedly. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. They wanted to know what the 3 sun-facing divine flowers were for. Haha, it's time to brew wine. I've heard that the demon essence Adumbra wine brewed with the sunward divine flower is the most delicious. It's a top-grade wine in the god realm. At this time, Taoist Xianxia could not help but shout. He smiled and placed the 3 sun-facing divine flowers into the wine jar. Soak the wine. Outside the gate, the gods almost fainted. Just to brew wine, he used 3 sunward divine flowers to exchange for it. This Taoist Xianxia must be crazy. For a moment, all the ancient gods were dumbfounded. They looked at Lin Ling and the others who were leaving calmly. Previously, Lin Ling had already asked Taoist Xianxia if he still needed the flowers. Taoist Xianxia said no, so there was no need for them to stay. My 2 friends, are the 3 sunward divine flowers you have really ordinary sunward divine flowers? Although these divine flowers can be used to refine pills, they are everywhere on the mountain. They are very ordinary. Someone asked Lin Ling and Taoist Xianxia. Lin Ling glanced at the person and did not hide anything. They are just ordinary sunward divine flowers. Do you think they are some kind of treasure? Ah. Hearing this, the god's eyes turned red, and so did the others. It turned out that it was so easy to get a Tao state fragment. It was as if they had delivered it to their doorstep, but why had they not heard of such a convenient thing after being in the Tao state for so many years? Thank you, my friend. The god did not intend to ask any more questions. He immediately ran down the mountain. The other ancient gods were stunned. Then, they came to their senses and immediately went down the mountain. Their purpose was naturally to ask about the sunward divine flowers. Looking at the crazy ancient gods, Lin Ling was speechless. Although the sunward divine flowers could be exchanged for Tao state fragments, they only needed 3 flowers. If they really wanted more, why wait for them? Lin Ling would have collected a lot of them. This Taoist Shanghai is so strange. Xianxia shook his head and said. After all, it is an obsession of the Tao state. It looks like a human, but it is not a human. However, it has its own consciousness. I wonder if it will become a human in the future. Lin Ling nodded. The two of them walked down the winding stairs and looked around. At this moment, there was chaos at the foot of the mountain. The gods were panicking. It turned out that someone had announced the news, causing everyone's eyes to turn red. One sunward divine flower for 5,000 Tao state fragments. To be honest, no one would not care. Because in the Tao state, even one Tao state fragment was difficult to obtain, let alone 5,000. It's you guys. Suddenly, someone stopped Lin Ling and the others. It was the Silu Star Lord who had been kicked down the mountain. Now, there was a clear footprint on his white robe. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling, he was instantly enraged. Oh, it's you. However, compared to the Du Xing Star Lord, you are much stronger. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and glanced over. He sensed that the Silu Star Lord was only an early-stage middle god. To him, he was not a strong opponent. You know the Calamity Crossing Star Lord, but don't think that I will give him face just because I know him. You made me lose face just now. I will take revenge. Give me your arm, I will break it. The Silu Star Lord said coldly. He had a good plan. First, he would break Lin Ling's arm. Then, he would kill Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling was taken away by the Tao state, his arm would be broken. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. Break my arm? Lin Ling and Xianxia looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. The two of them were the top experts in Lei Gong's hall. Lin Ling was needless to say. With 7 dantians merged, only 10% of early-stage middle gods were his match. As for Xianxia, he was even more perverse. Not many mid-stage middle gods could stop him. Silu Star Lord, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and find the Sunward Divine Flower. One Sunward Divine Flower can be exchanged for 5,000 Tao state fragments. Suddenly, someone shouted at the Silu Star Lord. Realm Earth Lord? The Silu Star Lord obviously knew that ancient god. It's the two of them. I saw them exchange for 15,000 Tao state fragments with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. In the distance, that god left behind a sentence and shot into the distance. This caused his eyes to be filled with greed. However, he ultimately wanted more, so he immediately asked, did you guys exchange for 10,000 Tao realm fragments earlier? How dare you lie to me? You're dead. Indeed. Lin Ling nodded. It's true. The Silu Star almost roared at the sky. He ignored Lin Ling and Xianxia and went to search for the Sunward Divine Flower. What an idiot. Although I exchanged for Tao state fragments, it doesn't mean you can do the same. Lin Ling shook his head as he watched the Silu Star fly away like a madman. He then left with Xianxia. After they left, they didn't go far. Instead, they found a quiet mountain range and sat down cross-legged. Now that they were going to help the Curishan and the others, they wanted to improve their strength. After all, with so many people trying to capture the realm's consciousness, they would have to face powerful opponents. Xianxia, let's split these Tao state fragments. After sitting down, Lin Ling looked at Xianxia. Sir, there's no need. I have the Donghuang Bell. I don't need to improve my skills. Xianxia waved his hand. This secret was found by Lin Ling, and he didn't do anything. How could he ask for it? How about this? You take 5,000 and use it to exchange for treasures to improve your cultivation. The remaining 10,000 Tao state fragments will belong to me. What do you think? Lin Ling suggested. All right. Xianxia didn't dare to disobey Lin Ling when he saw that Lin Ling wanted him to accept it. After Lin Ling handed over the 5,000 Tao state fragments, he took out his celestial Tao throne and started searching. What he wanted to improve now was his various talents. Rumble, Lin Ling entered the white space again. A huge stone tablet sat there with a large number of words on it. Finally, he locked onto a Tao law called the 100 Rivers Converge to the Sea. This was formed from Xiantian origin essence, and it could improve the talents of all gods. It was very expensive, and it cost 10,000 Dao state fragments each time. Exchange. Lin Ling was astonished. Just how many primordial treasures had this Dao realm master collected? He actually had this kind of innate origin essence. After the Dao realm fragment disappeared, Lin Ling sensed that he had been brought into a mysterious space. Up in the sky, the surging sea was being blocked by a layer of membrane. However, the sea was extremely tyrannical. As it surged, it emitted an endless amount of mist. Streaks of divine light also appeared in the sky above the sea, forming an extremely beautiful scene. 10,000 Dao realm shards in exchange for this ocean? Lin Ling raised his head and said with a frown. At this moment, the sky seemed to shatter as seawater flowed in reverse like the Milky Way, crashing down. This was the true 100 rivers converging into the sea. Furthermore, this sea locked onto Lin Ling and charged straight into Lin Ling's mind. This thing? Lin Ling was also shocked by the aura, but he knew that he definitely could not avoid it. Otherwise, he would have wasted 10,000 Dao realm fragments. He immediately sat down cross-legged as his 7 dantians revolved at the same time. Various great talents also appeared around him. The 2 dragons roared, the chaos swallowed the heavens and the earth, the Vajra Bodhi suppressed the arts, the evil ghost jellyfish flew, the left flaming lightning, the right flaming lightning. Lin Ling was like a god descending to the mortal world. Boom! Suddenly, a roar resounded. Lin Ling's mind was covered with a layer of water. Then, he realized that the surging seawater had actually rushed into his mind from the top of his head. Looking at the sky again, the terrifying seawater had turned into a hole and continuously poured into Lin Ling's mind. Unexpectedly, not even a drop of seawater splashed out. It was hard to imagine that a person's body could contain so much seawater, not to mention that the place where the seawater was stored was the mind. Boom! Lin Ling felt as if his soul was about to explode. Everything disappeared in front of his eyes. Only endless divine light was blooming, and the colorful light continued to be swallowed and spat out. This feeling was similar to the last time when the light of vitality used a powerful force to explode Lin Ling's body. Hold on. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and held on. Almost at the same time, his entire body emitted the sound of a tsunami. His bones, flesh, blood, and meridians were all resonating. It was like a divine sound. Beside Lin Ling, Xianxia was also sitting cross-legged to protect Lin Ling. However, he also saw that a mysterious ancient aura was emitting from Lin Ling's body. He also instantly knew that Lin Ling was about to greatly increase his strength. Buzz! The divine sound continued to resound, resonating with his entire body and even his soul. Gradually, the 7 great talents danced wildly, as if they had been poured into an endless ocean of water, and were growing at a crazy rate. Waves of ancient divine pressure bloomed around Lin Ling's body. The first to change was the chaos of the 4 great ferocious beasts. It broke through 2 grades and reached the 3rd grade of mid-god, increasing Lin Ling's powerful physical strength. Next was the supreme nether wind dragon, which had also reached the 3rd grade of mid-god. The human monarch's flame was at the 4th grade and had completely reached its limit. It would be difficult for it to grow any further. The Thunderlock true body was also at the 4th grade and had reached its limit. The heavenly dragon's bone and demon's great infernal body had both reached the 3rd grade. The slowest improvement was the Vajra Bodhi, who had just stepped into the 1st grade of mid-god. All the talents had increased by 2 grades, allowing Lin Ling's physical strength to reach 9 million world force. On the contrary, the increase in his divine energy was not that great. However, if he fused the talents, the 1st stage would increase his divine energy by 1.5 million, the 2nd stage by 3 million, and the 3rd stage by the grey-robed Lin Ling would increase his divine energy by 4 million. In addition to the basic 9 million world force, his divine energy could reach as much as 13 million. Moreover, the 3rd stage of the talent fusion would increase his physical strength to more than 10 million world force, which was a total of 15 million world force. This was 2000. Both his divine energy and physical strength had broken through 10 million. An ancient aura pervaded Lin Ling's body, making him seem like the 5 great mountains and Mount Tai, and also like the Big Dipper stars. Without a doubt, Lin Ling had completely stepped into the ranks of the strongest early-stage mid-gods. The seawater in the sky gradually decreased, and in the end, it completely disappeared. Lin Ling's mind closed again, but the 7 talents revolved around his body, looking majestic. Come back! Lin Ling shouted and retracted all the talents. At this moment, a light flashed in his mind, and Pangu's strike appeared. All this time, when Pangu's strike struck, Lin Ling could only cultivate split the heavens. But this time, his physical strength had broken through 10 million, allowing his physical body to become the universe, and he could finally use the second strike, shatter the earth, split the heavens first, then split the earth. This second strike was Pangu's transformation into the ancient universe, which had absolute physical defense and could ignore all attacks, divine energy, physical strength, all kinds of universe poison, all kinds of illusions, and so on. It could be said to be invincible. The only thing that couldn't be defended against was the god steps. Moreover, there was a time limit. For example, Lin Ling's third stage talent fusion had 15 million world force, and that invincibility would last for 15 breaths of time. Terrifying. As expected of the great god Pangu's cultivation technique, Lin Ling continued to comprehend the technique. He was shocked. It was really his luck that he was able to obtain such a cultivation method back then. Moreover, Lin Ling had practiced countless martial arts in his life. He had come into contact with all kinds of martial arts. However, the most domineering one was the Pangu's attack. Ha! In his mind, the mysterious figure stood tall. His body shook and the wind of the ancient universe filled the air. It was this ancient power that formed an invincible defense. Relying on this absolutely invincible defensive power, this mysterious figure crashed through the endless universe, shattering the earth. No matter how strong the universe's defense was, it could not stop the great god Pangu's attack. After an unknown amount of time, the aura on Lin Ling's body retreated and gradually disappeared. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. An ancient aura filled the air, causing Saint Guy to tremble. What a terrifying gaze! Saint Guy felt as though he had seen the most ancient beast. Congratulations on your breakthrough, my lord. Saint Guy quickly said with a smile. Hee, the 10,000 Tao state fragments were well spent. Lin Ling also smiled. He was even more curious about the master of the Tao state fragment. In such a short period of time, his talent had increased greatly. Only the most ancient god could possess such a treasure. My lord, your strength should have increased greatly this time. Seeing that Lin Ling was in a good mood, Saint Guy smiled again. My strength has increased by 40%. Lin Ling thought for a moment and did not hide anything. Wow, 40%. This means that my lord is almost invincible among the early stage mid-gods. Saint Guy trembled. He knew that Lin Ling was powerful, but he did not expect that Lin Ling's strength would increase so much. He did not know that Lin Ling had 7 dantians. While others' strength increased by 10%, Lin Ling's strength increased by 70%. Of course, the difficulty of Lin Ling's breakthrough was also 7 times more difficult than others. There were gains and losses. No matter how powerful he is, he can't be compared to you. You are the luckiest person in the world. Lin Ling scolded with a smile. His strength was obtained through hard work, but Xingyi's strength was obtained with a wave of his hand. Moreover, even if his strength increased greatly, Lin Ling still felt that he wasn't Xingyi's opponent. After being scolded by Lin Ling, Xingyi scratched the back of his head and chuckled. There is a limit to my strength, but there is no limit to my lord's strength. When I reach a bottleneck in the future, it will be difficult for me to advance any further, but my lord is still advancing. Sooner or later, you will reach the level of the ancient giant god. Who knows what will happen in the future? A martial artist's life is originally a long run. If you give up midway, then everything will be for naught. Lin Ling shook his head. He was never one to bite off more than he could chew. If he could raise his strength by 10%, then that would be that 10%. Let's go. After that, Lin Ling led Xingyi forward. Fortunately, his strength had increased greatly this time, and he was more confident in the upcoming battle. It's all because of you that we were so early. However, not long after the two of them started flying, several figures appeared in the distance and surrounded them. Upon closer inspection, who else could it be but the Silu Star Monarch? When they saw Lin Ling, their faces were twisted with anger. Not long ago, they had carried a basket of sunward divine flowers to find the Mountain Sea spiritual master, but he had rejected them. They were so angry that they wanted to cause trouble, but they were all kicked off the mountain. They couldn't understand why Lin Ling and Xingyi could exchange for Tao state fragments, but they couldn't. You lied to us. The Sea-Lu Star Monarch roared angrily. Damn it, kill this brat. The other ancient gods were also enraged. I never said that the sunward divine flowers could be exchanged for Tao state fragments. I only said that I could exchange for them. Lin Ling said indifferently as he landed on the ground with Xingyi. You still want to escape? Seeing that Lin Ling was ignoring them, the great lord of Jiashan was also angry. Escape? I just don't want you to die in the air. However, Lin Ling's indifferent voice came from below, stunning the Sea-Lu Star Monarch and the others. What an arrogant tone. Although the two of them weren't weak, they had never heard of Lin Ling and the others. Therefore, they didn't care about Lin Ling at all. Moreover, there were only two of them. How could the two of them be so arrogant? Unfortunately, they didn't know that the two of them were indeed so arrogant because they were the kings among the early-stage mid-gods. Where do you think you're going? The Sea-Lu Star Monarch and the others also landed on the ground and surrounded Lin Ling and the others. I know that you are unwilling to accept this, but such a secret is no longer a secret if everyone knows about it. Lin Ling said calmly as he looked at them with his hands behind his back. Does that mean that you know many other secrets? Tell me, what other methods do you know of to obtain the Tao state fragment? The Sea-Lu Star Monarch's eyes burned with passion. I'm sorry, but even if I know, I won't tell you. If you force me to ask, you will only be taken away by the Tao state. Lin Ling said indifferently. You're courting death. Great Lord of Jiashan, break his arm and show him some power. Don't kill him. I think he wants to use the Tao state fragment to escape. The Sea-Lu Star Monarch shouted angrily as he warned the others. The primordial gods nodded, their eyes filled with malicious intent. The god called Great Lord of Jiashan said coldly, It doesn't feel good to have your arm broken by me, so I'll give you one last chance. Feel good? What kind of pain have I, Lin Ling, not experienced in my life? I'm afraid that you won't even be able to touch a single hair on my body. Lin Ling mocked. Back when he was ravaged by the underworld calamity, his willpower and soul power had been tempered to new heights. It wasn't that he looked down on these ancient gods, but their methods of torturing people couldn't even compare to a single hair of the underworld calamity. Shameless boasting! The great lord of Jiashan shouted as he stretched out his palm. A rumbling sound could be heard, rumble, countless rays of light flowed over and condensed in his hand, forming a huge ancient mountain. This ancient mountain was majestic, as if it was a divine mountain from ancient times. Are you afraid now? This divine mountain has won. If it smashes into you, your soul will be destroyed. Let me tell you something, the great lord of Jiashan is a mountain god from ancient times. The Sea-Lu Star Monarch laughed gloatingly. Just a mere mountain god. I thought it would be powerful. Hearing the Sea-Lu Star Monarch's words, Lin Ling shook his head. It seemed that he had overestimated these ancient gods. Flame Net Shield, Peach Blossom Tree, Violet Net Heart, suppress him. The great lord of Jiashan knew that if he didn't teach Lin Ling a lesson, this kid wouldn't be obedient. Moreover, he didn't like Lin Ling's calm tone. It was as if he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. Rumble, the sacred mountain shook violently, suppressing Lin Ling with a powerful force. The entire ground shook violently. Lord Jiashan's strength was indeed not bad. Even on Emperor Yao's side, he was one of the top experts. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling and Saint Guy. My lord, I'll do it. Saint Guy said to Lin Ling, no need. I also want to see how powerful it is. Lin Ling shook his head. Their conversation stunned the Sea-Lu Star Lord and the rest. Facing such a sacred mountain, the two of them did not resist at all. Instead, they were discussing, bang, at this moment, there was a loud rumble. The huge sacred mountain crashed down, causing dust to rise and the ground to shake. However, the Sea-Lu Star Lord and the rest took a closer look and gasped. At the bottom of the ancient divine mountain, Lin Ling reached out with one hand and held the terrifying divine mountain with one hand. One had to know that this was 500, the power of 5 million Tao gods, 5 million realms of power. He blocked it with one hand? What's going on? Lord Jiashan's face turned green and red. He kept urging his divine energy to control the sacred mountain to suppress Lin Ling. However, he could not suppress it. Eastern Mountain, come. He shouted angrily and moved his hands slightly, using the mountain moving technique. Bang, another rumble sounded. The sacred mountain increased its power by 1,000,000 realms of power. However, Lin Ling at the foot of the mountain did not move at all. Western Mountain, come. Lord Jiashan did not believe it. He held his red face and moved the sacred mountain again. Bang, the ground shook again, but Lin Ling was still fine. This. The Silu Star Lord and the rest panicked. It was their first time seeing such a terrifying early-stage middle god. North, mountain, come. Lord Jiashan's body trembled as he continued to move the sacred mountain. However, the northern mountain had exceeded his limit. It was difficult for him to move it. The mountain soul is too heavy. Lord Jiashan found it difficult to breathe. It was as if it had exceeded his limit. Sigh, I'm really disappointed. I've waited for you for so long in vain. Seeing this, Lin Ling sighed and shook his head. With a shake of his arm, the divine mountain in his palm was blasted into the sky. When it smashed down, Lin Ling lightly punched out, boom, the divine mountain shattered, and endless rubble rained down. Pooh! Great monarch Jiashan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground powerlessly. His face was pale as he stared at Lin Ling as if he was looking at an ancient god. It was too terrifying. Not only had he blocked his divine mountain, he had even destroyed it with a single punch. Could it be that this young god's body was even stronger than the divine mountains? Let me ask you, if you follow this direction, whose territory is this? Lin Ling walked over step by step. I don't know. Don't think you can get anything out of me. Great monarch Jiashan shouted angrily when he saw Lin Ling staring at him. He was a great deity from the ancient era, so how could he easily compromise with a junior? Hee hee. Lin Ling laughed. He came in front of Great Monarch Jiashan and suddenly stomped his foot. Boom! Great Monarch Jiashan's right arm was forcefully crushed, as if it had been smashed by a divine mountain and turned into fine powder. Ah! Great Monarch Jiashan let out a painful cry. Although he could recover even if his body was damaged after becoming a god, it depended on who did it. If a powerful god attacked, it would be several times more difficult for him to recover. It might even be difficult for him to recover. No, my hand. Great Monarch Jiashan was in so much pain that he cried. No? Your hand? Lin Ling looked at him indifferently with a smile on his lips. He stared at Great Monarch Jiashan's left arm. This also shocked the gods, especially Great Monarch Jiashan. He could not care less about the pain of his broken arm and kept shaking his head. You said no. Lin Ling raised his foot and stomped on Great Monarch Jiashan's left arm. Crack! Great Monarch Jiashan's left arm also turned into powder. The bones, flesh, and blood all disappeared. Ah! Great Monarch Jiashan rolled on the ground in pain. He did not look like an ancient god at all. He was no different from a mortal. Go to hell. Then, Lin Ling kicked out, and his powerful physical strength erupted. However, this concerned Great Monarch Jiashan's life and death, so a Dao realm light finally appeared and took him away. However, his departure was clearly a little too late. After all, his arms were already crippled. What about you guys? Are you arrogant enough to not speak? Or do you want me to cripple your arms? Then, Lin Ling looked at Silu Star Lord and the others indifferently. Silu Star Lord and the others trembled. They no longer had the domineering aura that dictated the life and death of others. This direction is Emperor Shun's territory. An old man said in a panic. All right, you can go now. Lin Ling nodded and asked, is there a world will there? Also, are Bai Shan, Burnt Heart, and the other forces there? There is a world will. I heard there's a place called Spirit Nation. You can go too. Bai Shan and the others are in that direction. I've seen them before. You can go too. Lin Ling let all the ancient deities who answered his questions obediently go. In the end, only Silu Star Lord was left. What else do you want to ask me? Silu Star Lord's eyes trembled as he said with a smile. Sorry, I don't have anything else. Lin Ling shook his head. Ah, no. Silu Star Lord knew that he was in trouble. No again? Lin Ling smiled sarcastically and said to Saint Guy, cripple his arms and send him away. Yes, sir. Saint Guy nodded immediately. Then, he looked at Sea Lu Star Lord with a cold smile and said, "Sorry, but one of your 6 Southern Dipper Star Lords, Du Xing Lord, was killed by us not long ago." "You are the second Du Xing Lord." Sea Lu Star Lord's body trembled. He was suddenly very curious about these two people. Where did they come from? However, when he saw that Lin Ling had already walked far away, his eyes turned cold. That young man from before was very powerful, but this one shouldn't be that powerful. A chance to save your life in the Dao realm is more important than your life. You want my life? Sorry, you can't do it. Sea Lu Star Sovereign's body exploded, and a huge mass of colorful divine clouds appeared. It was as though he was escaping with Sea Lu Star Sovereign. In the distance, Lin Ling also noticed this scene and shook his head sarcastically. That guy is even more terrifying than me. As soon as he said that, the Donghuang bell came down from the sky. All the clouds were trapped within it, and there was no way to escape. What is this? How can it lock onto my luck aura? Impossible. A shocked roar came from within the cloud. Luck aura was a type of luck, and it was also the aura of fortune. It was usually invisible and colorless, and it was difficult to capture. Eastern Emperor Bell. Shungi's hands moved slightly as he controlled the Eastern Emperor Bell. Under the Eastern Emperor Bell's seal, the Sea Lu Star Lord's figure gradually formed. Next, his hands were destroyed by a violent force before he was taken away by the Dao realm. It would be even more difficult to recover an arm that was destroyed by the Eastern Emperor Bell. After dealing with these people, Lin Ling walked along the main road. He looked into the distance and smiled faintly. Bai Shan, Burned Heart, and Deng Xian are all here. We'll have some fun ahead. Emperor Shun, one of the 5 ancient emperors. This area is his territory. I wonder if he's related to Bai Shan and the rest. Moreover, Spirit Nation is also here. If we meet them, we'll be in trouble. Shungi nodded and followed Lin Ling in Spirit Nation. There are only 1 or 2 experts that we're wary of, other than the great god of Spirit Nation. However, the 3 sacred sects of Bai Shan have some background. Lin Ling said. I'm afraid that Bai Shan is related to Emperor Shun and the rest. If that's the case, we'll have a lot of trouble. Lord Lin Ling, what's the background of the 3 sacred sects of Bai Shan? Why are they targeting the world will hosts? Shungi had always been curious, so he asked. He knew that the 3 divine gates were ancient divine gates of the primal chaos realm, and he was even more aware that the 3 divine gates had a very powerful background, but he could not understand why the 3 sacred sects of Bai Shan were so curious about the world will hosts. Actually, I don't know why either. But I've always guessed that the great god behind them might be related to the world will hosts. Lin Ling pondered for a while before revealing his guesses. Shungi gasped. If that was the case, then it would be terrifying. Now that 7 of the world will hosts had appeared, the last 3 were still a mystery. And one of them was a magnate from the chaos realm. This news was too shocking. Don't underestimate the world will hosts. It won't be long before they rise. Lin Ling said again. Right now, Shaoluan, Longyang, and the others were very weak. However, Lin Ling had a feeling that they would definitely rise. The 2 of them chatted as they walked, their speed not slow. However, the Dao realm was extremely large, with countless desolate mountains. Even after walking for an entire day, they still didn't reach the end. Looks like when Shaoluan and the rest first came to the Dao realm land, it was also very far away from Lin Ling's island. During this process, Lin Ling and the others did encounter quite a number of gods. There were lesser gods and intermediate gods. However, they were wary of each other, so they only gave each other a quick glance before they left. It could be seen that Emperor Shun's territory was even more chaotic than Emperor Yao's. Saint Guy, look. After walking for a long time, Lin Ling pointed at a mountain not too far away. There was an enormous skeleton there, and it seemed to be the skeleton of a god. These godly bones were definitely rare treasures in the void of the 9 prefectures. Unfortunately, to Lin Ling and the rest, it was just that. After all, they were gods too. However, what shocked them was that even gods had died here. They had used up all 3 chances of being protected by the Dao realm. This showed how cruel the grand wilderness was. Someone is coming. Suddenly, Lin Ling frowned, then, Saint Guy also saw them, a rainbow flashed across the sky, and three figures, one in front and one behind, quickly flew across the mountains. The three of them didn't dare to fly too high, for fear of attracting the pursuers behind them. Behind them, divine light shot into the sky, and the earth rumbled as if there were divine beasts running towards them. South Pole War God, where can you run to? Leave your wife behind and we will spare your life. A wild voice, like thunder, spread through the mountains and wilderness. Wasn't the South Pole War God very capable during the era of the gods? Why are you running away so fast now? Trash. His wife is a famous beauty during the era of the gods. I've been jealous of her for a long time. Even I am tempted by what you said. Then, in the mountains, a huge divine elephant galloped, chasing after the three people in front. Oh no, they are catching up. The three people in front were shocked, as if they knew that the calamity was near. Most importantly, they could leave the Tao realm, but they didn't. If we leave, we won't be able to meet in the Chaos realm. The man looked at the woman beside him and said, his eyes full of reluctance. Hold on a little longer. There are people there, and they seem to be very strong. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up, and she suddenly pointed at Lin Ling and Saint Guy. South Pole War God? At the same time, Lin Ling looked at the three gods in the sky. On the island, he had defeated an expert called the Earth War God. He probably had a close relationship with the South Pole War God. They should be one of the 5 war gods. The South Pole War God is a lesser god, about the same as the Earth War God. Saint Guy also knew about the Earth War God. Fellow Taoists, please help. While Lin Ling and Saint Guy were talking, the three people in the sky flew over and cupped their fists at Lin Ling. The three of them were a man, a woman, and an old man. After landing, they immediately approached Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned because he hadn't agreed. However, at this time, the divine elephant galloped over from afar. I didn't expect the South Pole War God to have companions. But judging from their strength, they should be early-stage middle gods. On the divine elephant, a skinny old man said, his eyes cold. Brothers, how dare you interfere in the affairs of White Mountain? You must be tired of living. West Do Star Lord, why waste your breath on him? Just kill him. On the divine elephant, a god in cotton clothes and a straw hat said coldly. I heard that having sex with the South Pole War God's wife can condense divine energy. How about we see who can kill more? The winner will be the first to have a taste of that beauty. A bald old man also said with a smile. His eyes were red and green, and it was extremely magical. That's a good plan. It's settled then. After 3 breaths, we'll attack together. 1. A man in a red robe began to count. 2. 3. As soon as he finished speaking, a man in a blue robe suddenly appeared in front of the divine elephant. With one hand behind his back, he punched out fiercely. This punch was mixed with the ancient aura of the great wilderness, suppressing the heroes. It was too fast. The ancient gods on the divine elephant couldn't react at all. Boom, with a loud boom, all the ancient gods felt the ground shake. Then, the huge white divine elephant was punched into a pulp. How dare you destroy my divine elephant? The first old man was stunned and furious. Boom. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another punch came. It was unstoppable. A 5-colored light appeared at the same time, and the old man was taken away by the Tao realm. A mere unknown god dares to kill me? The blue-robed man floated in the air and looked coldly at the crowd. And he was Lin Ling. The expressions of the remaining 8 ancient gods changed drastically. What powerful strength! They estimated that his power of divinity had reached 5 million. On the ground, the South Pole War God also frowned. So strong. He has the strength of a mid-level god. However, this person is too arrogant. He killed West Dipper Star Lord without saying anything. This has completely offended Bai Shan. The most terrifying thing is that we won't be able to escape from this matter. Yes, we only asked him to stop Bai Shan's gods. We didn't ask him to kill them. I heard that Bai Shan's gods are very powerful. If he dares to touch them, it's equivalent to challenging Bai Shan. Brother South Pole, what should we do now? The woman next to him also said worriedly. Leave immediately. Although this matter has something to do with us, he was the one who killed them. Baishan will look for him. The South Pole War god said secretly. Looking at the 8 ancient gods floating in the sky, they were still looking at Lin Ling coldly. They were also secretly discussing and evaluating Lin Ling's strength. He killed West Dipper's Star Lord in one move. His strength is probably the best among early-stage mid-level gods. I guess so. This person can't be defeated, or will be at a disadvantage. Let Baishan's gods move out and kill him. They chatted quickly. Then, the man in the straw hat said indifferently, Your Excellency, Baishan won't let the gods die in vain. We'll remember this grudge. Think of a way to apologize to Baishan yourself. Let's go. After saying that, the man led everyone away. Go? You want to leave when you can't win? In the sky, Lin Ling laughed. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the man in the straw hat was furious. He said coldly, Then what do you want? Don't tell me you dare to completely offend Baishan? Your Excellency, you killed West Dipper's Star Lord with a sneak attack. Don't think we don't know. That's right. We still have 8 people. If we really fight, you should know who's at a disadvantage, so don't be shameless. The other ancient gods also said majestically. Baishan? Lin Ling's sneer deepened when he heard the ancient god's words. In the void of the 9 prefectures, Baishan had already sent out experts to capture Lin Ling. Now, he still wanted to use Baishan to intimidate Lin Ling? What a joke. This level of threat doesn't pose much of a threat to me. He didn't plan on leaving anyone alive. Lin Ling's first stage of talent fusion appeared. The ferocious power of divinity erupted, as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. Rumble, the void was sliced apart. A sharp blood sword slashed over, and a sea of blood surged. In just one exchange, the god in the straw hat had fallen. Moreover, this person no longer had the protection of the Dao realm. He was completely dead. What's going on? This person can still become stronger? The expressions of the remaining 7 changed greatly. This time, it wasn't a sneak attack. They even saw the god in the straw hat make a move, but he couldn't stop a single slash. That sword strike was estimated to contain over 7 million units of the power of divinity. This level of power, most likely, he was invincible amongst early-stage gods. Run! Without wasting any more time, they all fled. Donghuang Bell. However, Saint Gui had been waiting for them for a long time. Just as they moved, the most domineering Donghuang Bell descended. This made the ancient gods' expressions change drastically. They wanted to leave the Dao realm, however, the Donghuang Bell smashed down. They were obviously too slow. If their souls weren't destroyed, they would be taken away by the Dao realm. The entire process took less than an incense stick's worth of time, and 8 mid-level gods had fallen here. These 2 are so strong. In the distance, the Southern War god and the others' expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect Lin Ling and the others to be so strong. Moreover, these 2 look unfamiliar. I guess they weren't famous gods back in the day. But this level of power. The pupils of the silent old man also trembled. Let's go. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They turned into streaks of light and disappeared into the distance. At this moment, Lin Ling and Saint Gui joined forces to kill the gods. Then, they strode away. Milord, the 3 people we saved earlier actually ran away without even saying a word of thanks. How rude. Saint Gui said. Not only were they rude, but they were also trying to frame us. Lin Ling shook his head and said, They approached us as soon as they arrived. Their goal was to use us to shake off their pursuers. During this process, they didn't ask for our permission. If we were weak, we would be in trouble now. Yeah. Saint Gui was enlightened. How shameless. Forget it. Let's go to Shaolin first. We're close now. Lin Ling paid no attention to the 3 of them. Because to a medium deity, a lesser deity was just an ant, the 2 of them hurried along the ground again. After a full day, a divine mountain finally appeared in front of them. Around the divine mountain, multicolored light was boundless, and there were thousands of auspicious colors. A layer of white mist shrouded the divine mountain, and it was very mystical. We're here. Lin Ling stopped in a forest far away from the divine mountain. Saint Guai looked into the distance and was undoubtedly surprised. Mountain? The place where Xiaoluan and the others first came from was actually a mountain, while we are on an island. It's not just mountains, I heard that there are also valleys, seas, and other places. Lin Ling smiled and explained, Xiaoluan was surrounded at the top of the mountain. This means that the Qirashen and the others are also on the mountain. I believe that the 10 orthodoxies and the Ox Demon tribe's patriarchs are also there. We're old friends. Haha, interesting. If they haven't come out of the mist, I wonder how surprised they will be when they see us. Saint Guai smiled and said with anticipation, as long as we can enter the mountain, we can help Xiaoluan. Moreover, I believe that the people on the mountain are all people who haven't made it out of the mist. They shouldn't be that strong. The difficult part is how to get through the mist. Lin Ling's eyes flickered and he pointed at the bottom of the mountain, look, there are countless experts there. They haven't returned to the mountain, which means that there's no way to get back to the miasma. Also, if we want to enter the miasma, we will have to go through them. There should be many gods under by Shan and Burnt Heart. We can't underestimate them. Fortunately, there aren't any late-stage mid-gods. I should be able to deal with mid-stage mid-gods. Saint Guai smiled as he looked at the bottom of the mountain. Lin Ling nodded. With his current strength, there weren't many early-stage mid-gods that could be his match. As for mid-stage mid-gods, Saint Guai could deal with them. Wait for me, I'll see if there's a way to enter the miasma. Lin Ling reminded Saint Guai before he entered the square prison. Old Devil. When he reappeared, Lin Ling was already in front of Old Devil's cell. Lin Ling looked at him coldly and didn't continue the topic. Tell me, how can I enter the miasma? Old Devil was shocked by Lin Ling's expression. He guessed that Mountain Sea Sage was no longer here, otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't be so angry. Walking out of the miasma is simple. If you want to go back. Old Devil said with difficulty. Not going to say? Lin Ling spat out coldly. Say. Old Devil wanted to bargain, but because the matter with Mountain Sea Sage had failed, he was afraid that Lin Ling would be angry, so he quickly said it. I once saw a stone tablet in a secret realm in the Dao realm. It recorded the method to return to the miasma. In fact, returning to the miasma is returning to the nebulous primordial chi. Even the strongest ancient great god would get lost, but if you can light the 7-soul lamp, you can find your way out. You're lost. Old Devil didn't dare to hide anything. 7-soul lamp? Lin Ling frowned. It's the 7-soul lamp in the soul. If you want to light it, it's very simple. Sir, I can teach you. If you want to play tricks like last time, then kill yourself. I'm too lazy to do it. I don't dare. Old Devil was completely frightened by Lin Ling. He quickly taught Lin Ling how to light the 7-soul lamp. Fortunately, it wasn't difficult and Lin Ling quickly learned it. Lin Ling didn't say a word and left. What a fierce prison. Old Devil was still afraid after seeing Lin Ling leave. He still thought that Mountain Sea Sage's matter had failed, which was why Sir Prison was so angry. In fact, he didn't know that Lin Ling was faking it. Old Devil was too cunning. If Lin Ling was too easy to talk to, then this old man might have some tricks up his sleeve. Sir. Inside the forest, Xianxia was ecstatic to see Lin Ling opening his eyes. I found a way to enter the miasma. Follow me. Lin Ling smiled at Saint Guai. My lord, you're amazing. Saint Gui's heart trembled. The Dao boundary was left behind by the ancient giant god. Even the 5 emperors wouldn't be able to break through its laws. However, Sir Lin Ling was able to do so again and again, as if he was cheating. Then, the two of them walked toward the sacred mountain. At the foot of the divine mountain, multicolored divine light soared into the sky from time to time. This place seemed to be the gathering place of the gods, and there were countless experts here. Some of them were Emperor Shun's men, while others were White Mountain's men. They were in groups of 3 to 5, sitting cross-legged on the ground and cultivating. Caught you. At this moment, several rainbows shot down from the sky, and the 3 of them were thrown down. These 3 people were the Antarctic war god and the others that Lin Ling had saved not long ago. At the same time, Lin Ling and Xianxia also saw this scene. Speak. Did you kill West Dipper's Star Emperor? A majestic voice rang out, and a burly old man looked at them coldly. This old man was 5 meters tall, and his entire body shone with golden light. He looked like a giant Buddha. Behind him, multicolored divine light spread out from time to time. It was very terrifying. This meant that his talent must be above the 5th stage divine embryo. Senior, we really didn't kill him. We're innocent. The 3 of them clearly knew who the old man was, and they kept kowtowing. They knew that this old man was the Buddhist patriarch of one of the 3 provinces. He was extremely powerful. Back in the Age of Gods, he once transformed into an abyss of Buddhist light and devoured countless ancient gods. You don't want to talk, do you? Do you think that you won't die because you have the protection of the Tao boundary? Let me tell you, the Tao boundary only protects you in life or death battles. If I use other means against you, as long as it doesn't endanger your lives, the Tao boundary won't interfere. This means that as long as I attack your souls, even if you leave the Tao boundary, you won't be able to escape death. The Buddhist patriarch said coldly. As expected of ancient gods who had cultivated the Tao boundary for many years, they had already found many loopholes in the Tao boundary. Ah! The South Pole War god and the others paled instantly. They did not doubt the Buddhist patriarch's words at all. We'll talk, we'll talk. The ones who killed West Dipper's Star Lord were 2 young people. One of them is very powerful, and the other controls the divine clock. The South Pole War god also said immediately. I already knew that you didn't kill him. Because with your strength, you can't kill him at all. Next to the Buddhist patriarch, a middle-aged man holding a bamboo pole said calmly. He waved his right hand, and a stream of light flowed out, then turned into a large number of illusions. Are those 2 people in here? The middle-aged man asked the South Pole War god and the others. There were more than 100 illusions, and the South Pole War god and the others kept searching. Yes, 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 they're over there. It's those 2. The beautiful woman next to the South Pole War god suddenly pointed at 2 illusions. These 2 were Lin Ling and Xingyi. At the same time, Lin Ling and Xingyi walked over from afar. Their eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. The 3 of them had harmed them last time, and Lin Ling and the others had saved them. Now, these 3 dared to betray Lin Ling and the others. How shameless. Who are they? The middle-aged man stared at the illusions of Lin Ling and Xingyi and frowned. They're some newbies who appeared in Emperor Yao's territory. Back then, they worked together to kill Patriarch Lei Tai once, so I remembered them. I didn't expect them to dare to touch our people. The Buddhist patriarch was from one of the 3 provinces, and he had a good relationship with Patriarch Lei Tai. That was why he had the appearance of Lin Ling and the others. Patriarch Lei Tai was the one who attacked Xingyi and the others after they left the miasma. If not for Lin Ling's timely help, the Donghuang Bell would have been snatched away. Do you really think we don't dare to go to Emperor Yao's territory? Inform the gods to set out immediately and capture those 2 alive. The patriarch of the Buddha realm ordered. No need to look, we're already here. However, just as the order was given, a cold voice rang out. 2 figures walked over slowly from afar. It was Lin Ling and Xingyi. The South Pole War god's expression changed drastically. He pointed at Lin Ling and Xingyi and said, Patriarch of the Buddhist patriarch, it's them. It's them. I advised them not to touch White Mountain's people not long ago, but they didn't listen and even injured us. That's right. The woman beside him nodded repeatedly. They were undoubtedly very excited. Now that the 2 had appeared again, it was a good opportunity to attract the attention of the Buddhist patriarch and the others. They could vent their anger, and the 3 of them had a chance to escape. Lin Ling was expressionless, but the colder he was, the more the 3 of them trembled. They had all seen Lin Ling's strength. He was extremely powerful and decisive. This has nothing to do with us. The woman was so scared that she didn't dare to look at Lin Ling and the others in the eye. Goddess Xianxia, don't be afraid of them. With the patriarch of the Buddhist sect here, they won't be able to do anything. The South Pole War god was also extremely afraid, but he still encouraged himself. Yes, yes. Yes. The woman nodded and finally relaxed. Although these 2 were powerful, they couldn't compare to the patriarch of the Buddhist sect. Moreover, there were countless gods below the sacred mountain. It was not their turn to be arrogant. Kid, are you the one who killed Patriarch Lei Tai and Western Dipper Star Lord? Yes. At this moment, the patriarch of the Buddhist sect was also staring coldly at Lin Ling. That's right. Lin Ling also stared at the old man. He was a mid-stage mid-god with a very high talent and strength, however, he was here with Xingguo. What did he have to fear? Back in Emperor Yao's territory, Lin Ling, Xingguo, and the others had massacred countless mid-gods. You also killed Patriarch Lei Tai once. You should tell me how I'm going to torture you to death, the patriarch of the Buddhist sect said again. Patriarch Lei Tai? Lin Ling sneered, that old man who encircled and annihilated my subordinates last time? That's right, he did die in my hands. If I see him again, I'll kill him all the same. I'll kill him until he can't revive. Patriarch Lei Tai was only an early-stage mid-god. Lin Ling could kill him alone. You're really arrogant. Seeing that Lin Ling showed no signs of running away, the patriarch of the Buddhist sect was secretly shocked, but he was even more determined to kill Lin Ling. He had a feeling that if these two young men didn't die, he would be in trouble in the future. At this moment, Lin Ling said, "Cut the crap. I just want to ask, do you really want to kill me? Ha ha ha, do you think I'm going to kill you?" The patriarch of the Buddhist realm laughed out loud as if he had heard the funniest joke in his life. Ha ha ha. At the foot of the sacred mountain, mocking laughter rang out. Although the two young men had extraordinary auras, there were so many gods here. How could they not kill these two gods? Of course. The ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect finally said coldly after laughing loudly. The South Pole battle god and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. The two of them were finally going to die, and they didn't have to die. Alright, I'll remember this. However, the most important thing right now is to settle the old scores. Lin Ling didn't stop. He walked toward the South Pole war god and the others. Fellow Taoist, you're looking down on us too much. Seeing that Lin Ling and the South Pole war god were getting more and more arrogant, a ray of light flashed over. Then, an old man in black appeared in front of Lin Ling. He held a sword in his hand and pointed it diagonally at the ground. He looked like he was going to stop Lin Ling. He was not weak. He was an early-stage intermediate god, a third-grade intermediate god fetus, and had the power of 6 million Tao gods. The power of 6 million Taos of divinity, even among middle deities, was considered a mid-tier power. These two immature little gods had probably just broken through to become mid-level gods. How much more powerful could their divine energy be? It's the green bamboo elder. He was transformed from a green bamboo beside the Path River in ancient times. He spent 30 million years comprehending the path and finally became a god. The South Pole battle god and the others were a little excited. Get lost. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at the old man. He didn't stop walking and punched out at the same time. Ignorant child. The old man in black smiled disdainfully. The sword in his hand stabbed out. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the sound of the great Tao appeared, the sword emitted a green light and a hazy mist. It was as if the scene of a green bamboo beside the Path River had appeared. The sword instantly slashed out 6 million Tao gods' power. One had to know that when a lesser god broke through to intermediate god, regardless of talent, the most basic requirement was 1 million Tao gods' power. It was no wonder that the old man in black looked down on Lin Ling and the South Pole war god. Lin Ling and the others were new gods, so they probably only had a little more than 1 million Tao gods' power. It was possible that they only had 1 million Tao gods' power. Ignorant? Lin Ling's sneer deepened. He didn't use any moves. His hand grabbed out. His basic power of Tao gods was 7 million Tao gods' power, coupled with his terrifying physical strength. 6 million Tao gods' power of Tao gods was just asking for death. The Path River scenery was destroyed by a single hand. The green sword was also destroyed. An arm landed on his neck. Crack, a crisp sound rang out. The old man in black's neck was broken by Lin Ling. Most importantly, he no longer had the protection of the Tao realm, so he was completely dead. Bang, Lin Ling threw the bloody head aside and continued walking toward the South Pole war god and the others. The entire sacred mountain was silent. Too fast, old man green bamboo died too quickly. For a moment, even the ancestral patriarch frowned and didn't act rashly. On the other hand, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of the South Pole War God and the others. Looking down at them, the South Pole War God and the others trembled. They seemed to have forgotten to run or speak. It seemed like a short period of time, but they felt like centuries had passed. Finally, they looked up at Lin Ling, but at this moment, a terrifying soul fluctuation came. Last time, you came uninvited and forced us to help you. I already hated the three of you. But in the end, you were just ants. If you had stayed far away from me, I wouldn't have bothered with you. But who knew that you would dare to betray me? People like you can only die. This dignified soul energy entered their bodies through their limbs and bones. Then, they felt that there was something extra in their souls. It was as if a bomb had been buried in their souls, with Lin Ling's current powerful soul power, not to mention reincarnated gods like them. Even among the ancient great gods who were still alive, there were only a few who could surpass him. The South Pole War God's expression changed drastically. What did you do to us? The ancestral patriarch reminded me that the Tao realm wouldn't protect you if you weren't in a life and death situation. So, I buried a killing intent in your souls. As long as you are 10 meters away from me, it will explode and tear your souls apart, making it difficult for you to reincarnate. Lin Ling said coldly. Don't. The three of them panicked. The ancient gods around them narrowed their eyes. Generally speaking, using soul power to control the life and death of the other party required a powerful soul power. Moreover, one needed to be more than 10 times stronger than the opponent. For example, it was very difficult when two gods were fighting. This was because a battle between gods of similar strength would instantly change. How could one use such soul power? Alright, you can all die now. Lin Ling said again. With a slash of his sword, a sea of blood surged. This slash could take the lives of the three of them. However, the Tao realm could also protect them and take them away. Don't. The three of them screamed. This was the first time they felt so panicked and regretful after reincarnating. It was as if they had met with a calamity. Unfortunately, it was useless. The Tao realm had taken them away. The Antarctic War God's soul had been torn apart when he left the Tao realm. As for the other two, they would probably die as soon as they returned to the Chaos realm. Lin Ling looked at the ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect. Next, it's time to settle the score with you. Anyone who wants to kill my lord is an enemy of Saint Guy. There's no room for mercy. Only death awaits. Xianxia looked at them, his eyes filled with killing intent. Although you have some strength, with just the two of you? The ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect shone with a blinding golden light. He still didn't think much of Lin Ling and Xianxia. Ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect, how have you been? However, just as the ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect was about to attack, a cold voice sounded. Then, a divine light danced. Above the divine light, a dozen figures stood. All of them had the strength of a middle god. Their leader was dressed in luxurious brocade robes. He held a jade scepter in his hand and released an ancient aura. Xianxia, Emperor Shun's man. The ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect looked up and frowned. Like Patriarch Lei Tai, he was also a subordinate of one of the 5 emperors, Emperor Shun. However, this was Emperor Shun's territory. Most importantly, he had never been on good terms with the god holding the jade scepter. That god was called Xianxia, and he was extremely powerful. Last time, you killed my people. I thought you would leave this place. Who knew that you wouldn't leave? Do you really think we don't exist? The man in luxurious brocade robes said coldly. The jade scepter in his hand shone with an emerald light. The ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect couldn't be bothered with Lin Ling. He stared at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, your disciple doesn't know how to behave. I'm just teaching him how to behave. Dying in my hands is better than dying in the hands of others. Shameless boasting. Xianxia was furious. He raised his hand and the emerald scepter shone with an ancient divine light. This divine light contained the power of 20 million rays of divinity. Rumble. Before the light could reach the ground, the earth began to tremble. Some of the weaker gods were corroded and turned into pieces of jade. Most importantly, they were clearly heavily injured, but they weren't taken away by the Tao realm experts. This showed just how terrifying that divine light was. How dare you touch my people? On the ground, the tall patriarch of the Buddhist realm finally stood up. His entire body shone with a dazzling golden light. It was so dazzling that one could not look directly at him. Boom, he threw out a punch. It looked like a simple punch, but it also contained the power of 23 million Tao gods. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Rui scepter, the power of a god was simply too great. Rumble, Xianxia roared angrily, kill them. The divine clouds were destroyed. The great ancient gods that he had brought with him all shot towards the ground, displaying their powerful attacks. Kill. The deities of the ancestral master of the Buddha realm also leaped into the sky and clashed with each other. Two mid-stage mid-gods, and both of them have 20 million units of divine energy. How frightening. That's right. Once the power of divinity reaches 10 million, the power can already turn something rotten into something miraculous. It's as if the laws have been broken. I wonder which one of them is more powerful. At the foot of the sacred mountain, the spectating deities discussed animatedly. As for Lin Ling and Xingyi, they were also watching the great battle, their eyes flickering. Lin Ling, in particular, had a smile on his face. There was a hint of anticipation in his smile. Now that his talent had greatly increased and his strength had skyrocketed, he also wanted to fight against mid-stage mid-gods. As for Xingyi, because he had a heaven-defying divine weapon in his hand, he didn't have much anticipation. After all, he was no match for mid-stage mid-gods with his true strength. Seal. At this moment, the Rui scepter in the sky shone even more brightly. Ka ka ka. The golden Buddha that was more than 10 meters tall was enveloped by the green light and quietly turned into a green stone. This was the power of Xianxia's 6th grade divine fetus. Break! However, the huge green stone suddenly trembled. Then, a golden palm slapped out and broke the seal. The power of a god is not weak at all. Xianxia's eyes flashed. Powerful divine energy had such power. It could break the shackles and change one's fate. It was said that the top ancient deities didn't need to be proficient in any techniques. They only needed to have a huge amount of divine energy. They could defeat 3 intellect with brute force. No divine ability could stop the destruction of divine energy. Boom, soon, the green stone exploded. A golden light soared into the sky and collided with Xianxia. The fan-like golden Buddha palm wanted to destroy the 9 heavens. Come out. Xianxia didn't hide his strength and went all out. He held the Rui scepter in his hand as if he was holding a hoe and smashed it down. This Rui scepter was formed by his talent. His origin was also formed by a divine stone at the border of the world. Rumble, the two experts collided. The dazzling light was like the sun, causing the distant sacred mountain to tremble. On the sacred mountain, countless deities stared into the distance. They knew that a fierce battle was erupting at the foot of the mountain. Puff. At this moment, divine blood spilled, dripping onto the ground and corroding it. If one looked carefully, they would see that the divine blood was green. After the strong light of the sun, a figure stood in the sky. Blood kept dripping from the corner of his mouth. It was Xianxia. He was obviously injured, and it was not light. Ha ha ha. Looking at the ground, the huge golden Buddha laughed loudly. Although his palm was also dripping with golden blood, it was obvious that his injuries were not that serious. Patriarch of the 3 provinces, Patriarch of the Buddhist realm, I underestimated you. Xianxia said coldly. It's too late to realize that now. The Patriarch of the Buddhist realm laughed again. Your talent may be powerful, but my divine energy is stronger. As long as I am not afraid of your talent, you are nothing. His gaze swept across and landed on the people brought by the Patriarch of the Buddhist realm. You want to take revenge on me? What a joke. You're just a bunch of weaklings. It's not the end yet. You're laughing too early. Xianxia said coldly. He gathered his strength and prepared for the second wave of attacks. Excuse me, the Patriarch of the Buddhist realm is my prey. Don't you dare snatch him. But at this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. A young man in a blue robe walked out slowly with a sword in his hand, and he was Lin Ling. The foot of the sacred mountain instantly fell silent. The strength of the Patriarch of the Buddhist realm was obvious to all. Even Xianxia, a mid-stage mid-god, could not do anything to the Patriarch of the Buddhist realm. This early-stage mid-god actually asked Xianxia not to snatch his prey. He must be crazy. Who are you? Eh? An early-stage low god? You are no match for him. Get lost. At first, Xianxia thought that it was some expert, but then he realized that it was just an early-stage mid-god weakling. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. You're my first prey. Xianxia is also injured. Let him rest for a while. I'll kill you first. The huge golden Buddha looked at Lin Ling and laughed loudly. He was going to attack Lin Ling. You're asking for it. Xianxia snorted. He thought that the blue-robed god would not be able to withstand a single attack from the ancestral patriarch. Lin Ling did not waste any time. He shot toward the ancestral patriarch. He was so fast that it was as if he was passing through the void. Not bad at all. The ancestral patriarch nodded slightly. He took a step forward and turned into a ray of golden light. He looked huge, but his speed was not slow at all. Boom, his huge Buddha palm slapped out viciously. 25 million units of divine power were activated. Lin Ling held the Tyrant Song sword in his hand. His blue robe turned gray, and an aura of nirvanic extermination filled the air. Around him, 7 great talents were displayed. It was terrifying. So many talents. Everyone was shocked. How strange. However, what's the use of having so many talents? Your cultivation level is too low. Xianxia was also shocked, but he still shook his head in disdain. Although a mid-level god was different from a low-level god, and early-level mid-level gods had a chance of defeating mid-level gods, the chances were very low. There were only 1 or 2 in a few million people. If one could not withstand 25 million units of divine power, then no matter how strong one's talent was, it was useless. Boom, at this moment, the 2 gods collided. The sword collided with the Buddha palm. Strong light bloomed and a storm swept out. Chi, 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 the void continued to tremble. The 2 figures, one big and one small, were evenly matched. What? Seeing this scene, shocked voices rose one after another. Xianxia's eyes trembled. He could not believe the result in front of him. He had thought that no matter how strong an early-level mid-level god was, it would be difficult for him to defeat a mid-level god. However, in the blink of an eye, the young man faced him head-on and was not at a disadvantage at all. How do you have such power? At this moment, the ancestral patriarch's expression changed. He sensed that Lin Ling's sword seemed to be blessed by the gods. He could not destroy it at all. This is a mid-level god? Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Previously, he had been observing the battle. In the end, he had concluded that the patriarch of the Buddhist realm was not as strong as he had imagined. Therefore, he had taken the initiative to challenge him. Without wasting any time, Lin Ling ruthlessly slashed out with his sword. Rumble, the patriarch of the Fo-sect's body shone with golden light as he struck out with his palm. Then, the 2 of them exploded with speed, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Looking at the ground again, it was riddled with holes. The people on the sacred mountain in the distance were terrified. However, they couldn't see the battle at the foot of the mountain. They only knew that the battle between the gods was fierce. You don't have 20 million divine power, you only have 10 million. How can you block my divine power? After exchanging hundreds of blows, the patriarch of the Buddhist realm also sensed something. 10 million units of godly power? He is only an early-stage mid-god. Upon hearing the words of the Buddhist patriarch, the sacred mountain was even more shocked. Lin Ling still held the Tyrant Song sword diagonally and sneered, because I have the strength of 2,000. 2,000, his power of godly power was 13 million units, his fleshly body strength was 15 million worlds worth of power, that was 2,000, this was also the reason why he could fight against the patriarch of the Buddhist realm. However, no one knew what Lin Ling's 2,000 meant. Alright, it's time to end this. At this moment, Lin Ling sneered. He had learned a lot from his first battle with a mid-stage mid-god. However, it was indeed time to end this. End? You mean you want to defeat me? The patriarch of the Buddhist realm was stunned. Of course. Do you think I'm running away? Lin Ling retorted with disdain. Ha ha ha. The patriarch of the Buddhist realm was so angry that he laughed. This little god was indeed capable. However, he hadn't used his full strength. Being looked down upon by such a small god, his heart was filled with anger. I'd like to see how you can defeat me, eight-faced Bodhisattva. With a roar, he activated his powerful innate ability, bang bang bang. Behind him, 8 golden Buddhas, each more than 10 meters tall, walked out slowly. They were like 8 tall mountains or 8 bodhisattvas looking down at the world. With a single step, the earth shook. The golden light from the 8 bodhisattvas was blinding as it shot into the clouds. This is the patriarch of the Buddhist realm. Even Xianxia was sent flying by the powerful aura. He knew how terrifying the patriarch of the Buddhist realm was. At the foot of the celestial mountain, all the mid-gods narrowed their eyes. The patriarch of one of the 3 provinces was indeed powerful. Let's see how you can block this. Let me tell you, each of my 8-faced bodhisattvas has 20 million units of godly power. Your stupid 2000 will definitely collapse. The 8 bodhisattvas spoke at the same time. They surrounded Lin Ling from 8 different directions. My lord. In the distance, Saint Guy immediately shouted. No need. I can handle this. The flames of battle in Lin Ling's eyes burned even more fiercely. He wanted to test out the Panga strike. Ha ha ha, you can handle this? Let me tell you, you've been sealed in 8 directions. With your speed, you can't dodge. You can only block it. So, you can't handle it. The 8 bodhisattvas roared at the same time. Rolling Buddha palms slammed toward Lin Ling. Sorry, I didn't think of dodging. I just want to block it. At this moment, Lin Ling's angry roar made all the gods gasp. Block it? What an idiotic dream. One patriarch of the Buddhist realm might be able to block it, but there were 8 of them. Rumble. At the same time, the Buddha palms arrived and destroyed everything in their path. Earth-splitting slash. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling activated the Panga's attack. Rumble. Under countless gazes, the 8 Buddha palms landed on Lin Ling. It was as if they could destroy the universe, but Lin Ling was as calm as a mountain. What's going on? Everyone's eyes widened. 8 bodhisattvas with 20 million units of godly power had attacked, and that little god had blocked it? How was that possible? This can't be real. At the same time, the 8 bodhisattvas roared like thunder. This was too invincible. It's my turn. Sky-splitting slash. Ignoring the patriarch of the Buddhist realm's shock, Lin Ling roared and slammed his palms down. Now that he had fused with his innate gifts, his physical strength had reached 15 million units. After using sky-splitting slash, it was as if he could really split the sky. Rumble. One of the golden Buddhas exploded, causing the other golden Buddhas to continue disappearing. As long as the patriarch of the Buddhist realm's true body was found, he would not be able to block Lin Ling's attack. Of course, part of the reason why Lin Ling could win was because the patriarch of the Buddhist realm had been slightly injured in the battle with Xianxia. Who are you? The patriarch of the Buddhist realm was wrapped in a 5-colored light and brought out of the Tao realm. You don't have the right to know. Lin Ling floated down to the ground and did not say anything. Even after the patriarch of the Buddhist realm disappeared, the entire sacred mountain was still silent. All the gods stared at Lin Ling, their eyes full of shock. They did not dare to act rashly. They looked at Xianxia again. His eyes were trembling, and he was silent. Even he could not defeat the patriarch of the Buddhist realm, but Lin Ling could easily suppress him. Xianxia could be considered as a reincarnated ancient god. He was knowledgeable and had comprehended the laws of the great Tao for many years. He had a deep understanding of the strength of gods. However, Lin Ling's previous move had completely overturned his thoughts. Of course, the others thought so too. They could not understand what Lin Ling was doing. He is Lei Gong Lin Ling. However, the silence did not last long. At the foot of the sacred mountain, a god suddenly stood up and looked coldly at Lin Ling. This god had obviously seen Lin Ling before. In fact, he had been curious since long ago. However, he was not sure because the Lei Gong Lin Ling in his imagination should not be this strong, and he was one of the 4 spiritual gods of Spirit Nation. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Yes. The sacred mountain was in an uproar. Some had heard of Lin Ling, but some had not. Those who had heard of Lin Ling's name were undoubtedly related to Bai Shan and the rest. You are Lei Gong Lin Ling? At the foot of the sacred mountain, a gale swept up. A figure formed by green wind appeared and looked majestically at Lin Ling. Mid-stage mid-deity. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he sensed the strength of this person. Rumble. the divine wind blew, covering the sky and earth. It was like a huge black hole that constantly spewed out ferocious whirlpools. Some of the weaker gods exploded and died under the gale whirlpools. If not, they would be taken away by the Tao realm. The entire world seemed to be shaking by a huge hand. It was turbulent. Amidst the gale, a mountain-like figure was faintly discernible. He had 8 faces and a tiger's body and 10 tails. He was very terrifying. 12 ancestral shamans, heavenly Wu, witch of the wind. On the ground, the gods exclaimed. Thunder Lord Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to come here of all places. Ancestral shaman Heavenly Wu's voice moved with the wind, causing countless echoes. Lei Gong Lin Ling. In the southeast, another god rose to prominence, leading countless ancient gods to eye Lin Ling covetously. They were from Burning Heart. The Buddha god had ordered them to bring Lin Ling back to the primal chaos realm. But at the critical moment, Taoist Pure Sun arrived and disrupted their plans, causing them to return in failure. After Lei Gong Lin Ling entered the Tao realm, he disappeared without a trace. In the short term, it would be difficult for them to find Lin Ling, but they never thought that Lin Ling would actually dare to appear in front of them. With the rise of that great god, more and more ancient great gods appeared. There was Baishan, Deng Xian, and so on. The entire sacred mountain was in chaos. Ancestral sorcerer Tianwu? Like ancestral witch Chang Liang, he is one of the 12 ancestral witches. Moreover, the ancient witch ancestor is said to be of Pangu's bloodline. Lin Ling looked ahead indifferently. Long before he came here, he had foreseen this scene, so he was not flustered. My lord. Saint Guy also flew over and landed beside Lin Ling, looking down at the sacred mountain with surging battle intent. It's fine. As long as we can enter the miasma, we win. Lin Ling smiled nonchalantly. With a way out, Lin Ling was no longer worried. Otherwise, if he and Saint Guy were to fight against so many ancient great gods, they would not be able to win. Capture him. At this moment, the ancient great gods in the distance finally moved, erupting with earth-shattering strength. From afar, the sky was filled with experts, terrifying to the extreme. This also caused some of the gods in Emperor Shun's tomb to gasp. Who was this Lei Gong Lin Ling? How could he cause such a huge commotion? Swoosh swoosh. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling led Saint Guy into action. Ha ha ha, Lei Gong Lin Ling, we've searched high and low for you, but to no avail. A powerful early-stage mid-deity was the fastest, and he let out an arrogant laugh. Fellow Taoists, this Lei Gong Lin Ling killed the ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist realm. I'm afraid he used some forbidden technique. Now, he's just an ordinary mid-god. Another person shouted. Previously, Lin Ling had been too invincible, making them feel that it was unreal, so they did not dare to act rashly. However, they all felt that with Lin Ling's cultivation realm, it was impossible for him to control such a powerful technique. If he could use it, there would be side effects. Rumble. While they were lost in thought, the god who had spoken first was killed by Lin Ling with a single slash of his sword. Moreover, this person did not have the protection of a Tao realm expert, so his head was separated from his body, and he was completely dead. Although he didn't use that forbidden technique, he's still very strong. Everyone, be careful. He's already trapped here and can't escape. Tianwu was secretly shocked, but he also shouted loudly. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I advise you to stop resisting and come back with us obediently. I swear that I won't hurt you. I just want to ask you some questions. A powerful divine monk said calmly. That's right. I'm speaking on behalf of the Lamp Heart. The Lamp Heart will not hurt you and will treat you as a friend. Another ancient great god said. Won't hurt me? Lin Ling sneered. Of course, he did not believe such words. He did not waste any time. With a slash of his sword, he sent one of the 4 spiritual deities back to the void of Jiuzhou. Looking at Lin Ling's sea of blood, the spiritual deity's expression changed drastically. He wanted to resist, but he could not do so. He had heard of Lin Ling's strength long ago. It was rumored that Lin Ling was the first mid-god in the void of Jiuzhou. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, it was indeed so. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I'll come in later. I want to see them take you away with my own eyes. The old spiritual deity said resentfully. Then, he was taken away by the Tao state. However, he would definitely come in later to laugh at Lin Ling and gloat over his misfortune. Get lost. Lin Ling looked disdainful. The White Mountain and the other two sects were indeed related to the Spirit Nation. The spiritual deity was here, but they pretended not to see him. Go to hell. Lin Ling and Xianxia charged in the direction of the miasma, killing everything in their path. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you've just entered the Tao state. Do you really want to be the enemy of all the deities of this era? Seeing that Lin Ling ignored them, the deities were furious. You should know that if you resist us, you'll end up in a miserable state. You won't be able to stay in the Tao state again. Even the 5 emperors can't save you. The divine monk said coldly. Ha ha ha. Lin Ling flew across the sky and laughed maniacally. You guys think too highly of yourselves. You guys can't represent the entire Tao realm. Moreover, even if you can, I have nothing to fear from going against the entire world. His voice was like the ocean, spreading across the entire sacred mountain. Arrogant. Fellow cultivators, I don't think we should hold back anymore. Injure him and take him away. That's right. He's like a cornered beast now. He can't escape. Voices filled with heavenly might floated out. All the mid-gods attacked. It was obvious that the White Mountain's 3 sects were indeed powerful. They had countless experts. My lord, I'll do it. Xianxia had long wanted to attack. Seeing the deities attack, he volunteered himself. Wait for the mid-stage mid-gods to attack before you attack. However, Lin Ling refused with a smile. He went all out and displayed all 7 of his talents. A blood sword with endless killing power rushed forward. The moment his soul power appeared, the attacks of the surrounding divine energy slowed down significantly. Of course, the slowness wasn't that obvious, but to Lin Ling, it was enough. Die. The Quafu Sunchasur boots appeared under Lin Ling's feet. His speed seemed to have transcended time and space. At this speed, not many mid-stage mid-gods could catch up to him. Not good, he disappeared. The faces of the dozens of mid-gods changed as they witnessed Lin Ling's speed. It was as if time was flowing backward, disappearing and reappearing. It was too fast. Not only could they not catch up to him, they couldn't even lock on to Lin Ling with their divine abilities. Rumble. The sea of blood roiled as the steps of death infused Lin Ling's entire body's energy into a sword slash. An early-stage mid-god was taken away by a Tao realm expert. Next, 2nd place, 3rd place. The 5-colored radiance continued to bloom in the sky. It was incomparably dazzling, causing the gods in the distance to gasp. So many ancient gods joined forces, but they were all killed by Lin Ling. This Lei Gong Lin Ling was simply invincible among early-stage mid-gods. This Lei Gong Lin Ling is too strong. His divine energy, speed, and defense have all reached an unimaginable standard. Golden-winged great rock, I'll have to trouble you. The divine monk couldn't help but frown after witnessing the scene. He then said to a golden-haired man beside him, the peace of the world will depend on the great rock lord. This Lin Ling is a person of the world consciousness. The Buddha god specifically asked to bring him back. Hearing this, the golden-haired man nodded. He's just an early-stage mid-god. He should be proud that he made me take action. But his speed is indeed fast. Unfortunately, I have the bloodline of the golden-winged great rock. With a flap of my wings, I can move 108,000 worlds. Down. As he spoke, he walked forward step by step. A pair of 100-meter-long golden wings appeared on his back. It's the golden-winged great rock god. He has made his move. Hee, not only does the golden-winged great rock god possess the most ancient bloodline of the beast gods, he also has mid-stage mid-god strength. How can that Lei Gong Lin Ling block him? That's right, let's wait for a good show. The deities all stopped and looked at each other with cold smiles on their faces. So fast. Lin Ling had sensed at the moment the golden-winged great rock attacked. Not only was the ancient great god fast, but he was also very powerful. He was twice as powerful as the patriarch of the Buddhist realm. Lei Gong Lin Ling, what can you do now that I'm here? Endless echoes also sounded in the sky, the sound mixed with a thick sense of disdain. Dong Huang. However, just as the golden-winged rock approached, a divine aura suddenly pressed down. In the sky, the ancient divine bell tore through the void and smashed down as if it was suppressing the universe. Unless the golden-winged great rock abandoned Lin Ling and left, he would definitely be injured. However, the golden-winged great Pung was ultimately the most ancient deity. How could he be afraid of a divine bell? He suddenly gritted his teeth and attacked Lin Ling again. Boom! With this attack, a five-colored light appeared, and the extremely fast golden-winged great rock was ruthlessly smashed by the Donghuang bell, taking him away from the Tao realm. In fact, with his speed, the Donghuang bell would have a hard time catching up to him. However, he was too confident that he would give up speed to fight the Donghuang bell, which was tantamount to courting death. This is the Donghuang bell. After being taken away by the five-colored light, the golden-winged great rock finally reacted, and his eyes continued to tremble. The Donghuang Tai bell, the most precious treasure of the ancient great god, was actually controlled by Lin Ling. Most importantly, even a mid-stage intermediate god could not withstand a single blow from the divine bell. Damn it. Why didn't anyone warn him that Lin Ling had such a precious treasure with him? The Donghuang bell. At this moment, the deities below the sacred mountain were also silent, and they were all tongue-tied. How could such a treasure appear here? The Donghuang Tai bell is said to be the strongest chaos divine artifact in terms of attack power. How can we block it? No wonder Lei Gong Lin Ling dared to come here with two people. The deities were discussing animatedly, and their expressions changed drastically. Quafu Sunchasur Boots, Donghuang Tai bell, the two of you really have a powerful background. Each of you has a chaos divine artifact. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly floated down, and then a woman wearing beast skin slowly appeared with a large number of deities. Emperor Shun. Looking at the woman, everyone's expression changed drastically. This was one of the 5 Dao realm emperors. Emperor Shun, why don't you take the 2 chaos divine artifacts? Lei Gong Lin Ling and the other person will be taken away by us. This is the order of the Buddha God. What do you think? Someone suggested to the woman. The woman's eyes flickered. She looked beautiful, but her expression was domineering and domineering. She was the first female emperor of the human race, and she was as famous as the other 4 emperors. Sure. She immediately nodded lightly. How could she not be moved by the chaos divine artifact? If she could obtain this divine artifact, she could also step into the Dao Pagoda and fight against the real ancient great gods. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you can't fly away even if you have wings. Why are you so stubborn? She stared at Lin Ling and said indifferently. She did not know Lin Ling at all. However, she was familiar with Bai Shan and the other 2 holy sects. Hence, she had to give Bai Shan and the other 2 holy sects face. In fact, many deities in the Dao realm had to give face to the 3 divine gates of White Mountain because in the Chaos realm, the 3 divine gates of White Mountain were so powerful that no deity dared to provoke them. Hee, the so-called 5 emperors of the human race, I think so too. Lin Ling stared at the empress and sneered. Emperor Yao had left a bad impression on him, and so did this Emperor Shun. So you're saying that you're rejecting me? Emperor Shun's face turned cold. Others may think of you as one of the 5 emperors, but I don't think you're one of them. Also, don't think that just because you're one of the 5 emperors, I have to worship you. Sorry, but not long ago, I went against Emperor Yao. Lin Ling let out a hearty laugh, full of heroic spirit. He was fearless even in the face of the most ancient deity. His words made the other deities gasp. This Lei Gong Lin Ling was indeed arrogant, because even these famous deities did not dare to provoke the 5 emperors, but this unknown Lin Ling dared. Emperor Yao. Even Emperor Shun's eyes flashed. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Also, do you think that with so many deities here, you can catch me? If I, Lin Ling, want to leave, let alone you, even the god of creation would not be able to do anything to me. When Emperor Shun frowned, Lin Ling spoke again. Shameless boasting. As soon as these words fell, the 12 female deities beside Emperor Shun roared. Some of them were wearing beast skins, while others were wearing armor, but their strength was incomparably strong. If you have the ability, then come and catch me. Lin Ling gave Xingyi a look and did not waste any more words. He quickly flew towards the sacred mountain. No matter, this place has been sealed. He can't escape anywhere. What he said before was just a momentary show of strength. Seeing Lin Ling and the others flee, the Witch of the Wind immediately sneered. Her words caused many deities to react and nod their heads. She did not seem to be in a hurry. Clearly, she wanted to give Lin Ling immense pressure, like a cat catching a mouse, but just as she finished speaking, someone exclaimed. Look, they are running towards the celestial mountain. Are they going to crash into the mountain? Haha, they are really panicking. There is no way out of the celestial mountain. There is only one way up, and that is through the miasma. They will definitely not take that path. Another god said confidently. After he finished speaking, he also burst into laughter. Everyone knew that the miasma of the celestial mountain could only be left. Going back was a dead end. Even if the 5 emperors were here, they could not turn back, therefore, unless Lin Ling wanted to die, he would definitely not choose that path. More importantly, if there was danger in the Dao realm, he could still be protected by the Dao realm. But if he died in the miasma, he would be lost forever. There were people who had tried to enter the miasma before, but the result was that they had disappeared forever. Lei Gong Lin Ling, come back with us, and you will not die. But if you enter the miasma, even the ancient gods will not be able to save you. The Witch of the Wind, Tian Wu, sneered. But before he could finish, Lin Ling and Xingyi disappeared into the miasma. Their disappearance was like a slap to his face. At the same time, the celestial mountain was silent. Lei Gong Lin Ling had really entered the miasma. Was he crazy? Although Lin Ling was trapped, he still had a way out. For example, he could commit suicide. He could leave the Dao realm, but it would be difficult for him to enter again, or if he was taken away by the White Mountain, he might not die. However, Lin Ling had chosen the path that was the most courting death. This outcome was simply beyond their expectations. Damn it! The Emperor Shun was stunned for a moment. His forehead was full of veins, and his face was full of fangs. He looked like a monster. Damn it! The gods on the White Mountain side were not any better. They were so angry that they cursed. Moreover, they thought that Lin Ling and the others were dead for sure. Unfortunately, no one knew that at this moment, in the miasma, 2 figures were slowly moving forward. The lamp of 7 souls burned quietly, as if it was a guiding light, pointing into the distance. The surroundings were very quiet, as if they had come to another world. Milord. Even though Saint Guy had the Donghuang bell with him, he still felt like he had lost contact with Lin Ling. Follow me, don't get lost. Lin Ling said solemnly. If he got lost in this place, then Xingyi would disappear forever. Lin Ling looked into the distance and could vaguely see a winding road. However, the visibility was only 2 meters, and it was illuminated by the 7 soul lamps. It was hard to imagine how they would have been able to find a way out without the 7 souls lamp. Crackle, on Lin Ling's shoulders and the top of his head, the 7 souls lantern was like the flame of a bronze lamp. And Lin Ling and Saint Guy continued on like this, as if they were walking the path of life and death in the underworld. As they walked, time seemed to stop. It gave Lin Ling and Saint Guy the feeling that they had walked for a few centuries, even to the most ancient era. Gradually, illusions appeared in the haze around them. They were 2 specks of dust, dazzling specks of dust. The specks of dust floated around as if they had entered the laws of the universe. They gradually turned into children, and then slowly grew up. Moreover, these 2 specks of dust were obviously different. After one of the specks of dust grew from a child, it suddenly emitted light as if it had created a new world. However, after the light dissipated, this speck of dust also dimmed and gradually disappeared. It turned into a child again and slowly grew up. Looking at the other speck of dust, this one did not change at all. It continued to grow and disappear. The life of this speck of dust was clearly displayed in front of Lin Ling and Saint Guy, until a certain moment, Lin Ling and Saint Guy's bodies trembled at the same time. This is us. They spoke at the same time. This was because this speck of dust was their most previous life. It could even be said that it was their origin. The reason why they were so sure was because Lin Ling had seen Li Xiaoya's life. After Li Xiaoya's death, Lin Ling's life had also appeared, in ancient Yin sect, Heaven Mystics Nation, Sacred Rainforest, Qingzhou, and so on. It was like a seed that sprouted and slowly grew. It made Lin Ling sigh at his own life. Of course, Saint Guy was the same. He had seen his previous life, a descendant of Dong Huangtai's tomb, a trusted aide. However, when the World War came, he was killed. Dong Huangtai had erased everything about his previous life, so no one could find out about Saint Guy's origin. All of this was to protect Saint Guy. My lord, your most previous life. Suddenly, Saint Guy exclaimed. He had seen Lin Ling's most original life create a world. Lin Ling's body trembled. He had always been curious about his most recent life. Many people had tried to find out about it, but to no avail. Instead, this miasma had found out, creating a world. Could it be that my lord's previous life was a god of creation? Saint Guy laughed bitterly. Although he knew that Lin Ling's origin was terrifying, he did not expect him to be a god of creation. This, I don't know either. Lin Ling frowned. He thought about why the primal chaos realm's ancient god had helped him. Could it be that it was all for his previous life? My lord, first there was Hong Jun, then there was Tian. That's what you told me. The universe created by the speck of dust is obviously not a small realm. Could it be that you are? Saint Guy guessed. If that was the case, then Lord Lin Ling was terrifying, and if he followed Lin Ling, he could imagine how great his background would be in the future. This made him even more determined to follow Lin Ling. It's a pity that I still have no clue about all of this. Lin Ling still shook his head. He also hoped that he was the reincarnation of a god of creation. But so far, other than the divine chaos formula, there was nothing special about him. My lord, you once guessed that the world's will is two-sided. It was formed by Hongjuan's will, and Hongjuan's will is divided into two. One is creation, the other is destruction. Could it be that you are the will of creation? Shungi made another guess. Lin Ling remained silent. Without a doubt, today's trip had made him feel very conflicted. He did not know if all of this was real or fake. The two of you are the first gods of the Tao realm to walk out of the miasma. The Tao realm will reward you with a chance to protect you. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. It was very polite. The gods of the Tao realm were only protected by the Tao realm 3 times, but many people were surprised. Now, Lin Ling and the others were protected by the Tao realm for the 4th time. After the voice, the originally gray and misty world suddenly became clear. The further they went, the clearer the ground under their feet became. Following that, a series of lively noises could be heard. Shen Ning is probably going to reach the 7th level. Shen Ning is nothing. The most powerful one is still Princess Beirou. She has the highest chance of reaching the 9th level. Of course, I think she still lacks the ability to walk out of the miasma. Sigh, not many people have walked out of the miasma in all these years. These voices obviously came from the experts of the Celestial Mountain. They surrounded the miasma from afar and witnessed the changes in the miasma, but at this moment, 2 figures suddenly walked out of the miasma. 2 more people failed. Seeing the 2 of them, everyone laughed in schadenfreude. When they saw the 2 people walk out of the miasma, they naturally thought they were the losers. The 2 people were Lin Ling and Saint Guy. After entering the Celestial Mountain, they looked around and found that they could see the entire sky. The area was very large and was about the same as the island they were on. However, there were many divine birds around the Celestial Mountain. If they tried to fly out of the Celestial Mountain, they would not end well. Is this the place where Shaolin first came to the Tao realm? Lin Ling swept his gaze across and did not see any familiar faces. Hey, which level of the miasma have you reached? At that moment, a voice sounded. A man in white divine armor was looking at Lin Ling and Yi Futian in a dignified manner. Because there were too many ancient great gods on the Celestial Mountain, they did not recognize Lin Ling. However, they were curious about which level Lin Ling and Saint Guy had reached. It's none of your business. Lin Ling did not even look at the man. They had come from the outside. Who knew how many levels they had reached? It's none of my business? Kid, you don't know the rules. The ancient great god in white armor frowned and his face turned cold. He felt that Lin Ling and Saint Guy were too arrogant. Kid, our rule here is that no matter who enters the miasma, they have to inform others of the result after they come out. An old man said indifferently. This was indeed the rule of the Celestial Mountain. However, Lin Ling was an outsider. Any rules were useless to him. It's none of my business. Lin Ling continued walking forward. Saint Guy also had a disdainful smile. Kid, don't force me to attack you. Otherwise, I'll make you waste a chance of the Tao realm protection. The ancient great god in white was angry. I'm afraid you're not. Lin Ling also stopped in his tracks and looked calmly at the ancient great god. Shaluan had been captured here, which meant that there were many great ancient great gods from the celestial mountain. Saint Gi, this person was Saint Gi. Saint Gi, great ancient great god in the celestial mountain. The primordial god's body trembled, and a total of 300,000 strands of power of divinity was released. He was an existence that couldn't be underestimated among lesser deities. Swoosh, however, at this moment, a fist shot over like a meteor and instantly appeared in front of the man's eyes. The terrifying fist was mixed with astral winds and blew the man's long hair. Even his divine armor was cracking at this moment. In just one move, that ancient great god was about to be unable to block it. At this moment, the nearby area fell silent. The expressions of all the ancient great gods changed drastically. A god. The man finally reacted, and his face turned pale. Senior, I didn't know that you were a medium deity. I hope that Senior can forgive me for my impulsiveness. Then, the ancient god hurriedly begged for mercy, his heart pounding. Are you saying that if I wasn't a god, you would have attacked me? Lin Ling stood in front of the ancient god and said indifferently. This. It was obvious that this ancient god could not reply. Die. He didn't think that this person could say anything, so Lin Ling punched out. A five-colored light flashed, and the ancient god was taken away by the Tao realm. Just because he was curious about which level Lin Ling had reached, he had wasted a chance to be protected by the Tao realm. After dealing with the man, Lin Ling turned to the crowd and said, Is there anyone who knows about the Cultivation and the Titanic Crescent god? Cultivation? When the gods heard this name, their expressions changed. It seems that all of you know. Tell me, where are they? Lin Ling said coldly. However, everyone was silent, as if they didn't dare to speak casually. Very well. Now let's see if you have the ability to stop me. Lin Ling and Xingyi looked at each other and didn't waste any more words. They unleashed their strength and suppressed the gods with domineering strength. Your Excellency, aren't you being too overbearing by doing this? Seeing Lin Ling and the others rushing over aggressively, all the ancient gods frowned and were very puzzled. Where did these two people come from? Why had they never seen them after being on the Divine Mountain for so many years? Die. Lin Ling didn't even bother to use his sword. He relied on his fists to destroy the universe. With one punch, two lesser deities fell. One was taken away by the Tao realm, and the other was completely dead. Crazy. This is crazy. Everyone was furious. If he really wanted to kill them, he should at least let them know why he killed them. Killing them for no reason was too overbearing. Rumble. In front of the miasma, divine energy surged in all directions. Many ancient gods fell and disappeared in the sky with unwillingness. Your Excellency, you're too arrogant. Finally, several mid-level deity stage experts appeared. Mid-deities? Lin Ling looked over with a disdainful smile on his face. Kid, what's the meaning of this? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens for killing for no reason? An old man who looked very impressive shouted. The appearance of these mid-deities shook everyone's spirits. They stared at Lin Ling and Xingyi with murderous intent. Kill them. However, Lin Ling only glanced at them and then said to Xingyi. Yes, Your Excellency. Xingyi nodded with a cold smile. These mid-deities didn't walk out of the miasma, which meant that they weren't strong at all. To him and Lin Ling, they weren't much different from lesser deities. Rumble, the Donghuang bell appeared and pressed down. The majestic heavenly might seemed to lock down everyone's life and death. What's this? The mid-deities who were previously arrogant were shocked. They wanted to say something, but they were all taken away by the five-colored light. There was nothing they could do to stop it. I'll talk. After more deities fell, an old man finally shouted, They're in the southeast of the Divine Mountain. What a bunch of idiots. If you said so earlier, you wouldn't have to die. Lin Ling looked at the remaining deities mockingly, then led Xingyi to the southeast. The Divine Mountain was huge, and it was divided into several camps. Among them were the camps of White Shan, Burning Heart, and Dang Xian. They were in the southeast. This is where Bai Shan and the others are. Let's kill our way in. Lin Ling looked at the flat mountaintop and saw dense mist floating up. There were also quite a few caves. He knew that there were quite a lot of gods here. The tyrant's song sword appeared in his hand. With a fierce slash, a terrifying sea of blood flooded over. Rumble, not far away, a few ancient great gods who were cultivating sensed a terrifying fluctuation. Soon after, they saw a surging sea of blood flooding over. Ah! They all opened their mouths wide, not understanding what was going on. If they didn't die, they would be taken away by the Tao realm. Rumble, Saint Guy activated the Eastern Emperor Bell and tyrannically destroyed by Shan's headquarters. Sir, what is the meaning of this? There were mid-level deities appearing, and there were quite a few of them. Without a doubt, they were all furious, and they couldn't understand what was going on. Nothing, I just want to kill you all. Seeing more experts appear, Lin Ling smiled. With a slash of his sword, it was as if he could split the heavens and earth. Ah! The experts who just appeared were all killed in one slash. A few escaped quickly and wanted to say something, but they were smashed to death by Saint Guy's Eastern Emperor Bell. Previously, Bai Shan and Burned Heart had surrounded Lin Ling at the foot of the sacred mountain. Now, Lin Ling was killing his way into their headquarters. It was time to collect some interest. He's Lei Gong Lin Ling. Suddenly, someone let out a loud roar as he recognized Lin Ling. This person was one of the 4 spiritual gods of Spirit Nation. There were 4 spiritual gods in Spirit Nation. One was killed by Lin Ling on the path of domination, and another was killed by Lin Ling at the foot of the sacred mountain. The last one was on the sacred mountain. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Many people had heard of this name and their expressions changed greatly. In the past, they heard that there was a god named Lei Gong Lin Ling in the Jiuzhou Void. He was very arrogant and didn't even fear Bai Shan. At that time, they were disdainful. If it weren't for the fact that the Jiuzhou Void was too difficult to enter, they would have let Lei Gong Lin Ling know what an ancient god was, but who knew that Lei Gong Lin Ling, who they didn't take seriously, would actually come to the sacred mountain. Most importantly, such strength had simply exceeded their imaginations, and it was completely different from the rumors. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Lei Gong Lin Ling, how did he get here? At this time, many gods flew from afar. Their hearts pounded when they saw Lin Ling. Among them was Lord Ning. Last time on the path of sovereigns, Lord Ning already knew that Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased and had long since surpassed him. However, who would have known that not only was Lin Ling extremely powerful, but he was also able to enter their divine mountain. Lei Gong Lin Ling, Lei Gong Lin Ling. Those beside Lord of the Yuzhou Divine Slaughterer were the people of the Yuzhou Divine Slaughterer. They knew that their Green Lotus deity Slaughterer had died at Lin Ling's hands. But after seeing Lin Ling's strength with their own eyes, they realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. I didn't expect that Lin Ling would be the strongest person when we entered the Tao realm together. Back then, there were many people stronger than him. A woman said in shock. When others entered the Tao realm, their strength increased by 10 times. But when Lin Ling entered the Tao realm, his strength increased by 10 million times. Hiroshин, where are they? Lin Ling looked at Lord of the Yuzhou Divine Slaughterer and said indifferently. Seeing these old acquaintances again, a strange feeling rose in his heart. Lei Gong Lin Ling is here. Where is he? Where is he? Before Lord of the Yuzhou Divine Slaughterer and the others could speak, the earth shook in the distance. A demon ox appeared majestically, its strength incomparably great. The huge ox head swept around and suddenly saw Lin Ling in the air. The ox head spat out flames and immediately charged at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, how have you been? I've always wanted to meet you. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to deliver yourself to me. This huge demon ox was the Demon Ox clan's young patriarch who had lost to Lin Ling time and time again. Of course, that was in the past. Now that he was cultivating on the sacred mountain, his strength had increased greatly, and he had reached the 8th layer of the fog barrier. He was confident that he had surpassed Lin Ling. This stupid ox. Seeing the young patriarch recklessly attacking Lin Ling, Lord of the Yuzhou Divine Slaughterer and the others sighed inwardly. Even if the Demon Ox clan's patriarch was here, Lin Ling wouldn't be a match, let alone this young patriarch. My son, you can't. While the young patriarch was attacking Lin Ling, a huge ox had appeared in the distance, floating along the clouds. Its demonic chi was incomparably terrifying, but at this moment, it was shouting in panic. Naturally, it was the Demon Ox clan's patriarch. Although his strength had increased by leaps and bounds in the sacred mountain, he had always felt that he was still not a match for Lin Ling. Of course, he could understand his son's painstaking efforts. Since losing to Lin Ling time and time again, his son had set this as his life's goal, to surpass Lin Ling. Now that he saw Lin Ling, how could he hold back? Bang! The huge demon ox collided with Lin Ling, but it was blocked. No matter how hard he tried to run, he couldn't take a step forward. Looking at Lin Ling again, he stretched out a finger and blocked the young patriarch's attack with a single finger. Your strength, how did you become so weak? Lin Ling frowned, very puzzled. Ah, that's impossible. That's impossible. I'm already one of the best among low gods. The demon ox spat out human words, so angry that his nostrils continued to spit fire. My son, how can you be a match for him? I'm afraid he's already a mid-god. In the distance, the demon ox clan's patriarch seemed to have seen something and said bitterly. Mid-god? The young patriarch's body shook, and with a rumble, his huge ox body fell to the ground, and tears flowed out of his eyes. It wasn't easy for him to increase his strength, but who would have thought that this hateful Lin Ling had actually reached the mid-god level? In this way, when would Lonyang change her mind? At this moment, the demon ox clan's patriarch pleaded, Lin Ling, you want to find the Curishan, right? I'll take you there. I hope you can spare my son's life. He doesn't have any evil intentions, it's just a man's pride causing trouble. Fine. Lin Ling nodded. After becoming a mid-god, all lower gods were ants to him. He didn't care about the young patriarch at all. Lin Ling. At the same time, Lord Ning looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. However, Lin Ling ignored him. At present, finding the Curishan was his priority. Demon Ox Clan's patriarch, you dare. Have you forgotten how lowly you were as an ox? You helped us find the Dao Realm fragment, and now you dare to rebel against us. You're dead. Seeing the Demon Ox Clan's patriarch help Lin Ling, the gods of White Mountain all shouted angrily. The Demon Ox Clan's patriarch was very good at flattery, and because of this, they let him stay. But who would have thought that as soon as Lin Ling arrived, this guy would turn against them? Yes, my lord. Saint Guy activated the Donghuang Bell, killing gods and Buddhas alike. No one could stop him. What power! Killing lesser gods is as easy as chopping vegetables. Not only that, even an intermediate god couldn't take a single hit from him. With just the two of them, the three divine gates of White Mountain were swept away. Hal Lei Gong is rising. The gods who came from the void of the 9 prefectures whispered to each other after witnessing Saint Guy's massacre of the gods of White Mountain. Where in the Dao realm did this guy appear? How did his strength increase so much? Lord Ning followed behind Lin Ling, and the shock on his face deepened. Now, he couldn't even leave the divine mountain, but Lin Ling had already left the place he came from and came directly to them. This was unbelievable. Most importantly, his strength was so great that killing intermediate gods was as easy as flipping his hand. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others came to an open space. There, they saw flaming chains that sealed a large group of people in the center. Upon closer inspection, the gods trapped in the open space were none other than the Curishan and the others. Lin Ling. When they saw Lin Ling, there was no doubt that the Curishan and the others were shocked beyond words. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why is Lin Ling here? Of course, most of them thought that it was an illusion. After all, none of this was possible. Curishan, Titanic Crescent God, Eugene, it's me. Lin Ling smiled when he saw their confusion. With a slash of the sword in his hand, the flaming chains were cut in half. The hearts of the Curishan and the others trembled when they saw the powerful chains being cut in half. One must know that the chains contained 100 strands of divine energy. Lin Ling, is that really you? Behind the Curishan, Suihua, Niu Ge, and the others were also there. They were all looking at Lin Ling with excitement. It's me. When Lin Ling saw these acquaintances, his mood also involuntarily became a little better. He said with a smile, I've already seen Xiaoluan, so I came to help you all. Xiaoluan? The eyes of the Curishan and the others flashed. After pondering for a moment, they finally understood. This meant that Lin Ling had met Xiaoluan in the void of the 9 states and had rushed here to help. You little brat, you've really changed after 3 days of separation. You're the only mid-level deity among all the deities in the void of the 9 prefectures who entered the realm of Tao. Qirshan sighed. He never thought that Lei Gong's disciple, Lin Ling, would have reached such a level of strength. Who said I'm the only one? Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. Shengyi is also a mid-god. Nanhua Fingyu, God Emperor Zhonggang, and the others are also mid-gods. Maybe soon, Yu and the others will also be mid-gods. Ah? Everyone was shocked, and their faces were filled with envy. How did you all cultivate? How did you cultivate so quickly? Eugene could not help but ask. It was one thing for Lin Ling to become a mid-god, but there were so many people in Lei Gong's hall who had become mid-gods. Look at them, none of them had become mid-gods, everyone had entered the realm of Tao at the same time. Why did the gap become so big after entering? After you all leave the fog, I'll tell you how to find the fragments of the realm of Tao. Lin Ling naturally knew that Nanhua Fingyu and the others were able to successfully enter the realm of Tao because of those cheating methods. Otherwise, they would be about the same as the Qirshan and the others. Right, immediately inform Xiaoluan that I'm here. Lin Ling did not want to waste time and said to the Qirshan. The Qirshan nodded. Xiaoluan had been hiding in the void of the 9 prefectures to avoid being caught. But now that Lin Ling was here, who could catch them? Not long after, Xiaoluan arrived. When she saw everyone, she could not help but cry emotionally. Thank you, Lord Lin Ling. Thank you, Lord Lin Ling. Xiaoluan bowed to Lin Ling, very happy. She knew very well that if it were not for Lin Ling, she would not have the chance to return to the realm of Tao, and she would never be able to see Grandpa Qirshan and the others. Moreover, when she met Lin Ling in the void of the 9 prefectures, she did not have much hope. After all, the journey from Lin Ling's island to the Divine Mountain was very long, and there were many gods blocking the way. It was simply impossible, but who knew that Lord Lin Ling had succeeded, and the time spent was so short. Now, only Longyang is left. Lin Ling smiled at Xiaoluan, planning to help Longyang next. He knew very well that the realm of Tao was the place where Longyang and the others could become stronger. If they wasted too much time, it would be equivalent to missing the opportunity to become stronger. Moreover, they were the last batch of gods to enter the realm of Tao. This was even more reason not to miss it. Let's rest here for a while. We haven't seen each other for so long. Let's catch up. Next, Lin Ling and the Qirshan sat down and laughed as they chatted. Lord Ning and the others were tongue-tied at this scene. Only Lin Ling dared to talk and laugh in the territory of White Mountain and the others. However, although the 3 divine gates of White Mountain had countless experts, they could not enter the Divine Mountain. So, they could only let Lin Ling and the others do whatever they wanted. What? Lei Gong, Lin Ling and the others have appeared on the Divine Mountain? At this moment, at the foot of the Divine Mountain, a cry of surprise rang out, shocking the entire Divine Mountain into silence. Clearly, the experts at the foot of the mountain knew what had happened. They entered the Divine Mountain? How did they pass through the miasma? When Emperor Shun heard the voice, he was also shocked. One had to know that she had thought that Lin Ling and the others would be forever lost in the miasma. In my opinion, this Lin Ling is doing it on purpose. His goal is to go to the Divine Mountain. Otherwise, how would the 2 of them dare to come here? In the distance, the Witch of the Wind, Tian Wu, coldly said, feeling like he had been played. Of course, he was not the only one who had been played. All the ancient gods present had been played. Lei Gong, Lin Ling. Emperor Shun's face was gloomy. Originally, she did not care to know the name Lin Ling, but now, she remembered it deeply. After so many years, there were very few people who dared to play with her, one of the 5 emperors, and were still alive. Lei Gong, Lin Ling was probably the only one. No matter what his goal is, he must leave the Divine Mountain. We will wait at the foot of the Divine Mountain and see how he leaves. Emperor Shun ordered, guard this place heavily. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. She no longer cared about Baishan and the others. She only wanted to kill Lin Ling. Emperor Shun is angry. If Lin Ling dies, we won't be able to explain ourselves. Yes, the Buddha God ordered us to bring Lin Ling back. I only hope that we can bring Lin Ling away before Emperor Shun kills Lin Ling. Seeing Emperor Shun's murderous aura, the gods of Baishan whispered among themselves. Lin Ling and Qirishen discussed for a long time on the Divine Mountain. In the end, they decided to bring them away to meet up with Nanhua Treasure God and the others, while he went to find Longyang. After entering the square prison, Lin Ling stood in front of the cell and looked at Third Devil Lord who was in the cell. "Sir." Looking at the handsome and cold Lin Ling, Third Ghost Master was obviously flustered. He rubbed his hands together and smiled apologetically. "What is your wish?" Lin Ling's face was expressionless. He did not say much, only one sentence. "Wish?" Old Man San blinked. He didn't understand why Lin Ling asked that. Could it be that the prison wanted to kill him? Although the square prison didn't have the ability to kill him, Lin Ling had already planted an opportunity in the depths of his soul and controlled his life and death. In fact, Lin Ling's strength wasn't enough to plant this opportunity. However, he had taken the initiative to enter Lin Ling's soul last time. That was why he ended up like this. "Sir, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. Don't kill me, don't kill me." Old Man San knelt down and kept kowtowing. "I don't have any wishes. I don't have any regrets. Sir, please don't kill me." His shout also frightened the experts in the surrounding cells. Lin Ling was speechless. He had asked that because he felt that if he kept asking Old Man San for help, he should give him some benefits. Who knew that this guy would think that he was going to kill him? "I don't plan to kill you. I just want to know if there's any way to leave this place when you're new to the Tao state," Lin Ling said calmly. "Sir, you really won't kill me?" Old Man San looked up in disbelief. "If you keep talking nonsense, I might have to kill you," Lin Ling said coldly. "No nonsense, no nonsense." Old Man San kept waving his hand and said, "If you want to leave this place when you're new to the Tao state, the only way is to charge out of the encirclement of the cosmic beasts. Those cosmic beasts are very strong. Without the strength of a mid-level deity, it's usually difficult to charge out. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. If you're lucky, there's a chance to escape. For example, if you're fast enough, or if you have something to attract the attention of the cosmic beasts." Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. The universe beasts around the sacred mountain were all flying beasts. It was very difficult to surpass them in terms of speed. However, he had the Quafu Sun chasing boots. If he unleashed his full strength, it might be possible. Other than this method, is there anything else? Lin Ling asked again. No. Of course, if you have the strength, you can walk through the miasma. Old Devil said. Lin Ling nodded and turned to leave. Seeing Lin Ling leave just like that, San Guiyi was immediately startled, and hurriedly shouted, "Master, you asked me before if I had any wishes. This lowly one does, this lowly one wants to go, Master, Master." Unfortunately, Lin Ling had already disappeared from the prison cell. Ah. Old Devil looked up at the sky with incomparable regret. He had clearly missed an opportunity. Lin Ling returned from the square prison and told everyone how to leave. If he wanted to leave the sacred mountain, it would undoubtedly be very dangerous. Moreover, if he missed the opportunity to pass through the fog barrier, he would lose a lot of Dao realm fragments. As for leaving through the miasma, firstly, the Qirishen and the others did not have the strength to do so. Secondly, after leaving the miasma, they would be greeted by the Emperor Shun and the other powerhouses. After passing through the miasma, apart from the reward of Dao realm fragments, there is nothing else. After leaving this place, I will tell you how to obtain more Dao realm fragments. Qirishen, what do you think? After explaining, Lin Ling looked at everyone and said. All right, we will go with you. The Qirishen and the others nodded. Lin Ling was the leader of the four gods, and he was with them. Naturally, they chose to believe in Lin Ling. Moreover, if they stayed here, the White Mountain and the other three divine gates would also harm them. Seeing the Qirishen and the others nod, Lin Ling looked at the Ox Demon Patriarch. The latter pondered for a while before finally nodding, I will go with you. Now that the Ox Demon Patriarch and the others had offended the White Mountain and the other three divine gates, they had no choice but to leave. Since everyone has decided to leave, then let's get ready. Lin Ling instructed, and then began to discuss with Saint Guyi. Saint Guyi, I will be in charge of attracting the attention of the birds and beasts. You will lead them away from the divine mountain and then land on the ground. I believe that the Emperor Shun has sealed off the Divine Mountain, but they did not expect us to leave through the sky. Therefore, this is an opportunity for us. Sir, why don't I attract the attention of the birds in the universe? Your defense and attack are strong, but your speed is slow. If you are entangled by the birds and beasts, you will never be able to leave. Let me be the bait. Moreover, your task is not simple. You will be in charge of bringing them back to the island. Alright, sir, please be careful. After some discussion, Saint Guy could only nod. Lin Ling, on the other hand, looked into the distance, through the endless miasma, and landed in the sky of the Divine Mountain. He knew that this trip would be dangerous. After all, even a peak mid-level god would find it difficult to leave the Divine Mountain, let alone an early-stage mid-level god. Lin Ling, we are ready. After a long time, the Curishan and the rest returned. Saint Guy, kill all the gods on the White Mountain. Lin Ling ordered Saint Guy in order not to leak any information. Saint Guy obeyed the order and left. Senior Curishan, I can't guarantee your safety on this trip. No matter what happens later, you must follow Saint Guy. He will ensure your safety. After Saint Guy left, Lin Ling looked at the Curishan and the rest and said, Lin Ling, ever since we entered the Dao realm, safety has long been far away from us. However, we have no regrets. Because in the Dao realm, we have seen many familiar faces. Here, we have seen many of our enemies. Perhaps we originally belonged here. Curishan smiled, then looked into the distance and sighed, I wonder how old Lei is doing. Now, they all knew that Lei Gong was not dead, but they had not seen him in a long time. Lei Gong has always been hiding in the dark. Perhaps he is even stronger than us now. Don't worry, I have a feeling that he is already in the Dao realm. Lin Ling smiled at the thought of Lei Gong. At the same time, Saint Guy returned with a murderous aura. It seemed that he had killed most of the gods on the island. Sir, I have surveyed the entire Divine Mountain. That is the most suitable direction to leave. Moreover, it is far from the bottom of the Divine Mountain. If we leave secretly, the gods at the bottom of the Divine Mountain will not notice us. Saint Guy said. Alright, let's set off immediately. And in the distance, the blue sky and white clouds seemed to be very peaceful, but if one looked carefully, one could vaguely see black dots rapidly flying through the sky, and those were the birds of the universe. These birds of the universe were very ancient and were a type of primitive bird. Moreover, they were very strange. Other than their intelligence being inferior to humans, their overall strength was stronger than humans. Okay, after I attract a large number of birds of prey, you guys take the opportunity to leave. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and then he shot into the distance. As soon as he left the sacred mountain, he was immediately targeted by a bird of prey. This was a white-headed eagle, extremely huge, and like a mountain, it flew towards Lin Ling at an incomparably fast speed. Lin Ling sneered and slashed out with his sword. A deafening eagle cry was heard. Lin Ling's sword slashed on the white-headed eagle's wings, but it couldn't kill it. It could only cut off some feathers, and these feathers were incomparably heavy, like iron blocks falling to the ground. What a strong defense! Lin Ling was secretly shocked and immediately flew into the distance. In his opinion, these birds of prey were as terrifying as the universe crocodiles. If it was one-on-one, Lin Ling could still kill them, but if there were too many of them, Lin Ling would have to avoid the sharp edge. Whoosh, the white-headed eagle was obviously angry. With a flap of its wings, it chased after Lin Ling. Moreover, as Lin Ling rushed into the distance, in the distant sky, even more huge birds of prey flew over. Some birds of prey had the head of a tiger and the body of a bird. They opened their huge mouths, wanting to swallow Lin Ling, and some birds of prey only had one leg, and their bodies were covered in flames, like fire phoenixes flying over. Good timing. Looking at the birds of prey in the sky, Lin Ling laughed and went all out. The third stage of the fusion talent appeared, and he attacked continuously, attracting the attention of even more birds of prey. Rumble. In the sky, a fierce battle broke out, as if the earth was shaking. Many birds of prey were killed by Lin Ling's sword. However, there were too many birds of prey, and those killed by Lin Ling were only the weakest ones. On the contrary, a black mass of ferocious birds surrounded Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Watching Lin Ling fighting those birds alone, the spectators on the Celestial Mountains cliff were sweating profusely. They were worried for Lin Ling. Aside from Saint Guy, The rest of the cosmic beasts would be torn to shreds in less than a breath if they appeared in the sky. Moreover, not to mention the gods who had never walked out of the miasma, even the gods in the Tao realm didn't dare to casually approach the sky above the sacred mountain. Come on, let's fight. Lin Ling flew as he fought. His speed was neither too fast nor too slow. This was to attract more ferocious birds. Moreover, he also had to prevent himself from being surrounded by the birds and blocking the road ahead. Buzz buzz buzz, all of a sudden, a large mass of red clouds surged from the front. Its speed was very fast, and it emitted a sound that made one's scalp tingle. It was the magic mosquito. These mosquitoes were even more terrifying than the ones Lin Ling had encountered in the miasma, because they were all as fast as lightning. In an instant, they had submerged Lin Ling. Clone of the true body. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically, and he released 3,000 clones to fight back. Buzz buzz buzz. As soon as the clones appeared, Lin Ling felt as if he had fallen into a violent storm. He was surrounded by magic mosquitoes, and they covered his body and madly sucked his blood. Moreover, these magic mosquitoes were obviously different. They didn't absorb divine essence, but only blood. Most importantly, each magic mosquito was protected by a powerful divine power. Fellow cultivators, let's kill them. Lin Ling shouted and took the lead, charging forward madly. Fortunately, he had used 3,000 clones. Otherwise, it would be a fool's dream to rely on one person as bait to fill the stomachs of these magic mosquitoes. Boom, an ancient aura surged into the sky, and a large number of magic mosquitoes were sent flying. This was the power of 3,000 clones erupting together. Then, countless figures shot into the distance, and at the forefront was Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ling's clothes were torn, and he was as thin as a matchstick. This was caused by the magic mosquitoes sucking his blood. Fortunately, Lin Ling's body was extremely strong, and he recovered in the blink of an eye. Bang bang bang. Moreover, the clones rushed back. These clones were all as thin as a matchstick, and their blood had been sucked dry. Fellow cultivator, thank you for your trouble. Lin Ling also kept thanking him. He looked around and found a large black mass behind him. Tens of thousands of birds were flying over. Haha, good timing. Lin Ling temporarily slowed down and waited for the birds to come closer. Then, he slashed out fiercely, and the sea of blood drowned out. After angering these cosmic beasts again, he shot into the distance like a meteor. How terrifying. Lin Ling, can he hold on? At this moment, on the sacred mountain, everyone was trembling with fear because they could no longer see Lin Ling's figure. They could only see the birds flying in the sky. Lord Lin Ling, there's no need for us to worry. Everyone, get ready. We will leave in 3 breaths. Only Saint Yi knew Lin Ling's strength. He knew that Lin Ling would not die in the mouths of those beasts. Now, what he needed to do was to protect everyone and leave. Go. Then, Saint Yi roared and led everyone out of the sacred mountain. They followed behind the birds and flew carefully. At this moment, Lin Ling also noticed that Saint Yi and the others had left the sacred mountain. This made him burst out with speed, and he rushed forward crazily, attracting more birds away. Time passed quietly. It seemed slow, but it was like a blink of an eye. At the same time, Saint Yi and the others began to fly towards the ground. When they landed on the ground, they looked up at the sky anxiously. Everyone, stop looking. This is still the vicinity of the sacred mountain. Leave this place immediately. Saint Yi gritted his teeth. If Emperor Shun and the others found out, all their efforts would be for naught. Lin Ling. Everyone's eyes were wet, and they were all touched. They gritted their teeth and left. Good, Saint Yi and the others have safely reached the ground. However, this is Emperor Shun's territory. If Saint Yi and the others are discovered by Emperor Shun, it will be troublesome. At this moment, Lin Ling was flying at full speed in the sky. Then, he turned around and flew towards the sacred mountain. Lin Ling was obviously trying to attract the attention of Emperor Shun and the others, so that Saint Yi and the others could leave this area safely, and this was a very dangerous move. However, it was rare for him to come to Emperor Shun's territory. If he did not make a big fuss, he would be letting Lin Ling down. At this moment, at the foot of the sacred mountain, a large number of gods were sitting cross-legged. Their bodies were shrouded in divine mist, and they looked very elegant. Look! What the hell is going on? The birds of the sacred mountain actually landed on the ground? No, there are people. Everyone saw the majestic scene in the sky because there were too many birds in the sky. This was also the first time they had seen so many birds of the universe gathered together. Some of the lesser gods were even trembling in fear at this moment. That's Lei Gong Lin Ling. All of a sudden, the Witch of the Wind saw Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling. In one direction, Emperor Shun was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped and looked at the man in the lead. His face became even gloomier. This Lin Ling knows that we've sealed off the Divine Mountain, so he brought the cosmic beast here to settle the score with us. Damn it. What do we do now? The gods were panicking. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you're shameless. The Witch of the Wind stood up and pointed at the sky, cursing. Ha ha ha, aren't you waiting for me? I'm here now, and I brought you a great gift. Lin Ling took the lead. His blue robe was dazzling, intimidating the entire Divine Mountain. Great gift my ass. The gods also cursed. This guy wants to perish together with us. Wind Ancestral Shaman Tianwu roared. As soon as his voice faded, a mid-stage mid-god expert under Emperor Shun's tomb made his move. Countless tentacles shot into the sky like long hair and seaweed, making it impossible for Lin Ling to dodge. 25 million units of the power of divinity erupted at the same time. Now, Lin Ling was attacked by a beast behind him and a god in front. It could be said that he was attacked from both sides. How dare you anger Emperor Shun, Lei Gong Lin Ling, even 10 lives won't be enough for you. The one who attacked was a man, an awe-inspiring man. It could be seen that he worshipped Emperor Shun very much and was the Emperor Shun's supporter. I'll remember you. Lin Ling smirked coldly, his eyes blazing with flames. Then, he was drowned by the tentacles. A 5-colored light appeared and took Lin Ling away. This meant that Lin Ling had wasted a chance to be protected by a Dao realm expert. If it were any other time, Lin Ling might still be able to resist a little. However, he had already expended a great deal of divine essence in his previous battle with the cosmic beast. In addition to the current situation, if he were to resist, even if he could withstand it, he would be torn apart by the birds behind him. Therefore, he was too lazy to fight to the death. When Lin Ling died, the god couldn't help but laugh. What a disappointment. With such little strength, I can't even raise the spirit to fight. Feng Shan, well done. Seeing that the god had made a great contribution, many people couldn't help praising him. Haha, it's nothing. The ancient great god called Feng Shan laughed even more proudly. Ha ha ha. Seeing him laugh, the entire Divine Mountain laughed as well. However, this laughter didn't last long. Everyone's faces froze, and then their expressions changed drastically. This was because the birds were angered by Lin Ling and wanted to tear Lin Ling to pieces. However, Lin Ling's sudden death left them with nowhere to vent their anger, so they swept away the gods on the Divine Mountain. Run! The gods panicked. No, save me! One of the gods was caught in the claws of a white-headed condor, and he was shouting anxiously. Swoosh, however, the white-headed eagle tore the god in half with its claws. Blood splattered all over the ground, burning like fire. This god had obviously lost the protection of a Dao realm expert and was completely dead. When the blood came out, the birds went crazy. Their eyes were red, and their bestial instincts erupted. The magic mosquitoes swarmed over, and a dozen mid-level gods were sucked dry. Moreover, even the protection of a Dao realm expert was useless. They couldn't fight at all. This was because being sucked to death by the magic mosquitoes was different from a powerful attack. A Dao realm expert couldn't sense that the person's life was in danger, so the 5-colored light wouldn't appear. After all, the Dao realm was vast and boundless. Tens of thousands of gods died every day. No matter how powerful a Dao realm expert was, it couldn't protect everyone. Oh no, it's the Jialua heavenly mosquitoes. More screams could be heard, whether it was the gods of White Mountain or Emperor Shun. They were all facing an apocalyptic calamity. Of course, some powerful gods were also attacking and killing many birds and beasts. But ultimately, they couldn't protect everyone. Lei Gong Lin Ling, it's Lei Gong Lin Ling. The eyes of the dying gods were filled with hatred. They knew that it was Lin Ling who had brought them down with him. Damn Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lin Ling had only used up one chance of being protected by a Dao realm expert, but they had used up more and even lost their lives. Lei Gong Lin Ling. At this moment, Emperor Shun stood there quietly in the distance and didn't attack. His beautiful face became ferocious, and his fangs flashed. It was very scary. Obviously, she didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a trick up his sleeve, which caused her to suffer heavy losses. However, she was one of the 5 emperors, and the gods here were only a small part of her forces. What made her angry was that Lin Ling was openly challenging her dignity. "A slave dares to challenge me," Emperor Shun said coldly. In the most ancient era, that was the era of the Mother clan, all men were slaves. Is this the brat's final counterattack before he dies? As for the ancient god called Feng Shan, his face was gloomy. He was no longer happy. It was as if Lin Ling had slapped him hard in the face. "Dying? Sorry, I'm not dead yet." However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded, causing him to tremble. Then, he turned around in disbelief and realized that Lin Ling had appeared behind him. This meant that Lin Ling had just been taken away by a Dao realm expert. After resting for a while in the void of the 9 states, he had entered the Dao realm again. Crazy, ordinary people wouldn't dare to come back when they encountered such a situation. However, Lin Ling dared to. His way of doing things was completely unexpected. "Kill me?" Before Feng Shan could react, Lin Ling used Split the Heavens and slashed out fiercely. The slash seemed slow, but it carried a domineering aura. Feng Shan's pupils constricted. He sensed that this move was very fierce and could threaten him. Most importantly, he no longer had the protection of a Dao realm expert. "Shun, Emperor Shun, save me." His body trembled as he shouted with difficulty. He wanted to fight back and escape, but he was surprised to find that he couldn't fight back. He couldn't even escape. It was as if all his vitality had been sealed away. His shout had undoubtedly attracted the attention of many gods. When they looked around, they saw that Wind Mountain had been split into 2. Blood and bones spilled all over the ground. The god who had attacked Lin Ling before was now killed by Lin Ling with a single move. Countless eyes looked in the direction where Feng Shan had fallen and stared at the blue-robed man. Lin Ling had returned, their pupils were trembling, and their eyes were filled with shock. "Lei Gong Lin Ling." In the distance, Emperor Shun smiled. However, his smile was very ferocious. His beautiful face quietly turned into the face of a fox. Obviously, she didn't expect that Lin Ling would dare to return and even kill one of her powerful underlings. "You've killed so many of my people. It seems that I won't let you escape again." Screech! A sharp voice rang out, and a brilliant heavenly might suppressed the divine mountain. A terrifying aura spread out, and the surroundings of the divine mountain seemed to have returned to the wilderness. Ancient volcanoes were erupting, giant eagles were flying, and giant beasts were galloping. The wilderness was a world of blood and killing. At that time, millions of sacred spirits had not gained intelligence, so there was only blood and killing. But in the wilderness, the 5 emperors had risen and led the human race to prosperity. Emperor Shun. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling felt a chill all over as he sensed a powerful aura locking onto him. It was determined to kill him. Kill. Lin Ling ran at full speed in the chaotic situation. He wanted to use the chaotic situation to avoid Emperor Shun's sight. Swoosh! With a slash of his sword, a lower deity was killed by Lin Ling and taken away by the Dao state, but soon, the lower deity returned again. "How dare you, Lei Gong Lin Ling? How dare you kill me?" Obviously, the lower deity thought that Lin Ling could not escape death, so he wanted to come back and witness Lin Ling being punished by the gods. However, Lin Ling turned around and killed a few more gods before pouncing on him again. Oh no! The anger on the lower deity's face instantly disappeared, and in its place was panic. He thought that with so many people here, it would be difficult for Lin Ling to come back and kill him after killing him. But who knew that Lin Ling would come back? "I'll take away the protection of the Dao state again." Lin Ling sneered as the blood sea drowned out the lower deity again. This time, the lower deity did not dare to come back because he no longer had the protection of the Dao state. If he died again, he would really die. "Go to hell." However, at this moment, a deafening voice resounded. Danger enveloped Lin Ling's entire body. A huge palm ruthlessly pressed down from behind Lin Ling. The divine energy contained within it could simply be described as majestic. It was Emperor Shun. She had already locked onto Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you won't be able to escape. The gods in the surroundings were still battling the birds and beasts, but at this moment, they were all gloating and laughing. Rumble, a five-colored light appeared, and just as the hand closed in, the Dao realm took Lin Ling away. However, as Lin Ling left, his eyes were as red as blood as he stared coldly at the gods on the ground below. With just one look, all the gods were terrified. The murderous intent in that gaze was too strong. It was a gaze of resentment, and it also let them know that the grudge between them and Lei Gong Lin Ling had been completely formed. What's there to be afraid of? He has already died twice in a row, and he only has the protection of the Dao state once. So even if he comes back, his actions will definitely be restrained. He won't dare to be arrogant. Suddenly, a middle deity said coldly. That's right. I reckon he won't dare to come back to the Dao state again. We'll guard here. Every time we see Lin Ling, we'll kill him. The gods finally relaxed and chuckled. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you're just a junior, but you killed so many of my people. However, this matter isn't over yet. I'll kill you until you don't dare to enter the Dao state again. In the distance, Emperor Shun transformed into a demon with 3 heads. She was very ferocious. Obviously, she had not vented her anger and still hated Lin Ling to the core. I'm back. However, at this moment, a cold laugh exploded like a thunderclap. A 5-colored light appeared. The god of death had arrived. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? This guy had just died, and in the blink of an eye, he charged in again. Crazy, the god's hair stood on end. They had never seen such an arrogant person. He was simply going to perish together with the gods. At the same time, a sword slashed fiercely, and 2 early-stage lower deities died here. Next, another punch blasted out. It shattered the void and took away a few more lower deities. Wind, come. Billowing waves finally came from afar. The Witch of the Wind shouted and controlled a fierce gale to sweep under the divine mountain. Ah. A large number of birds were also affected. Of course, the gods were the ones who suffered the most. Under the waves of gale, countless gods were taken away by the 5-colored light. This battle could be said to be tragic. Rumble, the surroundings of the divine mountain turned into a world of wind. It was as if a gale blew out of a pitch-black abyss. Wave after wave of storm swept past quickly. The weaker gods were caught in the wind and trembled all over. Then, they were sliced into pieces by the blades. The birds were also blown off balance and smashed onto the ground. The step of wisdom. Lin Ling sensed that this gale was very scary. The power of God was definitely in the 3000, however, he didn't need to face it head-on. Therefore, he relied on the seal of the step of wisdom and the Quafu sun-chasing boots to run around the divine mountain. Wherever he passed, the gale would attack, but it didn't cause him much damage. Instead, a large number of gods were implicated by him and were blown to pieces. Stop bragging, Tian Wu. The gods all cried out in fear. Damn it. The Witch of the Wind's expression was hideous. He had no choice but to stop the divine ability. Swoosh, as soon as this divine ability landed, a sword fiercely stabbed over, mixed with unparalleled killing intent. Then, a 5-colored light appeared. The Witch of the Wind, Tian Wu, was also taken away. Damn it. The Witch of the Wind was so angry that his whole body was cramping. He was an early-stage mid-god. A low-level god had actually taken away a chance to be protected by a Dao realm expert. Wait for me, Lei Gong Lin Ling, wait for me. I'll be right back. Don't die so quickly. I want to see you die with my own eyes. The Witch of the Wind roared and disappeared into the sky. Lei Gong Lin Ling, wait for me. I'll fight you to the death in this life. The eyes of the ancient gods who were taken away by the Dao realm expert were all red. A piece of rat poop ruined a nest of soup. They originally thought that Lin Ling was easy to kill and that it would take less than 2 hours to finish him off, but who knew that Lei Gong Lin Ling would become crazier and crazier. Now, 6 hours had passed. Not only was he still alive, but he had also caused them to suffer heavy losses. Ha ha ha, I'll wait for you. Come back, we'll see each other. Lin Ling laughed arrogantly. His laughter made the gods' stomachs cramp. F***CKU. Some ancient gods couldn't help but curse. Lei Gong Lin Ling was too fast and had too many tricks up his sleeve. It would be difficult to kill him in a short period of time. Lei Gong Linling. In the distance, the Emperor Shun witnessed everything with his own eyes. His face was contorted in a grimace as though he was an enraged beast. Emperor Shun, calm down, calm down. The gods beside him kept persuading him. They all knew that if the Emperor Shun went crazy, all of them would suffer. Whoosh, the Emperor Shun took a deep breath and finally calmed down. He grabbed at Lin Ling with his big hand, but Lin Ling dodged. The scapegoat was a mid-level god. Clone of the true body. Of course, Lin Ling, who had dodged the attack, didn't dare to underestimate the Emperor Shun. He immediately summoned countless clones. Countless doppelgangers appeared, causing the scene to become even more chaotic. Terrifying storms and light waves were everywhere, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. A large number of gods fell, and of course, a large number of birds and beasts fell as well. The entire battlefield was even more terrifying than the previous calamity. Lin Ling, where do you think you're going? When the Emperor Shun saw this, her expression became even more ferocious. Large amounts of white fur grew out of her body, and her fox mouth kept moving, revealing sharp teeth. Die! She suddenly shouted, and her domineering blood boiled. She actually broke through time and space with her voice. Swoosh, this roar was like the cry of the most ancient monster. All the birds and beasts were frightened, and their feathers fluttered down. Then, there was a loud bang. Those birds and beasts were actually scared out of their wits by the Emperor Shun's voice. Those who were still alive were now flying into the sky, escaping without a trace. Bang! 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 Of course, it was not just the birds and beasts. Even many gods on the Divine Mountain were affected, and they exploded and died. This was also the reason why the Emperor Shun did not attack previously. Her methods were too domineering, and she did not distinguish between friend and foe. Bang! 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 Looking at Lin Ling's doppelgangers, they had all exploded, and blood spilled all over the ground. So powerful. What kind of monster is she? Lin Ling was shocked. He activated the Step of Wisdom to protect himself, and only then did he barely block the sound waves. Humph, Lei Gong Lin Ling, let me tell you, the Emperor Shun is a monster that crawled out from the ground in ancient times. She is the demon mother of the Mother tribe. After so many years, there are very few who can see through her origin. You want to go against her? Even if you have 10 lives, it won't be enough. The gods who were still alive sneered at Lin Ling. You're about to die, and you're still so proud. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. As soon as he finished speaking, these gods were taken away by the storm and left the Tao realm. Only mid-stage mid-gods could withstand Emperor Shun's attack, and there weren't many of them. In the blink of an eye, there were not many gods left alive on the Divine Mountain. This also caused Lin Ling to be instantly locked onto. A giant furry claw slashed down from the sky. What was terrifying was that there was a black hole in the center of the giant claw's palm. A mysterious storm was surging out, as if it was an underground abyss. In the deepest part of the abyss, there was an eye. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Too strong, he was already unstoppable. A 5-colored light appeared, and Lin Ling was taken away. This was the 3rd time Lin Ling had fallen here. This meant that Lin Ling had a chance to be protected by the Tao realm again. We won. Lei Gong Lin Ling was killed to the point that he no longer dared to enter the Tao realm. Next, a large number of figures appeared at the foot of the celestial mountain. The gods who had died before had wasted their last chance to descend to the celestial mountain. All of this was for the sake of witnessing Lin Ling's death with their own eyes. Lin Ling had caused them to die so many times. Lin Ling deserved to die. Lei Gong Lin Ling, don't even think about entering the Tao realm in this lifetime. We'll kill him every time we see him. He definitely won't dare to come in now. After all, he no longer has the protection of the Tao realm. The gods cursed angrily. However, they wouldn't leave for the time being. They stood guard at the foot of the celestial mountain. If Lin Ling appeared, they would immediately kill Lin Ling and scatter his soul. Because Lin Ling left at the foot of the celestial mountain, he would return at the foot of the celestial mountain. Without the protection of the Tao realm, he could die at any time. Haha, I'm back. However, when the gods returned, so did Lin Ling. He had returned for the 3rd time. The moment he appeared, the entire Tao realm seemed to be boiling. His figure shook the world and shocked the ancient times. No one would have thought that Lin Ling would dare to return. this time, he would no longer have the protection of the Tao realm. If he died, he would die for real. Many people thought that they were familiar with Lin Ling's madness. But now, they realized that it was just the tip of the iceberg. This time, you guys won't have the protection of the Tao realm either. A sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand as he laughed wildly. The killing intent in his eyes was even thicker. By now, he guessed that Saint Guy and the rest had left this place for good. Moreover, it was impossible that Lin Ling wouldn't return. He didn't want to be trapped here forever. You guys are celebrating too early. Without wasting any more time, Lin Ling went all out and killed a large number of lesser gods. No, Lei Gong Lin Ling, I was wrong. Not good, this guy is going all out against us. Run. The lesser gods were all panicking. They regretted returning because this time, they were going to die for real. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Ling kept reaping the lives of the gods. This was also the first time he had killed so many primordial gods after reaching the Tao realm. A large number of treasures also fell. Because all the gods had died, the treasures became ownerless. Lin Ling activated the Quafu Sun chasing boots and swept up the treasures. Then, he stopped while he was ahead. Taking advantage of the chaos on the sacred mountain, he ran wildly into the distance. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, Emperor Shun transformed into a huge demon fox head and chased after Lin Ling. She had been careless before. Because she didn't expect Lin Ling to return. Even if she was powerful and could dominate everything, she didn't expect Lin Ling to do this. Emperor Shun, is Lei Gong Lin Ling here? At this moment, a loud shout was heard. A large number of gods flew over from afar. Who are you? Emperor Shun stopped and frowned. She found that these people were not weak. I am the giant white tiger god from Emperor Yao's tomb. I am here on orders to capture Lin Ling. The gods all cupped their hands at Emperor Shun. They didn't dare to be too arrogant because they all knew that this woman had a mysterious power that could bring the most terrifying demons from underground into the world. Emperor Yao also wants to capture Lei Gong Lin Ling? Emperor Shun frowned and suddenly pointed ahead. He ran that way. We must capture him. I don't care who this Lei Gong Lin Ling is. In short, I want his life. Since Emperor Shun also wants to capture Lei Gong Lin Ling, we can help. The giant white tiger god and the others all shot into the distance, chasing after Lin Ling. Kill. At the foot of the divine mountain, the gods also chased after him, leaving Emperor Shun standing alone. She was like a demon, but also a human. Her eyes glinted with a ferocious light. Lei Gong Lin Ling, in my territory, you can't escape. She smiled coldly as if she was the ruler of everything. Not good, late-stage mid-gods are coming. I can't outrun them. At this moment, Lin Ling activated the Quafu Sun chasing boots with all his might. But he also knew that if this dragged on, he would be captured. Brat, surrender yourself. I will spare your life on behalf of Emperor Yao. Suddenly, a phantom appeared in front of him. It was the giant white tiger god. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Ling with a ferocious smile. Lei Gong Lin Ling. At the same time, far behind them, a huge white tiger was galloping in the sky, roaring at the sky. He was the white tiger god. He did not expect Lin Ling, who was struggling on the brink of death, to be so arrogant. Meanwhile, after Lin Ling blasted through the giant white tiger god's shadow, he quickly rushed forward. Everyone thought that he had used up all 3 chances to enter the Tao realm, but in reality, he still had one more. However, he had to find a safe place to leave the Tao realm. Otherwise, he would definitely be surrounded the next time he entered. However, this was easy to say, but difficult to do because there were too many pursuers behind him. Lin Ling, come here quickly. However, at this time an anxious voice came from ahead. A figure wearing a large cloak appeared on the mountain peak ahead. This person raised his hand to the sky, and a huge vortex appeared behind him, like a void black hole. This person was so powerful that he could open a void black hole in the Tao realm. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He did not know whether this person was a friend or foe. After all, in the Tao realm, other than the gods from the void of the 9 states, most of them were enemies. Brat. Seeing Lin Ling's hesitation, the man cursed angrily and took off his cloak, revealing a familiar face. Lei Gong. Lin Ling's eyes trembled violently. Stop talking nonsense. Those people are coming. My mystique won't last long. Lei Gong shouted again, and let Lin Ling go all out, rushing toward the mountain peak. Go in immediately. This void tunnel can lead you to another place in the Tao realm. They won't be able to find you in this way. Lei Gong said to Lin Ling, Lord Lei Gong, how did you know this method? Lin Ling was still shocked. I'll explain this to you after we leave. Lei Gong said to Lin Ling. He stared ahead and saw countless gods in front of him, with surging murderous auras, chasing fiercely. Go in. The two of them entered the black hole and disappeared without a trace. The surging vortex also began to shrink. Opening the void passage? Who is this person? Why does he have such strength? In a faraway place, the giant god White Tiger and the others had a change in expression. As far as they knew, to be able to open a void black hole required at least the strength of a higher god. Furthermore, not every higher god could successfully open one. This was because these void passages were the passages of the universe. They could pass through various great void universes. It was terrifying. Chase after them. The Witch of the Wind, Tianwu, roared and transformed into a gust of wind that swept across the mountain peak. Then, with a boom, the entire ancient desolate mountain was reduced to dust. However, Lin Ling and the others had all disappeared, leaving behind only a constantly shrinking vortex in the sky. Damn it, if I recover my strength, I will definitely be able to catch up. The Witch of the Wind, Tianwu, cursed loudly. He had once possessed this ability, but now that he was recultivating, he couldn't use it at all. The deities were all stunned in the sky. They were all furious, so angry that their teeth were itching. It doesn't matter. This is Emperor Shun's territory. They won't be able to escape. Suddenly, a woman said indifferently. She was one of Emperor Yao's people, Goddess Xianxia. Her gaze was ferocious. That day in Emperor Yao's territory, this Lin Ling had taught her a lesson. Now, she had volunteered to come here, wanting to witness Lin Ling's death with her own eyes. However, she had failed again. Emperor Shun? The deities were all shocked. That's right, they won't be able to escape. At this time, another woman nodded with a cold expression. She was one of Emperor Shun's people, and she was very familiar with the Emperor Shun. Ha ha ha, that's good. We will wait for Lei Gong Lin Ling to be captured, and the person who helped Lei Gong Lin Ling will also die. The deities laughed happily. If they did not kill Lin Ling, they would not be human. After all, their protection of the Dao realm had been used up, but Lin Ling was still alive. How could they swallow this anger? At this moment, on the other side, a void passage appeared, and two figures rushed out. They looked around. This was a grassland, and there were huge beasts galloping in the distance. The strong preyed on the weak, and it was a crazy place. This place should be safe for the time being. Lin Ling sighed softly, then smiled. It's hard to say. This is Emperor Shun's territory. Let's go further away. Lei Gong looked into the distance, his expression still serious. He seemed to be more familiar with the Dao realm than Lin Ling. Under normal circumstances, Lei Gong's strength should not be comparable to Lin Ling's. However, Lin Ling knew that Lord Lei Gong was the host of the world will. Perhaps he had awakened something. Wait, let me see if there's a way to leave completely. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then let Lord Lei Gong guard him as he entered the square prison. He was not familiar with the Dao realm, but there were many people in the square prison who were familiar with the Dao realm. It was best to ask them. Lin Ling appeared in Old Devil's cell and immediately told him his purpose. Emperor Shun? Impossible, she has already taken control of the great wilderness world. She can easily sense at least 30% of the Dao realm. My lord, you have to leave immediately. Old Devil immediately exclaimed. Emperor Shun is so powerful? Lin Ling frowned. Emperor Shun is a monster that crawled out from the ground in ancient times. It is said that she is a monster from another universe, so she is very powerful. She can see 30% of the Dao realm. Don't underestimate this 30%. If you use the strength of an early-stage mid-god to locate it, even if they don't eat or drink, they will still fly. It will take them 100 years to fly out of that 30%. Old Devil said. The Dao realm is so big. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, how do we get rid of Emperor Shun? Now, although he could return to the void of the 9 states, Emperor Shun already knew where he left from. As long as she heavily guarded that place, when Lin Ling entered the Dao realm again, he would definitely be caught. My lord, can you roughly depict the nearby landscape? Yes. Lin Ling immediately used his divine energy to depict the nearby area. When he flew down from the sky earlier, he remembered the landscape with just a glance, so he also drew a bird's eye view. Old Devil quietly looked at the map that Lin Ling drew, constantly recalling. My lord, go east from this direction for half a day. There is the great Buddhist kingdom there. Once you enter, you will be safe. Suddenly, Old Devil's eyes lit up and he smiled. Great Buddhist kingdom? Lin Ling frowned. This great Buddhist kingdom is the only place in the Dao realm where killing is not allowed. It is said that it was the birthplace of the Buddha gods. After it was destroyed by the world will, it was brought here by the master of the Dao realm. Most of the gods left in the great Buddhist kingdom have Dao realm wills, and these wills are very strong. Once they erupt with power, they can draw on 10% of the Dao realm's strength. It is not something that Emperor Shun can resist. Old Devil said. Alright, after I go to the great Buddhist kingdom, I will give you 3 days off. You can go anywhere you want. Peach Blossom Courtyard, or the nunnery, it doesn't matter. Lin Ling hurriedly left and said. Leaving the square prison, Lin Ling immediately told Huang Xiaolong about Old Devil. Great Buddhist kingdom? I've heard of that place, it's said to be the birthplace of the Buddha gods, the godly Mt Shumi is located there. Lei Gong's expression changed, this legendary place is actually here. He was shocked, he didn't expect Lin Ling to know about this legendary place. Only those who had cultivated for 10,000 years in the Dao realm would have heard of this place. Moreover, not everyone knew where the great Buddhist kingdom was. Let's go. Lin Ling knew there was no time to lose, he immediately left with Lei Gong. About an hour after they left, a large number of experts arrived from afar. They were Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, and White Mountain's experts. Emperor Shun said that they're nearby. One of the women said coldly. Nearby? Here? Not good, I'm afraid they've gone to the great Buddhist kingdom. Goddess Xianxia was stunned, her expression changed drastically. Hearing this, the others' expressions changed and they shouted, quick, chase after them, don't let them go to the godly Mt Shumi. They erupted with all their strength and searched everywhere. Although they weren't sure if Lin Ling's group would go to the godly Mt Shumi, if they really went there, then they would be helpless. Godly Mt Shumi. In the distance, a huge abyss appeared, there was an eye in the abyss, as if it was looking at all life, emitting a low voice. She was Emperor Shun, moreover, she could see more clearly than anyone else that Lin Ling and a cloaked figure were heading towards the godly Mt Shumi. Damn it! A sharp voice came from the abyss, rolling demonic chi rushed to the sky, breaking through the void, chasing after Lin Ling. Now, she had no choice but to take action herself, otherwise, if Lin Ling entered the great Buddhist kingdom, she wouldn't be able to touch Lin Ling. Lei Gong, speed up. At this time, Lin Ling also sensed the arrival of the enemies behind them, and the great Buddhist kingdom was half a day's journey away. He hoped they could hold on. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, 2 figures burst out with speed, shooting into the distance. It could be said that they were on the line between life and death. If they failed, they would die for sure, but if they succeeded, they would be free. Time passed slowly, bit by bit, bit by bit. After a long time, a huge mountain appeared in front of them, like a Buddha lying on the ground, gazing into the distance. With just one look, Lin Ling and the others felt a sense of reverence, as if they had seen an ancient god. That's the godly Mt Shumi. Lei Gong sucked in a breath of cold air. He had finally seen the legendary place. Oh no, they're catching up, and Emperor Shun is here too, she's incredibly fast. Lin Ling had previously released the evil ghost jellyfish as a spy, so he could see what was happening behind him. Bang, Xian's, godly ex Shumi, Sun, Xian. Of course, Emperor Shumi was still far away, but White Tiger and the others were very close. If they were stopped, they would not be able to escape when Emperor Shumi arrived. Lei Gong Lin Ling, where do you think you're going? Almost at the same time, a loud shout sounded from behind. Divine multicolored light rushed into the sky as countless deities charged over. judging from their looks, they were fuming with anger and were determined to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, can you hold on for half an hour? Lei Gong said, I'm going to open a void passage to the great Buddhist kingdom's gate. Okay. Lin Ling nodded. Holding his sword, he pounced forward, and the third stage of the fusion innate skill burst out. Damn it, Lei Gong, Lin Ling still dares to kill us. This change infuriated all of the gods. Because at this moment, they were the ones who attacked first. They're going to open a void passage, stop them. However, Goddess Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and she immediately shouted. Her voice made everyone understand. At the same time, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. It was that woman again. Every time Lin Ling wanted to do something, it was this woman who reminded everyone. How despicable. Come on. Lin Ling looked back at Lei Gong and saw that the void passage's vortex had already opened. Just a little more time, he immediately slashed out with his palm, using Split the Heavens, against mid-stage mid-gods. It was difficult to fight them with just divine energy. Split the Heavens was the only way. Moreover, he was just stalling for time. Rumble, a terrifying slash came down, and time and space were cut open. It was like Panga's attack. That ferocious move was so powerful that all the gods had to avoid it. Rumble, the ancient earth was also split open by Lin Ling's palm, and a huge bottomless ravine appeared. One had to know that the earth and barren mountains of the Tao realm were protected by divine energy and were incomparably tough. But now, they were split open, showing the power of this palm. Lin Ling, quick! Almost at the same time, Lei Gong's shout came from afar. The void passage had completely formed, and it led to another place. Lin Ling did not say a word, and he immediately turned around and ran. Trying to run? Seeing that Lin Ling wanted to escape, endless rays of light shot over from afar. They turned into silk threads and bound Lin Ling, and when they came into contact with Lin Ling's body, they actually burned his body. Goddess Xianxia attacked with a ferocious expression. Lei Gong, Lin Ling, I know what you're doing. You're going to use the void passage to reach the great Buddha nation. So, you're in charge of stopping us, and that mysterious person is in charge of opening the void passage. However, you think you can stop us? Stay here forever. One had to admit that she was much more powerful than the others. She could see through Lin Ling's thoughts time and time again. Wait until I step into the mid-stage mid-god realm, I'll kill you. Lin Ling grinned. His murderous intent toward Goddess Xianxia rose in his heart. Hee, you'll never have such a day. Everything about you is under my control. Now that I've captured you, when Emperor Shun arrives, no one will be able to save you. Goddess Xianxia laughed nonchalantly. Is that so? Lin Ling shouted, earth-splitting slash. Ancient rays of light burst out from his body, and he looked like a bronze giant. He stomped on the ground and shot forward. Pa, all the silk threads were broken. These silk threads were formed by divine energy. Although there were many of them, Lin Ling's earth-splitting slash was the least afraid of divine energy. It could be said that he was immune to divine energy. What? Seeing Lin Ling's invincible appearance, Goddess Xianxia was stunned. Veins popped out on her forehead. Because she came to the celestial mountain later, she had never seen Lin Ling use this move before. Quick, stop him! Goddess Xianxia roared. Where do you think you're going? The gods had just dodged heaven-splitting slash, and now, they unleashed their full strength. Powerful attacks pierced through the air and blasted towards Lin Ling in the distance. Rumble, the attacks were ferocious, and they seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth. All the gods were stunned, their pupils were trembling, they were shocked. Although they had seen this move before, they had never thought that it was invincible. After all, the scene was chaotic, and they could not see it clearly, but now, they could see it clearly. It was really invincible. Was there really such an invincible technique in this ancient universe, or was that move limited by power, and could only be broken when it reached a certain level of power? For a moment, they were stunned on the spot. Unfortunately, they did not know that the earth-splitting technique did not have a power limit. It only had a time limit of 15 breaths, but 15 breaths was enough for Lin Ling to rush into the void passage. The only thing that the earth-splitting technique could not defend against was the god's stares. Lin Ling. At this moment, Lei Gong also shouted. When Lin Ling arrived, he gasped. Previously, he thought that Lin Ling must have been seriously injured, but now, it seemed that he was completely fine. He did not even lose a single hair. All these years, where did this kid go to cultivate? How could his strength be so heaven-defying? Quick, Emperor Shun is here. However, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say that much. He brought the Thunder God with him and rushed into the void passageway. As soon as he disappeared, a claw suddenly appeared and slashed at the sky. Rumble, the void passage immediately shattered. Fortunately, Lin Ling and Lei Gong had already entered. If they had been a moment later, they would have been caught. Rumble. Behind them, the void continued to collapse as the claw continued to sweep. Emperor Shun's methods were indeed terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ling and Lei Gong rushed out of the void passage. When they appeared again, they were already in front of the ancient Buddhist gate. There was no one guarding the Buddhist sect. It was resplendent and peaceful. Go in. The two did not look back, afraid that they would be caught by Emperor Shun. They rushed into the gate directly. Come out. As soon as they entered, a huge claw came at them like a calamity claw. Rumble. However, as soon as it made contact with the door, a dazzling golden light shot out, carrying endless Sanskrit chants, burning this claw. Lei Gong Lin Ling. At the same time, an angry roar came from afar. It was Emperor Shun. She was floating in the sky far away. There was a huge abyss above her head, and a demonic eye was looking down on all living beings. Her demon eye saw two figures standing quietly within the Buddhist gate. One of them was a man with a cold smile on his face, as though he was mocking her, and that man was Lei Gong Lin Ling. Lin Ling had caused the deaths of so many of her gods, and she didn't even have the protection of the Tao realm. She could kill Lin Ling with a single finger, yet, she failed and could only watch as Lin Ling entered the great Buddha kingdom. One could imagine how furious he was. This kind of unwillingness made him feel as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Let's go to the great Buddha kingdom. Goddess Xianxia and the others also flew toward the great Buddha kingdom with bloodshot eyes. Their thoughts were the same as Emperor Shun's. They only needed to kill Lin Ling once, and Lin Ling's soul would dissipate. However, this opportunity had passed them by repeatedly. A moment later, they arrived at the great Buddha kingdom. Just as they were about to enter, they saw Lin Ling and Goddess Xianxia inside the gate. Lin Ling, come out if you dare. When the giant white tiger saw Lin Ling, he couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. Why should I come out? Lin Ling looked at everyone with a smile. I'm going to kill you. The giant white tiger roared, and the eyes of the other gods were also filled with flames of anger. Come in and kill me if you dare. Lin Ling shrugged and said with a smile. You. The giant white tiger trembled with anger. He really wanted to attack, because his enemy was right in front of him, but he couldn't kill him. Of course, he was just joking. He had heard of the great Buddha kingdom before. Everyone, if you don't want to kill me, then I'm leaving. Lin Ling looked at the gods indifferently and said with a smile. Lin Ling, hide in the great Buddha kingdom for the rest of your life if you dare, or I will kill you. The Emperor Shun appeared quietly, still as beautiful as ever, but he also said coldly. Hearing you say that, I really plan to stay here for the rest of my life. Of course, if you, Emperor Shun, are bored, you can come to the great Buddha kingdom and be my neighbor. We can drink and chat happily, why not? Lin Ling smiled and entered the great Buddha kingdom with Lei Gong. The Emperor Shun's beautiful face immediately turned into a ferocious fox face, baring his fangs. How dare you humiliate the Emperor Shun, kill him. The Emperor Shun's tomb couldn't wait any longer and wanted to attack. No, the great Buddha kingdom is the birthplace of the Buddha gods. I heard that there are powerful Buddha gods here. If you attack, we can't leave. Here, peace is important. No killing is allowed. However, someone immediately stopped that person. At this moment, Lin Ling entered the great Buddha kingdom and was shocked to find that it was like an ancient city. Unlike the divine fruit, there were shops everywhere, and it was very lively. Moreover, the people here looked calm and peaceful, without a trace of hostility. This is the great Buddha kingdom. Lei Gong was shocked to see this scene. However, Lin Ling didn't say anything. He carefully looked at these people and then frowned. He found that these people were a little different. They seemed to be formed by the will of the Tao realm. The two of you must have just arrived. It's very rare to sense something when you just arrived. At this moment, a smiling voice suddenly came. Then, a golden-haired young man walked over slowly with a few experts. Just as you guessed, 70% of the people here aren't humans. They are formed by the goodwill left behind by the Buddha kingdom. Perhaps, this is the memory of the Buddha kingdom. However, don't underestimate these people. If you attack here, you won't end well. The golden-haired young man smiled. Yo, Xianxia, why are you in such a good mood to explain this to others? I don't think this is like you at all. At this moment, another figure walked over. It was a man with a sword on his back. He had one arm and a cold expression. However, he was very strong. He was a mid-stage middle god. Old Crow ancestor, you haven't left yet. Why, are you still working hard for that mystique? The young man called Xianxia said calmly when he saw the newcomers. Then, he explained, Old Crow ancestor, don't underestimate these two people. They escaped from Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao, and they're the two ferocious people who wreaked havoc in the southeast Divine Mountain. It's him? The guy called Lei Gong Linling? The Old Crow ancestor couldn't help but look at Linling. His eyes narrowed as he said, it seems that your strength is only at the level of early-stage mid-gods. How could you escape from Emperor Shun's pursuit with such strength? How strange. It was obvious that these two people weren't gods formed by the great Buddha kingdom. They were gods like Linling, who came from outside. Moreover, they knew that the Emperor Shun was chasing after Linling. So that's how it is. Xianxia and Old Crow ancestor nodded in agreement. They too believed that Linling wouldn't be able to escape from Emperor Shun's hands. Even so, this is very impressive. That old witch Emperor Shun has the most tyrannical temper. She never kills women, but she hates our men the most. If she doesn't like the look of her, she will kill. You were able to escape from her hands, this is a great honor for us. Haha, I didn't expect a famous person to come to the great Buddhist kingdom today. The Old Crow ancestor also smiled. Linling shook his head and did not dwell on this matter. He looked around and asked, what's the deal with this great Buddhist kingdom? The great Buddhist kingdom isn't simple. In fact, it's one of the birthplaces of the Buddhist gods, but it doesn't represent the entire Buddhist kingdom. However, there's a godly Mt. Shumi here and a reclining Buddha. The reclining Buddha has a supreme ability. Many gods come here to seek enlightenment, to see if they can obtain a supreme ability. Old Crow ancestor explained. Godly Mt. Shumi? Reclining Buddha? Linling nodded. In truth, he had traveled far and wide in his life. He had heard of the godly Mt. Shumi a long time ago, but most of them were just borrowed names. This great Buddha kingdom's godly Mt. Shumi was the real deal. A reclining Buddha can gain enlightenment on a supreme ability? Linling was curious. Although one can gain enlightenment on a supreme ability, one needs to be fated with Buddha and have a high level of Buddhist attainment to obtain a supreme ability. Every year, there are people who come here out of admiration. Although they are reincarnated to cultivate their physique, they still want to obtain a supreme Buddhist ability. However, after so many years, not many people have been able to obtain a supreme Buddhist ability. That's right, it depends on one's comprehension ability. If one's Buddhist attainment isn't high enough, it's very, very difficult. Old Crow ancestor and Xianxia said in unison. Linling looked into the distance. In the depths of the great Buddhist kingdom, Buddhist light illuminated everything. Amidst the dense mist, a reclining Buddha could be vaguely seen. Come to think of it, that must be the godly Mount Shumi. The Dharma divine abilities here are divided into Mahayana Dharma divine abilities, Midayana Dharma divine abilities, and Hinayana Dharma divine abilities. If you want to obtain a Dharma divine ability, you just have to walk the corresponding path. However, Your Excellency Lei Gong Linling, this is your first time here, so you should first familiarize yourself with the great Buddha kingdom. Xianxia was very polite to Linling. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Linling immediately cupped his hands and bowed, then left with Lei Gong. After that, the two of them found an inn and stayed there. To their surprise, they didn't have to pay to stay in the inn. They only had to do good deeds. Linling also helped the people of the great Buddha kingdom sweep the floor and paid for the accommodation. The great Buddha kingdom was indeed full of benevolent people. Inside the inn, Linling and Lei Gong were conversing. each telling the general story. Haha, that kid Xianxia is really something. Maybe when we meet again, I'll have to call him Lord. Lin Ling, handing the Great Hall of Lei Gong to you was the best choice. Seeing that the Great Hall of Lei Gong has become the #1 temple in the 9 prefectures void, I'm very happy. I haven't seen that guy Kirishin for a long time, I really miss him. The two of them ordered a pot of wine and chatted while drinking. Lin Ling also asked Lei Gong about what happened during this time. Just as Lin Ling had guessed, Lei Gong was the host of the world will. He had awakened a part of his strength, which was why his strength had increased greatly. The host of the world will was not simple. In the future, it would definitely become very strong, so would Shaoluan and Longyang. No wonder Lord Lei Gong has the strength to travel through the void of the universe. Lin Ling suddenly smiled and said, "Oh right, what about the great god of Spirit Nation? That guy is an old fox. He should have entered the Dao realm by now. He is very close to White Mountain. Last time, he almost did something to me. Luckily, I noticed it and escaped first. I guess the great god of Spirit Nation and the 3 divine gates of White Mountain made some kind of deal, so the great god of Spirit Nation helped White Mountain. They captured Shaoluan. Lord Lei Gong, no matter what they are planning, the 3 divine gates of White Mountain are too big. They are not something we can fight against now." The two of them kept talking. Then, Lei Gong said, "Lin Ling, although I'm the host of the world will, I don't want to destroy the world. If I'm controlled in the future, don't show any mercy to me. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Lin Ling was stunned. He sighed in his heart and nodded, "If that day comes, I will definitely help you." In the end, Lei Gong was the host of the world will. This was fate. Therefore, no one could say for sure what would happen in the future. Let's not talk about this anymore. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Tonight, let's have a good drink. Yes, after coming to the Dao realm, we have to fight all day long. It's rare to come across a peaceful place. Let's relax today. The two of them drank and chatted merrily, talking about the past. From time to time, they would burst into laughter. Night fell. Lin Ling and Lei Gong separated. He entered his room and stood by the window, looking at the distant sky. In the distant godly Shumi, Buddhist light shone, peaceful and tranquil. I wonder how Yu and the others are doing. However, now that the Black Deity and the others have returned, they should be safe for the time being since they are able to reunite with Saint Guy. On the other hand, I'm in a bit of trouble. Emperor Shun, Emperor Yao, and the others must be guarding around the great Buddhist kingdom, waiting for me to leave. Since that's the case, I won't leave for the time being. I'll stay in the great Buddhist kingdom and cultivate. Oh right, I wonder if that Buddhist skill is powerful. If I can get it, perhaps my strength will increase again. Lin Ling kept talking. After pondering for a while, he entered the square prison. Then, he came to Old Devil's cell. "Old Devil, the square prison has a path to the outside world. I'll give you 3 days off." "Thank you, sir." "Thank you." Third Devil Grandpa revealed his yellow front teeth, his face beaming. "But before that, you have to tell me who is the most familiar with the great Buddhist kingdom in the square prison. Also, tell me how to get the Mahayana Buddhist skill of the godly Shumi." Lin Ling said coldly. I know. Zen Master Wu Chao was a deity in the birthplace of the Buddha god. He knows best. Zen Master Wu Chao? There's a Buddha in the square prison? How strange. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Then, he left the cell and went straight to Zen Master Wu Chao's cell. A moment later, Lin Ling stood in front of Zen Master Wu Chao's cell. Zen Master Wu Chao's eyebrows were long and narrow, reaching the ground. His face was kind as he sat there quietly, like a divine monk who had attained the Tao. This was a real Buddha. He was different from the lowly Buddhist cultivators that Lin Ling had seen. Those Buddhist cultivators only had a false appearance. Lin Ling sensed a strong sense of goodwill and Buddhist light from Zen Master Wu Chao. Then, Lin Ling checked the jade slip of the square prison. Only then did he know that Zen Master Wu Chao had released a Demon King because he wanted the Demon King to turn over a new leaf. However, the Demon King refused to change and killed trillions of humans. Then, Zen Master Wu Chao entered the square prison to atone for the sins of the dead and release them from purgatory. With just one look, Lin Ling felt extremely peaceful and serene in his heart. Then, he was secretly shocked. He did not even state his intentions, but Zen Master Wu Chao already knew why he was there. I can tell you that you can obtain the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma, and it's an extremely powerful divine ability called the universe's three extremes destruction. Zen Master Wu Chao said with a smile. Huh? What? Lin Ling was shocked again. Not only did he know his goal, but he also knew that he would succeed. That was too fake. Lord Prison, although I know that you can obtain the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma, I don't know how you obtained it. As if he knew what Lin Ling was thinking, Zen Master Wu Chao said again. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he kept thinking. He suddenly smiled and said, at the godly Mt. Meru, those who have a deep understanding of Buddhism and Buddhist Dharma can obtain Buddhist Dharma divine abilities. As for me, I only have the Vajra Bodhi, so it's a little difficult for me to obtain a medium Buddhist Dharma. However, I want the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma, and Zen Master Wu Chao is sure that I can obtain it. Could it be that Zen Master Wu Chao wants to impart his Buddhist Dharma insights to me? As soon as he said that, Zen Master Wu Chao's eyes lit up and he said kindly, Lord, your talent in Buddhist Dharma insights is very good. If you can obtain my Buddhist Dharma insights, it won't be difficult for you to obtain the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. However, I can't figure it out, see, or hear it clearly. I hope you can give me some pointers. Lin Ling smiled faintly when he heard that. Master, please speak your mind. He cursed inwardly. Give me some pointers, how could I see through something that even a Buddhist god could not see through? Hell is uneasy. How should we suppress it? Zen Master Wu Chao looked at Lin Ling and asked. Lin Ling frowned immediately. Hell is uneasy because of chaos. How should we suppress it? That's right. I recite the Rebirth Sutra for them every day to wash away the evil aura. Unfortunately, hell is still uneasy after thousands of years. Zen Master Wu Chao said indifferently. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He really had no idea what to do. If it were him, he would have killed anyone who dared cause trouble. However, Zen Master Wu Chao was a Buddhist god. He had probably never killed anyone in his entire life, so how could he kill those evil ghosts? Suddenly, Lin Ling had a flash of inspiration as he recalled everything recorded in the prison. Back then, Zen Master Wu Chao had released a fiend celestial, causing countless living beings to be implicated and enter the netherworld, causing countless complaints. Could this be what Zen Master Wu Chao was talking about? It's simple. Hell is restless. Kill it. Hell is in chaos. Kill it. Hell collapses. Kill it. Lin Ling said indifferently. Zen Master Wu Chao's eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Buddhas don't kill. If they kill, what makes them Buddhas? Buddha is in one's heart, not in one's mouth. Buddha says that if I don't enter hell, who will? Hell is restless because it dances for the demons. Even if one reincarnates, the evil aura will be extremely strong and they will only kill more people. Back then, Zen Master Wu Chao released a fiend celestial and caused the deaths of billions of living beings. However, if Zen Master Wu Chao had killed that fiend celestial back then, there would have been peace. Lin Ling said calmly, Zen Master Wu Chao, you have a Buddhist precept in your heart. If you don't dare to kill a saint or break the precept, you won't enter hell or save the suffering of all living beings. To put it bluntly, you're being selfish. As the saying goes, Buddha is in one's heart. If you don't take the butcher's knife, I'll take the butcher's knife. I'll shoulder all the sins for the sake of all living beings in the world. That's Buddha. Towards the end, Lin Ling and Zen Master Wu Chao looked straight into each other's eyes. Zen Master Wu Chao shuddered and pressed his palms together. Ba. I swear that I won't become Buddha until hell is empty. My lord, I understand what you mean. Hell is restless and needs to be suppressed. After raising his head, Zen Master Wu Chao's eyes were filled with wisdom as though he had understood something. My lord, your understanding of Buddhism is even above mine. It's a pity that you didn't join the Buddhist sect. Zen Master Wu Chao, it's time for you to go kill someone now, right? Lin Ling smiled and reminded Zen Master Wu Chao. Everything is predetermined. This is also the karma between us. This Buddha bead can increase your understanding of Buddhism and is enough to obtain the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. Zen Master Wu Chao smiled and waved his arm. An ancient Buddha bead floated towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling received it and checked it briefly. He was shocked. This Buddhist bead contained a terrifying amount of Buddhist energy, and it was like a staircase to the gods. He reckoned that with this Buddhist bead in his possession, even if he didn't know how to use it, no mid-level gods would be able to harm him. Zen Master Wu Chao, this Buddha bead is for me? Lin Ling could not help but ask with a frown. However, Zen Master Wu Chao had already closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Lin Ling called out a few more times, but there was no response from Zen Master Wu Chao. He shook his head helplessly. He had a feeling that Zen Master Wu Chao had gone to the underworld to suppress hell. Although Zen Master Wu Chao was imprisoned in the square prison, this ancient god was too powerful. He definitely had the means to reach the underworld and suppress hell. I didn't expect that I would get such an opportunity just by instigating him to kill someone. Lin Ling was speechless. He left the square prison. When he appeared in the inn again, the sky was already bright. Buddhist chants could be heard, and the common people in the city were chanting Buddhist scriptures. It was a peaceful scene. I thought that the world I saw represented the entire era, but now I know that there are countless experts in the universe. Shaking his head, Lin Ling hurried to find Lei Gong. Then, the two of them headed for the godly Mt. Shumi. Ba. Perhaps it was because they were wearing Buddhist prayer beads, but the passers-by bowed to Lin Ling and the others. This also surprised Lei Gong. Lin Ling did not receive such treatment yesterday. Walking along the main road, the godly Mt. Shumi gradually came into view. The mountain was illuminated by Buddhist light. Anyone who stood at the foot of the mountain immediately felt a sense of worship. The mountain was incomparably grand, as if a benevolent Buddha was lying on the ground. Look, Dhritarashtra is here to comprehend Buddhism again. He has been here for 300 years. Previously, Arhat Contemplation had already obtained a Buddhist divine ability at the Hinayana Buddhist scripture. He only took 10 years. Arhat Contemplation is the reincarnation of the 18 Arhats. It's not strange for him to obtain a Buddhist divine ability, but it's a little embarrassing that he only obtained a Hinayana Buddhist scripture. Do you think it's easy to obtain a Buddhist divine ability? Last time, I heard that even a Buddha god returned empty-handed. Buddhism has always only passed on to those who are fated. At the foot of the godly Mt. Shumi, discussions could be heard. Because this place was one of the birthplaces of Buddhism, the Buddhist divine ability was very powerful. Therefore, even a reincarnated god would not want to miss this opportunity. So many people. Lei Gong looked around and exclaimed in shock. Lin Ling nodded and looked ahead. He saw 3 paths leading to the top of the mountain. They probably represented the Mahayana, Intermediate, and Hinayana Buddhist scriptures respectively. Lin Ling, I'm not going. With my origin, I don't think I'll gain anything. Alright. Lin Ling also knew about Lei Gong's concerns. He headed straight for the Mahayana Buddhism path. This path was also the path with the fewest people. Someone's going to the Mahayana Buddhism path. Oh my god, is he looking for a commission? The Mahayana Buddhism path has been here for so many years. There are less than 100 people who dare to go there. Now, there are only 9 people at the top of the mountain. He's probably new. He thinks that the Mahayana Buddhism path is more powerful, so he went straight for the best path. If he's evaluated by the Buddhism path's malice and kindness, his strength will be washed away. That'll be fun. Whispers could be heard. It was obvious that the Mahayana Buddhism path was not easy to obtain. On the Mahayana Buddhism path, there were a few sweeping monks in grey robes sweeping the floor. They spoke as they swept. I heard that sweeping here for 100 years will give you 5,000 Tao realm fragments. I just came. Is that true? One of them said. Of course. Do you think this job is easy to get? Only people who have obtained the light of the Buddha God in their previous life can come here to sweep. That's great. Only 100 years and 5,000 Tao realm fragments. It's worth it. Do it well and don't talk. What made Lin Ling speechless was that these sweeping monks were not formed by Tao realm intent, but real ancient gods. Most importantly, they swept so excitedly that it gave people a strange feeling. Of course, this was normal. 5,000 Dao realm fragments was not a small number. After all, not everyone was like Lin Ling, who knew some cheating methods to obtain Dao realm fragments. Who are you? Suddenly, these sweeping monks looked at Lin Ling. I want to go to the Mahayana Buddhism path, Lin Ling said indifferently. Ba. Benefactor, this path has been closed by the Buddha god. You'd better leave. A benevolent old man said to Lin Ling, this path is a path of death for those who are not fated with Buddha. I can't bear to kill, so I advise you to leave. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be terrified. This was the great Buddhist kingdom, and those who were related to Buddhism would definitely be extremely powerful and highly respected. They could not be offended. Unfortunately, Lin Ling knew since the beginning that these weren't formed from the will of a Dao realm expert, so he didn't believe them at all. Thank you, senior, but I've already made up my mind, Lin Ling said. Damn it, does this brat even understand human language? The sweeping monks all cursed inwardly. They didn't want Lin Ling to walk the path of Mahayana Buddhism because the moment someone left, Bodhi leaves would fall from the godly Mt. Shumi, which would increase the time they had to spend sweeping the floor. They originally thought that Lin Ling was a little deity and would definitely give them face. But who knew that Lin Ling did not buy it at all? Little friend, if you really want to leave, Buddha wants to test you. What is your cultivation level? The old man's tone was not good either. Early stage low god, Lin Ling said calmly. Good, Jiju, you come and defeat him. If he loses, let him walk the path of Hinayana Buddhism. The old man pointed at the person behind him and said to Lin Ling, this is a test. If you fail, it can only be said that you are not fated with Buddha. Lin Ling immediately looked at the sweeping monk who walked out. This person looked to be in his 40s, and there was a Buddhist halo around him. However, his strength was only at the early stage of mid-god. A test, defeat him? Lin Ling shook his head. He thought it would be a difficult test, but in the end, it was only an early stage mid-god. With Lin Ling's current strength, this level of cultivation was nothing in his eyes. Little brat, Buddha says, be kind to others. Do you know what you're doing is not being kind to others, it's doing a great evil. The heavens are virtuous. I, Jiju, will definitely convert you to Buddhism. Kneel down, you strange Buddha, the sweeping monk said indifferently. His palms were clasped together, and the halo of benevolence of 100 lifetimes emanated from his body. Benevolence of 100 lifetimes, this meant that this person had been benevolent for 100 lifetimes, saving countless people. With the halo of Buddha on him, his strength was not weak. Bang, however, just as the sweeping monk finished speaking, Lin Ling's fist punched out, passing through the halo of Buddha and smashing into the sweeping monk's nose. Pooh, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his nose, and the sweeping monk was sent flying. You actually dared to hit my nose. You actually dared to sneak attack me. Landing on the ground, the sweeping monk roared. His nose was also bleeding madly. The surrounding sweeping monks were also enraged. This person actually dared to sneak attack. In the distance, the onlookers were also shocked. In the great Buddha nation, this young man actually dared to hit a Buddha? Killing is not allowed in the great Buddha nation, otherwise, I would definitely teach you a lesson. However, since you dared to humiliate Buddhism, I want you to kowtow 3,000 times in front of Buddha. The sweeping monk rubbed his nose and rushed back. His body was covered in Buddhist halo, and his divine energy was incomparably terrifying. Bang, however, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's fist arrived again, breaking the Buddhist halo and landing on the sweeping monk's nose. You hit my nose again, I'll fight you to the death. Aya, why aren't you afraid of my Dharma halo? Don't hit my nose again, I'll kneel before Buddha. How could the sweeping monk be Lin Ling's opponent? After a few punches, he finally knelt down and kowtowed to the godly Mt. Shumi. The surrounding people frowned. If the first punch was due to Lin Ling's sneak attack, then the next punch was not the same. He relied on his own strength to defeat the sweeping monk. Most importantly, Lin Ling looked very relaxed. Lei Gong Lin Ling is indeed powerful. In front of the path of Buddhism, the old crow ancestor and Jin Jingyang were both present, looking at Lin Ling in shock. Looking at the other sweeping monks, they were all silent. This little god's strength was too strong. Even a mid-level sweeping monk narrowed his eyes. He suddenly had a feeling that if he fought with all his strength, he might not be a match for this young man. Who is this person? Jiju was an extremely famous Buddhist god in the past. Now that she reincarnated, her strength should be above average. But that young man defeated her so easily. Could he be a first-rate mid-level god? I've never seen him before. He looks very unfamiliar. He seems to be Lei Gong Linling, who was being chased by Emperor Shun. In the distance, many gods were also discussing. Looking at the path leading to the mountain peak, Linling was already walking forward. On his body, the heavenly dragon's bones appeared, and Buddhist halo bloomed. The path looked calm, but there was a gentle Buddhist halo that prevented ordinary people from entering. Only those who were fated with Buddha could step on it. However, Linling had 2 great Buddhist powers, so it was easy for him to walk. Fated with Buddha. Linling put his hands behind his back and walked forward calmly. Naturally, he could sense that mysterious power, and he had a feeling that if he did not have the power of Buddhism, it would depend on his comprehension. Buddha was the most profound. There was no Bodhi tree, nor was there a mirror. There was nothing in the beginning, so where did dust come from? In a simple sentence, many people knew, but not many people could see through it. Everything in the world came in all shapes and sizes. Emptiness was nothingness, killing was nothingness, love was nothingness, life was nothingness. Perhaps only the ancient supreme gods could comprehend this logic. To be able to comprehend it meant that they had already dominated the universe's great Tao laws. They could become one with the universe and control everything. In this life, I've killed countless people and saved countless people. Did the people I killed deserve to die? Did the people I saved deserve to be saved? Linling muttered to himself. Even if the person deserved to be killed, who could guarantee that he would not do good deeds in the future? Who could guarantee that he would not do evil deeds after saving someone? Perhaps everything had a cause and effect. That was the only way to explain everything. Shaking his head, Linling continued to move forward. His seemingly slow pace made him feel like he had walked for thousands of lifetimes. The people he killed turned into nothingness. The people he saved also turned into nothingness. In the end, Linling was still walking alone. Perhaps this was also life. It was like a long journey. Whether he killed or saved, the people he met were all transient. They were also passers-by in life. As life grew, those passers-by would eventually leave. Finally, a ray of dawn shone down and landed on Linling's body. He narrowed his eyes as his body felt warm. At this moment, his soul force was also slowly increasing. Sweeping his gaze, there were 9 people at the top of the mountain. Some of them were sitting cross-legged, while others were whispering. Looking ahead, there was a golden light hanging at the top of the mountain. It was as if a Buddha was sitting cross-legged there. However, although the light was gentle, it had a supreme divine might that rejected all people from approaching it. Thinking about it, that was the light of the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. Buddha helps all living beings in the world. Why is it that I came because of its reputation, but Buddha keeps me at the door? A voice suddenly sounded. An old man with his palms together walked towards the golden light with a determined look in his eyes. He clearly wanted to obtain the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. A 1,000-year-old old man, a sage with the title of myriad wisdom. On the other side, a few people were talking faintly. A young man with a sword on his back said calmly. This person was very strong, but his expression was calm. It was unforgettable. Such a person was like a true god. There was no murderous aura on him. Perhaps only such a temperament and Buddha nature could allow him to reach the top of the mountain. Looking at the others, they were all the same. The Buddha has helped the world, but not everyone can enter Buddhism and comprehend the Mahayana Dharma. It is not a rejection, but a lack of Buddhist affinity. Suddenly, a woman spoke softly. She wore ordinary clothes and had an ordinary appearance, but she had a mysterious aura, and that aura was gentle. Ning Qingxin, why do you say that? The young man with a sword on his back asked with a frown. Buddhism is all about non-self, everything is void. However, there are so many living beings in the world. If everyone is non-self, the universe will be in chaos. No one will plant crops, no one will make clothes, and no one will meditate all day long. However, if basic necessities of life become a problem, how can one do good deeds? And the end result is that everyone will die and convert to me. Buddha, there will be no more living beings in this universe. The woman said with certainty. Ning Qingxin, you're so smart. Why didn't I think of that? The young man's eyes lit up as he came to a sudden realization. Therefore, not everyone can see through the great Tao when the Buddha guides the world. In the end, only a small portion of people can. Yes. The woman nodded. It could be seen that these people were very smart about Buddhism. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the old man from before failed. The gentle light refused to let him get close, and he stubbornly persisted. His life's cultivation was washed away and turned into nothingness. There were even two kinds of light that appeared on the old man's body. Black and white intertwined, but the white light was more dazzling. The black light represented evil, and the white light represented good. This meant that the old man had done more good than evil in his life. Sigh. The old man's cultivation was washed away. In the end, he couldn't get close. He sighed softly and turned to leave. The 1,000-year-old old man's light of good and evil is very dim. This means that he rarely does good and evil in his life. It's non-self, everything is void. However, he still failed. Is Mahayana Buddhism really that difficult to obtain? Seeing the old man leave, Ning Qingxin's eyes shone with wisdom as if she wanted to understand this layer of truth. The others were the same. They were constantly deducing and comprehending. However, at this moment, a figure walked towards the golden light. It was Lin Ling. Sir, be careful. Seeing someone walk forward, Ning Qingxin and the others were surprised. Previously, they were comprehending, so they didn't notice that someone else had come up. However, Lin Ling ignored them and continued to move forward. This person looks unfamiliar. Since he looks unfamiliar, he probably doesn't have a deep understanding of Buddhism. After all, I've heard of all the famous Buddhas in this era. The young man with the sword on his back said. Nothing is absolute in Shu Lin Sword Immortals. We can't look at things as usual. However, Ning Qingxin objected. Ning Qingxin, you're right. But do you think he can get close to Mahayana Buddhism? The young man nodded and asked. Everything is possible. However, according to common sense, it should be very difficult for him. Ning Qingxin shook her head and said. At this moment, the light of the heavenly dragon protection appeared on Lin Ling's body, allowing him to move forward 10 meters. However, the closer he got, the greater the resistance of the Buddha's light. Almost at the same time, the sixth Bodhi appeared above Lin Ling's head. The Bodhi seed. Ning Qingxin and the others' expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect this person to have cultivated the 6 Bodhi seeds. However, when Lin Ling took a few more steps forward, a white light appeared. It represented the good deeds that Lin Ling had done in his life. This white light was even more dazzling than the 1,000-year-old old man's. This meant that the good deeds that Lin Ling had done in his life were more than the 1,000-year-old old man's. This person is very good. Ning Qingxin exclaimed. To reach the light that Lin Ling had, he had definitely saved tens of billions of lives. Even she couldn't do it, and with the light of great good, he was undoubtedly closer to Mahayana Buddhism. No, look at his evil. Suddenly, the young man next to her gasped, because a black light that was even more magnificent than the white light bloomed and illuminated the entire mountain top. This meant that Lin Ling had killed countless people in his life, more than tens of billions of lives. Great evil, this light is simply the first time I've seen it in my life. The others also spoke and exclaimed one after another, what a strange person. Great good was earth-shattering, but great evil was the head of the universe. Such a person also came to comprehend Buddhism. It was too strange. What a cold person. Ning Qingxin's heart was filled with curiosity, as if she wanted to know what this person had experienced in his life and how many hardships he had gone through. Great evil, it's hard to get close. The young man also frowned and said. In fact, he had seen many gods who killed people like scything flax. But generally speaking, such gods couldn't reach the top of the mountain. However, that person had succeeded. It was unbelievable. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come, because Lin Ling, with great evil and great good, had actually walked further than the 1,000-year-old old man and had already arrived in front of the golden Buddha light. Most importantly, they had been comprehending here all day, but they hadn't walked as close as Lin Ling. They had been meditating here for hundreds of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Everything was for the Mahayana Dharma. Legend had it that those who obtained the Mahayana Dharma were half a step away from eternity. Whether it was gods or humans, everyone pursued eternity and transcended the universe. Take the great Calamity of the worlds will as an example. If one had an eternal body, they would not have to fear the world's will. They would not die at all and would be eternally with the universe. However, the Mahayana Dharma was very difficult to obtain. Even if the gods of various eras had gathered, there were only a few who could truly obtain the Mahayana Dharma. At least, they had never seen anyone succeed in their tens of thousands of years here. However, a ferocious and evil person approached and walked further than them. Suddenly, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked up at the Buddha's light in front of him. He sensed a strong resistance surging towards him as if it was washing away his negative karma, preventing him from approaching. What a powerful force! Lin Ling's eyes continued to flicker. He realized that what had protected him in front of the Buddha's light was the 6 Bodhi. The 6 Bodhi were left behind by cultivating the Bodhi verification divine technique. This technique was passed down by Bodhi Patriarch, but now, even the 6 Bodhi could not withstand the baptism of the Buddha's light. He's going to fail. Washing away his negative karma will also wash away his cultivation. He has failed in the end. Ning Qingxin frowned and said when she saw Lin Ling not moving. He's still a little short. The man next to her also nodded. But then, Lin Ling slowly stretched out his palm. His movements did not seem fast, but they gently landed on the Buddha's light. At that moment, his whole body bloomed with a soft light as if he had turned into a man of light and merged into the Buddha's light. What? Looking at the disappearing Yihan, Ning Qingxin and the others were shocked again and again. They completely knew that the cold man had obtained the Mahayana Dharma. Why did it suddenly become like this? What did he rely on? Could it be that his understanding of Buddhism is really that high? That's the only explanation. Everyone was discussing. Who is he? Ning Qingxin's eyes continued to flicker. She was even more curious about the cold man. Of course, more than that, she wanted to seek guidance. She wanted that mysterious man to show her the way. At this moment, Lin Ling had entered a vast expanse of white space. Gods and Buddhas were dancing in the air, swastikas filled the sky, and all kinds of lights were like white horses galloping through the gaps. The stars, the sun, and the moon. It's not that Buddha doesn't want to cross the sea of bitterness, but Buddha is still in the sea of bitterness. How can he cross all of you? An ancient voice floated out, ancient and eternal. It carried a hint of helplessness as it lingered in Lin Ling's mind. Lin Ling opened his eyes and realized that the Buddha beads left behind by Zen Master Wu Chao were emitting light to protect him. It turned out that at the most crucial moment, it was the prayer beads that had protected him as he entered this place. Amidst the endless light, it was still as if 10,000 Buddhas were paying homage to their ancestors. Lin Ling waited for a moment and frowned slightly. Wasn't there a Mahayana Buddhist Dharma? Why was there no movement at all? Suddenly, Lin Ling thought of the old voice from before. He guessed that the voice was asking him a question. He said indifferently, "The sea of bitterness is difficult, and there are too many fetters. Since that's the case, then let's kill our way over." This sentence also went straight to his heart. In the face of endless fetters and calamities, Lin Ling did not have the heart to save the world. He was very selfish and only valued the family and friends around him, therefore, he would only kill to stop killing. Amidst the endless Buddha light, there was a slight silence. Suddenly, a sky full of gods and Buddhas appeared. They surrounded a colorful light and slowly flew towards Lin Ling. The scene was incomparably spectacular. It could be said that 10,000 Buddhas were worshipping the sect. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He suddenly had a feeling that the colorful light was a Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. It was also the 3 extremes of the universe that Zen Master Wu Chao spoke of. Clearly, there were countless Mahayana Buddhist Dharma in godly Mt. Shumi. However, to obtain that Mahayana Buddhist Dharma, it depended on one's fate and choice. Lin Ling waved his right hand and caught the light. Endless Sanskrit chants immediately rose in Lin Ling's mind. Fated one, the 3 extremes of the universe is the divine ability of the future Buddha, Maitreya Buddha. I will now pass it to you. You possess Patriarch Subhuti's Bodhi testimony divine art. Your soul force has reached 180,000 steps, you can now cultivate. The ancient voice continued to resound. Lin Ling's pupils trembled. Immediately, many laws of the universe appeared in his mind. The 3 extremes of the universe were divided into demon subduing break, primordial break, and reverse break. It borrowed the power of the 6 Bodhi Buddhas and soul force to attack. It was very similar to Lin Ling's steps of wisdom. but it was a power that surpassed the steps of God. If one had to give an example, it would be a divine ability on the same level as Panga's attack. Moreover, the difference between the steps of wisdom and primordial break was that it attacked the soul force, and it was divided into three extremes. Demon subduing break used the law of the soul to pierce through the cosmic rays and slaughter all souls. Primordial break used countless cosmic rays to form a universe, sealing all souls. Reverse break formed a universe of its own, sealing all living beings. These were the three extremes of the universe. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. After checking, he discovered that he could already use demon subduing break now. To cultivate demon subduing break, one must have 6 Bodhi Buddhas and have a soul force of 150,000 steps, but now, Lin Ling's soul force had reached 180,000 steps. Originally, Lin Ling's soul force was 160,000 steps. However, when he walked the path of Mahayana Buddhism, it had unknowingly increased by 20,000 steps. Future Buddha, Maitreya Buddha. Lin Ling was shocked. According to his knowledge, the 3 strongest Buddhas were the past Buddha, Dipankara Buddha, present Buddha, Tathagata Buddha, future Buddha, and Maitreya Buddha. These 3 were true ancient gods, incomparably powerful. The giant behind the 3 divine gates of White Mountain is said to be a Buddha, and no one dares to provoke White Mountain in the primal chaos realm. This means that this giant behind the scenes could be one of the 3 Buddhas. Lin Ling kept guessing and finally came to an answer. It should be the past Buddha, Dipankara Buddha. White Mountain, Burning Heart, and Lamp Heart. Burning Heart and Lamp Heart had already explained everything. It was the name Dipankara. No wonder no one dared to provoke the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Too strong. It's not something I can fight against now. I should focus on increasing my strength as soon as possible. Lin Ling shook his head and continued to comprehend. On his body, the Vajra Bodhi light and the 6 Bodhi Buddhas appeared, lingering above his head and blooming with light. Looking around again, he saw rays of soul force forming a curtain of rain that slowly pushed forward. These rays were vertical and looked very dense. There were no fluctuations, as if they had no power. However, they had the power to destroy all souls. As long as one did not have soul protection methods or divine abilities, one would die with a sweep. Most importantly, others could see these vertical lines. As long as they were locked on, it was useless to escape to the ends of the world. It was as if a soul contract had been planted. What a powerful soul attack! Lin Ling was shocked. Unfortunately, he could only use such a powerful attack once in a short period of time. That was because he would have to use up all his soul power. Sealing the soul. As long as the soul doesn't die, there won't be any sense of danger. This means that the protection of the Tao state is useless. Then, Lin Ling smiled faintly, stood up, and looked into the distance. Zen Master Wu Chao already knew that I would obtain the 3 extremes of the universe break. I wonder how he found out. Could it be that someone is helping me again? Forget it. Now that I've obtained the Mahayana Dharma and my strength has increased greatly, I can lead the godly Mt. Shumi. Lin Ling turned and walked into the distance. He saw a gentle white light in front of him, as if it was the way out. When Lin Ling walked out, he was still at the top of the mountain. However, he realized that the Buddha beads on him were gone. I knew it. Zen Master Wu Chao wouldn't give such a precious treasure to me. As expected, he took it back after helping me. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He looked around and saw that the 9 people were still sitting cross-legged in the distance, looking at him with a surprised expression. Ignoring them, Lin Ling walked down the mountain. Sir, please enlighten me. All of a sudden, a woman looked over and cupped her hands in greeting. And she was Ning Qingxin. Lin Ling looked at her coldly, ignored her, and continued walking. What a cold gaze. Ning Qingxin and the others were shocked, but they didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. That was because they had all seen that Lin Ling had obtained the Mahayana Dharma. However, that was what surprised them the most. They guessed that Lin Ling's success must be due to his extremely powerful Buddhist Tao comprehension. Sir, please enlighten me. Ning Qingxin said again. Although she was afraid of Lin Ling's cold gaze, she couldn't suppress the curiosity in her heart. I can sense that you are very afraid of me, but you have an obsession in your heart. You must know the answer. Therefore, even if you are afraid of me, you still want to ask me. Lin Ling stopped and looked at Ning Qingxin coldly. He sensed that this woman possessed mid-stage mid-god strength and was even stronger than him, Lin Ling. But if they were to really fight, Lin Ling had the confidence to kill her. Most importantly, Lin Ling could not detect any killing intent from her body. She must be an ancient deity who cultivated her state of mind and not her strength. That's right, Your Excellency's evil is too strong. We don't usually dare to get close to such people because it will cause karma and cause us to escape into the mortal world. However, Your Excellency has obtained the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. This has piqued our curiosity, so we would like Your Excellency to give us some pointers. Ning Qingxin said, her face full of stubbornness. These people were like lotus flowers untainted by the dust of the world. Not to mention killing people, even if they got close to gods who had killed too many people, they were afraid of being affected. I can see that you are truly gods who pursue eternity. You are also the most peculiar group of people I have seen in so many years. Lin Ling said lightly. Your Excellency, do you mean that you are really willing to give us pointers? Ning Qingxin suddenly smiled and looked forward to it. Unfortunately, I also want to give you pointers, but it is obvious that I can't. However, Lin Ling shook his head. After rejecting her, he turned and left. He had obtained the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma not because of any enlightenment, but because of Zen Master Wu Chao's Buddhist beads, therefore, he really couldn't give them any pointers. But everyone thought that Lin Ling didn't want to say. Your Excellency, I can follow you and experience the suffering of the world. Ning Qingxin suddenly said, as if she was going to throw caution to the wind. You better not follow me, because my path is not suitable for you. Lin Ling had already gone down the stairs, leaving behind a sentence that stunned everyone, because Lin Ling's path was the path of slaughter. It's so cold. All Buddhas have good intentions. If we have the heart to pursue it, a true Buddha will definitely tell us the answer, but this person didn't say a word. I reckon that his understanding of Buddhism is not as good as ours. That's right, that's right. The others spoke up one after another. But how did he obtain the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma? However, Ning Qingxin asked in return. Everyone was speechless, none of them were able to answer this question. Perhaps this is his test, or perhaps this is a difficulty that we have to face if we want to obtain the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. We have already experienced 9,999 difficulties. This difficulty might be the last one. Suddenly, Ning Qingxin gritted her teeth and said. Ning Qingxin, you can't be. Everyone was shocked and looked at Ning Qingxin in disbelief. Yes. Ning Qingxin nodded heavily. I will continue to pursue him until he agrees. Ning Qingxin, I've learned my lesson. I didn't expect your pursuit of eternity to be so firm. This makes us ashamed. All right, I'll help you. The young man pondered for a moment and nodded. Shu Lin Sword Immortal, you also plan to leave here? The others were in disbelief. Buddha said that everything has a cause and effect. Since we can see him, perhaps this is our cause and effect. The young man looked at the crowd and said. After saying that, they walked down the stairs one after another. After you leave, it will be difficult for you to come back. The people at the top of the mountain couldn't help but advise them. However, Ning Qingxin walked forward resolutely, still believing that Lin Ling could guide them. At this moment, Lin Ling had already reached the foot of the mountain. He saw that Lei Gong was still waiting there. When he saw Lin Ling, he couldn't help but smile excitedly. Lin Ling, you spent 3 years going to the top of the mountain this time. 3 years. Lin Ling was shocked. Why did he feel like it had only been a few hours? However, I can clearly sense your changes from your body. It's very strange. This feeling is as if you have become the void of the universe. Then, Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but feel happy for Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling was more like an ancient giant god, with an added sense of eternity. Because I have obtained the Mahayana Dharma. Lin Ling didn't hide anything. Then, he looked around. How is it outside the Great Buddha Kingdom? Where are the people of Emperor Shun? During this period, I also went to investigate. I can feel that they are still around, but compared to before, there are much fewer people. Perhaps they all think that we really plan to stay here forever. Lei Gong said. That's good. Now that 3 years have passed, it's time to leave. After all, we still have to help Longyang. Lin Ling immediately said. Yes, Xiaoluan and Longyang are both hosts of the world's will. Their future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. If you help them now, even if they destroy the world in the future, they will still give you face. Lei Gong nodded. This made Lin Ling have a flash of inspiration. He suddenly thought of cause and effect. Let's go. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't think too much about it, but he also felt that after cultivating the three extreme breaks of the universe, he seemed to have gained a deeper understanding of the universe's Tao. The two walked in the direction of the gate. Along the way, Lin Ling transmitted his voice to Yu Yu and found out that everything was fine there. The Kuroshin had also reached the vicinity of the island and moved to a hiding place in the southeast of the island. Emperor Yao actually didn't look for them. He probably thinks that Saint Guy is by my side, so he's been watching me. Lin Ling guessed. Lei Gong beside him had obviously been mistaken for Saint Guy by Emperor Yao. Lin Ling, although 3 years have passed and Emperor Shun and the others have relaxed their vigilance, we still have to be careful because Emperor Shun is very strong and can catch up to us in a short period of time. So, we must rush out of her territory. Lei Gong said to Lin Ling as they arrived at the gate of the Great Buddha Kingdom. Emperor Shun's Abyss Demon Eye is very powerful. If we want to escape from her sight, we have to use some dangerous places. Lei Gong, you're more familiar with the Tao realm than I am. Do you know any dangerous places nearby? Well, I remember now. It's about a day's journey from here. There's a place called the Fallen Gods. Those fallen gods are meteorites from ancient times. Even superior gods don't dare to go there. We can use that place to avoid Emperor Shun's Abyss Demon Eye. Okay, let's go there. The two came to an agreement, then walked out of the gate of the Great Buddha Kingdom and ran in a certain direction. They went all out and moved extremely fast. It was as if they were teleporting. At first, no one paid attention to Lin Ling and the others, but soon, a god noticed it. Lei Gong, Lin Ling and that mysterious person have come out. Chase. With the ancestral shaman of wind in the lead, the mid-level deities all rushed in Lin Ling's direction. In the beginning, they didn't dare to get too close and allowed Lin Ling and the others to leave, because they were afraid that if they chased too close, Lin Ling and the rest would flee back to the Great Buddha Kingdom. This would be beating the grass to scare the snake. He could only wait until Lin Ling and the others were far away from the Great Buddha Kingdom. At that time, Lin Ling and the others would not be able to escape even if they grew wings. They aren't very close. Unfortunately, Lin Ling sensed their intentions. He said to Lei Gong, let's not increase our speed for the time being. Once we're a certain distance away from the Great Buddha Kingdom, we'll instantly burst forth with speed. There's a chance we can shake them off. All right. The two of them slowed down and moved forward slowly. Behind them, the Witch of the Wind and the others frowned. They didn't want to scare away Lin Ling and the others, so they also slowed down. In the end, they even stopped chasing for the time being. As long as Lin Ling and the others were under their control, that was enough. Lei Gong, Lin Ling, they're out. At this time, a large number of experts arrived. It was the giant god White Tiger, goddess Xianxia, and the others. They're out. They're in the distance, just at the limit of our control. We didn't follow too close for fear that they'll discover us. The Witch of the Wind said immediately. That's good. The giant god White Tiger knew the Witch of the Wind and the others' concerns. Oh no, we've been tricked. Suddenly, goddess Xianxia seemed to have guessed something. They might have already discovered us. This is intentional. They slowed down to make us lower our guard, then suddenly burst forth with speed. We won't be able to react in time and will immediately lose them. Damn it. The Witch of the Wind and the others' expressions changed. They immediately used their special abilities to check on Lin Ling and the others. Sure enough, Lin Ling and the others had all disappeared. Previously, Lin Ling was at the limit of their control. This place was the point where they could just detect Lin Ling and the others' tracks, but could lose them at any time. Of course, they were very confident that as long as Lin Ling did not discover them, they could continue to secretly follow him, but who knew that Lin Ling had already discovered them? Chase. Goddess Xianxia cursed angrily and immediately shot forward. Emperor Shun, Lin Ling has come out. Did you notice him? They had no choice but to ask for help from Emperor Shun. Lin Ling has finally come out? A voice suddenly sounded in everyone's hearts. It was very deep, like the low voice of a demon. Southwest. Then, another voice sounded, pointing them in the right direction. Fortunately, Emperor Shun is here. Everyone was relieved and hurriedly chased toward the southwest. At this moment, in the southwest direction, Lin Ling and Lei Gong were both exploding with speed, passing through endless barren mountains. I think they should have noticed us by now. Lei Gong, it's up to you to open the void passage. Lin Ling said to Lei Gong. Lei Gong nodded and immediately activated his special ability, forming a huge vortex. During this process, Lin Ling also noticed that in the distant horizon, a large number of gods had caught up. As expected of Emperor Shun, he can still discover us even though we have fled so far. Lin Ling secretly sighed. If not for the natural danger zone that Lei Gong had mentioned, they would not have been able to escape from Emperor Shun's pursuit. The people chasing us are probably still the giant white tiger god and the others. What a pity, if Emperor Shun was not here, I would really want to kill them. Lin Ling said again. Now that he had the universe's three extremes break, he was confident that he could kill some mid-stage mid-gods. Alright, Lin Ling, come in quickly. At this moment, Lei Gong's voice sounded. Lin Ling looked into the distance. His powerful soul power could sense that the giant white tiger god and the others were chasing aggressively and were getting closer and closer. Sorry, I have to go now. After saying this with his soul power, Lin Ling entered the void passage. Bastard, that guy has indeed discovered us. Hurry up, Emperor Shun is now rushing over. No matter what, we have to stop Lin Ling and the others here. Moreover, Emperor Shun said that the direction that Lin Ling and the others escaped is a natural danger zone. It is a place that even Emperor Shun does not control. If they enter, Lei Gong, Lin Ling and the others will completely disappear. Emperor Yao is also rushing over. Everyone, you must stop them. All the gods shouted angrily. Looking at Lin Ling and the others, they had already appeared on the other side of Lei Gong's void passage and were running madly again. When Lei Gong's method of opening the void passage was restored, they would enter the void passage again. In this way, they were even closer to the natural danger zone. However, the pursuers behind them were also getting closer to Lin Ling and the others. Moreover, Emperor Shun had arrived. A huge abyss appeared in the sky, causing the entire sky to darken. A demonic eye bloomed with supreme power, passing through time and space to suppress Lin Ling and the others. This supreme power was a demonic green light that seemed to be able to affect Lin Ling and the others. Get lost. However, Lin Ling walked the path of Mahayana Buddhism and was protected by Buddhist light. He shouted at the green light and blew it away. Not bad. After another chase, Lin Ling and the others finally arrived at the land of the fallen gods. We're finally here. Staring ahead, Lei Gong smiled. Looking up, it was pitch black as if they had arrived at the void of the universe. Lin Ling and Lei Gong stood at the edge of the void as if they were standing on the edge of a cliff. Rumble. In the distance, a huge meteorite was like the fist of a giant god, shooting into the distance and colliding with another meteorite. The explosion was earth-shattering. The collision of stars in the myriad realms. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Those meteorites were so huge that they were more terrifying than any realm. They could be called a world of their own. Now, countless worlds were colliding. No wonder this place was so dangerous. Rumble. In the distant void, rumbles resounded incessantly, causing waves of ripples. The void continued to split open, and a storm swept out. If a lesser god was here, he would definitely be sucked into the void and perish forever. Even a mid-level god would have to act cautiously here. I heard that in addition to the collision of meteorites, there are also evil gods. They cultivate here and absorb everything. Lei Gong explained. Lin Ling nodded and looked back. He was surprised to find that in the distant horizon, other than Emperor Shun and the others, there were two strangers. The reason why he said they were strangers was because Lin Ling had met them once before, but he wasn't familiar with them. These two were Ning Qingxin and Lin Ling, whom he had met on the path of Mahayana Buddhism. Why are they chasing us? Are they looking for me? Lin Ling frowned, somewhat speechless. He guessed that the two of them were here to ask him for guidance. However, Lin Ling didn't need any guidance. He relied on the Buddha beads to obtain Mahayana Buddhism. Of course, Lin Ling wasn't too sure. Therefore, Lin Ling and Lei Gong ignored them and entered the land of the fallen gods. Rumble. As soon as they entered, a huge meteorite flew towards them at a very fast speed. When they got closer, they could see that the size of the meteorite was enough to cover the sky. The astral winds howled, as if one of the 9 prefectures had come crashing down. Break! Lin Ling let out a low roar. The third stage of the innate skill fusion was unleashed with an unparalleled punch. Boom! The meteors that were falling from above were smashed apart with a single punch, and a storm swept out in all directions. You bastard! Lei Gong had wanted to make a move, but when he saw Lin Ling blow it up so easily, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's body was simply too tyrannical. It was even more terrifying than the ancient beasts. Go! Lin Ling didn't say much. He flew forward with Lei Gong. Along the way, they encountered God-perishing stones. Lin Ling also kept punching. Rumble. Those meteorites were constantly being smashed by Lin Ling, and they were everywhere. Of course, these meteorites were actually the smallest. The exaggerated ones were 100 times bigger. In such a situation, even Lin Ling had to avoid them. He guessed that these meteorites came from the broken god world, or perhaps from the broken ancient era. In the ancient era, these meteorites were actually planes. Before long, Emperor Shun and the others arrived at the land of the fallen gods. However, when they looked around, they found that Lin Ling and the others had completely disappeared. My demon, I can't detect him here. Emperor Shun stood on the cliff and looked into the distance. Her beautiful face once again turned into the face of a fox. She was furious, incomparably furious. So many gods had been mobilized, and even she had gone out personally. However, they still couldn't catch Lin Ling. Damn it. Emperor Shun, they probably can't have gone far. Why don't we try our luck? All the gods suggested. How could they be willing to let Lin Ling leave? One had to know that under the celestial mountain, they had suffered countless deaths and injuries. All right. Emperor Shun was also unwilling to give up. He turned into a huge abyss and flew toward the land of the fallen gods. All the gods also spread out and chased after him in 2s and 3s. Rumble. However, before long, a huge meteorite smashed down and several mid-level gods were immediately smashed into pieces. They died without even making a sound. We must find Lei Gong Lin Ling. Emperor Shun looked around and ignored them. However, he was even more furious. Not long after they disappeared, 2 figures also appeared in the land of the fallen gods and looked into the distance. That man has entered the land of the fallen gods. Ning Qingxin, are we still going to chase after him? Shu Lin's sword immortal looked at Ning Qingxin and asked. Ning Qingxin gritted her teeth and nodded. If we want to get guidance, we have to be honest with him. But I heard that the land of the fallen gods is very dangerous. There are many variables. The Shu Lin sword immortal said with a frown. However, seeing that Ning Qingxin was still stubborn, he could only go along with her. However, he was suspicious of the mysterious man. This was because he also saw that the mysterious man seemed to be chased by many people, including Emperor Shun. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Ling and Lei Gong were traveling through the fallen gods at high speed. Lin Ling used the 3rd stage talent fusion. He did not use any magical powers. He destroyed everything with his iron fists. Lei Gong, on the other hand, had green lightning in his hands. He threw out a net of electricity and destroyed all the nearby rocks. There are too many of them. These fallen gods seem to be attracted here. There's no end to them. Lei Gong said with a frown as he looked into the distance. Indeed, but we'd better speed up. I think that Emperor Shun and the others have already entered this place. We have to go further to avoid their pursuit. Lin Ling nodded. Because of the continuous meteorites, their speed was slowed down. Master Lei Gong, follow me. Then, Lin Ling let out a low roar and used the earth-splitting technique. The bronze light appeared, making Lin Ling look like a giant in the sky. He took a big step and shot into the distance. Behind him, the thunder god hurriedly followed and sucked in a breath of cold air. In fact, he was stronger than Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had many tricks up his sleeve. For example, he had never seen such a trick before, because he was too invincible. Rumble. There was an ancient meteorite falling. Lin Ling did not slow down. He did not use any attack. He just crashed into it with his physical body. Rumble, with a loud boom, the meteorite that was as huge as a star was shattered. Just like that, Lin Ling opened a path in front, and Lei Gong followed behind. The two of them sped up greatly and disappeared into the distance. After Lin Ling and the others, Emperor Shun and the others were unlucky. Many gods were smashed to death by the divine meteorites, and their souls scattered. Emperor Shun and the others were stronger. The meteorites could not affect them at all. However, they were not going in the same direction as Lin Ling, so no matter how fast they were, they could not catch up to Lin Ling and the others. Damn it, this place is a mess. After Lei Gong Lin Ling entered, it was as if he was swimming in the sea. Emperor Shun turned into the abyss demonic eye and searched everywhere. However, he could not find anything. At this time, cracks appeared in the void in front of them, and spider webs spread out. Careful. It's a god that cultivates with the help of the fallen gods. Emperor Shun frowned. The faces of the ancient great gods behind him changed. They had heard of gods who used the fallen gods to cultivate. They had heard that these mysterious gods had powerful methods. They could draw upon the power of the fallen gods to cast down a divine net. When the weak encountered the divine net, they would be instantly suppressed and their essence, energy, and soul would be continuously absorbed. Most importantly, those who came into contact with the divine net would be affected by the illusion and unable to extricate themselves. Ah, not good. These tentacles are coming. Suddenly, someone shouted. Someone roared. Next, he was touched by the spider web. His whole body twitched as he entered an illusion. These tentacles are poisonous. They will be released when they come into contact with living beings. Then, a large number of needle-sized tentacles will pierce into the god's body and absorb their essence until the god turns into a dried corpse. Emperor Shun said indifferently, however, this kind of evil god dares to show off in front of me? Die. The abyss behind her cracked open, and a gust of wind blew out. Green flames spewed out, crackle, crackle, the entire huge spider web burned, and a series of screeching sounds were heard. Then, in the distance, a figure fled quickly. Trying to escape? Emperor Shun shouted again. A huge demon eye appeared above the figure's head. With a flash of light, a scream was heard, and the mysterious figure was turned into dust. Find them. If Lin Ling and the others encounter these evil spider gods, they will definitely be stopped. This is our chance. Ignoring the dead evil god, Emperor Shun shot into the distance. In another direction, Lin Ling and the others also encountered the evil spider gods. They all stopped and did not dare to approach. These are the legendary evil gods? Lei Gong had heard of the evil gods in the fallen god's void, but this was the first time he had seen them. Lin Ling looked in the direction of the endless cobwebs and saw a figure hanging in the center of it. However, at this time, the spider web began to spread like tentacles. Sky-splitting slash. Lin Ling didn't know what this thing was, so he didn't dare to be careless. After all, he also saw that there were many creatures hanging in the spider web. At this moment, they were all motionless. It was very strange. Rumble, the palm struck down as if it was splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. It was as if a giant had appeared in the void. It was Pangu, swoosh, the entire huge spider web was cut apart, and green blood gushed out. Fortunately, it can be killed. Lin Ling heaved a sigh of relief and continued forward with Lei Gong. However, many spider evil gods appeared in front of them again. They were hiding in the void and waiting for their prey to come closer. However, this time, Lin Ling and Lei Gong joined forces and finally dealt with one of them. Gradually, the two of them got closer and closer to the border. After a long time had passed, a cliff appeared in the distance. One could see the great earth on the other side. We're finally out. Lei Gong and Lin Ling were delighted. Rushing out of the fallen god's land meant that they had escaped Emperor Shun's control. The two of them increased their speed and finally reached the cliff. Looking around, the land in front of them was still endless barren mountains. Ancient volcanoes were constantly erupting, smashing into the ground and burning continuously. The barren mountains here are even more ancient. Those volcanoes are so huge. Lin Ling shook his head and said. Compared to the volcanoes, they were like two clouds of dust spewing out from the volcanoes. boom, 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 the lava spewing out from the volcano smashed into the distance. It was as huge as a star, and there were divine flames burning in it. To powerful gods, these flames were great treasures, but to weak gods, these flames were a disaster. If they accidentally touched them, it was even possible for them to be burned to death. Let's find a place to recover. After that, Lin Ling and Lei Gong found a quiet place to cultivate. During this process, some gods also passed by and saw Lin Ling and Lei Gong. Fortunately, they were not Emperor Shun's subordinates, so they only glanced at Lin Ling and Lei Gong. Moreover, they sensed that Lin Ling and Lei Gong were not to be trifled with, so they did not dare to casually approach. There are countless experts in the Dao realm. With my current strength, I can barely walk in the Dao realm. It would be great if I could raise my realm or open my 8th dantian. Lin Ling thought to himself as he cultivated. Now, he felt that he did not have enough Dao realm fragments. It seemed that he had to ask old Sangui for a solution. Thinking of this, Lin Ling entered the square prison. Ha ha ha, awesome. In the prison, old Sangui revealed his yellow front teeth and laughed excitedly. Obviously, the 3-day holiday had made him so happy that he forgot about home. I haven't touched those for many years. The nuns are not bad. He crossed his legs and drank happily from a pot of wine that he had gotten from somewhere. Are you satisfied? Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Clang, the wine pot in old Sangui's hand slipped and fell to the ground. He looked up and saw a cold young man standing in front of the prison cell. F***ck, this fiend. Old Sangui was considered a big shot in ancient times. He was carefree and unrestrained all his life and was not afraid of anyone. However, ever since he entered the prison, he was most afraid of this prison warden. Sir, what can I do for you? Old Sangui did not dare to slight Lin Ling at all and smiled obsequiously. I want to ask you, I'm currently on the other side of the Godsfall Void. How can I get more Dao realm fragments? Lin Ling went straight to the point. Godsfall Void? There are many places like that in the Dao realm. By the way, you went to the Great Buddha Nation last time. This means that you're in the Godsfall Void near the Great Buddha Nation. However, there doesn't seem to be anything around here. If you want to get Dao realm fragments, you can only get the Heavenly Prison token. You can get Dao realm fragments if the Heavenly Realm wants you to kill the gods. Old Sangui said. Heavenly Prison token? The Heavenly Realm wants you to kill the gods? Lin Ling frowned. Yes, this is something that all the gods knew. Could it be that the Dao realm has changed after so many years? Old Sangui also frowned. Let me see. Lin Ling took out the Heavenly Realm Dao realm fragment and began to check it. Only then did he realize that the Heavenly Prison token was actually a wanted poster. As long as one killed the gods wanted by the Dao realm, they would be rewarded. Moreover, the reward would be more or less depending on the situation. To put it bluntly, being wanted by the Dao realm meant that one had done something that went against the laws of heaven and was not tolerated by the Dao realm. In other words, it was a violation of the universal laws of the Dao realm. These Heavenly Prison tokens were also very strange. For example, they could kill some prehistoric giant beasts, destroy some secret realms, and even kill gods. Even if one killed the gods and caused them to waste a Dao realm protection, they would still be rewarded. If one killed the gods completely, the reward would be even greater. However, the Dao regression Heavenly Immortal did not say what conditions one would meet to be wanted. Of course, Lin Ling guessed that it was related to good and evil. If the evil was several times more than the good, one would be wanted in the heavy prison. Although I've killed many people in my life, I haven't killed many in the Dao realm. Lin Ling shook his head and did not think too much about it. Instead, he looked for the heavy prison warrant that he could accept. However, many of them were too far away and Lin Ling had never heard of them. Lin Ling had no choice but to exit the Dao regression Heavenly Immortal and ask Old Devil. No? That's troublesome. After all, I entered the Dao realm a long time ago. Now that the heavy prison warrant has changed, it's normal. Oh right, what's around here? Old Devil revealed his yellow teeth and pondered. What's around here? It's a huge volcano. In front of the volcano is the Godsfall Void. However, there are many strange spider evil gods. Lin Ling said. Spider evil gods? I didn't expect them to appear again. Old Devil's eyes suddenly lit up. This is the unique environment of God Fall to cultivate the 7 breaks 7 extremes godly net. It's a vicious method of using the poisonous net to refine the gods. Back then, when the 7 breaks 7 extremes godly net divine ability was spread out, many ancient gods used this method to increase their strength. Although the speed is fast, the side effects are great. Later on, because too many gods died, the gods who cultivated the 7 breaks 7 extinction god net all became heavy prison medallions and were killed by the other gods. Who would have thought that after so many years, they would appear again? But it's strange that they appeared again. Why didn't anyone kill them? This is a good reward. Hearing this, Lin Ling was also shocked. He guessed, could it be that so many years have passed that people have forgotten? I reckon that's the case. Back then, this spider evil god was famous for a period of time before vanishing without a trace. Now that it has reappeared, the deities naturally wouldn't remember it. In fact, if not for Sir's reminder, I might not have remembered it either. Old Third Devil nodded. Lin Ling hurriedly took out the Dao Regression Heavenly Tablet and began to investigate. There were countless heavy prison badges in the Heavenly Dao Tablet, but Lin Ling was patient enough to find one in an inconspicuous corner of the tablet. The reward for killing one spider evil god was 1,000 Dao Realm fragments. TSK, in the God Meteor Void, there are many spider evil gods. Even Lei Gong and I killed many of them along the way. What a waste. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He was a little excited. By the way, sir, you must obtain a thread from the evil spider god. Only then can you exchange it for a Dao Realm fragment. That thread is the 7 break 7 extinction divine net. Furthermore, this thread will disappear very quickly. It must be nourished with divine essence within the time it takes 3 incense sticks to burn. Old Devil reminded. All right. Lin Ling nodded and left the prison. At the same time, he said, help me again next time, and I'll give you another 3 days off. Hee hee, that's great. Old Devil revealed his yellow teeth and couldn't stop laughing. He still couldn't forget the taste of being a nun. After leaving the square prison, Lin Ling immediately found Lei Gong and told him the news. No way, that ugly evil god can be exchanged for 1,000 Dao Realm fragments? Are you kidding me? Lei Gong couldn't believe it. Don't worry, there will definitely be some. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. If he killed dozens of spider evil gods, wouldn't he have tens of thousands of Dao Realm fragments? In the entire Dao Realm, the person who had obtained the most Dao Realm fragments was none other than Lin Ling. If that's the case, we're going to be rich. Lin Ling, let's return to the God's Fall Void immediately. Let's wait a little longer. I think Emperor Shun's people are still looking for us in the God's Fall Void. Let's wait for 2 or 3 days until most of them have left before we go. The most important thing is Emperor Shun. She won't have the time to keep looking for us. As long as she's gone, the remaining gods won't be a problem. All right. The 2 of them cultivated under the volcano. After 3 days, they immediately rushed to the God's Fall Void. Lin Ling glanced at the huge volcano behind him. He suddenly lifted a fiery rock the size of an island and majestically charged into the God's Fall Void. Not long after they entered, they encountered a spider evil god. It was quietly floating in the void without moving. The surrounding meteorites were constantly shooting over, but it didn't seem to be attracted by the spider evil god. On the other hand, Lin Ling and the others encountered several waves of meteorites, but they were all destroyed by them. This spider evil god is indeed a special product of the God's Fall Void. It's actually not affected by the meteorites. Lin Ling nodded secretly. He looked at Lei Gong. Then, the 2 of them unleashed their full strength and joined forces to kill the spider evil god. The spider evil god was like a spider hiding in the void, waiting for its prey to come to it. However, Lin Ling and the others had come specially, so they were already prepared. Moreover, Lei Gong was powerful. Although Lin Ling was an early-stage mid-god, his strength wasn't weak at all. The 2 of them joined forces and exhausted half of their strength before finally killing the spider evil god. Boom. Boom, Lin Ling carried the huge volcanic rock and violently smashed it. One had to admit that the flames seemed to be able to restrain the spider god's webs. It was much more convenient, a red thread floated out and dissipated with the wind. However, Lin Ling caught it and nourished it with his divine energy, not letting it disappear. 1000 Tao Realm Fragments. Continue. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement. When others passed through the God's Fall void, which one of them wasn't careful? Only the two of them were the most excited. Boom, boom. Boom, after a long time, on the other side, another spider evil god was killed. While they were killing the spider evil god, in another direction, a woman was completely entangled by the spider evil god's web. She couldn't move at all. Moreover, her vitality was continuously disappearing, and her face was constantly aging. Ning Qingxin. In the distance, a man shouted anxiously. He was the Shu Forest Sword Immortal. So scary. We almost fell into their trap. Let's go quickly. There are too many strange evil gods here. If I didn't trick that woman to go test them, we would have been surrounded. Even further away, a dozen or so gods were standing there, their brows all furrowed. I don't know where those two came from. Their cultivation realm is very high, but their strength is very weak. A woman said coldly. She was Goddess Xianxia. Hee, they said they were looking for a cold-blooded man. Goddess Xianxia lied to them and told them she was heading in this direction. They really did leave. Luckily, they were there to test the waters. Otherwise, if those evil gods appeared, we would have been surrounded, a god said coldly. Humph, it's their fortune to be able to test the waters for us. Without special means, any intermediate god would not be able to react in time and would eventually be entangled by the divine webs and die, because at the very beginning, there was not a single evil god here. They appeared out of nowhere, and these evil gods were lured out by Ning Qingxin. Of course, she was also tricked into entering. This also caused Goddess Xianxia and the others to react and not rush over recklessly. Goddess Xianxia, one of them escaped. At this moment, a god beside Goddess Xianxia said coldly. He actually escaped to the other side. But don't bother about him. If he dares to say something stupid, we'll kill him next time. Goddess Xianxia said calmly. She did not care about the person who escaped. At this moment, on the other side of the endless divine webs, a man gritted his teeth and shouted from time to time, Ning Qingxin. He was the Shu Lin Sword Immortal. Previously, he and Ning Qingxin had been searching for the cold-looking man. However, they met this group of people. They knew that this group of people was chasing after the cold-looking man, so they asked casually to see if they could find the man's whereabouts. In the end, a woman in the group pointed in a direction, which led them to move in that direction. They only realized that they were tricked when countless divine webs appeared. What angered the Shu Lin Sword Immortal the most was that this group of people tricked him and Ning Qingxin as if it was natural. Go find him. We must ask him and ask him for guidance. At this moment, a weak voice came from the endless divine webs. It was Ning Qingxin. Ning Qingxin, why are you doing this? The Shu Lin Sword Immortal let out a long sigh. He did not expect Ning Qingxin to be so determined in her pursuit of Buddhism. He knew that he was not as good as her in this aspect. No wonder the 1000-year-old old man said that Ning Qingxin's understanding of Buddhism and the eternal great Tao surpassed all of them last time on the top of the Mahayana road of Buddhism. That woman seems to be a god who has comprehended Buddhism. Even Goddess Xianxia noticed that something was wrong with Ning Qingxin. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. However, there were 3000 Taos, which were as vast as the sea. Some walked the Tao of killing, some walked the Tao of righteousness, and naturally, some chose the Tao of Buddhism. If that's the case, it's her blessing to die for us. Goddess Xianxia smiled and said, Buddha said, if I don't go to hell, who will? Since you can die for us, perhaps you can find the ultimate source of Buddhism soon. Damn it. Hearing Goddess Xianxia's words, the Shu Lin Sword Immortal could not help but curse. Shu Forest Sword Immortal, you've been studying Buddhism all your life. Don't let yourself become immortal at the most critical moment. However, at this moment, Ning Qingxin raised her pale face and looked at the Shu Forest Sword Immortal path. It was obvious that she did not hate Goddess Xianxia and the others, because this was her Tao, and it was the pursuit of her entire life. Go, find him, she said weakly. She was to look to her. She then looked at her body. Spiderwebs with thorns had pierced into her body and were constantly absorbing her essence, energy, and spirit. They were even absorbing her life's worth of comprehension. This was the terror of the evil spider god. It could turn any power into its own. Ning Qingxin. The Shu Lin sword immortal gritted his teeth. He still wanted to save Ning Qingxin. Go, let go of your obsession. Everything is meaningless. Only eternity is the Tao. Ning Qingxin was as old as an old woman. She had lost her past elegance, but she still did not give up. She forgot her original intention. Okay. The Shu Lin sword immortal gritted his teeth and left. In fact, he knew that Ning Qingxin would definitely die if he left. Moreover, he did not have the confidence to find that man. After all, the Tao realm was so vast. That man might have already gone somewhere else. However, he only wanted one word. This was Ning Qingxin's biggest obsession before she died. He had to complete it for Ning Qingxin no matter what. If he could not do it in this life, he would do it in the next life. So ugly. Why do you think there are such stupid people in this vast universe? She must have damaged her brain from practicing Buddhism. In my opinion, it's better for this kind of idiot to die early. That's right. In this day and age, who would still practice heart cultivation? Strength is everything. The gods have long pursued strength. Maybe it's because there were too many gods who practiced heart cultivation in the past that caused the calamity of the world will. No god could stop the world will. Watching the Shu Lin sword immortal leave, Goddess Xianxia and the others laughed sarcastically. They had never taken Ning Qingxin and the other two seriously, because these kinds of gods had always been the weakest among them. That despicable Lei Gong Linling. I think he has already left the God Fall Void and went to the other side. That place is not Emperor Shun's territory. Finding him is like finding a needle in a haystack. A god looked at Goddess Xianxia and said. He chose this path on purpose. However, Emperor Yao has said that we must find Lei Gong Linling and Xingyi no matter what. They have chaos divine artifacts. We must get them. Goddess Xianxia gritted her teeth. Her face was full of ferocity. Since Linling is gone, why don't we see how long that woman can last? I think she will turn into a dried corpse in the end. Those evil gods with poison webs are so strange. I have never seen them before. I wonder if they are humans or demons. Let's just watch. They did not leave. Instead, they watched everything in front of them with schadenfreude. Among the endless spider webs, strands of silver hair fell. They were Ning Qingxin's hair. She looked even older now, like a century-old woman. On the other side, the Shu Lin sword immortal was flying into the distance. His eyes were red. At this moment, he suddenly doubted his own Tao, because, at the most critical moment, the eternity he pursued did not allow him to help at all. He had the cultivation realm, but he did not have the strength to match it. All these years of studying Buddhism, he did not have the time to cultivate his various skills. Was it all worth it? Rumble. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from afar. Two powerful gods were attacking a spider evil god. A moment later, the spider evil god was blasted into pieces. It's him. The Shu Lin sword immortal looked around and suddenly sucked in a cold breath. He stared at the cold-looking man. He did not expect to meet that man again. One had to know that he did not have any hope. He did not know that if Linling did not want to get the Tao realm fragment, he would not have any hope of meeting Linling again in this life. Senior. He rushed over, came in front of Linling, and bowed slightly. It's you. Linling frowned. He was also a little surprised. Please enlighten me. The Shu Lin sword immortal hurriedly asked. He wanted to help Ning Qingxin resolve her last obsession. I said that I can't guide you. You can leave now. Sigh, in fact, I was able to obtain the Mahayana Buddhism not because of how powerful my understanding of Buddhism is, but because an old friend lent me a Buddhist bead. With the protection of the Buddhist bead, I obtained the Mahayana Buddhism. Linling had no choice but to tell the truth. What? What? This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, and the Shu Lin sword immortal's face instantly turned pale. They had given up the Mahayana Buddhism of the godly Mt Shumi and had pursued Linling all the way. Ning Qingxin had even sacrificed her life, but in the end they had obtained this answer. everything was empty. No, no, you lied to me. Lie. The Shu Lin sword immortal kept shaking his head as if he had lost his life goal. His essence, qi, and spirit were also drained at this moment. These gods who cultivated the state of mind were actually similar to Lin Ling and the rest. The difference was that one pursued the state of mind while the other pursued strength. Their goal was the same, for eternity. However, gods like Lin Ling who pursued strength had another goal, which was to stand at the peak of the universe and pursue the ultimate meaning of martial arts. Now, Lin Ling's answer seemed to tell the Shu Lin sword immortal that the path they had taken was wrong and there was no end in this life. It was also like killing their future. No wonder the Shu Lin sword immortal lost his composure. This person is too stubborn. Lei Gong frowned and said. He could sense the Shu Lin sword immortal's emotions. Lin Ling shook his head and said, perhaps they have always been pursuing an obsession, but after the clouds and mist dispersed, they discovered that everything was ultimately fleeting clouds. Thus, they suffered a huge blow. He felt that these gods were too stubborn, completely forgetting that everything was as they wished. What about the woman who was with you? Then, Lin Ling asked again. He remembered that the woman was even more stubborn than this man. Now that she did not appear, could it be that she had given up? She is dead. The Shu Lin sword immortal sighed. What happened? Lin Ling frowned. Although he had met the woman by chance, when he thought of the woman who had fearlessly entered the god-perishing void for an answer, he was still a little moved. She died in the hands of those evil gods. The Shu Forest sword immortal's face darkened as he recounted what had happened. This guy. As Lin Ling listened, his expression became even colder. He didn't know if he should say that the girl was stupid or that her willpower was astonishing. He was about to die, yet he was still thinking about that answer. He was like a moth flying into a flame. Even though he knew he was going to die, he still didn't forget to pursue his heart. Take me there. Lin Ling shouted angrily. It's too late, too late. However, the Shu Forest sword immortal kept shaking his head. He had personally witnessed the terror of the spider evil gods. Most importantly, there were too many of them. How could he make it in time? Even if he could make it in time, he wouldn't be able to save her. Cut the crap and take me there immediately. Lin Ling shouted angrily again, his voice even colder. What's the point of you going there? Not only is the evil spider god there are also many people who were chasing after you. If they see you, you will be in even more trouble. The Shu Lin sword immortal still shook his head. In his opinion, Lin Ling had to avoid those experts because he was not as strong as them, so, what was the point of going back? If you say another word, you will die. Lin Ling saw that this person's face was dispirited. He suddenly grabbed the Shu Lin sword immortal's neck and lifted him up. The Shu Lin sword immortal and Lin Ling's eyes met. It was as if he saw a rolling sea of blood, causing his entire body to tremble. Although he was a mid-stage middle deity, when it came to killing people and combat strength, he was far inferior to Lin Ling. One look was enough to make the Shu Lin sword immortal tremble in fear. Go, go, go. The Shu Lin sword immortal's legs went weak as he hurriedly said. Let's go. If we are a moment later, that woman will really die. Lin Ling did not waste any time. He carried the Shu Lin sword immortal and shot into the distance. In his other hand, he was still holding the huge volcanic rock. From afar, it was as if he was holding a big world. Although Lin Ling was decisive in killing, he was not cold-blooded and heartless. That woman was pursuing her own path. That alone was worthy of Lin Ling's help. Your Excellency, other than the evil god, there are many powerful gods. Many of them are mid-stage middle deities. Being carried by Lin Ling, the Shu Lin sword immortal also said. A mere mid-stage middle deity. What can you do? Lin Ling snorted coldly, his voice filled with disdain. Although he was now an early-stage lower deity, after endless hard work, his foundation was deep and his strength had greatly increased, especially with the 3 ultimate universe break behind him. He had the power to destroy the heavens. Boom. Although Lin Ling only said one sentence, when it fell into the Shu Lin sword immortal's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue, causing his mind to buzz. At that moment, he seemed to believe it. However, after calming down, he secretly shook his head. He knew that the cold-looking man was only an early-stage middle deity. In addition, he had lied to them once before. Therefore, he did not believe Lin Ling's words. Previously, Lin Ling was also mysterious, causing them to think that the Dharma was boundless. However, in the end, he had only obtained the Mahayana Dharma through treasures. With Lin Ling's current strength, I'm afraid that there are few mid-stage middle deities who can match him. Among early-stage middle deities, he is definitely the strongest. Therefore, unless Emperor Shun is here, no one can stop him. Lei Gong, who was behind him, smiled. During this period of time, he had hunted the evil spider gods with Lin Ling naturally. He was aware of Lin Ling's strength. The wind howled and the void trembled. 3 figures shot forward with unparalleled speed. At that moment, on the other side of the Godfall void, a large number of meteorites were shooting down. Boom. Boom. However, Goddess Xianxia and the others exploded. They were still standing in the same place, looking at the evil spider gods calmly. They were curious as to why the evil spider gods did not attract the attention of the Godfall void. What a strange evil deity. However, I can sense that their auras are constantly increasing. I suspect that when they are cultivating, they are completely unaware of what is happening in the outside world. They are only relying on their instincts to cultivate. That woman from before is getting weaker and weaker. It won't be long before she becomes a dried corpse. I'm curious to see how much their strength has increased after absorbing that woman's energy. These gods were staring ahead curiously. In their hearts, they had the idea of transforming into the evil spider gods because this way of cultivation was too fast. It would probably take about 2 hours to absorb a mid-stage middle deity. Goddess Xianxia was also doing the same thing. They are like spiders waiting for their prey. However, what I am most curious about is why they are not attacked by the Godfall void. Could it be that there is some kind of law involved? An old man said again. With such a large spider web in front of them, not a single meteorite had landed there. This was too strange. Wait, look. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. In the dazzling void, a flaming meteorite was shooting down rapidly. The rolling flames were incomparably dazzling. And there's someone. Suddenly, Goddess Xianxia shouted. Everyone saw that there was someone under the meteorite. The most terrifying thing was that the huge meteorite was being carried by someone. Carried by a meteorite. This scene was too shocking. Boom. The huge meteorite smashed into the endless spider webs, forcibly opening a path. 3 figures followed behind the huge meteorite and broke through all obstacles. It seems like these spider webs are afraid of fire. Everyone on Goddess Xianxia's side realized something. At this moment, Lin Ling was leading Lei Gong forward. Not only were they borrowing the power of the meteorite, they were also attacking continuously to break the spider webs. However, these spider webs were also extremely powerful. They were as stiff as knives and kept cutting the volcanic meteorites. The volcanic meteorites kept shrinking and finally turned into 2-meter-thick rocks that were entangled by the spider webs. This also meant that Lin Ling and the other 2 had to rely on themselves. Lin Ling stared ahead and saw that the spider god's web was even bigger here. There were actually more than a dozen spider evil gods, and there were many saint spirits hanging in the spider god's web. There were humans and monsters, some of them were moaning, and some of them had already turned into dried corpses. Over there. The Shu Lin sword immortal suddenly pointed. In the direction he pointed, an old woman was entangled in the spider webs. Her body was lifeless and she was probably not far from death. With just a glance, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Was that the quick-witted woman he saw at the top of the Mahayana Buddhist road? At that time, the woman was elegant and had an aura that made people want to get close to her. She was very amiable. However, the woman now had long hair and a face full of wrinkles, making people feel sad just by looking at her. Most importantly, this woman ended up like this because she wanted to pursue the Great Tao. It's so far away. How can we get there? How can we get there? Is Ning Qingxin still alive? Is she still alive? The Shu Lin sword immortal said anxiously as he looked around from time to time. Without the impact of the volcanic meteorites, the spider webs began to spread. Moreover, the spider evil gods hanging in the void seemed to have woken up at this moment. It's him. Isn't that Lei Gong Linling? On the other side, the ancient gods finally got a good look at Lin Ling. They were so shocked that they thought they had misjudged him. In their view, after experiencing such a long time, Lin Ling should have long left the God's Fall void. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Goddess Xianxia gritted her teeth and stared at the spider god web. Suddenly, she understood that Lin Ling wanted to save that woman. This meant that the cold man that the woman had asked them about was actually Lin Ling. Thinking of this, Goddess Xianxia suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, it's too late to save her now. She only has one breath left. Lin Ling, you can only watch as she turns into a dried corpse. Humph, now that Lin Ling can't even protect himself, he's going to become a dried corpse. Some people also laughed. They never expected that Lin Ling, who had been chasing after him for such a long time, would actually die here. All of this was too dramatic. Moreover, after Lin Ling died, wouldn't they be able to keep all the treasures on him? Thinking of this, everyone's eyes burned with excitement. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you're just an early-stage mid-god. However, these spider god webs are something that even mid-stage mid-gods wouldn't dare to face. Haha, you're dead meat. Of course, the happiest person was none other than Goddess Xianxia. Break. However, just as she finished speaking, Lin Ling gently struck out with his sword. Pangu strike, split the heavens, create life, the world is mine. At this moment, within the spider web, Ningqingxin was hit by a powerful aura. Her tired eyes slowly opened, and endless illusions appeared before her eyes. It was the Buddha teaching her the great Tao. At this moment, she had formed a golden Buddha body and achieved eternity. However, she didn't know that all of this was just an illusion left to her by the spider god webs. At this moment, she really wanted to fall asleep, as if she had entered eternity. However, deep in her heart, there was an obsession that she couldn't let go of for a long time. She didn't know what this obsession was, but if she couldn't figure it out, she would never become a Buddha. Rumble. Suddenly, a palm appeared between heaven and earth, slashing the Buddhas and the endless Buddha bodies, splitting the world in half. An eternal path seemed to appear before her eyes. On that path, a cold-looking man in a blue robe walked over step by step, his cold and emotionless eyes, and his face that would not be alarmed even if the sky fell, were truly shocking. Sen. Senior. Ningqingxin said weakly. At this moment, she realized that her obsession was that man. She had been searching for this man for an answer, but he had left her. Now, he had returned. He had come to tear through heaven and earth and cut through heaven and earth. Sen. Senior, please enlighten me. Ningqingxin said weakly. This sentence seemed to have drained her of all her strength. You. Why are you doing this? A calm voice drifted into her ears. Just as she was about to ask something, she lost consciousness in the end. Her vitality, cultivation, and everything else had been sucked away. She was on the verge of death. Fine, it's your destiny to meet me. Lin Ling sighed. Endless vitality surged in his body and flowed into his finger. He pointed at it and it fell into Ningqingxin's body. Although this vitality couldn't help Ningqingxin recover, at least it saved her life for the time being. Back then, Lin Ling used his Tao to return to the heavenly plane to cultivate and used endless vitality to break through the bottleneck. Now, countless vitality had already gathered in his body. Now, he was using his vitality to ask Ningqingxin for help. Although they had only met by chance, Ningqingxin's stubbornness in pursuing her Tao had completely moved Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling. At this moment, Goddess Xianxi's voice came from afar. Lin Ling raised his eyes and looked over. His face was cold. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to seek your own death for a woman. This is helping us. We can watch you turn into a mummy and then take your treasures. Goddess Xianxia had always been cunning. She had seen through Lin Ling's schemes many times. This time, it was the same. She knew that Lin Ling had come for the woman, but he had already put himself in danger. Although Lin Ling had broken the spider god web, in her opinion, that was Lin Ling's strongest attack. And there were still many spider god webs around them. Lei Gong, watch her. Lin Ling handed Ningqingxin to Lei Gong and looked at Goddess Xianxia. He wanted to kill that woman when they were in Emperor Yao's territory. This woman was disgusting and domineering, and she had ruined his plans time and time again. To be honest, the reason why Lin Ling could fall out with Emperor Yao was not only because of the giant white tiger god, but also because of Goddess Xianxia. Of course, if she hadn't forced him, Lin Ling wouldn't have killed so many people in Emperor Yao's territory. How unlucky. Everyone else has left, but we haven't. Goddess Xianxia sneered. She thought that Lin Ling had returned because he thought that everyone else had left. You misunderstood me. What I mean is, do you think you can kill me with just the few of you? However, at this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. Goddess Xianxia and the others were stunned. Lin Ling was just an early-stage mid-god, and they were all mid-stage mid-gods. How could Lin Ling think that they were too few? What a joke. Lin Ling, you're as arrogant as ever, but I have to admit that your strength is terrifying among early-stage mid-gods. But now that you have to face those spider evil gods, you're dead for sure. Goddess Xianxia sneered coldly. No matter when, she was always able to analyze the situation. She could guess what the other party was thinking. Humph, even if he can defeat the spider evil god, he will have exhausted all his tricks by then. He will not be able to fight against us. An old man beside her sneered. Moreover, he can't even defeat the spider evil god. As he spoke, the spider god's webs had already spread and wrapped around Lin Ling and the others. The Shu Lin sword immortal looked around and his face turned pale. He had lost the ability to fight back. The poisonous web spread in all directions, making it impossible for them to escape. It's just the spider evil god. But at this time, Lin Ling coldly shouted. He had come for the evil spider god, so how could he be afraid of it? However, his words made Goddess Xianxia and the others laugh even louder. Just that, Lin Ling did not know how many gods the spider evil god had killed, nor did he know what the spider evil god was made of. He just dared to say it. This only showed Lin Ling's ignorance. Earth-splitting slash. At the same time, Lin Ling made his move. As if he had transformed into an ancient beast, his powerful body charged forward. Whoosh, the poisonous webs wrapped around Lin Ling, but they could not stop Lin Ling's charge. The poisonous spikes could not penetrate his body. It was as if Lin Ling was stirring up the waters of a great river, tearing apart the poison net and causing it to tumble. This brat. Lei Gong had already seen Lin Ling's methods before, but seeing it again, he still felt as if he was invincible in the universe. Bang! Lin Ling rushed in front of one of the evil spider gods and punched out, earth-splitting technique. Unless it was a god stairway, it would be invincible against any attack. Blood exploded as the evil spider god was blasted apart by a single fist. A red thread drifted down and was obtained by Lin Ling. Bang! In the next moment, another evil spider god was blasted apart by Lin Ling, blood gushing everywhere. Run! As more and more of the evil spider gods were killed, the remaining evil spider gods began to speak in human language and were planning to flee. It was clear that they had been in a state of cultivation all this time and had not paid any attention to what was happening outside. But now, too many evil spider gods had died, so they had completely come to their senses. You've met your nemesis. How could Lin Ling let them escape? The invincible bronze-colored body pressed out in a domineering manner, as if Pangu had descended. This is the same technique that we saw last time. It seems to be an invincible divine ability. Yeah, last time we thought there was a power limit, but later we found that it was impossible. It seems to be a time limit. Such a divine ability, I'm afraid it's the most ancient technique of the ancient gods. Seeing Lin Ling killing in all directions, Goddess Xianxia and the others were stunned and their eyes widened. Previously, they thought that Lin Ling would not be able to deal with the evil spider gods, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Ling showed them what invincibility was. Rumble. In just a dozen breaths, the evil spider gods in the void were torn apart, and all the evil spider gods were killed. In the void, a man carried the corpses of the evil spider gods and slowly walked toward Goddess Tian. See and the others, rumble, meteors arrived and blasted on the man's body, but the meteors exploded, and the man was unharmed. He did not even move an inch, terrifying, he was like an ancient giant beast. This also caused Goddess Xianxia and the others to be frozen in place. One word appeared in the depths of their eyes, and that was fear. Lin Ling, you still want to play the same trick? Fake and real, real and fake? I know that this invincible divine ability of yours has a time limit. The current you is just an ordinary early-stage mid-god. Suddenly, Goddess Tianxi's eyes lit up and she sneered coldly. This time, she seemed to have seen through Lin Ling again. In fact, she had guessed correctly. Lin Ling's earth splitter only had 15 breaths of time. Really? Some gods also felt that an early-stage mid-god could be invincible. This was too heaven-defying and did not conform to the laws of the universe. I'm sure. Lin Ling, do you dare to admit it? Goddess Tianxia nodded calmly. but she was still looking at Lin Ling. Goddess Xianxia, I have to say, you are really disgusting. At this time, Lin Ling also spoke calmly. Ha ha ha, I must have seen through you. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you used all your strength to kill the evil spider god. What power do you have left to face us? Goddess Xianxia could not help but laugh. She knew that Lin Ling's words meant that she had guessed correctly. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I really did not expect that you would venture into danger alone for a woman. If I had known, I would have captured this woman and used her to threaten you. Unfortunately, this woman was also tricked by me to go to the spider god's web. Perhaps this is fate. Goddess Xianxia said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed and his murderous aura surged. Ning Qingxin had no enmity with Goddess Xianxia and the others. She only wanted to pursue her own Tao. But these people were despicable and shameless enough to attack her. It's too early for you to laugh. Lin Ling's terrifying soul energy began to surge out of his body. Vertical lines appeared out of nowhere and sliced the rift apart, as if they were forming a great universe. However, these vertical lines were not dangerous at all. They were like the light of the universe, Universe 3 Extreme Destruction, Demon Subduing Destruction. What is this? As soon as the soul energy appeared, the gods who were previously arrogant all frowned. It was too strange. There was no sense of danger, but their souls continued to tremble. Goddess Xianxia, you think you have seen through me? But I, Lin Ling, am not someone who can be seen through by others. Lin Ling's voice floated out, and the terrifying ray suppressed everything like the universe. Oh no! What is this? Run! At this moment, the gods' souls trembled even more violently. They were panicking, although they did not know why they were panicking. Their instincts told them that they could not withstand this attack. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Looking at Goddess Xianxia, her face was ferocious. She did not expect Lin Ling to have such a move. When she wanted to resist, the countless vertical lines had already flown over and passed through them like a net. Even the protection of the Tao state is useless? Goddess Xianxia stood quietly in the sky and discovered a terrifying fact. Then, her soul dissipated. She had never thought that Lin Ling, who she had been chasing, would have the means to kill her, and it was a complete annihilation, leaving no room for negotiation. Looking at the other gods, their souls were also dissipating. That was the only thought in their minds. What kind of move is this? In the void, a large number of corpses were floating there. The sword immortal of Shu Lin was stunned and could not believe his eyes. A mid-stage middle god had died just like that, and there was more than one of them. Lin Ling plundered Goddess Xianxia and the others. After obtaining a large number of treasures, he left with the sword immortal of Shu Lin and the others. The evil spider god, a god demon born in the god meteorite void, is really terrifying. It can absorb the vitality of the gods and make the protection of the Tao state useless. Lin Ling looked at Ning Qingxin and frowned slightly. Ning Qingxin must have had 3 chances to use the protection of the Tao state, but she could not use it even once. Senior, can Ning Qingxin be saved? The sword immortal of Shu Lin caught up with Lin Ling and asked anxiously. Now, at least I'm still alive. Lin Ling was still staring at Ning Qingxin. Ning Qingxin's hair had fallen out, and her face was full of wrinkles. She looked like an 80-year-old woman who was hanging on by her vitality. But her vitality would eventually dissipate, as if she had died of old age. By then, Lin Ling would not be able to help her. After all, she was a god who had died of old age, not an ordinary mortal. Don't worry, there will be a way. Lin Ling said to the sword immortal of Shu Lin. To be honest, he had done everything he could. After all, he and Ning Qingxin were just strangers. But in the end, Lin Ling still couldn't bear to see her die. After all, this was related to Lin Ling. Along the way, Lin Ling and Lei Gong also joined forces to kill the evil spider gods they encountered. Most of the evil spider gods in the god meteor fall void had been killed. As for the evil spider gods in the more remote areas, Lin Ling and the others ignored them. After a long time, Lin Ling returned to the ancient volcano again. He exchanged the spider evil god for the Tao realm fragment and some treasures that could protect the soul and soul. He then set up a boundary array around Ning Qingxin to keep her alive until her last breath. A god's death can't compare to a mortal's. Lei Gong sighed. He also knew what happened to Ning Qingxin. If a mortal died of old age, a divine pill could easily prolong their life. however, it was very difficult to become a god. At the very least, ordinary divine pills and treasures couldn't do that, otherwise, those powerful gods wouldn't have reached the end of their lifespan. This was one of the great laws of the universe. Is Xianxia really going to die? The Shu Lin Sword Immortal's face was extremely gloomy. He looked at Lin Ling expectantly, but in the end, he sighed softly. He also knew that Lin Ling had tried his best. Previously, he had also used a lot of treasures to help Xianxia. After all, Lin Ling and Xianxia had only met once. Senior, perhaps this is fate. The Shu Lin Sword Immortal comforted him. However, Lin Ling remained silent. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. His eyes were red with a touch of unwillingness and stubbornness. For some reason, he suddenly had an obsession in his heart. That was, he had to save Xianxia. If he couldn't even save Xianxia, how could he, Lin Ling, save his family? How could he fight against the will of the world? The heavens want to take her life. I will take it from the heavens. Lin Ling said lightly. His voice made Lei Gong and the Shu Lin Sword Immortal tremble. They looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling didn't say anything. With his current ability, he didn't know how to save her for now. Therefore, he planned to go to the square prison to ask. Xianxia won't be in danger for now. During this time I will definitely find a way to save her. Lin Ling said to Lei Gong and the Sword Immortal. Then, he left. After choosing a quiet corner, Lin Ling entered the square prison. Master Sangoe, if a god dies of old age, how can we save him? Looking at the wretched old man in the prison cell, Lin Ling asked directly. Sir. Master Sangoe revealed his yellow teeth. After hearing Yi Han's question, he touched his chin and pondered. A god dies of old age. This is an unusual death. In fact, it's like having one foot in the underworld. It's really difficult to save him. Because the underworld has already recorded his name. The laws of the universe have already descended on this person. Even Daluo immortals can't save him. Sir, I can't help you in this regard. However, when it comes to saving people, there are 3 people in this prison who might be able to do it. They are also the 3 strongest ancient gods in the prison. Master Sangoe said with a smile. The 3 ancient gods. Lin Ling frowned. A jade slip appeared in his hand and he kept checking it. However, what shocked him was that the jade slip didn't record these 3 people. My lord, these 3 aren't recorded in the quadrangle prison. If you want to pay them a visit, you'll have to find them in person. The gods in the prison more or less know about them, but whether or not they'll help you will depend on your luck. Master Sangoe said, Sir, if you come for the Tao State fragment in the future, remember to find me. I can help you with anything about the Tao State. However, if it's about strength and the laws of the universe, it's up to Master Sangoe. Master Sangoe. Lin Ling nodded. After asking Master Sangoe about the location of Master Sangoe, he strode over. They weren't recorded in the square prison but were still imprisoned in the prison. This meant that these 3 people were very strong. Moreover, any prison calamity was useless against them. I didn't expect that there would be 3 ancient gods in this prison. Lin Ling was shocked. One had to know that experts like Master Sangoe and Rainbow Cloud Ancestor were extremely powerful. However, Master Sangoe was even more powerful. This made Lin Ling curious. Who were they? Following Master Sangoe's guidance, Yi Han came to a corridor. What was surprising was that this corridor seemed to have been born out of thin air. The entire corridor was filled with dense fog and there were only 3 prison cells. Lin Ling walked along the corridor and glanced at the 3 prison cells. He was shocked to find that the scene in the prison cells was a different world. The first prison cell was a world of flames. Rolling flames filled the void as if there was a universe inside. The second prison cell was an endless green mountain. It was majestic and magnificent. The third prison cell was a vast blue sky. Is this still a prison? Lin Ling was speechless. To these ancient gods, prison cells were nothing more than floating clouds. They had created their own universe and lived a colorful life in it. As expected of ancient gods, Lin Ling stood quietly in the corridor. However, there was no one in the 3 prison cells. It was very mysterious. It seemed that Master Sangoe didn't give him any face at all. This middle-aged man was dressed in a Taoist robe. He was not tall and gave off a cultured and refined feeling. He smiled and said, I am Guangqingzi. Guangqingzi, Kongtong Mountain's Taoist ancestor, primeval lord of heaven's disciple. Lin Ling's pupils trembled violently. Lord Prison Master, you are knowledgeable. In this day and age, not many people know of my background. The middle-aged man said with a smile. A very ancient figure. Senior is the Yellow Emperor's teacher. Lin Ling said again. You flatter me. I'm just an old man. Guangqingzi waved his hand and asked, Lord Prison Master, may I know the reason for your visit? Lin Ling did not hide it and told him his purpose. A middle deity, haha, no wonder Lord Prison Master is helpless. Because Lord Prison Master is only a middle deity. To save someone, one must be at least a peak higher deity. Guangqingzi nodded and smiled. Lord Prison Master and I are fated. This time, I can help Lord Prison Master. Moreover, my disciple, the Yellow Emperor, is currently looking for the great Yin-Yang primordial mystery dragon. This dragon has the essence of Yin and Yang in its body. It is the best medicine to reverse Yin and Yang and save that middle deity. With a few more divine medicines, this person can be saved. Those divine medicines are all at the celestial level, so there is no need for Lord Prison Master to worry. Lin Ling was stunned. He did not expect Guangqingzi to be so easy to talk to and directly tell him the solution. After all, this was one of the three supremes. The other gods in the prison were not as easy to talk to as Guangqingzi. For example, Old Devil Master was not moved by force or persuasion. If he did not seek death at the critical moment, Lin Ling would not have been able to control him. Lin Ling could not help but be cautious. Don't worry, Lord Prison Master. Although I am not under your jurisdiction in the square prison, I cannot offend you. Lord Prison Master will know the secret of this in the future. Guangqingzi seemed to know what Lin Ling was thinking and smiled faintly. Moreover, Lord Prison Master and I are fated. Fated with you? Lin Ling frowned. Master Guangqing nodded. Back then, we met. However, the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. When Lord Prison is about to know everything, he will know. Lin Ling immediately fell silent and fell into deep thought. Although he didn't fully trust Master Guangqingzi, he didn't lose out in this matter. How do we find the great Yin-Yang ancient mystery dragon? Lin Ling asked. This dragon is not a true dragon. It is formed from the ancient Xianxia of the universe. It takes 500 years to become a horned dragon, 1,000 years to become a fled dragon, 30,000 years to become an angel, 1,000,000 years to become a gold, and 30 million years to become a Xian. Guangqingzi said indifferently, I'll teach you the method to search for it, and I'll teach you the method to subdue it. But remember, you can't kill this dragon, or you'll be violating the laws of heaven. You can only take the things on its body. If it sees you using the method, it will definitely know who is subduing it. Under normal circumstances, it won't resist. Furthermore, my disciple, the Yellow Emperor, is also looking for this dragon. You can also help him. As for how to find my disciple, I will teach you another method. A ray of light enveloped Lin Ling suddenly, 2 more treasures appeared on Lin Ling's body, and a large number of techniques appeared in his mind. It was as if countless barriers were colliding in the vast void, and finally, they dissipated in Lin Ling's mind. When Lin Ling opened his eyes, endless barriers appeared in his pupils, intertwining with each other, and a powerful aura spread out. What a powerful method. This level of barriers is simply something I've never seen in my life. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, his soul power had greatly increased, otherwise, it would be difficult to digest these barriers. Then, he stared at the 2 treasures in his hands. They were a bell and a sword. These 2 treasures were the top of the Chaos Saint tools. Although they weren't as precious as Chaos Divine tools, they were able to unleash their full potential. For example, Lin Ling's Quafu Sun Chasing Boots. Although it was one of the top 10 Chaos Divine tools, Lin Ling's strength was too weak, and it couldn't unleash its full potential. Falling Soul Bell, Male and Female Sword. Lin Ling knew the names of these 2 treasures, and he knew how to control them. Unfortunately, these treasures could only be used once. It was as if Guangqingzi had lent them to Lin Ling. Thank you, Senior Guangqingzi. Lin Ling immediately bowed to the middle-aged man. Haha, this is fate between you and me. Moreover, I want you to help my disciple. My disciple's divine skill requires the help of the great Yin ancient mystery dragon every 30 million years. Now that the time has come, he is also looking for this item. Go, go. Guangchengzi slowly disappeared from the prison cell, and the world of endless green mountains was restored. So this is the ancient giant god? Lin Ling muttered to himself, and then left the square prison. None of the three lords were easy to deal with, and they were also the three strongest pillars of the square prison. This made Lin Ling curious about the other two lords. After leaving the square prison, Lin Ling immediately found Lei Gong and the Shu Lin sword deity, and told them that there was a way to save Ming Qingxin. After hearing the news, the Shu Lin sword deity was undoubtedly very happy. Lin Ling decided to let the Shu Lin sword deity and Ming Qingxin stay here, and when he was ready, he would come to save Ming Qingxin. The Shu Lin sword deity also agreed, and did not suspect Lin Ling. After all, if Lin Ling really wanted to abandon Ming Qingxin, it was not a big deal. He did not need to find any excuse to leave. At most 3 years, at least 1 year. I will definitely be back. Here are some treasures. You can keep Ming Qingxin alive for a certain period of time, and she should be able to hold on for 3 years. Lin Ling left some treasures, and then left with Lei Gong. This time, they had killed 50 spider evil gods in the god meteorite void, and obtained 50,000 Tao state fragments, which they shared with Lei Gong. Among the 10,000 Tao state fragments, Lin Ling used them to exchange for treasures to help Ming Qingxin. Therefore, he and Lei Gong each obtained 20,000 Tao state fragments. According to Lin Ling's estimation, these Tao state fragments should be enough for him to enter the middle stage of the intermediate celestial realm. However, the most important thing now was not to break through, but to find Longyang first, and then find the Yellow Emperor. After all, no one knew how long this breakthrough would take. If it took more than 3 years, then Ming Qingxin would definitely die. This way. Lin Ling led Lei Gong forward. Not long after, they arrived at a valley. This valley was where Longyang and the others were. However, there were not many gods outside the valley, and they had never seen them before. It was not as dangerous as the Divine Mountain. After Lin Ling and Lei Gong appeared, the gods around glanced at Lin Ling and the others. Seeing that they were unfamiliar gods, they ignored them. Lin Ling and Lei Gong did not stop. They came to the entrance of the valley, where there was a large area of fog, and gods walked out of the fog from time to time. It was obvious that there were less than 9 layers of fog here, so it should not be difficult to walk through. Lin Ling did not stop. He led Lei Gong into the fog. Oh my god, look at those two. Lin Ling and Lei Ying's careless actions undoubtedly shocked the gods outside the valley, causing them to cry out incessantly. What's going on? Why are you making such a fuss? These are ancient gods. Several powerful gods walked over from afar. They were all late-stage mid-gods, and the woman in the lead was early-stage mid-gods. However, the gods behind her seemed to be giving her face. This meant that her background was not to be underestimated. Her expression was arrogant as she stared at the shocked gods, her eyes full of disdain. This woman was the daughter of the heavenly emperor of supreme polarity of the West. Back in the ancient times, she was also an extremely famous god. However, her father was more dazzling, so most of the gods remembered him. The heavenly emperor of supreme polarity of the West was now second only to the 5 emperors in the entire Tao realm. His strength was incomparably tyrannical. It's goddess Yuing. Some people looked at the insufferably arrogant goddess and whispered to each other. You people, no wonder you all fell in the great calamity of the world. After cultivating for so many years, you still can't stay calm. What a pity. The woman shook her head. She had come to the valley for only one purpose, and that was to find her tomb. Now that she had reincarnated, she had entered the valley as a new Tao realm cultivator, therefore, she was here to pick someone up. No, goddess Yuing, someone entered the miasma just now, an old man explained. It's just entering the miasma. What's so great about that? You lost your composure just because of that? You should know that there are countless people who enter the miasma every year. Eh? You said they entered the miasma from outside the valley? Goddess Yuing did not care at first, but as she spoke, her beautiful eyes suddenly focused. Then, her body trembled imperceptibly. It was normal to enter the miasma from inside the valley. However, it was abnormal to enter the miasma from outside the valley. Everyone knew that entering the miasma from outside the valley meant being lost in the miasma forever, which was equivalent to death. However, despite knowing that it was a taboo, someone still chose to enter. It was simply unheard of. At this moment, within the miasma, a soul lamp appeared on Lin Ling's body as he led Lei Gong forward. An ancient scene quietly appeared in the grey fog. However, this time, it wasn't Lin Ling. Instead, it was Lei Gong. Lei Gong's past life and present life both appeared, causing Lei Gong to be extremely shocked. Lin Ling sighed softly. He wanted to see his origin again, but this time, he failed. After a while, a bright light appeared up ahead, and the two of them emerged from the miasma. Almost at the same time, an ancient voice rang out. Just like Lin Ling, Lei Gong now had another chance to be protected by the Dao realm, but this time, Lin Ling didn't get anything. It seems that there is only one reward. Lin Ling thought to himself. Sweeping his gaze across the area, an ancient valley came into view. This valley wasn't as big as the island or the sacred mountain, but there were many dense forests. One could vaguely see gods cultivating here, and most of them had the strength of a lower deity. When Lin Ling and Lei Gong walked out of the miasma, it undoubtedly shocked all the gods. This. The gods were dumbfounded and felt that their eyes were playing tricks on them. However, Lin Ling did not pay any attention to them and continued to look around. Fellow cultivator, did you walk out of the miasma? More and more gods came over out of admiration and humbly asked Lin Ling for guidance. They stared at Lin Ling as if they were looking at an ancient saint. Then, the god who spoke sensed Lin Ling's cold gaze and hurriedly bowed. I don't have any other intentions. I'm just curious. The gods in this valley were ultimately fewer in number and weaker in strength. They weren't as arrogant as the gods on the sacred mountain. Didn't you see it? Lin Ling also replied indifferently. Then, he said, is there someone called Lonyang here? Lonyang? I don't seem to remember her. I think I've heard of her, but she seems to have been taken away by the Dao realm and hasn't returned yet. The deity scrambled to be the first to speak. Lei Gong Lin Ling? Suddenly, a loud roar came from the crowd. Then, a few gods ran over and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. They were the 10 orthodoxies of the 9 continents void and also Whitewater Plain Lady's followers. They already felt that Lin Ling looked very familiar. However, they couldn't be sure because they didn't believe that Lin Ling would come here and walk out of the miasma. In their opinion, although Lin Ling was powerful, he had at most walked out of the miasma earlier than them, therefore, they didn't dare to greet him for fear of offending these two powerhouses. They only reacted when Lin Ling mentioned Lonyang. After all, there weren't many people in the Dao realm who knew Lonyang. Other than the 3 divine sects of White Mountain, the rest were the people of the 9 continents void. It's you guys. Lin Ling also looked at the 10 orthodoxies. Thump, one of the orthodoxies was instantly stunned. After confirming that it was Lin Ling, he couldn't believe it. Back then, in the Eastern Divine Land, Lin Ling challenged the 10 orthodoxies alone. At that time, Lin Ling was already very powerful and they didn't dare to underestimate him. However, Lin Ling had now grown to such a level. Not only did he walk into the valley, but the surrounding gods were also terrified. They knew that these gods were incomparably arrogant when they first entered the Dao realm. They looked down on newcomers like them and were bullied a lot. Maha Orthodoxy, you know these 2 seniors. That was indeed the case. Seeing the 10 orthodoxies greet Lin Ling, the surrounding gods' faces changed. Because they were newcomers to the 10 orthodoxies, they were bullied a lot. However, it was different now. These 10 orthodoxies had such a strong backer. Of course, he's from our universe. He's from our hometown. Maha Orthodoxy and the others raised their chins, feeling extremely carefree. Wow, I knew that Maha Orthodoxy and the others had an extraordinary background. Now that I've met you today, you're still as elegant as ever. That's right. When you first came, I already felt that you guys were extraordinary. Ha ha ha. White Cloud Orthodoxy, didn't you ask us how to get Dao Realm fragments? You can get 3 Dao Realm fragments by catching Dao Realm birds in the forest. We'll let you have that place. The god smiled and said courteously. That's not good. Maha Orthodoxy and the others replied calmly. However, they were even more excited than before. If they weren't afraid of embarrassing Lin Ling and the others, they would have been so excited that they couldn't even stand properly. This was the first time they felt like humans after coming to this valley. In the past, they were like dogs. Maha Orthodoxy, do you know where Longyang is? Lin Ling didn't have time to entertain their small talk and asked calmly. I know. However, there are more than 10 powerful gods guarding Longyang and waiting for Longyang to return. Lin Ling, I'm afraid we'll have to reconsider this. Maha Orthodoxy frowned. Lin Ling, Longyang is over here. Hearing Lin Ling's cold voice, the 10 orthodoxies hurriedly pointed out the direction, and their hearts skipped a beat. They knew Lin Ling's character. Although he was proud, he was not arrogant. If he dared to say such a thing, he must have absolute confidence. This meant that when they were still cultivating in the valley, Lin Ling had already fought countless battles in the Tao realm, and had seen more of the world than they did. I heard that the people guarding Longyang and the others are from the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. How dare this guy offend them? This guy is strong, but he can't compare to the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. I think he doesn't know how strong the 3 divine gates of White Mountain are. I think so too. When he sees the experts of White Mountain, he won't dare to say anything. The gods around them whispered. Because they had never left the Tao realm, they subconsciously believed that the 3 divine gates of White Mountain were the strongest. Lin Ling and Lei Gong followed the 10 orthodoxies. Not long after, in a forest, more than 10 gods sat cross-legged in a circle, as if they were waiting for something. Lin Ling only took one look and immediately knew that the circle was where Longyang left the Tao realm. These gods were waiting for Longyang's return. Kill them. Lin Ling and Lei Gong looked at each other, then walked forward. Rumble, how could the gods withstand their attacks? In the blink of an eye, 3 of them were killed by the light of the Tao realm. Moreover, they died in a daze, not knowing what happened. Do you have a death wish? Why did you attack us? The others' faces changed, and they all shouted angrily. As for the 10 orthodoxies, they were all tongue-tied. They did not expect Lin Ling and the others to be so arrogant, attacking without saying a word. They really attacked. These 2 are really bold. I think they don't know what the 3 divine gates of Whitewater Mountain represent. Let's wait and see. The gods watching from afar were still whispering. We're from Burning Heart. You're so bold, aren't you afraid of death? Among the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, there was a god that emitted a powerful aura. Burning Heart? Lin Ling sneered. He already knew that the ancient Buddha Burning Heart was behind the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Even so, Lin Ling was not afraid. That's right. Burnt Heart, Baishan, and Deng Xian are the magnates of the Chaos Realm. We have the oldest ancient giant god behind us. In the Chaos Realm, not many people dare to provoke us. Even the ancient giant gods of the Chaos Realm have to bow to us. I respectfully address you as fellow Taoist. Another god stood up and said sternly, I don't know why you dare to attack us, but you'd better go to White Mountain and ask for forgiveness. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Ling and Yi Zichen weren't weak, they wouldn't have wasted any more words and would have directly killed them. Now, they had brought out their backer in order to intimidate Lin Ling and the others. Rumble. However, just as they finished speaking, Lin Ling took another god's life with a punch. Do you know what White Mountain is? This time, the gods were furious. They had been talking for a long time, but these 2 didn't seem to understand at all. I know what White Mountain represents, but you know what he and I represent. Lin Ling didn't show any mercy and took a few more lives. What do you and he represent? By now, the gods of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain felt that something was wrong. This time, Lei Gong sneered and said first, I am from Ling Nation, and my name is Lei Gong. As for him, he is from the void of the 9 states, and he is the current Lei Gong of Lei Gong Hall. His name is Lin Ling. Lei Gong? 2 Lei Gongs? What a familiar name, especially Lin Ling. I think I've heard of him before. Wait, could it be that Lei Gong Lin Ling? Impossible, how could he appear here? The gods of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain were stunned, but they immediately reacted. They had been waiting for Longyang, so they naturally knew some things about the void of the 9 states. 1 or 2 of them even knew that it was Lin Ling's appearance that saved Shaoluan and Longyang. Moreover, Lei Gong Linling arrived at the foot of the mountain, fought the gods, and took Xiaoluan away. It's you. Why are you here? Oh no, why would this person be afraid of White Mountain? He's here for White Mountain. Run. Inform the Lord immediately. The people of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain panicked and ran away anxiously. This gave all the gods watching from afar a huge fright. They thought that when the 3 divine gates of White Mountain announced their origins, these 2 people would definitely be afraid. However, the reality was completely different from what they imagined. Instead, when these 2 people announced their origins, the 3 divine gates of White Mountain were afraid. What kind of background did these 2 people have to be afraid of White Mountain? Without a doubt, this was beyond their imagination. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't think of any god in the Chaos Realm who dared to challenge the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Lei Gong Linling, you're ruthless enough. However, you're still too inexperienced to take our lives. Although the gods of White Mountain were planning to leave, they still didn't back down. Sometimes, you might not be able to escape from my hands. Lin Ling sneered and activated the 3 extreme universe destruction, demon subduing break, forming a large number of vertical lines that flooded over. This powerful soul attack was like a great universe, causing people to feel a sense of fear and trepidation. However, they couldn't sense any danger, which caused the protection of the Tao realm to not appear. Of course, they could actually leave the Tao realm on their own. However, they would be away from the Tao realm for a long time, about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. However, a battle between gods was ever-changing. One breath was enough to kill them, let alone an incense stick's time. We can't escape. Lord Linling, please spare our lives, please spare our lives. We can kill ourselves. The forest was in chaos. A few people attacked themselves, causing the Tao realm protection to appear and take them away. When the cosmic rays passed by, the remaining people were all motionless. Their souls had completely collapsed. Witnessing this scene with their own eyes, everyone, including the 10 orthodoxies, was speechless for a long time. Too powerful, beyond their imagination. The other gods were still fine. They didn't know Lin Ling's origins. They only knew that Lin Ling was very strong. However, the 10 orthodoxies couldn't do the same. This was because they knew that Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than them not too long ago. No wonder Lady White Sway Nu was willing to follow him. His potential is really terrifying. Yeah, in the void of the 9 continents, because of the limited cultivation resources, it wasn't obvious. However, once he entered the Tao realm under the same illusion, his advantage was revealed. The man of the 9 continents void is Lin Ling. On the other side, when Longyang learned that she was safe, she was stunned for a long time. Because Xiaoluan had returned to the Tao realm not long ago, she had been looking forward to it for a long time. However, when she thought about the distance between the valley and the divine mountain, she waited patiently. However, she didn't expect Lin Ling to summon her so quickly. A 5-colored light appeared, and Longyang's figure quietly condensed. As soon as she appeared, she immediately looked around vigilantly. No need to look, they're all dead. Lin Ling smiled at Longyang. They're all dead. Longyang looked at Lin Ling solemnly. She felt that after returning from the path of domination, Lin Ling's strength had increased by a lot. If this continued, how could she surpass Lin Ling? The great hatred between her and Lin Ling was born in the Spirit Province. However, from the Spirit Province to the final world, then to the 9 states, and even to the Tao realm, this hatred was still endless. She believed that she had grown very quickly, but compared to Lin Ling, this speed was still more than 10 times slower. Of course, she wasn't jealous because she was familiar with Lin Ling. She knew that Lin Ling must have put in a lot of hard work and sweat to achieve his current strength. Once you return to the Tao realm, you can also become stronger. Lin Ling knew what Longyang was thinking and said calmly. In fact, he was also looking forward to the battle with Longyang to settle the knot in their hearts. However, Longyang had never caught up to him, so Lin Ling could only wait. This is Lei Gong. Lin Ling said. Lei Gong. Longyang couldn't help but look at Lei Gong seriously. She knew that Lei Gong was also a host of the world will. Hee, we're on the same side. Lei Gong smiled. For some reason, his soft words made Longyang feel good. Perhaps it was because they were both hosts of the world will. Come on, let's get out of here. Lin Ling didn't plan to stay any longer. He looked into the distance and planned to force his way out of the valley like he had done with the Divine Mountain. He knew very well that Emperor Shun, Emperor Yao, and the White Mountain were still looking for him. Those who were taken away by the Tao Realm cultivators would definitely inform the three divine sections. Therefore, he couldn't stay here for long. Lin Ling looked at the 10 orthodoxies and said, "Now, your white water maiden is on the other side, are you going to look for her?" "Go." The 10 orthodoxies nodded. They knew that after Lin Ling left, they would return to their original state. Naturally, they wanted to leave with Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and didn't waste any more words. He led the group forward and finally locked onto a cliff in the valley. Then, he led the group up. The cosmic beasts in this valley were lizards, giant snakes, and the like. Any gods who tried to cross the valley and leave would be attacked. Unfortunately, with Lin Ling's current strength, those cosmic beasts couldn't stop him at all. Most importantly, the miasma in this valley was less than 9 layers, so the number of cosmic beasts was much lower. Oh my god, climbing out of the valley is an eye-opener. Don't even think about it. If they could come in from outside the valley, they didn't plan to leave in the usual way. It's normal for them to cross the mountain and leave. That's right, the world that those two powerhouses live in isn't something we can understand. In the valley, the gods sighed. The 10 orthodoxies, Longyang, and the others followed Lin Ling and were equally surprised. After a long time, the group appeared outside the valley safe and sound. Lin Ling said to Longyang and the others, "In fact, walking out of the miasma will reward you with Tao Realm fragments. However, it will take too long. So, after you find White Water Maiden, she will tell you how to get them." 10 orthodoxies, you are weaker. Follow me for now. When the time is right, you can go find White Water Maiden and familiarize yourself with the Tao Realm. Okay, Lord Lin Ling, we'll do as you say. The 10 orthodoxies nodded. Longyang couldn't put down her pride, but she really wasn't familiar with the Tao Realm. Moreover, she was weak now, so she could only swallow the humiliation and follow Lin Ling. Longyang, don't worry. You're the host of the world will. It won't be long before your strength increases greatly. There's still hope for you to catch up to this kid. Lei Gong smiled at Longyang. He knew that Longyang was once a god in Yojin's tomb. Thank you, Lord Lei Gong. Longyang nodded with a smile and respect for Lei Gong. You're the ones who walked into the miasma from outside the valley? At this moment, a voice was heard. Countless gods looked at Lin Ling and the others with solemn eyes. This was because these two were still alive. You are. Lin Ling looked over and discovered that there were several late-stage mid-level experts. The one who spoke was a woman. Although this woman's cultivation level wasn't high, her temperament was extraordinary. This extraordinary temperament came from her bones and wasn't something that was displayed. Heavenly lightning manifestation, go test his strength. The woman said calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, an early-stage mid-god expert appeared. He controlled violent lightning and turned into a thunder giant. A terrifying punch came crashing down. A 7th-grade mid-god divine fetus. Lin Ling's eyes flashed slightly. Kid, you've got good eyes. I'm one of the strongest early-stage mid-gods. A domineering voice was heard. A total of 8 million divinity energy was mixed in the punch. Lin Ling, let me. Lei Gong said immediately. Lord Lei Gong, there's no need for that. He's coming for me. Lin Ling shook his head. His divine energy fluctuated, and he lightly struck out with his palm. Boom, the fist and palm collided, and the void exploded. A shockwave rushed into the sky, stirring up the clouds. The thunder giant's lightning fist was vast and mighty, maintaining the momentum of a punch. Lin Ling, with one hand behind his back, stretched out his palm calmly. Pop. Pop, pop. Wave after wave of divinity energy storms shook the surroundings. Some of the weaker gods were sent flying and smashed into the walls of the valley, causing cracks to appear. They also vomited blood. Kid, you're quite capable. I reckon you're one of the strongest early-stage mid-gods. The thunder giant shouted angrily. What's the meaning of this? You suddenly attacked. Are you challenging me? Lin Ling said calmly. Haha, it's not a challenge. I'm just trying to see if you have any secrets. World of 10 million lightning. The thunder giant shouted angrily. Lightning exploded from his body like a sea urchin. Moreover, it was colorful. This meant that he had cultivated countless types of divine lightning in his life. These divine lightning were also strange and strange. Icy mystic lightning, blazing heavenly lightning, deathless divine lightning, tiny void lightning, and so on. His divine energy instantly exploded into 10 million, and it was still increasing. You won't be able to understand my mysteries. At this time, Lin Ling's third stage talent fusion appeared. 2,000 strength burst out. His physical strength exceeded 10 million, his divine energy exceeded 10 million, boom. The moment this energy was released, it seemed to shake the heavens and earth, causing the thunder giant's face to change drastically. This strength, he must be invincible among the early stage mid-gods. The woman narrowed her eyes. She took Lin Ling even more seriously. Hold on. The woman had just shouted, but she was still too slow in the end. Now, you've tried it. After he killed the lightning giant, Lin Ling looked at the woman and spoke. Even though there were several late-stage mid-god experts on the other side, Lin Ling still had a trump card that he hadn't utilized. So, he wasn't afraid. Moreover, he had a feeling that the woman didn't provoke him for no reason. There must be something else going on. At this moment, a five-colored light appeared, and the old man that Lin Ling had killed returned. He looked at Lin Ling solemnly. He didn't expect that he would waste a chance to be protected by a Tao realm expert. Aspect of thunder, how much stronger is he compared to you? The woman looked at the old man and asked. Aspect of thunder? One of the 9 divisions, he was extremely famous in the Age of Gods. During the Battle of the North Celestial Court, he once guarded 10 million gods and demons, and none of them could break into the Celestial Court. I didn't expect that after reincarnating, he would appear here. It's said that he has a high god divine embryo. Everyone recognized the aspect of thunder, and their faces were solemn. Miss, this person's strength is unfathomable. The old man looked deeply at Lin Ling. He couldn't see through Lin Ling's strength at all. Lin Ling's divine embryo didn't seem to be at the same level as him, but its divine energy was very strong. In addition, there was another powerful force, which seemed to be the power of the flesh. This gave him the illusion that this person didn't just have a divine embryo talent. Unfathomable. The woman frowned at Lin Ling. She knew very well that after the reincarnation of the aspect of thunder, his strength had always been one of the best in the same realm. For him to say that this person was unfathomable, he must be very strong. In addition, this person could enter the miasma and return safely. He must have a powerful background. Fellow cultivator, may I ask who you were in your previous life? The woman smiled and asked politely. She was the daughter of the heavenly emperor of supreme polarity, goddess Yuing. She was indeed the daughter of a heavenly emperor. After testing him, she immediately restrained her emotions and treated him politely. I don't know either. Lin Ling said indifferently. Hee. Goddess Yuing immediately smiled. However, she was smooth and slick, so she did not ask too much. She reckoned that this young man had a powerful background in his previous life, but for some reason, he did not want to talk about it. In fact, she didn't know. Lin Ling really didn't know. Fellow Taoist, my father is the heavenly emperor of supreme polarity of the Western continent. For some reason, I need to find some people with strange abilities to go with us to a certain place. There are great opportunities there. If you can help us, fellow Taoist, you'll benefit greatly. Goddess Yuing continued, you don't have to worry. Because of my father, I won't lie to you. Moreover, there are so many people watching here. I won't cause my father to be scolded for not keeping his word. The Western Heavenly Emperor of Supreme Polarity? Lin Ling frowned slightly. Lin Ling, Xianxia said. His background is not to be underestimated. He's a character from the primeval age who once commanded millions upon millions of gods and dominated a certain area in the south of the Urwild's world. In the primeval age, he was even more domineering and unruly. No one dared to oppose him in the south of the god world. Lei Gong said solemnly. How does he compare to the 5 emperors? Lin Ling asked. The 5 emperors are the leaders of the 5 most ancient human tribes. The heavenly emperor of supreme polarity of the western continent is still a little short. Lei Gong said. After a short conversation, Lin Ling had become familiar with the heavenly emperor of supreme polarity of the western continent. The two of them didn't hide anything from each other, so Goddess Yuing also heard them. Although her expression was still calm, there was a hint of pride in her eyes. There weren't many gods in the entire era who didn't know her father's name. I wonder where that place is. Lin Ling looked at Goddess Yuing and asked. I can't say much for now. If fellow Taoist wants to go, I'll give you 3 incense sticks worth of time to think about it. Goddess Yuing said with a smile. Lin Ling immediately looked at Lei Gong and asked for his opinion. Lei Gong shook his head, meaning that everything was up to Lin Ling. Although Lei Gong was once Lin Ling's master, Lei Gong also knew that Lin Ling was a decisive person. No matter what, he would always choose the best path. Lei Gong's hall was an example. Under Lin Ling's leadership, it was much stronger than before. Lin Ling fell into deep thought. Now that he was in this unfamiliar place, it was indeed difficult for him to do anything. Moreover, the experts from the Emperor Shun's side were probably rushing over. It wasn't good to stay here for long. Moreover, he had to find the Yellow Emperor and the Great Yinyang Primordial Mystery Dragon to help Ning Qingxin. Therefore, following these people might not be a bad choice. At least he could find out about the Yellow Emperor's whereabouts. All right. Lin Ling nodded and said, but let me say this first. If there is any danger, I will leave immediately and ignore you all. Okay, after this is done, you will also get 5,000 Tao state fragments. If we find any treasures along the way, you will also get a share. Goddess Yuing nodded. She knew that Lin Ling would be very cautious when meeting for the first time. However, she believed that after interacting with him, Lin Ling would also believe her. Human, of course, the reason why she wanted Lin Ling's help was that she heard that to reach that place, one would have to face a mysterious miasma on the way. Previously, she saw that Lin Ling could walk through the miasma, so she wanted to ask Lin Ling to come along. Fellow cultivator, how should I address you? Lin Ling. Fellow cultivator Lin Ling, we will wait here for a day. When my servant comes out of the valley, we will set off immediately. Of course, if she still hasn't come out of the miasma after a day, we will also set off immediately. That would be the best. After chatting for a while, everyone took a break outside the valley. When Longyang saw that Lin Ling was talking and laughing with the ancient grand gods, her self-esteem was also affected. She could only seize the opportunity to improve her strength. She did not want to be surpassed by Lin Ling too much. Lin Ling could talk and laugh with the ancient grand gods, but what about her? They looked at her as if she was an ant. If she was not by Lin Ling's side, they would not even bother to look at her. This was the difference between them. While Lin Ling was waiting, he was also talking to Yu Yu. He told them that Longyang and the 10 orthodoxies had been found and that they would return in a few days. At the same time, he also asked Yu Yu and the others to keep an eye on Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao. It would be best if they did not expose their whereabouts easily. After that, Lin Ling began to cultivate. He looked at the 20,000 pieces of Tao state fragments and knew that as long as he saved Ning Qingxin, he would be able to break through to the next realm. During this process, Goddess Yuing also talked to Lin Ling politely as if she wanted to find out something from Lin Ling. However, if Goddess Yuing knew that the man in front of her was a god who dared to fight against the 5 emperors and was the leader of the 2 great human tribes, Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao, she would know that her father was nothing special. The heavenly emperor of supreme polarity of the West paled in comparison to the 5 emperors. A day passed quietly. Just as Goddess Yuing and the others were about to leave, a young girl finally rushed out of the miasma and came to Goddess Yuing excitedly. Young mistress, I'm out. The young girl was very happy, like a little rabbit jumping for joy. Hee hee, Xiaoying, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Goddess Yu Ying's eyes shone with a doting light. Back then, when the great calamity befell the world, her father could not even protect himself. This caused Goddess Yuing to have no one to help her. However, her maidservant Xiaoying fought with her life and helped her escape. Although Goddess Yuing still couldn't escape death in the end, Xiaoying's action of risking her life to protect her master still moved her. Therefore, after she reincarnated, Goddess Yuing also treated Xiaoying as her own younger sister to make up for the kindness she owed in her previous life. Hee hee, I've kept you waiting, young mistress. However, I've tried my best. I came out of the miasma faster than many gods in the valley. Xiaoying giggled. It's nothing. The miasma in this valley only has 7 layers. Moreover, your background is not small. Naturally, you came out faster than them. Goddess Xiaoying smiled and shook her head. She led the group away. Eh? Young mistress, who are they? Xiaoying also saw Lin Ling and the others. She had even seen the 10 orthodoxies and Longyang in the valley. She knew that these people were ordinary existences. What made her curious was that these ordinary gods were qualified to follow her young mistress. A few capable people, it just so happens that we are going there, so we asked for their help. Goddess Xiaoying said. Young miss, you couldn't have been deceived, right? I know all of those people. They were beaten up so miserably in the valley. Xiaoying frowned. Although she was a servant back then, she had followed Goddess Xiaoying, so her vision was naturally not low. Xiaoying, I know you're worried about me. But don't worry, they can't trick us. If they can't help us, we'll just let them go. Goddess Xiaoying smiled and did not mind. Hearing this, Xiaoying pursed her lips and did not say anything more. However, her eyes were full of disdain towards Longyang and the others. Even though she sensed that Lin Ling and the Thunder God were more powerful, they were only mid-level deities, and it wasn't like she hadn't seen them before. Coupled with the trash from the 10 orthodoxies, he probably wouldn't be that strong either. Humph, lowly little god, you probably used some method to deceive Mississippi. Unfortunately, the world that Miss once lived in is not something that you can understand. It won't be long before you will be beaten back to your original form and run away with your tails between your legs. Little Ling thought to herself and ignored Lin Ling and the others. The members of the 10 orthodoxies recognized Xiaoying as well, and when they noticed her gaze, they were all pissed. Of course, even though they were unhappy, they weren't a match for the young girl in the valley, let alone now. Longyang frowned. She had some impression of Xiaoying. Although there was no hatred between them, she remembered that the girl had always been arrogant and looked down on everyone in the valley. At that time, she thought that the girl had not seen much of the world. She was bound to meet her match, but now, it seemed that the girl did have some background. Lin Ling and Lei Gong also saw the girl. However, they ignored her. A girl who was not even an intermediate celestial was not worthy of their attention. Along the way, other than Goddess Xiaoying and High Minister Heavenly Thunder, the others looked down on Lin Ling and the others. After all, they were late-stage intermediate celestials. They regarded Lin Ling and the others as ants. After a long time, in a mountain range, there was a gentle breeze and leaves were falling. The scenery was beautiful. There was a grass pavilion there. Many people had already gathered in the pavilion. Looking at their background, they were mysterious. Goddess Xiaoying, you are finally here. I thought it was your father who came for the 1,000-year agreement. A fat Buddha suddenly laughed. This person's strength was extraordinary. He was a late-stage intermediate celestial, especially with his talent. He was probably an 8th grade or even 9th grade intermediate celestial fetus. Laughing Buddha, you are early. Goddess Xiaoying smiled at the crowd. It was obvious that she already knew these people. Not far from the Buddha, there were more than 10 people. There were gods wearing Taoist robes and carrying long swords. There were also gods holding chains. They were extremely burly. When they saw Goddess Xiaoying, they all smiled, but when they looked at the others, their faces turned cold again. It was as if only Goddess Xiaoying was worthy of their attention. Even the late-stage intermediate celestials around Goddess Xiaoying, they did not even look at them. All this showed that their background was not small. Haha, is everyone here? At this time, divine light filled the sky in the distance. More than 10 figures arrived. The person in the lead was dressed in brocade clothes. His strength was even more unfathomable. After he appeared, everyone in the pavilion narrowed their eyes. Emperor Donghua, a giant god from the ancient era, had lived until the era of the gods. In the divine world, he guarded the east of the divine world. No one dared to disobey him. His reputation was extremely resounding. This person was on par with Goddess Xiaoying's father, the heavenly emperor of supreme polarity of the West. They were both emperors that could not be underestimated. Unfortunately, when the great calamity of the world came, the god emperor still could not escape death. However, after returning from reincarnation, this person carried the memories of the god emperor and rose wildly. Now, he was also one of the existences that could not be underestimated in the Dao realm. Emperor Donghua, have you returned from the Dao Pagoda? The laughing Buddha from before cupped his hands and smiled at the person who came. There were very few people in the entire era who could make him bow so politely. Yes, the 1,000-year agreement has arrived. How can I miss such an opportunity? The man smiled faintly. He looked calm, but his every move carried the domineering aura of a superior. He looked at Goddess Yuing and said, now, except for Elder Huang Shan, everyone is here. However, Goddess Yuing, is your father really not coming? Father is in seclusion. It's also the most critical moment, so it's inconvenient for him to come. He entrusted this matter to me. Goddess Yuing said with a smile. So that's how it is. I knew it. How could he give up such an opportunity? So it's the most critical moment. Emperor Donghua nodded. Following that, everyone continued to talk about the matter of the 1,000-year promise. A 1,000-year agreement. This means that this kind of gathering has probably happened several times. However, these people are really powerful. With so many experts gathered here, I'm curious about what they're looking for. Lei Gong said curiously. This trip had broadened his horizons. He knew that the Dao realm was magnificent and there were countless experts. Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. At this moment, another voice sounded. A resplendent golden dragon appeared in the sky. This dragon was huge, and its whiskers were silver. It was very majestic. As it flew past, it sprinkled countless drops of sweet dew, nourishing the world. 3 figures stood quietly on the golden dragon. One on the left and one on the right. Both of them were wearing cotton clothes, but their strength was even more unfathomable. This was because one of them actually had the strength of a superior deity. They were about 30 years old. Their faces were cold, and they were imposing without being angry. Looking at the old man in the middle, he had a kind expression and looked like a mortal. He was smiling at everyone. Elder Yellow Mountain, this was the last group of people they had gathered this time. Even the Heavenly Emperor of Supreme Polarity of the West couldn't see through this person's background. He only knew that he was called Elder Yellow Mountain. Elder Yellow Mountain, you're really late. Emperor Donghua cupped his hands slightly at the old man. His previous arrogance instantly disappeared, and there was fear in the depths of his eyes. He didn't know Elder Yellow Mountain's background, but he knew that this person was really strong. He had the power to overturn the clouds and rain and destroy the universe. 3,000 years ago, they had gathered for the first time. At that time, Elder Yellow Mountain wanted to join the treasure hunting team. However, Emperor Donghua was not convinced and wanted to teach him a lesson. In the end, he couldn't block a single finger. This matter left a heavy shadow in his heart. In this era, there were very few people who could make him unable to block a single finger. Emperor Donghua, you're always the first to come every year. The old man chuckled and walked down from the golden dragon. With a wave of his right hand, the majestic golden dragon turned into a small snake and disappeared into the old man's body. This dragon is probably comparable to the dragon god at the Kaiyuan River. Lei Gong was secretly shocked. Not only that, that's the real dragon ancestor. Lin Ling shook his head. He had a feeling that once the golden dragon appeared, not many people present would be able to withstand it. However, this person gives me a very familiar feeling. Soon after, Lin Ling muttered in his heart as he recalled the task Master Guanqing had entrusted to him. He quietly laid down a barrier and used his divine arts to investigate. This spell was extremely ancient and was passed down by Master Guanqing. Very few people in this era knew about it. It's him. After investigating, Lin Ling's mind was in turmoil. Previously, he was only slightly curious. Who would have thought that he would actually obtain such a harvest? He's here too, and no one knows him. How could this be? Lin Ling frowned, but soon, he was overtaken by surprise. This was because the elder's appearance was clearly targeting the great Yin-Yang primordial mystery dragon. This Xian dragon formed from the ancient universe Xianxia was the treasure this old man needed for his cultivation. I didn't expect my luck to be so good this time. A smile appeared on Lin Ling's face. While Lin Ling was lost in thought, everyone was still chatting with each other, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Of course, after Elder Yellow Mountain arrived, many gods tried to curry favor with him, hoping to obtain a powerful backer. That old man Huang Shan was also kind and treated everyone equally. He gave off a very good feeling. Elder Yellow Mountain, my name is Sage Sa. I was transformed from a purple mosquito in ancient times. I cultivated for tens of millions of years and became the disciple of the North Pole Emperor during the Age of Gods. I learned the essence of martial arts and have reincarnated. Senior, I'm Yan Tongzi, a general of the giant spiritual god's tomb during the Age of Gods. I died in the great calamity of the world's will and have reincarnated. My master is Haze Mountain in the north of the Chaos Realm. Elder Yellow Mountain. Some gods who were here for the first time introduced themselves. Not only did they tell Elder Yellow Mountain their origins, but they were also telling the others, and these gods could only be invited here. They also had some ability and could be of help to the people. Elder Yellow Mountain nodded with a smile. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling and the others and asked kindly, who are these? That was because all the unfamiliar faces present had introduced themselves. Only Lin Ling and the others were watching quietly as if it had nothing to do with them. As soon as he spoke, everyone looked at Lin Ling and the others curiously. However, when they realized that Long Yang and the others were only lesser gods, they all looked disdainful. The gods present were all old monsters who had lived for tens of millions of years. Not to mention lesser gods, they had even seen superior gods. Naturally, they didn't take Lin Ling and the others seriously. These are the people I brought here. Goddess Yuing said with a smile. So it's Goddess Yuing. Although their cultivation is a little weak, they must have some ability to be invited by Goddess Yuing, said the smiling Buddha. He had already seen Lin Ling and the others and was also curious about what abilities these people had. Hurry up and greet these seniors and introduce yourself. At the side, Xiaoying suddenly said coldly to Lin Ling and the others. Her tone was very unpleasant, as she felt that Lin Ling and the others were too insensible. In fact, the 10 orthodoxies were already flattered. The reason why they didn't speak was because they were waiting for Lin Ling to speak. Lei Gong Lin Ling. At this time, Lin Ling looked at everyone and said. Of course, most of them were looking at Elder Yellow Mountain. Everyone nodded and waited for Lin Ling to say his origin. However, Lin Ling only said a name and then looked indifferent. That's it? Which god's reincarnation are you? Don't you plan to tell us? The gods were in a bad mood, and Xiaoying immediately spoke. That's it. Lin Ling replied indifferently. In fact, he also didn't know which god's reincarnation he was. How arrogant, he's just an early-stage mid-god. Who gave him the guts? The other newcomers would at least tell us where they came from, but he only has a name. Perhaps, he's just here to make up the numbers. He won't be of any help later. If Goddess Yuing didn't bring him here, such a person would have been chased away long ago. Many ancient gods were whispering to each other. Goddess Yuing was incomparably embarrassed and didn't say anything in the end. In her impression, Lin Ling had always been so cold and arrogant. However, this Lin Ling didn't know who was present, especially Elder Yellow Mountain, who could erase his existence with just a breath. Sigh, the ignorant are not guilty. Goddess Yuing sighed secretly. How dare you? At this time, Xiaoying couldn't help but shout, I really don't know what kind of ability you have. It's your fortune that Miss brought you here. Not only did you take advantage of us by following us, but you're also so arrogant. Her words were merciless, which made Lin Ling frown. He didn't have a past life's origin because he didn't know. You. Xiaoying didn't think that Lin Ling would dare to talk back. Yes, she was a servant girl, but she was still a servant of the Heavenly Emperor of Supreme Polarity. In terms of background, she was much better than this guy of unknown origin. Alright, it's good enough that we know your name. Elder Yellow Mountain suddenly laughed. He was the most senior and the strongest here, but he was the easiest to talk to. See? He doesn't even care. You're just a maid, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Ling sneered at Xiaoying. I'm so angry. Xiaoying stomped her feet. Lei Gong and the others smiled helplessly. They copied Lin Ling and only said their names, not their origins. In fact, it didn't matter whether they said it or not. Compared to the people here, their origins were indeed very ordinary. What a bunch of ignorant juniors. but they probably don't have much ability. They'll be eliminated soon. Although the big shots weren't happy, they didn't take it to heart. Lin Ling and the others weren't enough to make them angry. Since everyone is here, why don't we set off now? The smiling Buddha said, looking at Elder Yellow Mountain. Elder Yellow Mountain nodded and waved his right hand. The golden dragon from before appeared. It circled the sky and landed on the ground, waiting for everyone to board it. Thank you, Elder Yellow Mountain. The gods all bowed to Elder Yellow Mountain and then jumped on the golden dragon. Some of them knew that this golden dragon was extremely powerful and had the speed of 10 million worlds in a second. Humph, I broadened your horizons. You're really lucky. But later, if you're useless, then get lost. Xiaoying also jumped on the golden dragon and said to Long Yang and the others at the same time. What an arrogant maid. Hearing this, Lei Gong couldn't help but be angry. Although there were countless experts here, the maid was only a lesser deity. If someone said she was useless, then it was she who was useless. She's just a little maid. What's there to be angry about? Lin Ling smiled indifferently. He was obviously more concerned about the great Yin-Yang primordial mystery dragon. Moreover, he knew that he was the only one who could obtain the treasures on the great Yin-Yang primordial mystery dragon. Then, he led Lei Gong and the others onto the golden dragon. The golden dragon scattered down endless sweet dew, disappearing into the heavens, flying into the distance with the speed of 10 million great worlds. Everyone stood on the golden dragon and looked at the endless barren mountains. Then, they looked up at the nebulous primordial chi above their heads. Their hearts were filled with pride. A mount with such speed was something they had never seen in their lives. Being able to ride it was also something that made them proud, especially when they saw the scenery around them flashing by like white horses. They felt as if they were galloping through the river of time. Little friend Lin Ling. While Lin Ling was looking around, old man Huang Shan suddenly walked over and said with a smile, "You look like an old friend of mine. We hit it off at first sight." The surrounding people were admiring the beautiful scenery. When they saw Elder Yellow Mountain take the initiative to greet them, they were all shocked. Hee, I'm sorry, but this is indeed my first time meeting you. However, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Bastard. This idiot missed a great opportunity. Sigh, how can there be such an unappreciated person in the world? Elder Yellow Mountain's strength is unfathomable. Even his guards are superior gods. He took the initiative to greet him, but this kid actually didn't seize this opportunity. The gods were cursing in their hearts, and they were very envious. That was because although Elder Yellow Mountain was polite to them, it was only polite. They all knew that Elder Yellow Mountain would not pay attention to them after this operation. However, that junior called Lei Gong Lin Ling had a chance. As long as he curried favor with Elder Yellow Mountain, he might even be accepted as a disciple. Unfortunately, this guy was blind and missed it. Hee, is that so? Maybe it's just my imagination. Elder Yellow Mountain was stunned and incomparably embarrassed. He could only walk back to the dragon's head. This made Goddess Yuing shake her head helplessly. This Lei Gong Lin Ling was too arrogant. Lin Ling, this. Even Lei Gong could not believe it. He felt as if he had missed a powerful friend. He knew very well that the people present were not weak, but they had to be respectful to Elder Yellow Mountain. This was even more proof of Elder Yellow Mountain's identity. However, Lin Ling was disdainful. That was too awesome. It's okay, he'll look for me again. Lin Ling smiled indifferently because he knew Elder Yellow Mountain's master and knew how to obtain the treasures on the great Yin-Yang primordial mystic dragon. Guang Qingzi sought Lin Ling's help, which meant that this old man was bound to fail. Only Lin Ling's help could succeed. The great Yin-Yang primordial mystic chi should have matured by now. Everyone, how's the deduction? At this time, Goddess Yuing looked at everyone and said. 3,000 years ago, I took a wisp of Yin-Yang primordial mystic chi and hid it in the Buddha beads. I check it every day. Now, this wisp of Yin-Yang primordial mystic chi has grown stronger by the day. My Donghua Yuchan also pointed out that it's in the vicinity. The gods spoke one after another. They had all come to search for treasures in the past, so they all had an impression of it. However, they could only find the general direction. As for the specific location, they could not be sure. After all, after 1,000 years, all kinds of mysteries would appear. Not to mention, the Yin-Yang primordial mystic chi had a spirit and would wander from time to time. It was difficult to determine the direction. The pagoda pearl golden pen that my father left me also wrote that it's in this area. However, my cultivation is too weak to calculate the specific location. Goddess Yuing said. This was also the reason why everyone had gathered here. It was because they knew that it was utterly impossible for them to obtain any treasures by themselves. Then, they all looked at Elder Yellow Mountain. Now that the general location had been determined, it was up to Elder Yellow Mountain to determine the specific location of the Yinyang primordial mystic Qi. Since everyone has the same opinion, it means that we didn't go the wrong way. Next, let me try. Elder Yellow Mountain smiled, walked to the dragon's head, and pointed. In the sky, bronze light bloomed. Then, a square ancient cauldron appeared. The ancient cauldron burned with sandalwood. Then, he pointed his finger again, another square ancient cauldron appeared. After 4 ancient cauldrons appeared, Elder Yellow Mountain stomped the dragon's head, and the golden dragon flew to the ground with everyone. It's my turn. At this time, another god spoke. He spread his hands, and endless petals floated out and disappeared into the ground. Then, this person smiled excitedly and pointed into the distance. It's in that abyss. Everyone was delighted. They had finally found it. Xiaoying was also very happy. Suddenly, she looked at Lin Ling and the others mockingly and said to herself, I knew it. You guys are just here to make up the numbers. How shameless. At this moment, everyone jumped down from the golden dragon and headed straight for the abyss in front of them. However, this abyss was like the mouth of a demonic beast. Moreover, it was very long and filled with rolling fog. The Dao realm miasma was the most mysterious. Even the 5 emperors did not understand it. It was said that if one entered it, they might be lost forever. Why is there a Dao realm miasma all of a sudden? Everyone, confirm if the treasure land is below the abyss. I've already checked. There's no mistake. Then how do we go in? Are we going to fail this time? Above the abyss, everyone frowned. No one dared to test it because they were too familiar with the Dao realm miasma. However, although they did not dare to enter, they used all kinds of methods to investigate. For example, the laughing Buddha recognized the ancient Yen Buddha bead. The moment the bead appeared, the entire ground was illuminated, and everything near the bead was burned. Then, he threw it into the abyss. However, the dazzling ancient Yen Buddha bead disappeared without a trace after falling into the miasma. The most terrifying thing was that the laughing Buddha could not sense the bead at all. He frowned and said, if we go in rashly, I'm afraid we'll get lost. Although the miasma is powerful, we just need to destroy this place. Beside Goddess Yuing, Xiaoying suddenly suggested, causing many people's eyes to light up. That's right, although the miasma was powerful, this cliff was probably not that powerful. This young friend's suggestion is not bad. Emperor Donghua pondered for a moment and smiled. He looked at Xiaoying and nodded in admiration. This gaze undoubtedly made Xiaoying feel very proud. Suddenly, she looked at Longyang and the others with disdain in her eyes, as if saying, do you see that? You're all useless trash. It's useless. If this abyss is broken, the miasma will definitely disperse. At that time, it will be even more difficult to find that place. However, at this moment, Elder Huangshan's voice sounded, causing Xiaoying's pride to be doused with cold water. Elder Huangshan, do you have any ideas? Someone looked at Elder Huangshan and asked. However, Elder Huangshan frowned and shook his head. Seeing this, everyone sighed softly, but they were unwilling to give up. They were all thinking, Xiaoying's strength was about the same as Longyang's, so she naturally had no ideas. She suddenly looked at Lin Ling and the others, and her expression immediately became unhappy. These people couldn't help at all and would only watch from the sidelines. He really didn't understand where they got the face to refuse to leave. The more she looked at them, the more unhappy she became. She couldn't help but say sarcastically, a bunch of ignorant little gods. Are you all so shameless? It's one thing to be weak, and it's one thing to not be able to help, but everyone is anxious. Look at you guys, you look so calm and relaxed. Those who don't know you might think that you're the reincarnation of an ancient god. Although these words weren't spoken aloud, quite a number of gods heard them. Displeasure appeared in their eyes as they looked at Lin Ling and the others. It was undeniable that Xiaoying was right. All of you, scram. Xiaoying spoke again, wanting to drive Lin Ling and the others away. Oh right, I forgot about him. However, at this moment, Goddess Yuing suddenly thought of something and immediately looked at Lin Ling. Fellow Taoist, aren't you able to enter the miasma of the Tao realm? Do you have any ideas? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Lin Ling, and their expressions changed greatly. Elder Huang Shan's pupils trembled violently. He could enter the miasma of the Tao realm? He had been in the Tao realm for tens of millions of years, and this was the first time he had heard of someone who could enter the miasma of the Tao realm. When he looked at Xiaoying again, she trembled as if she had been struck by lightning. She had just said that Lin Ling and the others were trash, but in the blink of an eye, someone said that they could enter the miasma of the Tao realm. Most importantly, the person who said this was her young mistress. Young mistress, are you mistaken? Xiaoying kept shaking her head. Even these big shots were helpless against the miasma. How could these little gods have the ability to do so? This isn't the miasma of the Tao realm. At this moment, Lin Ling also said calmly. As expected, he's still helpless. It seems like you're overthinking it, young mistress. Hearing the first sentence, Xiaoying suddenly felt very happy. The laughing Buddha, Emperor Donghua, and the others frowned and then shook their heads. It seemed like they were overthinking it. However, this place is exactly the same as the miasma of the Tao realm, so I think it shouldn't be difficult. However, Lin Ling's next sentence shocked all the gods into silence. Indeed, this wasn't the miasma of the Tao realm, but this miasma was the same as the miasma of the Tao realm, and that was enough. Why you really have a way? Hurry up and bring us in. If we enter, we'll definitely reward you. Remember, my name is Emperor Donghua. If anyone bullies you in the Tao realm, you can use my name. Young friend, you're an early-stage mid-god. I have a treasure here that can guarantee you defeat 70% of your opponents. As long as you bring us in, this treasure will be yours. The gods spoke one after another and took out rewards to tempt Lin Ling. In their opinion, their rewards should be enough to move Lin Ling. Damn it, that Longyang is from the 10 orthodoxies. They're all very ordinary gods. The gods following them are also limited in strength. How can he have a way? This is so infuriating. Only Xiaoying was frowning. She felt like she had been slapped in the face, and it was a fierce slap. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled. He did not care about the rewards given by the gods at all. For example, Emperor Donghua's promise that if anyone bullied him in the Tao realm, he would use his name. What a joke. Lin Ling had offended by Shan, Emperor Shun, and Emperor Yao. What was the use of these people's face? As for the laughing Buddha's treasure, that was even more of a joke. Now that Lin Ling was invincible among early-stage mid-gods, Lin Ling didn't care about the laughing Buddha's treasure. Young friend, please. Only Elder Huang Shan and Goddess Yuing were sincerely asking for help. They bowed slightly to Lin Ling. Fine, you met me. It's your fortune to meet me. Lin Ling nodded. He also wanted to enter the depths of the abyss, so they could work together. Fortune? Hearing this, the laughing Buddha and Emperor Donghua were tongue-tied. They almost laughed out loud, however, they endured it for now. They wanted to see if Lin Ling had the ability. Follow me. Lin Ling didn't waste any time and jumped into the abyss. Young friend. Fellow cultivator. Elder Huang Shan and Goddess Yu Ying's expressions changed. He was too confident to jump in just like that. As for Xiaoying and the others, they were not worried about Lin Ling. Instead, they were curious whether Lin Ling could succeed. Lin Ling quickly disappeared into the hazy fog as if he had disappeared without a trace. He's probably lost forever. After waiting for a moment, Emperor Donghua shook his head and sneered. I thought he had some ability, but it turns out he's just an ignorant junior. The laughing Buddha sighed softly. However, at this moment, a bright light suddenly appeared in the rolling fog. Although it wasn't very bright, it allowed people to see everything in the fog. Then, Lin Ling's figure flickered out of the light. Come down. A calm voice sounded at the same time. One had to know that the laughing Buddha's ancient flaming Buddha bead could burn the earth, but it disappeared after falling into the miasma. But this junior could light up a lamp? Let's go. Elder Yellow Mountain jumped into the abyss without hesitation. Seeing this, everyone was relieved and jumped into the abyss as well. After entering the miasma, they realized how terrifying their surroundings were. They couldn't even see their own fingers, as if they had entered a crack between time and space. Even though they were powerful, they did not dare to do anything in this place. Follow me. If you get separated, you'll have to pray for yourself. Lin Ling led the way, and a soul lamp appeared above his head. What a magical technique. How did he light up the soul lamp? The gods looked at Lin Ling curiously, but they could not tell what kind of divine ability Lin Ling was using. Even Elder Yellow Mountain was the same. No one knew that this was a technique taught to Lin Ling by Old Devil Sangoe. This technique existed not long after the Dao realm was opened, so they naturally did not know about it. After all, Old Devil Sangoe's first batch of gods were the most familiar with the Dao realm. Get out of the way, our young lady wants to walk in front. Everyone fell one after another, and Littling suddenly shouted at Longyang. Longyang and Lin Ling were walking in front, and following Lin Ling was undoubtedly the safest. Therefore, Littling wanted Longyang and the rest of the 10 orthodoxies to follow at the back. Lin Ling stopped and looked at Littling coldly. Go to the back. You want me to go to the back? Don't you know who I am? Littling was stunned. I don't care who you are, but in this place, I have the final say. Not just you, even your young lady has to listen to my orders. Now, go to the back. Lin Ling shouted again. Go to the back. Emperor Donghua and the others immediately said. They did not care who Littling was, they just wanted to get out of the miasma. But now, Lin Ling obviously did not want to go, so they were anxious. Miss. Xiaoying hurriedly looked at Goddess Yuing. The latter sighed helplessly and said, Xiaoying, you go to the back. Don't delay everyone's important matters. Xiaoying gritted her teeth and glared angrily at Lin Ling. She walked to the back of the line. Walking at the back of the group, it was easy to get lost due to the rolling fog around them. If they got lost, they would never be able to get out again. Longyang, 10 orthodoxies, follow me. Lin Ling looked at Longyang and the others, then strode forward. On the other hand, Longyang and the 10 gate orthodoxies were extremely touched. In front of ancient gods like Elder Yellow Mountain, they had no status at all. However, Lin Ling had fought for their dignity. Although this dignity was very dim, at least they were ranked before these ancient giant gods. This brat really has some ability. Who cares about him? As long as we walk out of the miasma, his brilliance will have ended. An early-stage mid-god is still an early-stage mid-god. That's right. When the time comes, just give him some treasures and send him off. The Laughing Buddha, Emperor Donghua, and the others were whispering. As for Elder Yellow Mountain and Goddess Yuing, they were still very surprised. They were suddenly even more curious about Lin Ling. Damn it, this person must be deliberately trying to kill me. What a vicious heart. At the back of the group, Xiaoying's eyes were ferocious. However, she did not have time to be angry. She quickly caught up with the group, afraid that she would lose them. However, she did not know that Lin Ling did not have time to harm her at all, because she did not deserve it. Look, what's this? As they moved forward, strange scenes appeared around them. Space dust appeared, except for Lin Ling and Lei Gong. Everyone else appeared. This was because Lin Ling and the Thunder God had both passed through the Dao Realm miasma barrier once. That was why these phenomena did not appear, and these phenomena reflected everyone's most previous life. It's really him. Lin Ling stared at Elder Yellow Mountain's illusion and nodded. That old man was one of the 5 emperors, Guangchengzi's disciple, the Yellow Emperor. He was one of the 5 oldest leaders of the human race, and his origins could be traced back to the primordial era. However, other than Lin Ling and Lei Gong, no one paid attention to Elder Yellow Mountain because everyone was paying attention to their previous and current lives. And the feedback of their previous and current lives was obviously more powerful than the feedback of the Netherworld's 3 lives mirror. The 3 lives mirror of the Netherworld could only reflect what happened after they reincarnated. However, here, even their universe dust could reflect it. Little friend, these should be our most previous lives, right? Suddenly, an old voice sounded in Lin Ling's ears. That's right. Except for the God of creation, everything in the world is formed from dust. Senior, you are formed from a long river. This long river existed since the beginning of the world. This means that Senior's origin is not small. Lin Ling also transmitted his voice back. In the distance, Elder Yellow Mountain couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was the one who transmitted his voice to Lin Ling. he didn't expect this to be what was inside the fog barrier. However, he could clearly see that Lin Ling and Lei Gong had no reaction. Moreover, Lin Ling seemed to already know his origins, but his reaction was very calm. This made him feel that Lin Ling was even more mysterious. When you walk out of the fog barrier, you will all receive a chance to be protected by the Dao realm. Lin Ling said again. Thank you, little friend. No, fellow Daoist Lin. Elder Yellow Mountain couldn't help but bow to Lin Ling. As time passed, the illusions around them began to disappear, and everyone woke up. At the same time, a voice sounded in their minds. Everyone had received a chance to be protected by the Dao realm. Great! The gods were incomparably happy. Opportunity, opportunity. 1,000 years ago, I obtained a great opportunity in this mystic realm. 1,000 years later, it's the same. Haha, this trip wasn't in vain. Cheers of joy could be heard continuously. Longyang and the 10 orthodoxies were also very excited, especially Longyang. She looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression because she knew what it meant to have a chance to be protected by the Dao realm. However, Lin Ling had actually rewarded her with such a huge opportunity. Moreover, it was Lin Ling who protected her to enter the Dao realm. At this point, she was already extremely grateful to Lin Ling after removing the initial obsession in her heart. Why? Longyang shook her head secretly. Lin Ling was the first man in her life, but he was also a man she would never forget. After a long time, everyone walked out of the fog barrier. When they looked up, they were already at the bottom of the abyss. The abyss was huge, and the rocks were sharp as if ghosts were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Over here. After passing through the fog barrier, the gods were shocked. They ignored Lin Ling and the others and quickly walked along the abyss according to their own search method. After saying that, she also chased after Goddess Yuing. What a shameless woman. Longyang stared at Xiaoying and couldn't help but curse. That's right. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, she wouldn't have been able to enter this place. But now, she's burning the bridge after crossing the river. Most importantly, she got a chance to be protected by a Dao realm cultivator. Can't she even say a word of thanks? The 10 orthodoxies felt indignant for Lin Ling. A chance to be protected by a Dao realm cultivator was hard to come by. It represented a life. This also meant that Xiaoying's life was saved by Lin Ling. However, in the face of her savior, not only did Xiaoying not thank him, she even insulted him. Perhaps, if there was a chance, Xiaoying would get someone to kill Lin Ling. Those laughing Buddha, Emperor Donghua, and the others are also shameless. Lei Gong also said. He naturally saw that after the laughing Buddha and the others came down, they immediately reverted to their disdainful expressions. It seemed that one's ability was one thing, but strength was the most important thing to be respected. Hee, they'll beg me one day. Lin Ling didn't care at all. Oh you, sometimes you're ruthless, but sometimes you're too kind. It's as if you don't care about anything. Longyang couldn't help but feel indignant for Lin Ling. Look at Xiaoying. She didn't even take it lying down. Maybe because you helped her get a chance to be protected by a Dao realm cultivator, she'll use it to kill you. Ha ha ha, Longyang, are you worried for me? Lin Ling smiled and looked at Longyang strangely. He no longer had any hostility towards Longyang. After all, they came from the 9 states together. Moreover, Lin Ling and Longyang had known each other for many years. They had interacted in the spirit state. Bullshit. Dragon Lady cursed angrily, but her face was blushing. Don't worry, a lower god is just an ant to me. If I want to kill her, even a Dao realm cultivator's protection won't work. Shaking his head, Lin Ling calmly walked forward. Bullshit. Longyang naturally didn't believe it. Among the crowd, only Lei Gong and the 10 orthodoxies believed in him. This was because they had all witnessed Lin Ling's power. Once the grand cosmic ray was released, no Dao realm cultivator could protect him. Rumble. As they moved forward, a rumbling sound came from the front. At the bottom of the cliff, a large number of giant lizards crawled out. They were very ancient and extremely powerful. These were cosmic beasts. Most importantly, these cosmic beasts possessed strength comparable to a peak mid-level deity. Kill. In the face of such a powerful cosmic beast, the gods also unleashed their full strength. Boom. Boom. the cosmic beasts were also constantly smashing down. Why are these cosmic beasts so powerful? It seems that the cosmic beasts have become much stronger when they get close to that treasure. If that's the case, then the treasure is getting closer and closer. Although these giant lizards were difficult to kill, the thought of the treasures at the end of the line excited them. Oh no, what is that? Suddenly, in the distance of the abyss, an even larger cosmic lizard slowly crawled out. This cosmic lizard had 3 heads, with yin and yang flames blooming. Moreover, the head in the middle was even more terrifying. It was a combination of yin and yang flames. Esoteric flame. That's the esoteric flame formed from the primordial universe's esoteric flame. This guy probably has the strength of a higher deity. The gods' expressions changed drastically. They didn't dare to act rashly as they witnessed the arrival of a large number of cosmic lizards. At this moment, Lin Ling and the rest also walked over slowly as if they were strolling in their own backyard. These shameless people. Xiaoying was weak, so she naturally stayed behind. When she saw Lin Ling and the rest walking over slowly, she immediately thought that they were doing it on purpose. They were trying to take advantage of the situation. Shameless. When Longyang and the rest came closer, Xiaoying couldn't help but curse. Longyang smiled faintly. Her words made Xiaoying's face turn green and red, and she was incomparably furious. Haha, you didn't seem to have attacked, did you? Then why are you shameless? When they were in the valley, Longyang had to lower her head when she saw her. Now, however, she was fully fledged. Moreover, although she didn't attack, she was goddess Xu Ying's maidservant. Her status was much higher than these minor gods. Haha, are you trying to say that you're a subordinate of a certain arch? Please, you're just a maidservant. You're the only one in the world who has such a sense of superiority even as a maidservant. Longyang seemed to know what Xiaoying was thinking, and she continued. She was feeling indignant for Lin Ling, so Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to speak, but she couldn't help it. Longyang, you've got guts. Xiaoying shouted angrily. Alright, let's cut the crap. However, there were also reprimanding voices coming from the front. Now that the enemy was present, who had the time to bother with these people's quarrels? Of course, they were also very unhappy with Lin Ling and the rest for taking their time. They were just early-stage mid-gods. Shouldn't they be the vanguard? How dare they let these famous ancient gods fight? They really don't know what's good for them. Ignore them. Go. At this moment, Elder Yellow Mountain, who had been silent, suddenly said. Yes. Beside him, a man leaped out, erupting with the strength of a superior god. His divine power was incomparably terrifying, and he even had the divine steps, great wilderness blood path. That man shouted angrily, and blood spurted out from his body, turning him into a blood man. He struck out with his palm, and an incomparably terrifying power erupted. The blood of the universe lizards in front of him flowed backward, and all of it flowed into his palm. What terrifying power! It's the innate ability of a divine fetus. The smiling Buddha and the others' expressions changed drastically. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing the man attack, the universe lizards also began to retreat. They knew how powerful this person was, only the 3 lizard kings could fight against that man. Want to leave? Blood space. However, that man shouted again. In the sky, countless rays of blood light appeared, enveloping the world. The blood pressure covered the sun and moon, and the stars in the sky shone. Pop, pop, pop. Even if they escaped behind the 3 lizard kings, the blood of the universe lizard still floated out and disappeared into the sky. Then, endless blood rain sprinkled down. The entire abyss had turned into a world of blood at this moment. It was incomparably terrifying. This is the combination of the innate ability of a divine fetus and the divine steps. If such a method lands on us, if we don't have powerful divine power to resist it, I'm afraid our divine blood will be sucked dry. Yeah, but he's a superior god. How can ordinary intermediate gods have enough divine power to resist him? Elder Yellow Mountain's subordinate is already so powerful. He's really a god. Emperor Donghua and the others discussed animatedly. Although they had long known that Elder Yellow Mountain was powerful, every time they saw him, they felt that he was unfathomable. What strength! Even Lei Gong and the others were pale. That old man is the most powerful. His strength is comparable to Emperor Shun, Emperor Yao, and the others. Lin Ling wasn't surprised at all and said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Lei Gong's pupils narrowed. Mu Ran also had a guess. Those who could compare to Emperor Shun and the others, only those few people he knew. Rumble. Beast. At this moment, a dignified voice drifted out. An ancient scythe appeared in Elder Yellow Mountain's hand. If you don't submit, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as the scythe appeared, the three-headed lizard king suddenly trembled all over. Then, it lay down, not daring to submit. I spared your life on account of your difficult cultivation. Now, hurry up and return. Elder Yellow Mountain said again. Then, he waved the scythe in his hand and lightly slashed the head of the three-headed lizard, leaving 3 marks. These 3 marks seemed to engrave the light of servitude. The three-headed lizard gradually shrank and lay on the ground, its ferocity completely gone. As expected of Elder Yellow Mountain. Seeing this, the gods all cheered. The reverence in their eyes came from the bottom of their hearts. That was because he didn't even need to make a move to make the three-headed lizard king submit with just a few words. What kind of divine might was that? What's that scythe? Lei Gong and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. It's probably the first scythe of mankind. Because he invented the scythe and used it for all living beings in the world, that scythe is very powerful. Lin Ling guessed secretly. In fact, he knew that the scythe's level was not as high as Xingyi's Donghuang Bell. It was inferior to his Quafu Sunchasur boots. However, that scythe had been around for too long and was constantly tempered. Now, it was naturally not weak. Fellow Taoists, you really can't go any further. However, after the three-headed lizard was subdued, suddenly, 2 figures slowly walked out from the depths of the abyss. They were a man and a woman, wearing black and white clothes. Most importantly, with everyone's eyesight, they couldn't see through their cultivation. This is not a place where you can come. The man stared at everyone and said indifferently. Who are you? The laughing Buddha and the others were all shocked. They never thought that there would be someone here. Even Elder Yellow Mountain stared at the 2 people and frowned slightly. He couldn't see through their origins. We'll only say the same thing once. You really can't go any further. Just leave. The woman said indifferently, but her eyes were fixed on Elder Yellow Mountain. I know you're very strong, but compared to us, you're still a little weaker. If you take another step, you'll die. The woman looked very ordinary, like a village girl, but her words carried a supreme might. Who do you think you are? We came here with untold hardships, and you think we'll leave just because you say so? Although he couldn't see through the other party's strength, the other party might be deliberately mystic. Then you try, take another step forward. The woman's face was still calm, his words caused the god to hesitate. Although he wasn't afraid of these 2, he still had to be careful. True God He-san, why are you afraid of him? We have so many powerful gods here, and Elder Yellow Mountain is also here. Don't tell me that the 2 of them can do anything? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. It was Xiaoying. At this moment, she looked at the 2 people coldly. She felt that the 2 of them were pretending to be mysterious. Hearing Xiaoying's words, True God He-san frowned. He felt that Xiaoying's words weren't without reason, it was just one step. If he didn't dare to take another step, others would laugh at him. Bang, he immediately took a step forward and said indifferently, I've already walked out. What do you think? Rumble. Just as he finished speaking, a huge vortex appeared between the woman and the man. The vortex was condensed from gas, and it spun continuously, releasing a power that could control one's soul. A black and white light suddenly shone on True God He-san's body. He couldn't block it, and all his methods were useless. Then, True God He-san's body became illusory, as if he had become transparent. What happened? True God He-san's face was full of anxiety, but in the end, he gradually disappeared into the ground. Of course, before he died, he glared at Xiaoying with resentment. It was because of Xiaoying's words that he had acted so impulsively. Gee, everyone gasped. What a powerful technique. They couldn't see through it at all. Who are these 2 people? Aren't their divine abilities too terrifying? Elder Huangshan's expression was grave. He could see that the power from before wasn't the power of a god. nor was it the divine fetus, nor was it the divine staircase. Even with his knowledge, he couldn't see through it. This showed that the two people were extraordinary. For a moment, everyone was silent, and no one dared to move. Interesting. I think we've reached the end. Lin Ling said softly. Lin Ling, do you know who those two people are? Lei Gong asked in a low voice. He was scared out of his wits. He thought that the 5 thearchs were already very powerful, but who knew that the two people who had suddenly appeared were even more powerful? It seemed that his vision was too narrow after all. I'm not sure about their specific origins, but the techniques they used before were on par with my 2 divine abilities. Lin Ling said with a smile. The technique from before was a powerful divine ability on par with Pangu's cosmic 3 extremes break. It was a power that surpassed the divine staircase. The great Tao of the universe was as vast as smoke. It had gone through the primordial era, the ancient era, the gods, and the current era. The martial Tao had already undergone many changes and had spread. The current mainstream was the power of a god, the divine fetus, and the divine staircase. However, in the most ancient era, these methods might not have been the mainstream. It was just that those divine abilities had disappeared in the era, and not many people knew about them. Even Lin Ling was only able to obtain the 2 most ancient divine powers by chance. They were formed by the yin, the eye, and the horns. From another perspective, they were formed by the primordial Xianxia of the universe. Naturally, they're not something we can fight against. Lin Ling said indifferently. If Guangqingzi hadn't guided him, he wouldn't have been able to fight against these powerful existences. Primordial Xianxia of the universe. Lei Gong, Longyang, and the others all frowned. They were very puzzled. This is the spiritual qi that was born in the void of the universe. It is constantly transforming, and it is formed after several eras. Its strength can be said to be invincible, immortal, and indestructible. Except for the most ancient giant gods, no one can do anything to this Xianqi. The primordial Xianqi of the universe is divided into yin and yang qi, which represent life and death. In the past, where the yin qi passed, thousands of worlds were plunged into misery and suffering. Where the yang qi passed, all living things were born. When the yin qi and yang qi combine, the Xianqi will transform. Lin Ling explained slowly. Lei Gong and the others were confused. In the end, they only knew that these two people seemed to be very powerful. Now, is this the only way we can wait? Longyang suddenly asked. In fact, this was the question Lei Gong and the others wanted to ask the most. After all, they followed along and naturally wanted to encounter some good opportunities. No, because the great yin-yang primordial mystery dragon is about to wake up. I'm also waiting for it to wake up. Lin Ling smiled faintly. It was as if he could see the end of the abyss. He was very familiar with the primordial Xianqi of the universe. Sir, I wonder if we can talk. Damn it, if not for the fact that these two were so mysterious, the gods would have rushed forward and killed them all. Maybe they're just trying to be mysterious. We must let the weaker gods try again. Emperor Donghua looked at Lin Ling's group with a cold glint in his eyes. He obviously did not believe that there were such powerful existences, so he wanted Lin Ling's group to step on the landmines. You guys, come and try. When he thought up to this point, Imperial Lord Donghua said indifferently, take a step forward and take a look. If you do as I say, then I'll give each of you a treasure. The moment he said that, the laughing Buddha and the others looked at the people from the 10 orthodoxies. This was a good suggestion. If you take a step forward, I'll give each of you a great opportunity. At this time, Lin Ling's voice was heard, directly rejecting the offer. When he brought these people out of the miasma, each of them received the protection of a Tao realm cultivator. Not only were they not grateful, they even wanted Lin Ling to step on the landmines. Speaking of treasures, most of them were given to them by Lin Ling. What did you say? Imperial Lord Dong. Hua frowned. The laughing Buddha and the others were also unhappy. Little Ling, on the other hand, was sneering. She did not expect this person to be so arrogant that he dared to oppose Emperor Donghua's words. Reckless fool. If we can't defeat these two, we'll have to return empty-handed. I'm only asking you to test it out. You actually dared to be so picky. Don't you think that with your strength, this is the only effect you can bring out? Xiaoying said in a strange tone. Hearing this, Longyang retorted sarcastically, Lin Ling brought everyone out of the abyss, but you didn't do anything, and you're weak. Don't you think you should be the one doing something? Longyang, what are you talking about? Littling was furious, I'm the great emperor's subordinate. Bullsh *T, a maid is a maid. Longyang smiled disdainfully. Alright, stop arguing. I think it's inappropriate to let Lei Gong Lin Ling and the others test the waters. It's better to observe the situation for a while. At this time, Elder Huang Shan mediated for Lin Ling and the others. There's no need. The yin-yang couple doesn't even need us to do anything. They're dead for sure. Lin Ling suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Huang Shan's eyes lit up, but the others frowned. They had no idea what Lin Ling was talking about. At this moment, the sound of a strong gust of wind was heard. The sound was very loud and deafening. In the depths of the abyss, an ancient aura spread out. Before it appeared, a large number of rocks fell from the cliff. What happened? Everyone's expression changed greatly. As for the yin-yang man and woman, their pupils trembled violently. They looked at each other and wanted to flee. However, as soon as they took a step forward, a tentacle shot over and wrapped around them, binding them tightly. Oh no, he's awake! The yin-yang man and woman cried out anxiously. Swoosh, they could not resist. The tentacle stretched out and pulled them into the depths of the abyss. All of a sudden, there was silence. Boom. Boom, boom. Only the sound of the wind was heard. At this moment, everyone swallowed their saliva, feeling that something big had happened. Could it be that that thing has woken up? Suddenly, Emperor Donghua's face lit up as he thought of a possibility. As soon as he said that, a huge shadow appeared in the depths of the abyss. The abyss was about 1,000 miles wide, but it was constantly being squeezed open as if the abyss could not accommodate that shadow at all. The entire abyss was also collapsing. Amidst the dust and rocks, the huge shadow became clearer and clearer. It was a monster. It had a whale-like head and a jet-black body. There was an endless beard under its huge mouth, and it looked extremely ancient. However, its body was covered in dragon scales, and its body was like a dragon's. It had black and white dragon claws, and the dragon claws were extremely thick. It slowly walked out. A pair of black and white eyes stared coldly at the crowd. Kacha. Kacha, most importantly, the huge mouth was moving slightly, and one could vaguely see a leg. However, it was quickly swallowed back, as if the yin-yang man and woman had been swallowed up. What is that? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Despite their vast knowledge, this was the first time they had seen such a monster. Could it be that this is the great yin-yang primordial mystic dragon? Suddenly, the laughing Buddha let out an excited voice. It must be. Although it's no longer in the form of a dragon, the dragon whiskers I obtained from it are still moving. All of this means that this is the great yin-yang primordial mystic dragon. Emperor Donghua also laughed excitedly. They had searched for so long precisely for this great yin-yang primordial mystic dragon. This was because the great yin-yang primordial mystic dragon was formed from the universe's mystic chi. Its mystic chi was extremely precious. Back then, they had obtained a large amount of mystic chi from the great yin-yang primordial mystic dragon, and their cultivation had increased tremendously. It was a rare supplement. Has it finally appeared? But why is it so different from back then? However, the great mystic technique of the universe that I cultivate requires the yin-yang essence from it. Elder Huang Shan's eyes also lit up. He was different from the others. He valued the yin-yang essence more than the universe's mystic chi. Haha, old friend, long time no see. Do you still remember us? The laughing Buddha stared ahead and shouted lightly. Back then, they had joined forces to suppress this mystic chi. They had even suppressed it until it could not resist and kept begging for mercy. If not for the fact that they did not want to cut off the source of mystic chi and wanted to obtain mystic chi once every 1,000 years, they would have already suppressed this dragon to death. It was also because they had easily suppressed this dragon time and time again that they did not take it seriously at all. Haha, we are all old friends. Hand over a portion of your mystic chi obediently and we will spare your life. A god laughed. He was also one of the people who had participated in the 1,000-year promise back then. As for Goddess Yuing and the others, it was their first time here. They were so frightened by the huge figure that their faces turned pale. As for Lin Ling and the others, it was the same. Lei Gong frowned and said, "What a magnificent monster. The mouth of a whale and the body of a dragon. This must be a god formed by the universe." Longyang nodded and said, "But from the looks of it, they don't seem to be afraid. They probably defeated this monster back then. And it should be more than once." Maha Orthodoxy said immediately. "Haha, it won't be so simple this time." However, Lin Ling shook his head lightly. Guangqingzi had asked him to help. This meant that the Yellow Emperor could not deal with this dragon. Therefore, there would definitely be a good show to watch. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon whale-like monster roared loudly. Countless whiskers shot out from its mouth and intertwined with each other, sealing the entire abyss like a net. A large number of tentacles shot toward the god closest to it. He waved his hands non-stop, creating one after another barrier imprint after another. This was a seal that they had left in the primordial profound dragon's body when it was still weak. Everyone left one seal so that they could control the primordial mystery dragon in the future, but this time, it was obviously ineffective. The tentacles still shot out, entangling the god, and then piercing through the god's body like a spear. But at the critical moment, the Dao Realm protection appeared on the god and took him away. "What's going on?" As the god was taken away, he shouted in shock. If not for the protection of the Dao Realm, he would definitely have died. Everyone frowned, unable to believe their own eyes. However, the god from before had returned again. Obviously, he did not want to miss the treasure on the primordial mystery dragon. Roar! The primordial mystery dragon suddenly opened its mouth, and an ancient suction force was born, blowing towards the god. Whoosh! The god had just returned and was immediately sucked into the primordial mystery dragon's huge mouth. With a crack, the huge mouth closed, and blood flowed out. The god was swallowed just like that. Most importantly, even the protection of the Dao Realm did not appear this time. Ah! As she watched this scene, Xiaoying let out a sharp cry from behind. She was completely terrified. This beast, why is he not afraid of the seals? Everyone, seal him together. The laughing Buddha's face was gloomy, and he immediately shouted angrily. Everyone nodded and released their powerful strength, activating the seals left behind in the past. In fact, if not for these seals, they would have already retreated. After all, they could not do anything to the yin-yang couple, let alone this monster. However, the seals from back then gave them confidence. Seal. Everyone's seals were different, and they were also the strongest seals they had in their lives. Endless light shot into the sky, and divine talismans and treasures suppressed the monster, causing it to suddenly stop moving. Its mouth was open as if it was dead. "Haha, we did it." When they saw this scene, everyone smiled, feeling incomparably happy. They did not seem surprised by this result. This dragon is much more powerful than before. Its Xianxia is probably more dense. "Hee, we got a great treasure this time." A god laughed and said. Rumble. However, at this moment, the primordial black dragon, which had been motionless, suddenly opened its mouth wide. A terrifying suction force came, and it was as if the entire void was about to be sucked into its stomach. Ka ka ka. The abyss completely collapsed and was also sucked into its stomach. "Ah, I'm awake again. Everyone, be careful." All the deities came to their senses, and panic filled their faces. Among them, a dozen gods couldn't react in time and were sucked into the dragon whale's mouth. With a cracking sound, a large amount of blood gushed out. They couldn't be more dead. Ineffective. Our seal is ineffective. Moreover, its attacks seem to be able to ignore the protection of the Dao Realm. What should we do now? The faces of the remaining gods were all pale as if they had encountered a great calamity of life and death. They raised their heads and looked around. Only then did they realize that the dragon whale's long whiskers had sealed the entire void, making it impossible for them to escape. "Puny humans, you will all die this time." Suddenly, an ancient voice sounded clearly in everyone's ears. "He can actually speak." Elder Yellow Mountain's expression became even more solemn. Back then, this dragon whale couldn't speak at all. Even if it had spiritual intelligence, it wasn't very high. "Looks like we can't avoid a big battle. I only hope that we can tear apart this space while the mystery dragon is careless and escape from here," Elder Yellow Mountain said with a frown. Even so, he was still reluctant to part with them. The other gods were the same. In the past, they had obtained great benefits from the mystery dragon. This time, they returned empty-handed. How could they not be willing to accept it? They didn't want to leave until the very last moment. They still believed that there was a way to seal the mystery dragon. However, Goddess Yuing, Xiaoying, and the others were retreating. After all, it was their first time here. Longyang and the others were the same. Lin Ling, let's think of a way to leave. Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling and said. The mystery dragon could ignore the protection of the Dao realm. This was too dangerous. If they were unlucky, they might all be wiped out here. Yeah, Lin Ling, you have a way to leave, right? Longyang and the others from the 10 orthodoxies also said. They were only lesser deities. What could they do? Leave? I'm here for it. How can I leave? Lin Ling still stared at the mystery dragon and shook his head. Lei Gong and the others narrowed their eyes and were dumbfounded. Even a late-stage middle deity couldn't do anything to that monster. Where did Lin Ling get his confidence from? Oh no, Goddess Yuing, be careful. At this moment, Emperor Donghua suddenly roared. Countless tentacles shot out and wrapped around Goddess Yuing. Endless dragon tentacles shot out. Goddess Yuing was intimidated by a powerful aura and could not resist. My lady. The gods beside Goddess Yuing shouted and used their techniques to stop those tentacles. However, a powerful suction force suddenly appeared and landed on those gods, sucking them into the mouth. Then, the mouth closed and blood gushed out. The mystical dragon seemed to know that Goddess Yuing had a powerful background. Therefore, it decided to create a diversion. Although it looked like it was attacking Goddess Yuing, it was, in fact, taking care of the late-stage mid-god standing beside her. However, the tentacles still shot towards Goddess Yuing, trying to kill her. In fact, other than being swallowed, the tentacles alone could not kill anyone because the tentacles could not stop the protection of the Dao state. Get over here. Suddenly, Little Ling shouted with a ferocious expression. Her powerful divine energy was like a gust of wind, blowing towards the people from the 10 orthodoxies and pulling them out. She wanted to block the attack for Goddess Yuing. The 10 orthodoxies had more people. Maha Orthodoxy and the others were beside Lin Ling, while the others were closer to Little Ling. Moreover, their strength was not as strong as Little Ling, so they could not resist and were pulled over. You're courting death. Longyang and Maha Orthodoxy shouted at the same time. Beast, don't be so presumptuous. However, at this moment, a huge square cauldron fell from the sky and pressed down on the countless tentacles of the dragon whale. Moreover, an ancient energy was reflected and absorbed the celestial chi on the tentacles. Ignore, attack. That person shouted again. He was Elder Huang Shan. At the critical moment, he saved the people from the 10 orthodoxies. Unfortunately, he did not see that at that time, Lin Ling already had a small bell in his hand. Just as he was about to attack, he was stopped by Elder Huang Shan. Boom, almost at the same time, two figures soared into the sky and shone with divine light. Elder Yellow Mountain, let me help you. At this moment, Emperor Donghua and the others used all their means to seal the mystery dragon again. One powerful attack after another landed on the mystery dragon's body. The gigantic mystery dragon immediately trembled and finally stopped moving. Everyone was breathing heavily and their faces were filled with nervousness. Had they succeeded? Boom. However, before their excited thoughts could be realized, the mystery dragon opened its mouth wide and its whiskers danced wildly. A huge black hole appeared and endless Xianxia gushed out. Whoosh, under the scale, everything in the abyss turned into dust. Everyone's eyes were blinded by the wind and could not see anything clearly. They could only see a black and white light flashing. This was the essence of yin and yang. Bang. 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 The sound of a large number of meteorites crashing could be heard at the same time. After the gale blew over, everyone saw that the gods who attacked earlier were all heavily injured, even Elder Yellow Mountain was no exception. It's over, it's over. The Jade Goddess knew that they were completely done for. Lei Gong, Longyang, and the others were also pale. Even a superior god could not do anything. They were probably not even qualified to be cannon fodder. However, at this moment, Longyang saw a figure walking out from beside her. This made Longyang instinctively shout, Lin Ling, what are you doing? Suppress it. Lin Ling smiled and looked at Longyang. Although the conversation was not loud, everyone heard it because all the gods were silent at this moment. Their pupils trembled as they looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with confusion, shock, disdain, and doubt. Even Elder Yellow Mountain was shocked. One had to know that they had already attacked the mystery dragon with all their might, but they still could not stop the mystery dragon's ferocity. This mystery dragon was so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. However, an early-stage mid-god had volunteered to fight. Although Lei Gong Lin Ling could bring them into the abyss, no matter how powerful he was no match for the mystery dragon. Lei Gong, what is Lin Ling doing? Long Yang was dumbfounded, her face full of worry. She didn't think that Lin Ling was a match for Xianlong. I don't know either. Lei Gong forced a smile and shook his head. He had the same thoughts as everyone else. However, he also felt that Lin Ling was no fool. If Lin Ling wasn't confident that he could defeat a high god, he wouldn't have dared to step out. Sir, who are you? Suddenly, an aged voice reverberated in everyone's ears. The Xian dragon spoke again. The great Yin Yang primordial black dragon was formed from the primordial Xianxia of the universe. It takes 500 years to become a horned dragon, 1,000 years to become a flood dragon, 30,000 years to become a rhesus dragon, 1,000,000 years to become a gold dragon, and 30 million years to become a Xian dragon. Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop as he spoke calmly. Reaching the mystic realm in 30 million years. Elder Yellow Mountain's body trembled. He suddenly understood why they couldn't win. Perhaps, this great Yin Yang primordial mystery dragon had already reached the level of the ancient mighty god. Who are you? The aged voice floated out again. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be so familiar with it? Lin Ling calmly said, who I am is not important. I'll spare your life on account of your cultivation. You just need to hand over your mystic qi and yin yang essence. Dream on. The huge mystery dragon's body trembled. The dragon whiskers under its huge mouth rushed toward Lin Ling like tentacles. Moreover, there were so many of them that it was even more terrifying than before. Fellow Taoist Lin, be careful. Elder Yellow Mountain instinctively shouted. With Lin Ling's current strength, there was no way he could resist those dragon whiskers. Lin Ling. In the distance, Long Yang also shouted. The worry on her face was even more intense. Humph, what an idiot. Xiaoying had a gloating expression on her face. Those dragon whiskers quickly wrapped around Lin Ling. There was no way out. Many people shook their heads. He's dead, in the end, he could only be taken away by the protection of a Dao realm cultivator. Lin Ling was lucky that he wasn't swallowed by the dragon whale. Otherwise, even the protection of a Dao realm cultivator would be useless. I want to shatter my soul and shake it for millions of years. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly floated out. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried supreme divine power and fell clearly in everyone's ears. Everyone's pupils constricted as they stared at the endless dragon whiskers. Then, they saw the most unbelievable thing in their lives. Light flickered and shone in all directions. The endless dragon whiskers were incinerated as if they had encountered fire. Amidst the dazzling light, a figure holding a small bell slowly walked out. It was Lin Ling. What a powerful technique. What kind of treasure is this kid holding? He's so outstanding. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, disbelief, and panic. The mystery dragon was formed by the mystic qi of the universe. Even someone as strong as Elder Yellow Mountain couldn't do anything to it. However, a small early-stage mid-god was able to shake the mystery dragon. Luo Luo Luo, Soul Bell. When they looked at Elder Yellow Mountain again, his entire body trembled. He was so excited that he couldn't take care of himself. It was as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. This was because he knew what it meant to have the fallen soul bell in his hand. Junior. At this moment, the dragon whale opened its huge mouth, and an endless suction force came, wanting to devour Lin Ling. Ding dang. However, Lin Ling shook the small bell in his hand, and an ancient power guarded his body and soul. Only Lin Ling knew that the dragon whale's suction and blowing force actually attacked the soul. That was why the people who had been devoured before couldn't be protected by their Dao realm experts. However, the fallen soul bell could protect his soul and prevent it from being damaged at all. Lin Ling held the small bell in his hand and walked towards the dragon whale step by step. It was as if he was stepping into the 9 heavens. There was nothing under his feet, but with every step he took, it was as if he had reached the top of the sky. He walked higher and higher. "Who are you?" The dragon whale let out a cry of shock. It didn't understand why its divine ability was ineffective. By the time it looked up, the young man from before had already arrived above its head. His blue robe was fluttering in the wind, dazzling like a shooting star, and this kind of grace also fell into the eyes of the crowd. All the gods looked up at Lin Ling. Even the superior gods were no exception. "I'll give you one chance. If you don't surrender, don't blame me for being impolite." As if he was standing above the 9 heavens, Lin Ling looked down at the dragon whale. In his hand, a black and white sword appeared, then, he gently slashed, swoosh. This battle seemed to cut the sky in half and tear the underworld apart. The indestructible Xian dragon was actually cut in half by the sword. Ferocious Xianxia also exploded, filling the entire space. "You can hurt me." At the same time, a panicked voice floated out. It came from the Xian dragon. At this moment, all the gods fell silent, stepping into the 9 heavens, cutting down the Xian dragon with one sword. This scene was probably something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The second sword. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he spoke again. I'll surrender. Spare me, spare me." Endless Xianxia once again merged into the Xian dragon. It lay on the ground, completely subdued. It didn't know who this blue-robed young man was, but with a small bell in one hand and a divine sword in the other, he was too powerful. "I submit. I took your celestial qi. Do you submit?" "I submit. I took your yin-yang essence. Do you submit?" Lin Ling asked for the 3rd time. "I submit. I submit to all of you." The profound dragon lay on the ground as if it was begging for mercy. "All right, I'll spare your life today." Lin Ling nodded. After he spoke, endless celestial qi and yin-yang essence floated over and hovered around Lin Ling. Lin Ling caught it with a jade bottle. "Give it to him and some of their celestial qi." After Lin Ling kept the treasures, he pointed at Goddess Yuing, Elder Huang, and Longyang. Celestial qi was formed by heaven and earth. As long as one didn't die, it could be produced endlessly. The profound dragon gave up its celestial qi, but its strength was only weakened. If it cultivated for another 1,000 years, it could still recover to its original state. "I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you." The profound dragon didn't dare to refuse. It released a few strands of celestial qi, which landed in the hands of Elder Huang and the others. Lin Ling looked at Elder Huang and thought of his promise to Guangchengzi. He waved his right hand and gave a small portion of yin-yang essence to Elder Huang. After that, Lin Ling said to the profound dragon, "All right, you can leave now." "Thank you, benefactor." "Thank you." The profound dragon began to dissipate, and the surroundings gradually returned to normal. Large rocks continued to fall from the sky. The abyss was no longer there, and the place had turned into ruins. The deities were silent, still reminiscing about the elegance of the sword. They didn't speak for a long time. However, at this moment, a loud voice suddenly sounded. "Good, you actually have a way to subdue the profound dragon. Damn it, you only used it after so many people died. Now that you have so much celestial qi, hand it over." Xiaoying pointed at Lin Ling and scolded him. There weren't many people who had obtained primordial celestial qi, and Lin Ling was the one who had obtained the most. This made Xiaoying unhappy. "Fellow cultivators, this person has a way to subdue the primordial profound dragon, but it doesn't mean that he's very powerful." Xiaoying looked at Emperor Donghua and the others and said, "He's just a small deity. In terms of background, identity, and strength, can he compare to all of you?" His voice was sharp and harsh. "Xiao Ying, don't say any more." Goddess Yuing suddenly cursed. "Miss, I want to say that this person is nothing. If you didn't bring him here, he wouldn't have gotten anything. He is nothing." Xiaoying still pointed at Lin Ling and said. However, the eyes of Imperial Monarch Donghua and the others burned with desire. Right, they hadn't obtained anything. The only chance left was the protection of the Dao realm. However, how could they be willing to accept this? Moreover, Liling was right. This Lei Gong Lin Ling had a way to suppress the primordial mystery dragon, but that did not mean he was stronger than them. Lei Gong Lin Ling. When they thought up to this point, Imperial Lord Donghua and the others spoke as well. Their expressions were overbearing. All of you are so stupid. Lin Ling also looked at Emperor Donghua and the others. There was no panic in his expression. Haha, cut the crap. You only have one choice now. Hand over your celestial qi and yin yang essence, and we will let you go. Emperor Donghua sneered and said indifferently, otherwise. However, before he could finish, his eyes trembled violently. The primordial mystery dragon that had disappeared earlier had condensed again, turning into a huge dragon whale. It floated behind Lin Ling and looked at everyone with hostility. Speak, why did you stop talking? Lin Ling held the small bell in one hand and the divine sword in the other as he looked at everyone indifferently. No one dared to speak. Lin Ling's strength might not be as strong as theirs, but they had all seen how terrifying the primordial mystery dragon was. Silence, complete silence. On the other hand, Lin Ling floated down and walked towards Xiaoying, his expression incomparably cold. This also made Goddess Yu Ying's expression change. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she held back. Suddenly, Xiaoying felt an inexplicable sense of panic in her heart. But when she recalled the time when she had followed the great emperor, when he had been in charge of the divine world, she suddenly felt confident and a sense of superiority. You, what are you trying to do? Xiaoying said coldly. Slap. As soon as she said that, a slap came and landed on Xiaoying's face. It was Lin Ling's attack. Previously, when Xiaoying used the 10 orthodoxies as cannon fodder to stop primordial elder Xian, he had already wanted to kill her. Comparing strength? A lower deity dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Lin Ling spat out coldly, thud thud thud. Xiaoying retreated continuously, her face turning green and red. Slap. As soon as she retreated, Lin Ling followed closely behind and slapped her. Comparing status? When I wreaked havoc in Emperor Yao's territory, you were still reincarnating. Slap. Another slap sounded. Comparing background, when I was fighting the 3 divine sects of White Mountain, you had just reached the Tao realm. Slap. The last slap sounded. When Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, and I were fighting with fire, you were still working on the miasma. When the slap landed, Xiaoying's expression changed drastically. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She had always thought that Lin Ling was a nameless god. However, Lin Ling said that he had fought against 2 human leaders alone. Emperor Yao was someone more powerful than the Western Heavenly Emperor of Supreme Polarity. You're lying. Xiaoying's voice was a little flustered. She seemed to have lost her confidence. One person challenging 2 human leaders. Could it be that he's the thunder god Lin Ling who was the talk of the town? I've heard of this person. It can't be him. There are so many gods in the Tao realm. How can someone like him appear in front of us? The gods around narrowed their eyes. They had heard of this matter before. Who is he? Goddess Yu Ying's eyes kept flickering. She did not know why, but she was starting to believe this. Lying to you? You're just blind. Can you see that there's a 5 emperors in front of you? Lin Ling shouted again, looking down at Xiaoying. Fellow Taoist Lin, you have good eyesight. I thought that there were very few people who could see through my identity after so many years. I didn't expect that someone would finally recognize me. At this moment, Elder Yellow Mountain cupped his hands at Lin Ling and smiled. Then, he looked at Xiaoying and the others and said, I'm one of the 5 emperors, Emperor Yellow. Originally, he did not want to reveal his identity. It was not that he wanted to hide anything, but it was a habit. Now that he took the initiative to reveal his identity, there was only one purpose, and that was to help Lin Ling. Emperor Yellow. The gods were even more shocked. They looked at Elder Yellow Mountain in disbelief. One of the 5 emperors was right beside them, the 5 oldest human leaders, whether it was the Western Heavenly Emperor of Supreme Polarity or Emperor Donghua, were like children compared to him. No wonder Elder Yellow Mountain was so strong. However, the most shocking thing was that Elder Yellow Mountain actually bowed to Lei Gong Lin Ling. This proved Lei Gong Lin Ling's identity and seniority. Young mistress. Young mistress. Xiaoying couldn't help but look at Goddess Yu Ying, asking for her help. Goddess Yu Ying knew that things were getting troublesome. She shook her head and said, This is your fault. You'll bear the consequences. When you return, I'll punish you severely. Young mistress. She seemed to be reprimanding Xiaoying, but she was actually telling Xiaoying that she wouldn't die. She would just have to waste one Dao realm protection. Even Dao realm protection is useless against me. Young mistress. However, just as she finished speaking, Lin Ling spoke coldly. Universe 3 extremes break, the cosmic ray appeared and brushed past Xiaoying, freezing her in place. Her soul completely dissipated. Previously, Lin Ling had brought her through the miasma and obtained a chance for Dao realm protection. At that time, Longyang thought that Xiaoying might use this chance to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't care at all. Now, Longyang also knew why Lin Ling didn't care. Ignore Dao realm protection. Emperor Donghua and the other gods narrowed their eyes. In fact, at their level, they also had the ability to ignore Dao realm protection. However, the premise of that ability was to first restrain the opponent and then slowly break through. After all, Dao realm protection would appear as soon as it sensed danger. Only by slowly nibbling away could one escape from Dao realm protection. For example, soul power quietly released imprints and so on. However, Lin Ling's methods were swift and decisive, instantly killing Xiaoying. This was something they didn't have. Now, do you still want Xianxia? Ignoring the dead Xiaoying, Lin Ling looked at Emperor Donghua and the others again. Emperor Donghua and the others were silent. They couldn't take Xianxia. Since you don't want it, then forget it. Seeing that no one dared to speak, Lin Ling nodded and said, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to kill yourselves. If you're still alive after 3 breaths, the primordial mystic dragon will do it. Lei Gong Lin Ling, we don't want your Xianxia anymore. We'll mind our own business. Must you force us to death? Imperial Lord Donghua's expression turned cold. He clenched his fists and was about to flare up. However, he glanced at Elder Huangshan and held himself back in the end. Previously, Elder Yellow Mountain had taken the initiative to speak up for Lin Ling. This meant that Elder Yellow Mountain was also helping Lin Ling. Mind our own business? You guys have obtained the protection of the Dao realm from me once. If you don't return it, how can we be staying out of each other's business? Lin Ling said indifferently. Alright, we'll meet again. Time is long, we'll meet again. Emperor Donghua suddenly gritted his teeth and took a deep look at Lin Ling. Then, he committed suicide and left this place under the protection of the Dao realm. He clearly remembered today's events in his heart. It was the same for the other gods. They left one after another, but before they left, they cast a glance at Lin Ling. This was because they had returned empty-handed from the 1,000-year promise. Let's go. Lin Ling didn't even look at them and left with Lei Gong and the others, putting aside the fact that the Dao realm was so big, whether these people could find him or not. Even if they could, Lin Ling would have already become a mid-stage mid-god by then. Why would he be afraid of him? Fellow Taoist Lin, wait for me. Elder Yellow Mountain followed closely behind. As for Goddess Yuing, she was all alone now. She sighed inwardly. She wanted to be angry with Lin Ling, but she couldn't. After all, she had also obtained Xianxia. And now, the people she had brought with her were all wiped out. Especially Xiaoying. She was her confidant, her sister. However, she had died in the end without even a chance to be resurrected. Sigh, perhaps this is fate. After sighing secretly, Goddess Yuing finally let go of this matter. After all, she had seen clearly that Xiaoying had offended Lin Ling first. She couldn't blame anyone for her death. Fellow Taoist Lin, what you had previously, Elder Yellow Mountain followed Lin Ling because he was naturally curious about treasures like the fallen soul bell. Hee, Yellow Emperor, you should have guessed whose treasure it is, so I won't say any more. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Boom, Elder Yellow Mountain's heart exploded. It was his master, Guangqingzi. One had to know that in ancient times, his master was punished by the laws of the universe and disappeared between heaven and earth. It was said that he was imprisoned in the most ancient and powerful prison in the universe. Over the years, Elder Yellow Mountain had searched for him many times, but to no avail. Even after the great calamity of the world's will and the collapse of the heavenly Tao, he still couldn't find that prison. But now, this mysterious young man had his master's treasure. Could this young man be the mysterious prison master? It was said that those who could become the prison master all had extraordinary origins. No matter how powerful the giant gods in the prison were, no giant gods in the prison could be compared to the prison master. Is my master doing well? The Yellow Emperor smiled and looked at Lin Ling excitedly. He's doing fine. The third supremacy is probably the most comfortable person in the prison. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. That's good. The Yellow Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Sir, I wonder if you can let me meet my master? Your master said that he doesn't want to see you for the time being. He just asked me to help you this time. Cultivate well. Lin Ling said indifferently. Master is right. The Yellow Emperor's eyes flickered with disappointment, but he didn't dare to disobey his master's orders. The two of them talked quietly, but the people behind them were shocked. The people who followed the Yellow Emperor had cold expressions, but their pupils trembled fiercely. They had followed the Yellow Emperor for many years and knew his status in the Dao realm. Almost no one dared to not give him face or provoke him directly. In the entire Dao realm, excluding those at the Dao Tower, there were no more than 10 people who were qualified to fight the Yellow Emperor, but now, such an ancient god was actually so polite to this young man. It was unbelievable. Goddess Yuing was also surprised. If even the Yellow Emperor was so polite to this young man, what else could her father do? Previously, she didn't want to pursue the matter with Lin Ling. Now, it seemed that it was the right decision. Mr. Lin, if I want to find you, where can I find you? Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, the Yellow Emperor hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed to Lin Ling. His master was related to Lin Ling, and he had to ask his master for help when he encountered a problem in cultivation. Therefore, he was afraid that Lin Ling would disappear without a trace. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then told him where Yu Yu and the others were. Then, everyone bid farewell and left. Lei Gong Lin Ling, Little Ying's matter was due to my lack of discipline. I hope you won't take it to heart. Before Goddess Yuing left, she also cupped her hands and bowed to Lin Ling. If she was a little hesitant before, after seeing the Yellow Emperor's attitude, she immediately knew that this Lei Gong Lin Ling could not be provoked. It's okay, it's all in the past. Lin Ling smiled casually. He naturally knew that the one who could change Goddess Yuing was not the primordial mystery dragon, but the Yellow Emperor. Seeing Lin Ling's nonchalant attitude, Goddess Yuing forced a smile and also took her leave. However, she knew that Lin Ling did not care about her at all. However, this was not what she wanted. How could she miss out on someone who even the Yellow Emperor wanted to curry favor with? Lin Ling. At this time, Longyang and the others walked over and looked at Lin Ling in shock. Although it was their first time leaving the valley, they knew what the 5 emperors represented and how powerful those people were. However, such a powerful figure was also trying to curry favor with Lin Ling. It made them feel like they could not see through Lin Ling. Was this really the same Lin Ling who walked out of the void of the 9 states with them? Go back. You guys go to Yu Yu first. There are more powerful cultivators there and it'll be safer for you to cultivate. Moreover, they know how to get Tao Realm fragments, so you guys can get more of them. Lin Ling did not say much. Instead, he reminded them. You're not going back with us? Longyang frowned. I can't go back for now. Lin Ling looked into the distance with a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. Seeing Lin Ling like this, Longyang did not try to persuade him anymore. She left with the 10 orthodoxies while Lei Gong and Lin Ling ran to Ningqingxin. Time is running out, but we should still be able to make it. Lin Ling said calmly. He did not know much about Ningqingxin. He only knew that she was a true deity who pursued the great Tao. Even though Lin Ling had seen many different kinds of people in his life, he rarely saw a deity who was as pure as Ningqingxin. Lin Ling was determined to save her based on her stubbornness and perseverance. Now that we have the yin-yang essence, you said that we can save her after exchanging some treasures. So, we should still be able to make it. The two of them ran at full speed. Before long, a huge volcano appeared in the distance. Senior. The Shu Lin Sword Immortal saw Lin Ling and his companion from afar and shouted. Lin Ling and the other man landed. They didn't waste any time and went straight to Ningqingxin. Under a huge volcanic rock, a large amount of enchantments scattered out. An old woman was lying in the middle of the huge rock. This old woman's face was filled with the aura of death, as if she had been abandoned by time. This was also a sign that one's lifespan was nearing its end. The so-called gods seemed to have the same lifespan as the heavens and earth, but in reality, that was only relative. They would also die of old age and dissipate from the world. This so-called longevity of heaven and earth was actually referring to which side of the heavens and which side of the earth. For example, the rainforest sacred ground that Lin Ling was in was only a realm. It had the same lifespan as the rainforest sacred ground, but it didn't mean that it would never die. After all, the rainforest sacred ground would be destroyed one day. Only by having the same lifespan as the universe, or even surpassing the universe, could one truly be considered eternal and undying, having the same lifespan as the heavens and earth. Lin Ling looked at Ning Qingxin quietly. He didn't know why, but his heart was screaming. At this moment, the pure woman he met at the peak of the high-tier Buddhist Dharma mountain had quietly merged with this old woman. The woman who had bitterly pursued the great Tao didn't have a good ending. The heavens were playing tricks on her. In the end, she would die of old age in front of Lin Ling. This heavens, this earth, this universe, this void, everything is governed by the laws. I, Lin Ling, have practiced martial arts for my entire life and have seen too many laws. All living beings, no matter how strong they are, no matter if they are emperors or gods, they can't escape the laws of the universe. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His words made Lei Gong's heart tremble. That's right, martial artists used martial arts to become gods. They seemed to have the power to destroy the heavens and earth, but all of this was still bound by the laws of the universe. No matter how powerful a god was, they would still die when they encountered the will of the world. No matter how powerful a god emperor was, they would still die when they encountered the laws of the universe that exhausted their lifespan. Only when the true calamity arrived would they know how weak they were. Lin Ling, make your move. Lei Gong said to Lin Ling. He could sense the unwillingness in Lin Ling's heart. It was an unyielding will. Lin Ling nodded. The yin-yang essence appeared in his hand. Next, he exchanged it for a large number of treasures in the heavenly realm and scattered them around Ning Qingxin. Barriers were set up by him, forming the most ancient power of heaven and earth, nourishing Ning Qingxin's body. This was reclaiming life and reversing yin and yang. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and continued to control the divine barriers. Lei Gong and the Shu Lin sword immortal sat nervously at the side. They knew that Lin Ling's technique now was a magical power that only ancient gods had the ability to use. Reversing lifespan was also against the laws of the universe. The caster would be punished by the heavens. However, the powerful ancient gods were not afraid of the heavens. They could save whoever they wanted. However, Lin Ling was only an early-stage middle deity. Ning Qingxin's cultivation was even higher than his. Therefore, it would not be easy to save Ning Qingxin. Why is she still so old? As time passed, Lin Ling frowned. He found that Ning Qingxin still looked like an old woman. The endless vitality and yin and yang energy did not increase her lifespan at all. Why is this happening? Lin Ling's face darkened. Saving Ning Qingxin was his obsession. If he could not save Ning Qingxin, it meant that the laws of the universe bound Lin Ling. He, Lin Ling, could not fight against the world's will. Senior. He entered the square prison and asked for help from the Third Supremacy. This woman has been recorded by the underworld into the underworld pagoda 3 months ago. Otherwise, with the method I taught you, you would have been able to save her. Guangqingzi counted with his fingers and said, Lei Gong Lin Ling, did you offend the people of the underworld? The underworld? Lin Ling's heart exploded. Of course, he had offended the people of the underworld and fought against the god of the underworld. Seeing Lin Ling's expression, Guangqingzi immediately guessed. There are 18 nether pagodas in the netherworld, each of which records the lives of thousands of creatures in the universe and even the lifespan of the gods. Just like the investiture of the gods in the god world, even the god of the underworld and other giant gods can't change it at will. Although the god of the underworld pagoda has recorded her lifespan, generally speaking, if we work harder, there is still a chance to save her lifespan. However, if the god of the underworld intervenes, then everything is hard to say. After all, according to the laws of the universe, that woman's lifespan is indeed exhausted. The god of the underworld. Lin Ling completely understood who was behind this. Guangqingzi, is there no other way? Lin Ling asked again. Guangqingzi shook his head. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are the laws of the universe. Gods are no exception. Otherwise, how could the ancient gods have died? After a long time, Lin Ling left the square prison quietly. Although he was no longer a weakling, compared to the laws of the universe and several eras, he was still weak. I, Lin Ling, have pursued the peak of martial arts all my life. I have never lost. This time, there must be a way. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and returned to Ning Qingxin's side to tell Lei Gong and the others about this. However, Lin Ling did not give up. He continued to use treasures to nourish Ning Qingxin and fight for her last chance of survival. He knew that if Ning Qingxin was taken away by the underworld, she would not be able to reincarnate and would disappear from the world forever, because the underworld god had once told Lin Ling not to fall into the hands of the underworld god. This meant that the underworld god had been looking for an opportunity to attack Lin Ling. Unknowingly, half a year had passed. In this half a year, Lei Gong and the Shu Lin Sword Immortal had been by Lin Ling's side every day. However, their hearts had already given up. At the very beginning, although the Shu Lin Sword Immortal did not blame Lin Ling, he had always thought that Lin Ling was the cause of all this. If Lin Ling had told him about those things, he and Ning Qingxin would not have chased after Lin Ling so desperately. They might even have obtained the Mahayana Dharma in the godly Mt Shumi, but now, he did not blame Lin Ling, because Lin Ling's stubbornness had moved him, and because Lin Ling still had not given up. Sigh. Lei Gong sighed softly. After half a year of hard work, he had already reached the late stage of the middle deity stage. This was caused by using the Tao state fragment and celestial qi to cultivate. However, when he saw that Lin Ling was still fighting against the laws of the universe, his heart ached. However, he did not persuade him because this was the path that Lin Ling had chosen and Lin Ling's obsession. Lin Ling insisted on saving Ning Qingxin partly because of guilt, and partly because he wanted to fight against the laws of the universe. If he did not fight, how could he win against the will of the world? How could he break out of the restraints of the laws of the universe and reach the peak of the era? Another year had passed. On this day, Ning Qingxin finally woke up. Eh? Where is this place? Who are you? What was surprising was that Ning Qingxin still looked like an old woman, but her intelligence was like that of a 3-year-old child. I saved the soul, but I didn't save the fate. Lin Ling's heart sank even more. Her soul had awakened and returned to its original state, but it didn't mean that Ning Qingxin was still alive. The wheel of fate was still pressing down on her. Nothing, we were waiting for you to wake up. Lin Ling smiled at Ning Qingxin. Thank you, uncles. Ning Qingxin was still naive and pure. She trusted Lin Ling and the others. However, the old woman's appearance, coupled with her innocent voice, caused his heart to ache even more. Unknowingly, another year had passed. Ning Qingxin grew up like a little girl, and she grew up faster than a normal girl. She also knew a lot of things faintly, because she saw that he was very old. His fingernails were peeling off and he didn't have many teeth left. What's more, his hair was sparse. All of this was different from ordinary people. Uncle Lin, am I going to die? Even if he wanted to walk around, he had to have Lin Ling by his side at all times, relying on formations and treasures to stay alive. Who said so, little Ning? You won't die. Lin Ling helped Ning Qingxin walk around. The area around the volcano had been decorated by Lin Ling and the others. It was like a garden. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Ning Qingxin smiled. She was very obedient. Although she didn't believe Lin Ling's words, she didn't lose her temper. Little Ning. Lei Gong and the Shu Lin Sword Immortal returned from the sky. They had returned from the distant god meteor fall void. Now that Lei Gong's strength had increased greatly, he was also a little famous in the nearby area. Even the Shu Lin Sword Immortal's strength had increased a lot after following Lei Gong. Moreover, he had started to kill. The eternal path in his heart was still hidden in his heart. However, Buddha was not unkillable. Ning Qingxin. The Shu Lin Sword Immortal first smiled at Ning Qingxin. Then, he bowed slightly to Lin Ling. Now, he treated Lin Ling as a senior. Shu Lin Sword Immortal, how is the god meteor fall void? Lin Ling nodded and asked. During this period of time, there are fewer and fewer spider evil gods in that void. They have all been killed. Therefore, more and more gods have passed through the void and come to our side. The Shu Lin Sword Immortal said. The reason why he started to kill was because of the spider evil god. If it weren't for the spider evil god, Ning Qingxin would not have ended up like this. Of course, there was also Emperor Yao. More and more people are coming? Little Ning needs to cultivate for this period of time. Don't let others disturb her. Lin Ling said. Okay. The Shu Lin sword immortal nodded. Deep in his eyes, a strong murderous intent quietly flashed. Whoever dared to disturb her would be killed without mercy. This was also what Lin Ling had asked him to do. Unknowingly, 3 years had passed quietly. My hair is getting less and less. Ning Qingxin sat under the volcanic rock. The rich vitality nourished her body. However, she looked at the few strands of white hair in her hand and her face darkened. After her spiritual wisdom was restored, the world she had been in was this area. She wanted to go further to see the world. She wanted to see the bright starry sky. She also wanted to see the blue sea. She also wanted to see the endless fields. However, all these were wishful thinking. Little Ning. At this time, Lin Ling walked over. When he saw Ning Qingxin holding her hair, his heart sank inexplicably. Uncle Lin. Ning Qingxin immediately hid the few strands of hair behind her back and smiled. She did not want Lin Ling to see her sad face. Uncle Lin, thank you. Why don't you go? You've wasted too much time on me. This makes me very sad. I know that Uncle Lin, Auntie Yu, Auntie Yu and many others are waiting for you to go back. Ning Qingxin said to Lin Ling. The happiest thing in her life was listening to Lin Ling's stories. Therefore, she also knew about Yu and the others. She also knew that Lin Ling had been through a lot in his life. In the past, she was curious about Lin Ling. She wanted to know about this cold man's life. However, by the time she found out, she was not far from death. Lin Ling saw that the death aura on Ning Qingxin's body was very strong. There was also an indescribable power. It was like the power of the underworld, like the power of the universe. This made him secretly clench his fists. Auntie Yu and the others also know about your situation, so they asked me to accompany you. Lin Ling said with a smile. Oh. Ning Qingxin nodded lightly, but she felt even more guilty in the depths of her heart. She knew that she was a shackle, a burden. If she died, Lin Ling and the others would leave instead of accompanying her, a half-dead person. Every day, the two of them talked for a while more. Lin Ling left, but he could sense Ning Qingxin's inner thoughts. At this moment, Ning Qingxin seemed to want to kill herself. Is it really impossible to resist the heavens? Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the sky calmly. Deep in his eyes, a burning flame was burning. Boom. On this day, in the sky above the volcano, a huge bronze door appeared quietly. It was as if it could suppress the world. This bronze door could not be detected by others at all. The only people who could detect it were Ning Qingxin and Lin Ling, because this was the door of life and death in the underworld. When the door of life and death in the underworld appeared, even the protection of the Tao realm was useless. This was because this was the supreme law of the universe. Uncle Lin, I'm leaving. I once heard you say that I chased after you because I wanted to ask you a question. But now, I know the answer. Perhaps everything is destined. If you want to get the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma, you have to enter the sea of suffering. Sigh. Ning Qingxin raised her wrinkled face and smiled at Lin Ling as if she knew that her time was up. In the distance, Lei Gong and the Shu Lin sword immortal did not see the bronze gate, but they could feel the pressure, because when a god's lifespan was exhausted, it gave people a different feeling. Perhaps, this was the first time they saw a god die of old age. It was common for mortals to die of old age, but it was common for gods to die of old age. After all, most gods died in battle. They could not help but look at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was silent, and his face was extremely gloomy. Suddenly, a voice came into Lin Ling's ears. Break it, and there's still a chance of survival. The voice came from the square prison. Although he did not know who was talking, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Little Ning, the real Mahayana Buddhist Dharma is to break all things because even Buddhas are in danger. Only by breaking the shackles can you become a Buddha. Sigh. Terrifying battle intent boiled in Lin Ling's body. The blood sword behind him floated out and pointed at the underworld. He wanted to fight, no matter what the result was. He wanted to fight with all his might. He had never been helpless in his life. Whoosh, the bronze gate slowly opened, and a huge amount of underworld chi spread out like a dense fog. However, this powerful force could not be detected by ordinary people. This was the steps of God. After the bronze gate opened, a pair of cold and emotionless eyes appeared first. These eyes were very ancient, as if they had seen through the ages. They were the laws created by the oldest god in the universe. Then, an ancient white bone tower appeared, supported by a hairy arm. The eye swept across the ground, ignoring Lin Ling, Lei Gong, and the others, and landed on Ning Qingxin. The big hand immediately grabbed at Ning Qingxin. As long as I'm here, no one can take Xiaoning away. Lin Ling took a step forward, and the ground cracked open layer by layer. The volcano in the distance directly exploded. He held the tyrannical song sword in his hand and slashed at the sky. Third stage talent fusion. The grey-robed Lin Ling had appeared. Rumble. A slash that contained the terrifying power of God slashed out crazily. However, that big hand didn't care about Lin Ling at all and continued to grab Ning Qingxin. That slash hit nothing but air. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He looked at the giant palm that passed by him. The sword in his hand was as hot as fire, and its killing intent was as vast as the sea. Steps of death. The rolling sea of blood turned into a sword and fell from the sky. At this moment, the huge palm was very close to Ning Qingxin, but suddenly, a sword slashed at it. Rumble. The crazy sword slash actually split the arm into two, and an endless amount of nether energy poured out. Obviously, only the steps of the gods could resist the power of the netherworld. You can't take her away. Floating in the sky, Lin Ling looked up at the bronze door in the sky. His expression was as cold as ice. Inside the bronze door, the ancient eyes still ignored Lin Ling. Another big hand grabbed at him fiercely. This big hand was obviously different. It was bigger and more majestic, 5 fingers down, one hand covering the sky. Rumble. Before it landed, Lei Gong and the Shu Lin Sword Immortal both spat out blood. Their faces were gray as if the nether energy had invaded their bodies. Rumble. Looking at the land of the volcano again, the land that was originally full of vitality had now turned into a dull gray color, and the entire land continued to sink. At the bottom of the palm, Ning Qingxin sat there weakly as if she could be taken away at any time. Clang. The huge blood sword slashed, but when it landed on the arm, a terrifying force came back. Puff. Lin Ling spat out blood, and the tyrannical song sword also fell out of his hand. It was too powerful, as if it was the power of the entire netherworld. Still far from it. Ignoring the injury, Lin Ling's voice was as low as thunder. He shot to the ground and appeared in front of the slowly grabbing hand. And below him was Ning Qingxin. Sky-splitting slash. Lin Ling roared and turned into an ancient giant. His palm slashed at the big hand in the sky. Rumble. The all-conquering palm tore the big hand apart again. Lin Ling's Pangu attack reached the sky and slashed on the bronze door. However, the all-conquering attack met its match at this moment. The bronze door swayed a little, but it was still intact. This sky-splitting slash had only cut off the hand of the netherworld. Still a little short. Lin Ling's expression was full of murderous intent. His eyes were so firm and so fearless. Heaven wanted to destroy Ning Qingxin, but he wanted to save her. The worlds will wanted to destroy the world, but he wanted to stop it. There was nothing that could not be broken. Lin Ling. In the distance, looking at Lin Ling, who was standing on the ground like a giant, Lei Gong's eyes were wet. Was this Lin Ling's heart of martial arts? Even if there was no hope or success, Lin Ling would never give up. He has never lost without a fight in his life. Lei Gong mumbled to himself. Even if he was going to lose, he would fight until the world was turned upside down. Rumble. At this moment, the bronze door made a loud noise. The emotionless eyes finally looked at Lin Ling. However, there was still no change in emotion. In the sky, a huge netherworld pagoda fell toward Ning Qingxin. This pagoda was obviously more powerful than the hand of the netherworld. Rumble. After the pagoda fell, the volcanic area shattered. All the rocks and the ground floated in the void. A terrifying shockwave erupted. The void of God meteor in the distance rippled like water. Still a little short. Under the netherworld pagoda, Lin Ling raised his hands to the sky and supported the netherworld pagoda. A ferocious force suppressed his body, causing his bones and blood to spurt out in all directions. Earth-splitting slash. Lin Ling roared to the sky. His heavily injured body grew infinitely. He turned into a Pangu and split the sky and earth. Rumble. The huge netherworld pagoda was pushed up by Lin Ling. This made Lei Gong and the others happy. Although they could not see the bronze door, they could see the terrifying netherworld pagoda. However, they did not expect Lin Ling to be able to resist the netherworld pagoda. However, their joy did not last long. This was because they saw Lin Ling spitting out mouthfuls of blood, especially Lei Gong. This was the first time he had seen Lin Ling so severely injured. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had experienced such injuries countless times in his life. What was there to be afraid of? Step of wisdom. Lin Ling spat out a cold voice as his soul force exploded out. Rumble, the huge netherworld pagoda suddenly shook. The white bones on the surface began to move. Many ferocious faces appeared. It was as if the netherworld pagoda was afraid of the step of wisdom. 3 Extreme Universe / Demon / Lin Ling roared again. Countless cosmic rays shot out from his body and cut through the sky. External Incarnation. Lin Ling went all out and split into 3,000 clones. All of them rushed into the sky and attacked the dark pagoda like a storm. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sky seemed to be exploding, and the Dao realm seemed to be shaking. The violent explosions made Xianxia look up. She kept shaking her head. Uncle Lin, give it up, give it up. She couldn't bear to see Lin Ling risking his life for her. Lin Ling. Lei Gong and the others looked at the crazy Lin Ling and clenched their fists tightly. Boom, finally, there was a deafening explosion. Countless netherworld lightning, netherworld flames, and netherworld rain were shot out. The dark pagoda started to dissipate. When he looked at the 3,000 Lin Ling standing in the air, his eyes were burning hot and his breathing was heavy. This time, he had gone all out and unleashed all of his strength. Dark pagoda, slay immortals and gods. However, at this moment, the bronze gate moved slightly. From the gate, an even smaller dark pagoda flew out. Once this pagoda appeared, heaven and earth shook, not to mention Lin Ling and the others. Even the gods thousands of miles away found it difficult to breathe. It was as if there was a force that wasn't afraid of the Dao realm's protection and could bring them into the netherworld at any time. So scary. Everyone was scared and fled. Looking at the god meteorite void, countless meteorites exploded. The spider evil god, who was hiding in the dark, was shivering and fleeing into the distance. Can't the heavens be resisted? Lin Ling looked at the smaller dark pagoda. His pupils were trembling, and tears of blood flowed from his eyes. He was like a demon, like the will of the world. At this moment, he was lost and dispirited. He had been practicing martial arts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom since he was young and grew up in the ancient Yan sect. He had been through countless storms, crossed countless mountains, and killed countless gods and demons. No matter when, he had never been dispirited. Even if he had been hurt, even if he had been defeated, he could still stand up. But this time, for the first time, he felt that he couldn't resist. It was as if no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't win. If the heavens wanted to destroy him, he couldn't resist. If the sky wanted to rain, he could not extinguish it. If the heavens wanted to blow, he couldn't stop it. There was nothing he could do to change anything. Rumble, the smaller netherworld pagoda slowly floated down. It wasn't fast, but the lightning from the netherworld turned into chains that shot out in all directions like sea urchins. This pagoda was clearly more terrifying than the previous pagoda. Puff, an ancient energy surged over, and Lin Ling spat out another mouthful of blood. He couldn't even approach the nether pagoda. Uncle Lin, that's enough. Little Ning has had enough in this life. It was heaven's will that we met on the path of superior Buddhism. Now that little Ning is dead, it is also heaven's will. Heaven's will cannot be defied. Perhaps this is the answer I seek on the path of superior Buddhism. On the ground, Xianxia quietly restored her former appearance. She was still so pure and aloof from worldly affairs. This was the final radiance of the setting sun. In her mind, the bits and pieces of her contact with Lin Ling flooded into her mind, all the way until her soul recovered and turned into a girl. She remembered that Lin Ling accompanied her every day in this place, telling her glorious stories of the past. She also remembered that in order to save her, Lin Ling gave up the chance to leave and went against heaven, but heaven's will couldn't be defied. Rumble, the nether pagoda shrouded Xianxia's head, trying to seize her last chance of survival. Bang, but at this moment, an arm appeared and suddenly grabbed the edge of the nether pagoda. A man appeared and stood quietly beside Xianxia. It was Lin Ling. I don't know what heaven's will is. I only know that I want to save you. Lin Ling shouted. His previous decadence disappeared, and his eyes were still burning with fighting spirit. That's right, he couldn't fight against the universe, he couldn't fight against the world's will, but he was still on the path of advancement. Lin Ling had never been an invincible existence in his life. He had enemies he couldn't defeat, but he believed that as long as he tried, he would have no regrets. Exchange for me. Lin Ling roared to the sky. All the Dao Realm shards were exchanged for a large number of treasures. The Dao Realm appeared, and countless treasures flashed. Lin Ling didn't have the time to see what these treasures were. He didn't even have the time to enter the Dao Realm, he was just trying his best. Ka ka ka. The arm that grabbed the nether pagoda was now even stronger. Countless treasures piled up, causing Lin Ling's 7 dantians to rumble. His divine essence was surging. His divine essence was also surging. The physical strength and soul power that he had consumed previously were also rapidly recovering. Third stage. Sword, come. Heaven splitting slash. Earth splitting slash. Universe tripod slash. Lin Ling's eyes were burning as he roared. Waves of terrifying power were activated by him, and the entire sky seemed to be broken by him. Boom boom boom, 3 consecutive explosions sounded, and the entire void shattered. Even if a powerful late-stage mid-god was here, facing such power, he would be filled with hatred in the underworld. A huge explosion that couldn't be seen with the naked eye appeared, as if it was the end of the world. Lin Ling was still holding the nether pagoda in the midst of the explosion, and the nether pagoda was also trembling, looking at the sky again. The pair of eyes behind the bronze door was still cold and emotionless, but they were also staring at Lin Ling. Boom, in the end, this great explosion erupted, and the light even reached the other side of the great Buddhist kingdom and reached the other shore. What kind of god is fighting? Such ferocious power. It's probably a higher god fighting. TSK, I didn't expect there to be a higher god here. Let's stay away. A higher god can destroy heaven and earth. If we're not careful, even a Dao Realm expert won't be able to protect us. On the continent of the Great Buddha Kingdom, countless gods were trembling with fear as they looked at the dazzling light in the distance. The light had pierced through the void. This showed how terrifying the battle in the God's Fall void was. Rumble, the power of the apocalyptic explosion shook all directions. Lei Gong and the Shulin Sword Immortal had already hidden far away, their eyes trembling. Had Lin Ling succeeded? Impossible. Suddenly, Lei Gong gritted his teeth. In the distant sky, Lin Ling was still standing there, holding the nether pagoda in his hand. The nether pagoda was trembling, but under Lin Ling's full strength, it still didn't break. Too strong, simply invincible. Nether pagoda, slay immortals and gods. A voice drifted out from the bronze door, like the words of a god. Suddenly, lightning blades appeared around the nether pagoda and slashed Lin Ling's head. Bang, blood spurted out, and a head fell to the ground. It was Lin Ling's head, and Lin Ling was still standing like a giant, but he had been beheaded by the nether pagoda. His head was separated from his body. Sigh. Lei Gong sighed softly, his heart filled with complicated feelings. He's not dead yet. Suddenly, the Shulin Sword Immortal pointed to the distance in shock. Lin Ling slowly bent down and actually picked up the severed head. Then, he gently placed it on his neck. At this moment, divine light shone, and the light was boundless. The dark pagoda was now less than a meter away from Ning Qingxin. Ning Qingxin looked at the giant Lin Ling beside her. Her heart felt like it was about to crack. She could see that Lin Ling could not go against the underworld's laws at all, but she did not understand why Lin Ling was so persistent. Even though his head was broken and blood was flowing, he still did not give up. Unfortunately, she did not know that Lin Ling had already entered a mysterious state. He was like a killing machine, but also like a body without consciousness. The only thing he could do was to save Ning Qingxin with all his might. The man and the pagoda were locked in a stalemate. Time seemed to have stopped. Enough. At that moment, a ray of light suddenly shot out from Lin Ling's body. Then, he stepped into the sky. Boom, with one strike, the bronze door shook. Boom, with the second strike, the bronze door cracked. A huge figure, holding a giant rod, calmly looked into the eyes of the bronze door. The heavens are indeed undefeatable. But man can conquer the heavens. The figure's voice was earth-shattering. Do you also want to defy the heavens? You must know that one day, you will also die of old age. At that time, perhaps you will lose your entire life's cultivation. An ancient voice came from the bronze door. Get lost. The figure held the giant rod and smashed it violently at the bronze door. Boom. the bronze door completely exploded, turning into fragments of the underworld, scattering in the void. A gust of wind blew past, sparkling and beautiful. Bang! At the same time, the dark pagoda in Lin Ling's hand also shattered. Everything disappeared as if it had never been there. This made Lin Ling look up at the sky coldly. In the sky, the huge figure also looked down at Lin Ling. The two gazes seemed to have passed through countless eras and collided heavily. You wasted so much of your lifespan to save her. Was it worth it? After watching quietly for a while, the mysterious figure finally spoke. He knew very well that when Lin Ling was crazily smashing the bronze door, he was also wasting his lifespan. This really surprised him. Which ordinary person would be so foolish as to dare go against the netherworld? Worth it. Lin Ling's answer was simple. She will still be taken away by the underworld, but she will be reincarnated. The mysterious figure spoke again. According to the laws of the universe, Ning Qingxin's lifespan was exhausted, and she was recorded in the Dark Pagoda. Once she was recorded in the Dark Pagoda, it meant that her past life and future were over. There was no possibility of reincarnation. However, when the Bronze Gate was broken, the rules and restrictions were also broken. Therefore, although Ning Qingxin looked like she was about to die, she wasn't completely dead. She was reincarnated. Is it really impossible to resist the heavens? Lin Ling raised his head, seemingly puzzled. No, you've already broken the great nomological laws of the universe. Although you haven't completely succeeded, you've at least succeeded halfway. The figure said indifferently, the price is that 90% of your lifespan will be used up. Worth it. Lin Ling cracked a smile. Once he had decided on something, he would fight to the end. He didn't care about the consequences. At least it proved that he could go against the heavens and defy the great nomological laws of the universe. Shaking his head, Lin Ling suddenly asked, "Who are you?" "Who I am is not important. Now, you have to leave with me and go against the great nomological laws of the universe again," the mysterious figure said. "Why?" Lin Ling frowned. "Because if you die, you'll be complying with the laws, and I'll also defy the heavens." The figure suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. "The heavens are also restricting me and setting the path of my life. It seems to be for my own good, but it's not the path I want to take. Even if I choose the path of death, it's my own will. I don't need them to decide the path of my life for me, because it's not the path I want to take. It's the path I want to take." "Who are you?" Lin Ling's pupils constricted as he asked again. "Let's go." The figure didn't answer Lin Ling. He waved his hand, and a powerful force enveloped Lin Ling's body. Then, he disappeared into the void. Third supremacy. At the same time, a faintly discernible voice quietly floated out. Everything began to return to normal. However, this continent had been completely destroyed and turned into a part of the fallen god void. No one knew that thousands of years later, among the gods of this era, the legend of Lin Ling would spread here. Lin Ling. At this time, Lei Gong and the Shu Lin sword immortal flew over and looked around. However, they didn't see Lin Ling's figure. "Uncle Lin." On the ground, Ning Qingxin raised her head. Her eyes were filled with tears. However, at this time, a bronze gate also appeared in the sky. A light enveloped her body and slowly brought her into the bronze gate. This time, the bronze gate was obviously different. It was not so domineering and ancient. It was the most ordinary gate to the underworld. This ray of light also brought Ning Qingxin into the path of reincarnation. Ning Qingxin didn't resist. She looked at everything calmly. Suddenly, the answer she had been pursuing suddenly became clear. The will of the heavens could be defied. Man could conquer the heavens. She had been pursuing the path of Mahayana Buddhism all her life. However, now Lin Ling was telling her that the so-called path of Buddhism was the so-called eternity. It was actually her. "Uncle Lin, I understand. I will come and find you," Ning Qingxin said calmly. Finally, she disappeared into the bronze gate. Lin Ling, Lei Gong and the others stood quietly in the void. Their hearts were even more complicated. Then, Lei Gong hesitated for a long time. In the end, he took out the voice transmission jade talisman and sent a voice transmission to Yu Yu. He didn't know whether Lin Ling was alive or dead. However, he told Yu Yu and the others everything that had happened before. Lin Ling has exhausted 90% of his lifespan. After doing this, Lei Gong also left with the Shu Lin sword immortal. He never expected that Lin Ling would end up like this after going against the great laws of the universe. However, he also had hope in his heart. This was because the mysterious person who was completely black and looked down on others was the same as Lin Ling. They were also people who went against the great laws of the universe. The will of the world can destroy the world. Is this also a great law of the universe? I'm the host of the will of the world. Could it be that I'm a great law of the universe? However, if a martial artist's strength exceeds the limit, so what if it's a great law or a host of the will of the world? After experiencing Lin Ling's previous battle, Lei Gong also vaguely understood many things. On the other side, everyone in Lei Gong's hall received the news. Their hearts exploded and their faces were gloomy. Don't worry, Brother Ling will come back. However, what was surprising was that after hearing such bad news, Yu and the others' reactions were very normal. Perhaps from the beginning to the end, they didn't believe that Lin Ling would die. Here, birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and the scenery was beautiful. The peaches in the mountains were red, and when the wind blew, they would fall. In the distance, an ancient mountain sat there. The mountain was divided into 5 fingers, and it looked very ancient. In the distance, there was a quiet pool, and in the pool, a young man was lying there quietly. He was floating and did not sink, and it was very mysterious. Ripples spread out from the young man's body, and quietly spread into the distance. Time passed quietly. Finally, one day, the young man slowly opened his eyes. He frowned, as if he was surprised to see himself here. This place, where is this? The young man was Lin Ling. He sat on the pool and looked around in shock. The surroundings were like a paradise, and also like the most ancient wilderness. Everything was so primitive. These mountains, water, and forests, they are probably even older than the Dao realm. Lin Ling frowned. The Dao realm's barren mountains were also very ancient. It was said that they came from the ancient era, but he had a feeling that the mountains and water here were even more powerful than the Dao realm. Then, he looked down and found that the water below him was still, and there were only light ripples spreading out. However, the water was incomparably clear, and Lin Ling could vaguely see that there seemed to be a wheel-like object at the bottom of the water. The wheel-like object was about 1 meter long, and it was very mottled. There was a faint layer of mud on its surface, and through the mud, there would occasionally be a metallic luster reflected back. What an enormous amount of life energy! Lin Ling was shocked. In the past, he used the seahorse of the Dao realm to cultivate. The seahorse spat out life energy, and it was incomparably powerful. However, compared to the wheel-like object, the life energy was obviously much weaker. Could it be that I have been absorbing the life energy all this time? And the life energy came from that wheel? What kind of wheel is that? Many doubts arose in Lin Ling's heart. He secretly checked and found that he had secretly broken through to mid-stage mid-god. His divinity energy had reached a terrifying 30 million Dao rays. His soul power had unknowingly reached 200,000 Dao rays. As for his physical strength, it had now reached 20 million Dao rays. His basic speed was now 2 million Dao rays. All of his skills had been greatly improved. This was the strength of a mid-stage mid-god. This progress made Lin Ling incomparably shocked. According to his guess, even if he had broken through, his improvement shouldn't have been so great. Could this be the result of the battle with the Bronze Gate? And this is before I use the 3rd phase, otherwise, my godly force would have reached 5,000, and my fleshly body power would have reached 3,000. As for my speed, with the Quafu-san chasing boots, it would surpass 5 million worlds. With such a great increase in strength, I'm afraid that I will have few opponents even among mid-stage mid-gods. I can even kill quite a few late-stage mid-gods. My Universe 3 Extreme Breaks and Pangu's Strike are related to my physical body and soul power. Now, their power has been greatly enhanced, especially earth-splitting. I think I can use it for more than 15 breaths of time. In the great battle against the universal laws, I erupted with all my strength. My potential was also stimulated. I reckon this is the reason why I have improved so much. However, the universal laws are indeed frightening. My Panga can split the earth and shatter it. His divine power is unrivaled, but he still can't stop the power of the netherworld. If not for that mysterious man's help, I wouldn't have been able to escape death. Right, that mysterious man seems to have mentioned that he is the 3rd supremacy? As Lin Ling thought about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. He wanted to leave the pool. Kiki, it's better if you don't leave now because your lifespan is rapidly recovering. It hasn't fully recovered yet. A sharp voice came from below the mountain, echoing in the endless mountains. Lin Ling looked up and immediately discovered that among the mountains, there was a mountain with 5 fingers that was the most conspicuous. My lifespan is recovering? Lin Ling immediately thought of the battle with the Bronze Gate. At that time, the Bronze Gate was also absorbing his lifespan. But could this pool really recover lifespan? Lifespan was the most difficult thing to recover. If it was a mortal's lifespan, they could use treasures that could prolong their lifespan, but for a god's lifespan, even treasures of the universe could hardly prolong it. At best, they could only prolong a part of it, and Lin Ling had already consumed 90% of his lifespan. If he wanted to recover it, what kind of treasures would be needed? Could it be that wheel? Lin Ling secretly guessed. No wonder the plants around the pool didn't change. Generally speaking, if he absorbed endless life force, the plants around him would inevitably wither. Moreover, even if he absorbed the life force of hundreds of worlds, he might not be able to recover. This is the wheel of life. I snatched it from that old man. Unfortunately, I've already absorbed half of it. In any case, I'm now equivalent to half an eternal body, so the rest is yours. The sharp voice came again with a hint of pride. Senior, you're really amazing. Lin Ling said with a smile. This kind of wheel of life was extremely rare. The original owner was probably an indomitable powerhouse. And this mysterious person could snatch this treasure, which meant that the mysterious person was strong. Senior, thank you for your help before. Lin Ling said again. No need to thank me. Speaking of which, you and I are half-brothers of the same sect. It's normal for me to help you. The voice with a smile floated out proudly. This arrogance was completely different from the usual Lin Ling. It was as if he dared to laugh at the universe and look down on the gods. Brother? Lin Ling couldn't help but frown. He had many masters in his life, such as Huolei Tang of the Ancient Face sect and Xianxia Yun of the Spirit Province. Even Lei Gong could be considered half a master to him. However, it was obvious that it wasn't these people. When you recover, come and find me. You'll understand. The voice giggled with a hint of mischief. Lin Ling pursed his lips. He could only wait patiently. While the wheel of life was recovering, Lin Ling was also improving his innate divine fetus. The improvement of the innate divine fetus was not only related to the power of a god, but also to one's potential. Some gods could only reach late-stage mid-level deity after spending their entire lives, and it was difficult for them to improve any further. However, some gods could cross the threshold and become higher deities. This was the influence of innate talent. At present, Lin Ling's innate talents were mostly mid-level deities, and some of them had reached their limits and would be difficult to improve any further. Therefore, Lin Ling focused his attention on innate talents with greater potential. It's a pity that I still don't have a treasure to open the 8th Dantian. Otherwise, I can make the tyrannical singing sword the 8th Dantian's innate divine fetus. The potential of the tyrannical singing sword has never been activated. If it becomes my 8th Dantian, it will probably reach its limit. Lin Ling sighed and poured the excess life force into his Dantian. End of chapter 4706. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.